I'm looting devil fruit in One Piece. Chapter 1 to 20. 1. Devil fruit looting system. Yuan Jay opened his eyes in a daze at this time. I saw a rough man in front of me. At this time, Yuan Jay just felt very confused. Because I'm not kissing me in bed with my girlfriend. What about your sweet girlfriend? This is where. At this moment, a boy with a straw hat next to him said to him, Yuan, what are you thinking? Then, seeing a guy with a red nose beside him, he said confidently, you have to think about it. Don't even think about it. Our Captain Roger must have won. Barrett counts as one. What? Hearing this, Yuan Jay was even more stunned at this time. What was the situation? Roger. Barrett. Just when Yuan Jay was thinking about this, a voice came to Yuan Jay's mind. Devil fruit plundering system binding successfully. Then I saw a line of subtitles appear on the screen in my mind. There are two ways to get the devil fruit. One is to defeat the opponent, and you can get the opponent's devil fruit. Looking at the screen, Yuan Jay was very suspicious at this time. Devil fruit. Did I travel to the world of One Piece? Just when Yuan Jay was thinking about this, some strange memories appeared in Yuan Jay's mind inexplicably. Yuan Jay knew that he was probably the so-called Soulwearer. The current identity of Yuan is a brewing boy on the ship of the One Piece Roger. Apart from brewing, this guy is useless. At this moment, the sound in the distance suddenly stopped. You know, Barrett and Roger are both very powerful characters. The power of these two guys' battles is very destructive. Therefore, they chose to duel on a small island. It was at this time that the voice sounded in Yuan Jay's mind. Congratulations to the host captain for defeating Barrett. The host has obtained Barrett fusion fruit. When Yuan Jay heard this, his face was stunned at this time. Because of what going on, Yuan Jay originally thought that this system was useless for him, especially if he wanted to win those with devil fruit ability. That is simply impossible, unless he is dealing with guys like Aokiji and Xiaoyu. Even Xiaoyu might not be able to beat him. But at this time, Yuan Jay didn't expect that there is still such a showy operation now. He actually obtained Barrett fusion fruit like this. Barrett lost, and then Barrett joined their pirate group, and he was inspired to defeat Roger. However, at this time, Barrett found that his devil fruit ability was gone. This surprised everyone. As for Yuan Jay, he didn't say anything about it at this time. If you say it yourself, how should you explain it? In this way, Yuan Jay sailed on the sea with the Roger pirate. As for the devil fruit, I just picked it up, and I can even say that I don't even have to pick it up. As long as the guy defeated by their crew, the devil fruit will automatically enter the inventory in my mind. Looking at the countless devil fruits in his mind, Yuan Jay was terrified at this time. Every man is innocent of his guilt. This devil fruit is not ordinary. You know, these are a lot of guys Roger beat. Yuan Jay felt that sooner or later, this secret would be spread out. Therefore, at this time, Yuan Jay felt that he should improve his ranks. So he chose to go to those crew members for advice. The crew members were very happy to ask Yuan for advice. Because Yuan's wine is good, these guys are also very friendly to Yuan. In this way, Yuan Jay was practicing on Roger's boat in addition to making wine. If there were other things, it was picking up devil fruit. This made Shanks and Buggy, the two interns, envious. Although Yuan practiced every day, this guy did not participate in any battle. Therefore, this guy has always been borrowed from the nameless. If this guy goes out and says that he has been on the One Piece ship, it is estimated that other people will not believe it. Yuan stayed on the boat until Roger died, and the other guys didn't notice the tricks on them. Of course, even if it was discovered, Yuan Jay was not afraid at this time, because now he has 3-color domineering, and he also has many devil fruit. When Roger died, Yuan Jay began to wander, because now he has gradually started to miss his relative, and he wants to find a way to go back. Yuan Jay searched for a long time, but to no avail. In the end, Yuan Jay felt hopeless and began to enjoy life. Along the way, Yuan Jay also met a lot of fruit abilities. He has also met guys like Luo Wangman, Akainu, and Aokiji, but because he is too famous, those guys didn't take him seriously at all. As for Yuan, he didn't deliberately fight these guys to get the devil fruit, because at this time, he already had a lot of devil fruit. He has no desire to plunder the opponent's devil fruit at all. In this way, Yuan Jay has come to the East China Sea unknowingly. I didn't expect that I would come to the East China Sea. At this time, Yuan Jay could not help but sigh. But soon, Yuan Jay thought of one thing. Since we are in the East China Sea, then Zepp's Sea restaurant should also open. The food there is very good. I should go there to eat. Yuan Jay soon came to Zepp's Sea restaurant, because Zepp's Sea restaurant is very famous in this sea area. After coming to this sea restaurant, Yuan Jay felt that the food here was good, so he relied on this place. As for Zeff, he was also very happy, because the wine this guy brewed was very good. In this way, Yuan Jay became the winemaker of the restaurant on the sea. P.S. QQ Group 564,589,267 completed the novel. Super Seminary I Can Absorb Radiation. 2. Be my companion with Hawkeye. Please collect. Please recommend. Yuan Jay also saw Sanji Aokiji, but Yuan-Jae did not have any intersection with the guy. Soon, Yuan-Jae discovered the arrival of Luffy and his party. He didn't pay too much attention to these Yuan-Jae because he had experienced too much, so what One Piece was just something he didn't want or not, and his own strength was probably hard to match. For this, Yuan-Jae is still very confident. Just when Yuan-Jae was sleeping on the chair, a familiar voice came from the system in Yuan-Jae's mind. Ding! As long as the host collects all the devil fruit, he can go back. After hearing such a voice, Yuan-Jae suddenly opened his eyes. Then he was slightly stunned, and then his body trembled uncontrollably. He burst into tears at this time. Because I finally found a way to go back. Yuan-Jae also hated this system, because Yuan-Jae felt that this system must have brought him to such a place. If it was before, Yuan-Jae didn't feel it yet, but as he grew older, Yuan-Jae missed his hometown and his relatives more and more. What's wrong with you, uncle? At this time, a boy with a straw hat walked over, and this boy was Luffy. Seeing an uncle twitching non-stop, he also kindly came up to ask at this time. I'm fine. Seeing this, Luffy left. After being excited for a while, Yuan-Jae began to think about how to plunder the devil fruit. Of course, at this time, Yuan-Jae's bowels were all regretful because he had encountered a lot of devil fruit abilities while wandering along the way. If he defeated the opponent himself, he would have obtained a lot of devil fruit. However, this guy feels that he has enough devil fruit, and his devil fruits are also very powerful, so he has no idea of hitting these devil fruit. Moreover, in order to make a living, Yuan-Jae sold a lot of devil fruit because in his opinion, he has so many devil fruits and his own strength is so strong that devil fruits are difficult to use, and those tasteless devil fruits are not good for him. That said, it's completely useless. Therefore, Yuan-Jae sold those devil fruit, and they were the ones that were sold at a low price. From Yuan-Jae's point of view, he had devil fruit, and he didn't bother to bargain with merchant. That devil fruit was basically sold for 100 million Bailey. Moreover, he sold almost 20 of them. After thinking about this, Yuan-Jae really regretted it, because he now has to collect all the devil fruit, which is a very difficult task. However, at this time, Yuan-Jae finally had hope of going back, which made Yuan-Jae have to try it. Yuan-Jae began to think about his future plan. Am I still a jerk on One Piece's ship like I used to be? In that case, I don't know when I'll be able to collect all the devil fruit. Therefore, Yuan-Jae rejected this idea. It seems that I can't keep a low profile now. Yuan-Jae sighed at this time. Then I will build the strongest pirate group. Otherwise, it will be difficult to compete with those navies. When Yuan-Jae thought about his current situation, he couldn't help but feel depressed, because at this time, apart from the more than 100 devil fruit in his mind, he has nothing. Soon, Yuan-Jae thought that he could temporarily requisition Luffy and their pirate ship. It just so happened that he could also follow them to collect the devil fruits along the new route, and then go to the navy to collect them. After thinking about this, Yuan-Jae's face showed a happy look at this time. Then he went to find those people. When he walked out of the restaurant on the sea, what caught his eye was that hawk-eyed Mihawk was now holding a knife against Arlong. Yuan-Jae was very displeased with Hawkeye Mihawk behavior, but soon, Yuan-Jae remembered that he wanted to build the strongest pirate group. This guy's strength is good. You can pull this guy in. Cross-eyed. Is there such a thing as humiliating people? At this time, Yuan-Jae said to Mihawk, who was fighting with Zoro. Cross-eyed. Hearing this, at this time, the people who were watching on the scene were all dumbfounded, because the guy in front of him is really too daring. The other party can be eagle-eyed, one of the 7 Marshalseas under the king. This guy actually called each other like this. Originally, those onlookers thought that this guy had a great background, or knew this Hawkeye or something. However, at this moment, the one-person cooks in this restaurant were shocked. Yuan, what are you talking about? You should hurry up and make wine. Don't mess around here. When I heard those cooks treat the person in front of me like this, only then did these people know that this guy was just a brewer in this maritime restaurant, and the name Yuan-Jae, they had never heard of it at sea. So, these people think there might be a good show, because this guy calls the mighty Hawkeye Cross-Eyes, and that's literally killing him. These people are very curious at this time. As the king of Chihuahua, how will he treat this guy who humiliates himself? These people all felt that the winemaker named Yuan-Jae in front of him would definitely be dead by then. It was also the first time that Hawkeye was called cross-eyed, and he was also very angry. If it was spread out, what face would he have? Therefore, the eagle eye looked at Yuan-Jae sharply. At this time, the eagle's eyes are really as others call him. His 2 eyes are very sharp, just like the eyes of an eagle staring at its prey. What are you staring at? You think I'm afraid of you when you stare at me like that? Yuan-Jae did not say in a good mood at this time. After saying this, Yuan-Jae added at this time, looking at your strength, it seems to be okay. You can be my companion. This matter is so decided. 3. Battle Eagle Eye, for collection and recommendation. As for the cooks and Zeff, they looked at Yuan-Jae with pity at this time, because in their opinion, this Yuan-Jae is simply dying, and the other party will definitely not let him go if he provoke this big man under the 7 Wuhai Sea. As for the other people. At this time, the intuition is that there is really a good show to watch. Eagle Eye is not only the king of Chihuahua, but also the #1 swordsman recognized by the world, and the opponent's strength is very terrifying. They saw it just now. Even the famous pirate hunter Sauron in this sea area can use a knife with his eagle eye to defeat the opponent, which shows how terrifying the opponent's strength is. As for Zoro at this time, after seeing Hawkeye's look, he only felt that he was instantly plunged into darkness, and his body couldn't move even when he was playing this song. When Luffy saw that Yuan-Jay was so daring, he also sighed at this time. This uncle is interesting. Cross-eyed. Don't think that you are invincible in the world. Let me tell you, my Yuan has a showdown now, and I am not low-key now. If you want to fight, we can fight well, but if you lose, just join my pirate team. Yuan-Jay provoked the opponent at this time. You are strong. These 3 words came out of Hawkeye's mouth. Hearing this, other people were greatly shocked. You know, even the famous pirate hunter Zoro is considered very weak by Hawkeye, but the brewer named Yuan in front of him was actually said so by Hawkeye. They were also beaten in the face at this time. Although you are strong, you are not my opponent. I'll fight you. Hawkeye is also very confident. After saying this, the eagle eye at this time added, let's change the plate. Although Hawkeye is a pirate, he is not as brutal as other pirates. He also knew that if he and the other party really fought, everyone in the restaurant on the sea would suffer. Okay, I promise you. After saying this, Yuan-Ji's body jumped at this time, and then came to Zoro's side, and then took a knife from Zoro's hand. Because of Yuan-Ji's arrival, Zoro came out of the panic just now. Then, Yuan-Ji said to Luffy, Luffy, neck. He threw Zoro's body at Luffy. After doing these things, Yuan-Ji left a sentence. If you don't despise this cross-eyed eye, I will test it with you. The reason why this guy is called the #1 swordsman is because those who really know how to use swords have not come out, and I am the one. But it's really like what Yuan-Ji said. If Lei used a sword, this eagle eye would definitely not be Lei's opponent. Then, Yuan-Ji jumped onto Hawkeye's boat. They were going to fight on a nearby deserted island. Seeing that Hawkeye Mihawk, who made him so miserable, actually left, Click felt very unhappy at this time. Hawkeye, didn't you come to catch me? You made my boat look like this, and you want to run away. Yuan-Ji is also very disgusted with this guy like Click. Now Hawkeye is letting this guy out, but this guy doesn't know what to do. Therefore, at this time, Yuan-Ji was directly cut out. The knife did not touch the opponent's body, but the opponent's head fell directly. Seeing such a scene, other people at this time would be scared. They don't dare to sneer at Yuan-Ji anymore at this time, because this guy's strength is just too terrifying. When they looked at Yuan-Ji, there was a look of horror on their faces. They were afraid that Yuan-Ji would treat them like Nakrik. After all, they just said bad things about each other. There really is a deserted island around here. After arriving on the deserted island, they stood on opposite sides. At this time, the eagle eyes were sharp, and the expression on his face was very serious. On the other hand, Yuan-Ji was giggling at this time, looking like a middle-aged greasy uncle. Cross eyes. Don't be so nervous. You can't beat me. Hawkeye obviously couldn't listen to Yuan-Ji's words anymore, and the other party directly attacked Yuan. Seeing this, at this time, Yuan-Ji was still chattering endlessly, and he was also dealing with Hawkeye's attack. At this time, Eagle Eye was full of domineering, and as for Yuan-Ji, it was also full of domineering at this time. As for the clouds above the sky, because of the two people's battle, they were constantly stirring. As for the originally calm sea, the waves were rough at this time. After seeing such a scene, those who were in the restaurant on the sea, at this time, one by one, their mouths closed in surprise. The battle was clearly a long way from them, but it still has a big impact on them. Obviously, how terrifying the strength of these two guys is. Hawkeye was greatly surprised at this time, because the other party kept talking endlessly, and he was still at a disadvantage at this time. How terrifying the opponent's strength was. Hawkeye, you are not my opponent, just be my partner. At this time, Yuan-Ji also changed the name of the cross-eyed before. After all, he will still be a partner in the future. You beat me first. Eagle Eye gave Yuan-Ji such an answer at this time. Yuan-Ji knew that if he only relied on swordsmanship, it would be very difficult for him to win, even though he was at an advantage now. Even if you win against the opponent, you will be hurt a lot. Therefore, watching the two in Yuan-Ji is simply not worth the loss. So at this time, Yuan-Ji also used the ability of fusion fruit. Taking advantage of Hawkeye's inattentiveness, Yuan-Ji fused the opponent's sword with his own body. This is what Hawkeye never thought of. The other party is still a fruit-capable person. 4. Multiple devil fruit abilities. Please collect. Please recommend. You turned out to be a devil fruit person. Yeah, what the matter? Am I going to tell you this too? Yuan-Ji said in a nonchalant manner. Hawkeye felt extremely aggrieved at this time. He is the #1 swordsman in the dignified world. Now that he has no sword, he can fight the opponent with what he can do. If the opponent's strength is not as good as his own, then his sword will not have any effect even if his sword is gone. But the opponent's strength is completely above his own. At this time, he had to take out the small sword hanging on his chest that dealt with Sauron before. However, the opponent's sword is really too small. It's okay to deal with Zoro, but it's not very effective against people like Yuan. He was also scarred by Yuan J. Do you think you can beat me like this? You just admit defeat. At this time, Hawkeye did not admit defeat. He was still fighting with Yuan. The little sword with the eagle eye at the end was taken away by Yuan J. At this time, Hawkeye had to fight melee. Yuan J also did not use the sword again. He also immediately switched to a devil fruit at this time, and then imprisoned Hawkeye. If you use the sword to attack the opponent again, then you will have to find someone to heal this guy, and it will be yourself who will be in trouble. Hawkeye didn't have any curiosity about the other party, because in Hawkeye's view, the other party was a devil fruit capable person, which was estimated to be the other party's ability. At this time, Hawkeye is of course unwilling to lose to the opponent like this. It has only been a long time, and he has promised the opponent that if he loses, he will be the opponent's partner. Therefore, the eagle eye at this time can only rely on the powerful domineering to open the bondage of Yuan. Yuan Ji's domineering power is stronger than Hawkeye, so at this time Hawkeye can't break free even if he spends his milk-feeding strength. Who the hell are you? Eagle Eye knew that he was really defeated, and he looked at Yuan J very sharply at this time and asked, the guy in front of him is very powerful, and the opponent and himself are not at the same level of combat at all. His Hawkeye's combat power is very strong, and it was the first time he was so deflated, which made him very doubtful in his heart. With such a formidable combat power, this is at least the level of the 4 emperors, and it is also the most powerful level like Whitebeard. But his eagle eye had absolutely no impression of the person in front of him. Obviously, the other party is a master that he has never heard of. My name is Yuan. Hearing this, Hawkeye at this time was very speechless, because he wanted to know the identity of the other party, and now the other party gave him such an answer. But that doesn't seem to be a problem. What did you do before? Hawkeye continued to ask at this time. I used to be a pirate. When Hawkeye heard such news, Hawkeye was also a little stunned. When the other party is a pirate, such a pirate himself has never heard of it. What is this situation? Could it be that the information from the Navy is not accurate enough? Because in Hawkeye's view, the opponent's strength is so powerful, the opponent should be very famous, but he really didn't know that there was a big pirate named Yuan. What's your bounty? Hawkeye continued to ask at this time. My bounty is 0, but soon my bounty will be several hundred million. Yuan J replied at this time. Hearing this, Hawkeye really didn't know what to say at this time. This is also the first time he has said so much. Although the battle was very loud, the battle was not tragic. Others, at this time, it was a lot of discussion, so it definitely a big fight, and it's hard to see such a fight. Who do you say will win this game? I think it's that eagle eye. That brewer named Yuan J is very powerful, but I've never heard his name. Although the other party click with a knife. After all, Eagle Eye is the king of the 7 martial seeds. I think that winemaker is not weak. Whoever loses and who wins is not necessarily. Yeah, since that guy provoked Hawkeye, that guy must have the strength to defeat Hawkeye. At this time, everyone is talking about the situation. Of course, most people think that Hawkeye is powerful. They saw the strength of Hawkeye just now. Even the pirate hunter Zoro, he can play with a knife, showing how terrifying the opponent's strength is. Moreover, this guy is the king's Chihuahua, and his name is already out there. Of course, the winemaker of the sea restaurant is also very powerful. Otherwise, the other party will kill Kellic with the highest bounty in the East China Sea. As for the people in the restaurant on the sea, there was a look of worry on their faces at this time, especially Zeff, because they are guys who have been to the new route, but they know the strength of Eagle Eye better than these melon eaters. As for Yuan J, this guy is just a winemaker in his restaurant. These cooks don't understand either. Yuan J is very stable when he does things in the usual way. How could it be like this now? If this guy wants to challenge Hawkeye, he will challenge Hawkeye directly. Why bother to challenge Hawkeye? This guy is definitely dead. Zeff couldn't help but sighed at this time. It's a pity that the guy brewed it for a long time and can't drink it anymore, because Luffy and his ship were taken away by Nami. At this time, they didn't have a ship at all. When they saw this terrifying battle, they also wanted to take a look. How strong is this to be able to exert such power? It is not easy for them to sneak a boat from this sea restaurant and prepare to go there to watch the battle. They were originally going to Zeff, but Zeff was determined not to lend them the boat, because Zeff knew the destructive power of that battle. If these guys go, if they are affected by the battle, they will be disabled even if they don't die. It is precisely because of this that they will go secretly at this time. Of course, Zeff also discovered those people, and when he saw those people go to the battle, he was also very helpless. Why don't these guys listen? But soon, the fighting stopped. 5. Simple and rude for collection. Recommendation. At this time, these people were dumbfounded. What is this situation? Is the battle over? Soon, a small boat appeared on the sea. That's Hawkeye's boat. It's really over. Looks like the winemaker lost. I'll just say that the winemaker lost. These guys saw that it was Hawkeye's boat, so at this time they thought Hawkeye had won. Luffy and these guys saw them not long after they were driving. "Hi, uncle, who the hell did you win?" At this time Luffy saw Hawkeye and Yuan, so he asked curiously. Yuan didn't answer the other party's question because it didn't matter whether he won or lost, and Hawkeye was already his crew at this time. Soon they came to this sea restaurant. When these two people came back, these people who were talking about each other at the time were quiet and chatting. Because these two people are too terrifying, they are simply existences they dare not provoke. In particular, most of them have ridiculed Yuan for being over the top. However, seeing that Not Click was directly chopped off by a knife, these people shuddered when they thought about it. Although this Kellic died, it was a life after all. When they saw the appearance of these two people at this time, these people also understood. "That uncle, who exactly won? Did you win?" Luffy can't wait to know this answer at this time. Luffy was not at all afraid of the two guys in front of him. At this time, Yuan looked at this guy endlessly, and finally said helplessly, "The two of us should be considered a draw." "A draw? No, I lost. Hawkeye is not the kind of guy who loves vanity. He has the dignity of a jacket as a swordsman. Yuan, since I lost, I am willing to be your crew member." At this time, Eagle Eye said to Yuan. Hearing this, all the people present at this time were greatly shocked, because he didn't expect this to happen. If these two people formed a pirate group together, how terrifying it would be. Just thinking about it is terrifying. At this time, Luffy asked curiously, "Uncle, are you also going to be a pirate?" "Yes, haha. Uncle, I will be your opponent in the future, but I am the man who wants to become the pirate king." At this time, Luffy was very confident. For Luffy to say such words, the other people were very surprised at this time, but thinking of the opponent's rank, his face showed contempt. As for Yuan, he did not express his opinion at this time. "Yuan, where's our ship?" Hawkeye asked curiously at this time. "We don't have a boat yet. Let go with these guys, and then we'll get a boat," Yuan said to Hawkeye at this time. Hawkeye heard this and didn't say anything. He was also used to driving his boat on the sea. Therefore, he doesn't care much about these. Hearing this, Sauron really didn't know what to say at this time. He also did not expect that there is still a guy who messed with Luffy. Luffy naturally heard Yuan's word, and he was very happy. "Uncle, do you want to come with me too? Don't you welcome me?" Yuan asked back at this time. "Welcome, very welcome. Then let go." At this time, Yuan felt that time was still very urgent, so don't waste time. "That uncle, we still have one less cook on our ship, and I must make Sanji our partner." At this time, Luffy said to Yuan, "Then call him together." He doesn't seem to agree. "This is easy to do." This time, pat on the chest. Then he said to Zeff, "Zeff, we'll take this guy. You have no opinion." After saying this, Yuan at this time didn't care that Sophu and Sanji agreed at the same time. Then he put Sanji on the boat like he was carrying a chicken. Seeing such a scene, the people present at this time did not know what to say, because it is so powerful. "What are you still doing?" Yuan looked at those people, and said angrily. Seeing this, Zoro patted his head at this time and said speechlessly, "What the hell is this guy?" Then, they all got on the boat. "Uncle, one of our buddies drove our ship away. We're going to get him back." Luffy said to Yuan at this time, "You only have one direction. It's over there." Luffy, like Zoro and Yuan, can't tell the direction. At this time, it was Soren's brother Joseph who was guiding the way. "Let go of me. I'm going back." At this time, Sanji disagreed very much. Seeing this, Yuan used his arrogance to knock this guy unconscious. Then, at this time, Yuan directly used the ability of Junjun fruit. Then, their ship speed was quite fast under the shaking fruit, like a rocket. Seeing such a scene, other people are also amazed at this time. "Uncle, how did you do this?" Luffy asked curiously at this time. "I used the power of a devil fruit." "Uncle didn't expect that you were also a devil fruit person." Luffy was also very surprised at this time. Then, they had a chat, but after a few chats, they arrived at the paradise of the evil dragon pirate. They were approaching the shore, but Yuan still did not slow down at this time. Seeing such a scene, Usopp was quite frightened. "Stop now." Usopp was crying and screaming there at this time. He could predict what would happen to them if the ship didn't stop. Of course, other people's faces are naturally not good looking, except for Hawkeye. Hawkeye felt that this guy must have a way, otherwise the other party would not dare to do so. Just when these people felt that they were going to die, the boat suddenly flew up. When seeing such a scene, Usopp at this time was relieved, but soon Usopp screamed again in fright, because this ship will definitely fall down. At that time, these people will not be much better, but after a long time, the ship still did not fall. Seeing this, the other people at this time were extremely shocked. 6. Junjun fruit plus fluttering fruit seeking collection recommendation. What the situation? Why is our ship flying? Usopp asked very curiously at this time. "This is the power of my devil fruit." Hearing this, the other people finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. At this time, Yuan had switched his devil fruit to fluffy fruit. Therefore, only at this time can their ship fly in the sky. However, after Usopp stopped, the two brothers of Sauron cried out, "This is the place of Eren of the evil dragon pirate. That is a very famous pirate in the East China Sea. Yeah, that guy seems to be the subordinate of King Chiwuhai Jinping. What is that under the King's 7 Wuhai?" Luffy asked curiously at this time. King Sha Chiwuhai is a special power and qualification given to 7 pirates by the world government. Although they are pirate, they have all been recognized by the world government. The King's 7 Wuhai are Jinping, Sha Crocodile, Jorakor Mihawk. When they said this, at this time, they suddenly remembered that Jorakor Mihawk was right next to them. You are that Joe Raquel Mihawk. At this time, these two guys seemed to have discovered a new continent, and they were very surprised. It was only when I saw these two guys that I reacted. The other people at this time didn't know what to say, because how bad is this response? Yuan Jie found a place and dropped their boat. Before falling, Luffy found Nami below. After seeing Nami, Luffy at this time also waved to the other side and shouted, "Nami, I'm here." When Nami heard the voice, she looked around curiously. However, Luffy was not found, which made Nami very puzzled. "Am I hallucinating? Nami, looks like someone's calling you." At this time, Eren said to Nami. Hearing this, Nami at this time felt that she was not hallucinating, but thinking about Luffy's arrival, Nami felt a little restless at this time, because from Nami's point of view, Luffy and the others would not be the opponents of this evil dragon at all. Even if these guys came, they came to die. "Nami, don't worry, I'm here to save you." After saying this, Luffy jumped directly from the boat. When she saw Luffy falling from the sky at this time, Nami at this time was very surprised. "I know, this guy kidnapped you. I will definitely defeat this guy and save you." Luffy waved his fist at this time and said, "Luffy, I wasn't kidnapped by the other party. I volunteered to join the evil dragon pirate, and I was originally a member of the evil dragon pirate. You stinky pirates were just deceived by me," Nami said to Luffy mercilessly at this time. Of course, when Luffy heard this, he couldn't believe it. Although they didn't spend a lot of time together, they fought against Buggy the clown and the black hat pirate together. "Impossible. This guy must have forced you to do this. I'll teach this guy a good lesson." After that, Luffy at this time directly attacked Eren. For Luffy in front of him, Eren didn't take it seriously. "As long as you want to beat me, it's just a dream." Then the two guys scuffled together. Of course, Luffy is not this Eren's opponent. He was beaten all over by the opponent. After seeing such a scene, Yuan Jie also dropped their boat at this time. Seeing this, Usopp and Sauron also walked up at this time. "That Eren, you still surrender to the navy, and I'll let you go," Yuan Jie said to Eren at this time. Yuan Jie knew about Eren's ugly behavior, and he was also very disgusted with it. "Haha, you told me to turn myself in. I heard right. It's just a daydream." Eren and his subordinates were laughing at this time, because the guy in front of him actually told him to turn himself in. Simply a joke. Moreover, he has cooperation with the navy, and the navy will not capture him so easily. As for Yuan Jie's word, these guys didn't see it at all, and the person in front of them intuitively had a problem with his mind. "You despicable races, you dare to provoke our noble races. I will not show mercy to your despicable races." Eren hates human beings very much, and he feels that the mermaid is superior. "Really, believe it or not, I'll make you a barbecue later," Yuan Jie threatened at this time. Eren was very annoyed by Yuan Jie's threat. Hawkeye was very speechless, and this guy's words were too strange. "If you want to die so badly, then I will fulfill you." After speaking, Eren at this time launched an attack on Yuan Jie's side. At this time, Yuan Jie directly used the ability of Junjun Fruit, and then made the other party unable to get close to him at all. Eren did everything he could, but he couldn't attack Yuan. This made Eren feel no more depressed. When Eren launched an attack on himself, he directly used the shock fruit to bounce the opponent away. Seeing this, Eren did not attack Yuan. Seeing that Eren did not attack himself, Yuan Jie at this time attacked the opponent. Yuan Jie's devil fruit was also switched from Junjun fruit to fluttering fruit. Then, Yuan Jie directly let Eren's body not take control of the ticket directly. Then it spun what Eren told in the air. It feels like juggling. Yuan Jie's story told Huan Yuan that Eren was the 7 meat and 8 elements of Zhuan, and he couldn't tell the difference between east, west, north and south. After knocking Eren out, Yuan Jie put him down. 7. Adoration from Nami. Seeing such a scene, the subordinates of Nami and Eren at this time couldn't believe it at this time, because Eren is so defeated. Nami was not optimistic about these guys before, because he knew Eren's strength very well. Seeing this, Eren's subordinates wanted to escape, because the strength of the guy in front of him is definitely not ordinary. Yuan Jie punched the ground directly at this time. Then he said to these guys, "If you want to run, this is what happens later." Yuan Jie's punch directly smashed a huge pit on the ground. Seeing the opponent's terrifying strength, at this time, those people had no idea of escaping at all. "Wake up this guy, then let this guy call the navy and count his own crime. You can now prepare a piece of paper and write down all the crimes you have done over the years." Yuan J said unceremoniously at this time. Hearing this, these people are very hard. Because they are pirate, the person in front of him actually asked him to do such a thing. It's so embarrassing. But the opponent's punch was so terrifying that they had to write it. After these people finished writing that, Aaron also woke up. Aaron, give the Navy a call. State your own crime. Yuan J said to Aaron at this time. HMPH. I'm a pirate, so I wouldn't dare to humiliate like that. Aaron clearly still has the backbone. See each other like this. Yuan J attacked Aaron again. After a while, I'll fight. You'd better let me go. Aaron almost doubted his life at this time because he had never been tortured like this before. Sooner or later, I will be killed, and now I might as well be caught by the Navy. Then he called the Navy. Colonel Mouse, I was wrong. I decided to change my mind. You arrest me. At this time, Colonel Mouse was done. I'm Aaron. Finally, Colonel Mouse came over because Colonel Mouse was going to come to Aaron. Therefore, he came very quickly. Haha, when did you become such a coward, Aaron? The Mouse Colonel sneered. Colonel Mouse, you must save me. We are now in a cooperative relationship, Aaron said to Colonel Mouse at this time. Hearing this, Colonel Mouse was very proud because he had never seen Aaron like this before. This made the Colonel Mouse very proud. For the sake of our cooperation, I will help you. Who brought you down like this? Aaron pointed to Yuanj at this time. After seeing these people, the Mouse Colonel didn't take them seriously. Just these people. Yuan J was still not used to the appearance of Colonel Mouse. You'd better join these people and write a confession yourself. Otherwise, you will have a hard time. Haha. Confession. I'm a Navy. Even if it's a crime, it's not your turn to tell me. After saying this Mouse Navy began to have the same experience as Aaron. This guy was obviously more spineless than Aaron, and immediately begged Yuanj for mercy. I write. Although this guy promised Yuan J like this on the surface, he was thinking in his heart that he was a Navy and would definitely not end up like a pirate. Moreover, if I report to my superiors will definitely send a powerful person to save me, and I want these people to look good at that time. The other party is now torturing him like this, and then he will let these guys pay back double. Then, Yuanj asked this guy to call the Navy. The Mouse Colonel was very quick to call the Admiralty. When the naval headquarters heard the news, it was dumbfounded because of what happened to Nima. In the end, according to the request of this rat, the Admiralty dispatched the Navy in the nearest sea area, White Hunter Smog. When these people saw such a scene, they were simply dumbfounded. Especially Nami. The look in her eyes at this time is full of admiration. You know, from a very young age, their place was oppressed by Aaron. Now Yuan J has dealt with Aaron casually. In Nami's view, Yuan J is simply the hero in his mind. As for the back, these people are waiting for these people to come. As for Usopp and Luffy, they are introducing Yuanj at this time. When she heard Yuanji's previous deeds in the restaurant on the sea, Nami was extremely surprised. She didn't expect the uncle in front of her to have such terrifying strength. Nami even regretted a little. She should have left the sea restaurant later. In that case, she could see the battle between this uncle and that king, Chiwahai. As for the villagers in Kokoja village, after hearing that Aaron had been defeated, they were extremely excited, and they were extremely grateful to Yuanj, the hero who defeated Aaron. Then, these people waited for the arrival of those navies in this place. These scumbags are naturally handed over to the Navy. However, after waiting for a while, those navies did not arrive. At this time, Yuanj asked the Colonel Mouse to call the headquarters again. Later, Yuan J learned that it was Smog, the White Hunter, who caught these people this time. Later, Yuan J and the others set off directly towards Rog Town. As for Sanji, when he saw Nami, this guy was very pleased with Nami. At this time, he didn't shout to leave but followed them. Yuan J naturally followed them at this time. Fangjung himself just went to collect devil fruit. The most important thing is that Yuan J and the others did not have a decent ship at this time. Yuan J didn't want to wait any longer, and then they went straight to Rog Town. The speed of their driving was very fast because Yuan J used the power of Junjun fruit. That uncle, you'd better slow down. This will do great damage to our ship, Nami reminded at this time. Hearing this, Yuan J at this time heard this, and he just let the ship fly. His shaking fruit and fluttering fruit are constantly switching, which makes the ship travel very fast in the sky. After seeing such a scene, the guys who were caught by them were dumbfounded. This guy is too powerful. The speed of these people is like flying a plane, which is very fast. Soon, they met the naval fleets led by Smog, and these fleets were estimated to be heading towards the village of Kokoja. 8. Smog beheaded Colonel Mouse in front of him. Recommendation collection. Seeing this, Yuan J at this time directly dropped the boat. The Navy was very surprised because this ship actually fell from the sky, which is a bit incredible. Soon, these navies discovered that it was a pirate ship. These navies were also alerted immediately. At this time, Smog also ordered his subordinates to shoot here. Seeing this, Yuan J at this time directly used the ability of another fruit of water to directly build a barrier made of seawater on the sea. After seeing such a scene, the Eagle Eye at this time was was also very surprised. The other party's ability is too much. It can be merged, can fly back and deliberately make the vibration speed up the ship. Now it is even possible to build a seawater constitute a barrier. There are too many patterns. After seeing such a scene, Smog also knew that even if he bombarded the other party again, there would be no result. So it also stopped. Seeing that the other side had stopped fighting, Yuan-Jay also dissipated that layer of water curtain at this time. Are you a devil fruit person? Looking at each other across the sea, Smoker asked with a cigarette in his mouth. Does it even need to be said? Yuan-Jay said in a nonchalant manner. After saying this, Yuan-Jay added, you guys should be here to catch these guys. Then, Yuan-Jay froze those people out. Smog was very angry when he saw that Yuan-Jay and his group had captured the navy, because this is a blatant provocation of their navy. You pirates dare to capture Colonel Mouse. Are you trying to provoke our navy? Smoker said unceremoniously, with a look of displeasure on his face. Look at these first. Yuan-Jay flew the confession letter from Colonel Mouse. After taking the piece of paper, Smoker looked up. After seeing this, Smog at this time couldn't help frowning. Colonel Mouse, what's the situation? Smoker asked Colonel Mouse at this time. Smog, forcing me to do this. Don't trust these guys. Hearing this, Smog said to Yuan-Jay at this time, I don't believe you, pirate. You should let the Mouse Colonel go. I can attest to that. Hawkeye stood up at this time. Hawkeye, why are you on these people's boat? Don't ask me why I'm on this ship, but I can testify to that. Hearing this, the Mouse Colonel's eyes were about to fall out at this time, because he didn't expect that this guy turned out to be the eagle eye of one of the famous Chihuahua under the king. Even if Hawkeye appeared, Smog still didn't believe it at this time, because in this guy's opinion, the so-called Chihuahua under the king was just a pirate recognized by the world government. Hawkeye, you'd better persuade these people to let go of the mice, otherwise, I will definitely tell the Admiralty about this. Hearing this, Yuan-Jay didn't have the patience to make the other party believe anything. Who does this guy think he is? He was just a little too low-key before, but this guy didn't take him seriously. At this moment, Yuan-Jay directly pulled out a knife from Zoro's waist, and then chopped off Colonel Mouse's neck with one knife. This surprised everyone present, because they did not expect such a thing to happen. Since such a tumor, your navy will not solve it. I will clear the door for you, Yuan-Jay said to Smog at this time. After seeing this, Smog was furious, because these pirates actually killed their admiral in front of him. You pirate, don't even look at what you are like. You have the face to talk about other people. Smoker angrily rebuked at this time. Then there is the order to bombard these guys. Yuan-Jay did not use water to block the opponent's attack at this time. At this time, Yuan-Jay flew directly towards the ship where Smog was. Those shells were chopped down directly by Smoker. Soon, Yuan-Jay came to Smoker's boat. When Yuan-Jay came to Smog's boat, Smog immediately launched an attack on Yuan. The current Smog is no match for Yuan-Jay at all. Yuan-Jay directly released a strong domineering arrogance, and the navy simply passed out. As for Smog, at this time, he was constantly insisting on clenching his teeth. At this time, Smog's face showed disbelief, because he did not expect the opponent's strength to be so terrifying, and the opponent's domineering is so powerful. Smog still has a certain understanding of domineering. After all, this guy's teacher is Zeff. Who the hell are you? Smokey asked in a trembling voice at this time. A man you can't mess with. Then, Yuan-Jay directly knocked Smog out. After knocking these guys out, Yuan-Jay didn't kill them. He dealt with Smoker mainly because he wanted to get the smoke fruit from Smoker. He wants to collect all the devil fruit. Uncle, you are amazing. Can you teach me that trick? Luffy has an incomparable admiration for Yuan-Jay. As for the others, I don't know what to say about Yuan-Jay's terrifying strength, because Yuan-Jay was the one who saved Nami's village. If it weren't for Yuan-Jay, those people in their village would definitely be oppressed by the evil dragon pirate. Being able to defeat those guys is all thanks to Yuan. Nami's admiration for Yuan-Jay is growing. It's about giving Yuan-Jay a monkey. When Smog woke up, he was still in shock, because the opponent's strength was too terrifying. Who the hell is this guy? Soon, Smoker made a call to Admiralty headquarters. I'm Smog. I didn't complete the task assigned above, and Colonel Mouse was killed by the opponent. The other party is a very powerful pirate. I am not the opponent's opponent at all, and the Eagle Eye, who is the king of the Chihuahua, is also on their ship. That guy also has a very powerful overlord. This is definitely a great pirate. Please ask the headquarters to issue a wanted order. It was Aokiji who answered the call. When he heard Smoker's call, he couldn't help frowning, because he didn't expect that this one pirate group actually has the Eagle Eye of the king under the Chihuahua. Although the opponent does not have a devil fruit, the opponent's strength is not under his own at all. It seems that the other party is a very powerful guy. I'm going to meet this guy for a while, Aokiji said reluctantly at this time, because he was already a severe lazy cancer patient. He really didn't want to get involved in such a thing, but he was also very helpless. After obtaining the devil fruit, Yuan-Jay then galloped all the way. Originally it would take several hours, but for Yuan, it only takes a few tens of minutes. 9. Buggy Buggy, who loves a seeking collection recommendation. They came to this town of Rogue. When Yuan-Jay came to Rogue Town, a faint sadness appeared in his heart, because he is also a crew member on Roger's ship. Roger is like a master to him and a relative. These powerful domineering of his are handed over by them. 20 years ago, Yuan-Jay also watched One Piece Roger's execution here. Yuan-Jay was walking on the street, and soon Yuan-Jay heard a familiar voice. Buggy. It was only then that Yuan-Jay thought that Buggy happened to be in this place right now. Buggy. Who is calling me? Buggy also heard someone call his name, so I asked curiously at this time. Soon, Buggy saw a familiar figure. Yuan. Haha. Yuan-Jay didn't expect you to come to this place. It's really been a long time. After seeing Yuan, Buggy was also very happy at this time. Buggy hates red hair the most, but in his opinion, his relationship with Yuan-Jay is still very good. Of course, Buggy hasn't mocked Yuan-Jay before, because since Yuan-Jay joined him, he's not the weakest one on the boat. Yuan, you are alone now. Why don't you join my Buggy pirate? Although your strength is not very good, the wine you brew is very delicious. At this time, Buggy extended an olive branch to Yuan. I understand your kindness, Buggy, and I'm going to get a pirate group of my own, and it's still the strongest one, Yuan-Jay said to Buggy at this time. Hearing this, Buggy laughed at this time. Yuan, with your strength, you still want to create your own pirate group? I think you should forget it. You can just join my pirate group. My pirate group is very famous in this East China Sea. Buggy also showed off to one song. By the way, you're not trying to get a pirate group of your own. How many members does your pirate group have now? Buggy was very curious about Yuan-Jay, because this guy even wanted to make a pirate group of his own, which was a bit funny. Only one person has joined at the moment, Yuan-Jay said to Buggy at this time. Haha, you alone? Which guy is actually joining your pirate group? Joah Mihawk. Why is this name so familiar? Buggy asked suspiciously. I must be remembering wrong. For a weak guy like Yuan-Jay, in Buggy's opinion, the crew he recruited should be even weaker. Buggy, I seem to have heard of this name too, Alrita said at this time. That's right, he's Hawkeye. Yuan-Jay told Buggy the truth at this time. Hawkeye, could it be the eagle eye of the King's Chihuahua? Buggy's men asked curiously. Haha, it must be the name of your crew member and the person who went to the 7 Martial Seas. With strength like you, how could a guy like that be a crew member for you? At this time, Buggy is definitely not the eagle eye of the King's Chihuahua, because in his opinion, Yuan-Jay is so weak, how could he invite such a guy? For Buggy, Yuan-Jay didn't argue anything. Yuan-Jay also knew that this guy used to ridicule him a lot, but he was used to being low-key, so he didn't quarrel with the other party. Uncle, didn't expect you to come to this place too. At this time, Luffy also came to this place. When Luffy saw Yuan-Jay, he also said hello to Yuan-Jay. After seeing Luffy, Buggy was not calm, because if this guy hadn't knocked him out, he wouldn't have suffered so much. He still remembers this hatred. Straw Hat Boy, didn't expect to meet you here. Who are you? Hearing this, Buggy was about to jump up at this time, because the guy in front of him who beat him so badly doesn't even know him now. I'm Buggy. You know it now. It's that red-nosed Buggy that I beat up. Luffy only reacted at this time. I didn't get beat up by you, Buggy retorted at this time. At this time, Yuan-Jay is here. If he knew that he was made like this by the Straw Hat Boy, he would probably die of laughter by Yuan-Jay. Therefore, at this time, Buggy thought that he could not lose face in front of Yuan. I clearly remember that you were beaten up by me. Buggy was very angry when he heard this, because this guy was still struggling with this. Yuan, don't be afraid. I, Buggy, will protect you. The other party is just a little pirate, and I, Buggy, can solve the other party with a touch of a finger. Buggy was blowing cowhide in front of Yuan-Jay at this time. Yuan-Jay knew about these things for a long time, but at this time he didn't break them. Uncle, you know this red nose? Yes, we were on a boat. Then you know Shanks too? Luffy asked excitedly. That's right, I do know Shanks. We used to be on the same boat. Yuan-Jay replied at this time. I also know Shanks. He gave me this hat. I promised Shanks that I must become the Pirate King. Luffy said excitedly at this time. What? You and Shanks used to be on the same boat? Hawkeye also came over at this time. He didn't expect that Yuan-Jay and Shanks were on the same boat before. Hawkeye also knows a little bit about Shanks. After all, they have a very good relationship. You are also on the One Piece ship. That's right, I'm on the One Piece ship. The two of them are trainees on the One Piece ship. I used to be the winemaker on the One Piece ship. At this time, Yuan-Jay knew that his identity could no longer be hidden, and he didn't want to hide anything at this time. No wonder you are so powerful. Hawkeye couldn't help sighing at this time. The people on the One Piece ship are all very powerful. Even Shanks, who is an intern, is one of the 4 emperors. Of course, the clown Buggy in front of him was an accident on the One Piece ship. He was the weakest one on the One Piece ship. However, this guy has no self-knowledge yet. He feels that he is the second weakest guy on the One Piece ship, and the weakest should be Yuan-Jay. Captain Buggy, I didn't expect you to hide so much that you've been on Roger's ship before. 10. the torn apart fruit that came up for flowers for collection. Buggy should basically be happy for other people's praise, but at this time Buggy couldn't be happy at all. He knew the guy with the hat standing in front of him. This guy was the eagle eye of the king's Chihuahua. If there is no strength, the other party will definitely not be able to serve as the king's Chihuahua. Are you Hawkeye? Buggy asked timidly at this time. That's right, this is the one I mentioned to you just now. Yuan Jay interjected at this time. Hearing this, Buckina was very puzzled at this time, but soon he thought of something. Is he your crew? Buggy asked in disbelief at this point. Didn't I tell you? This is impossible. The other party is the king of the 7 martial seas. How can he be willing to be your crew member? And your strength is weaker than me. If he wants to choose the captain, he should choose me. Buggy couldn't believe it all. This time, it was Luffy's turn to wonder. Buggy, why didn't I see that you were better than this uncle? Luffy is the guy who beat Buggy away himself. The reason why this eagle eye joined the uncle's pirate group is because the uncle defeated him, Luffy said to Buggy at this time. Hearing this, Buggy was a little stunned at this time, and then he laughed, because it seems to him, how could Yuan defeat Hawkeye? Even if he is not Hawkeye's opponent, Buggy still has a little self-knowledge. Impossible. Even I may not be Hawkeye's opponent. How could Yuan be this Hawkeye's opponent? How could my Buggy be deceived by you? When Buggy said this, he looked like I had seen through all this long ago, and was very proud. It's what he said. I did lose to him, and he is really strong. Hawkeye also sighed at this time, although he lost, but he lost very magnanimously. When he saw Hawkeye talking, Buggy didn't know what to say. Is this Hawkeye fake? Buggy said secretly in his heart. Yuan, how could Hawkeye be defeated by you? I know your strength very well. We have been together for so long. You know that even I can't beat Hawkeye, let alone you. So, this guy must be an imposter. Buggy is very proud at this time. He looks like Buggy is very smart, and it seems that nothing can deceive me. Hearing this, Hawkeye looked at Buggy like he was looking at something. As for Luffy at this time, it was extremely doubtful. Buggy's subordinates like to flatter each other, and when Buggy says this, they immediately flatter Buggy. Captain Buggy is as expected. Captain Buggy is amazing. Seeing this, Yuan Jay didn't know what to say at this time. Seeing Buggy like this, Hawkeye didn't know what to say at this time. Yuan, you must have seen enough of the world, so you were deceived by the other party. I will expose the true face of this liar today. At this time, Buggy vowed to say to Yuan Jay, he really is. Don't worry. Buggy was very confident at this time. Hawkeye didn't know what to say at this time. Since the other party wanted to do this, he would have a good fight with the other party. After saying this, Buggy launched an attack on Hawkeye. Buggy had a few knives in his hand, and then attacked Hawkeye. Hawkeye is directly on the body of the opponent. Buggy has torn apart fruit. When his body was cut, he immediately scattered his body. At this time, Buckina was very proud, because these sharp things had no effect on him, and his body could be torn apart. Seeing this, Hawkeye was also slightly taken aback at this time. His swordsmanship is very fast, cutting Buggy constantly. It feels like chopping vegetables. You're useless to me. Buggy was very proud at this time, but soon, Buggy discovered that his body seemed to have reached the limit of splitting. If the opponent cut it like this, even if he had the torn apart fruit, he would die tragically under the opponent's sword. Stop cutting. Buggy was also in a cold sweat at this time. Seeing this, Yuan Jay at this time also said to Hawkeye, forget it. When Buggy saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief at this time. His face was very pale when he was scared. It was at this time that a voice came to Yuan Jay's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the torn apart fruit. Yuan Jay was also slightly taken aback at this time. He didn't expect that Buggy had given him 4 wins and 5 cracked fruit. The current Hawkeye is his own crew, so the opponent defeat Buggy and get Buggy's devil fruit himself. Buggy was injured a lot at this time. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. It was good to teach the other party a good lesson, but now he has been beaten in the face. This made Buckina very embarrassed. Buggy pulled Yuan Jay aside, and said to Yuan Jay quietly, Yuan Jay, this guy seems to be really eagle-eyed. You guys really found a treasure. How did you guys make him your crew member? I naturally defeated the other party, and then the other party agreed to be my crew member. Yuan Jay didn't hide it. For all that Yuan said, Buckina didn't believe it at all. Forget it. The other party must have promised you some important condition. Buggy at this time, looks like I understand you very well. Soon, Buggy's attention was on Luffy's body, because this kid beat himself up. Whenever Buggy thought about his tragic experience, he was very angry. Just when Buggy was about to deal with Luffy, his subordinates also hurriedly reported that the White Hunter Smog had returned, and they were now exposed, so they had to leave this place quickly. Buggy is very afraid of the White Hunter Smog. As long as the pirates who dare to come to the place under the jurisdiction of the other party are not caught by this guy. Yuan, the White Hunter Smog is back. You better get out of here. The other party is very powerful. After saying this, Buggy and his party at this time also left this place immediately. Before leaving, Buggy said aggressively to Luffy in order to restore his dignity, Luffy, Captain Buggy, we'll let you go this time. This guy Buggy is really lucky. This guy met Smoker quite by accident. Smog was very upset about his death at this time, and now even these little pirates are running wild on his own territory, which makes him even more upset. Give me all these pirates. Hearing this, Buggy was frightened and fled everywhere. Buggy quickly escaped. Buggy, what's wrong with you? Yuan J asked curiously. The navy is here. Run away. 11. Hundreds of devil fruit for collection recommendation. After Buggy said that, he ran away. You pirate, don't even try to escape today, Smoker snarled. But after saying this, Smoker saw some familiar faces. When Smoker saw these people, his face became very ugly. You know, he was humiliated by these people just now, which made him feel very uncomfortable. What the hell did you do to me? Smog is still very strong, although he is not the opponent of these people. Why is my devil fruit power gone? After saying this, Hawkeye was also very surprised, because he also discovered the unusualness of Yuan. Hawkeye is also a well-informed person. Although he did not eat devil fruit, he still knew a lot about devil fruit. But Yuan J has all kinds of strange abilities, which make Hawkeye very unbelievable. It stands to reason that the other party cannot have so much ability. Even if there are multiple abilities, it is very similar. The other party stuck to his sword all of a suddenly flew up. Suddenly something made the boat vibrate, and all of a sudden he controlled the water. These abilities are not at all the abilities of a devil fruit, but more like the abilities of multiple devil fruit. Of course, at the beginning, although Hawkeye thought about this, he obviously didn't dare to believe it all. He knew that no one in this world could eat 2 devil fruit, so no one could have the ability to have multiple devil fruit. But now that Smog said this, Hawkeye was more willing to believe his conjecture at this time. Hearing this, Yuan J knew at this time that such an ability would not be hidden for long. You know, he used to keep a low profile for this reason, but it's different now. He has the strength, and naturally he won't be afraid of this news being known. However, Yuan J did not tell the other party the truth at this time. Instead, he said to the other party, guess yourself. Yuan J is not a fool. He tells his enemies about his own affairs. In TV, such people generally do not live long. You. Smog's expression became more and more gloomy. Do you want to fight? Then I will accompany you at any time, but this time I will not be merciful to you. You know that your strength is not as good as mine, but you come to provoke me, but you are humiliating yourself. Yuan J was indifferent at this time. Hearing this, Smoker didn't know what to say at this time. Of course, Smog is not a fool. The opponent's strength is unfathomable. Such strength can only be handed over to the future of the Navy. Don't worry, I won't do any murder or robbery. I'm not interested in those. Yuan J is not that kind of vicious person. He still appreciates this Smoker very much, because he is not like other navies. He is still very upright. At the same time, in a dark corner, a pair of eyes were watching from a distance. This person is the Revolutionary Army Dragon. He was supposed to visit Luffy. He also knows that Luffy is definitely not Smoker's opponent, and the opponent is likely to be caught by the opponent. However, he did not expect that he would meet Yuan J here. This guy is amazing. Long also sighed with emotion. Because of the opponent's rank, he can't see through it. However, these people did not have any hostility towards Luffy, so at this time Long did not attack Yuan. Then, Yuan J swaggered away from this place. As for the others, they have not returned at this time. At this time, there were only Hawkeye and Yuan J on the boat. Luffy was originally with them, but this guy was attracted by the food, so he went to eat. Why do you use the abilities of multiple devil fruit? Hawkeye came to the boat and said this. For Hawkeye, Yuan J didn't hide it at this time. He directly took out the devil fruit in the inventory in his mind. There are a lot of devil fruit, more than 100 of them. When Hawkeye saw the devil fruit guarding the ground, he only felt that everything was incredible. Because of how many devil fruits I have. Why do you have so many devil fruit? Is that legend related to you? Legend. As long as the pirates who have fought with Roger the Pirate King, if they have the ability, their devil fruit ability will disappear. At that time, some people said that this was a curse from the Pirate King. Of course there are many other theories. It turns out that you caused all this. At this time, even Hawkeye looked at Yuan J like a monster. You know, Hawkeye usually has such an expression in it, and this guy can have such an expression, so it can be seen that this incident really surprised him. Yes, I told all this. If you want a devil fruit, pick one yourself, Yuan J said to Hawkeye at this time. Hawkeye did not answer the other party's question, but asked, you invite me on board, not like these little guys. Go find some One Piece. And you are on the ship of One Piece, Roger. You should also know what is hidden there. If my guess is correct, you just want to collect the devil fruits in this world. At this time, Hawkeye didn't make a fool of himself. Yes, I'm collecting devil fruit, Yuan J also said very frankly at this time. Hearing this, Hawkeye's face immediately became serious at this time. What is your intention to collect these devil fruit? At this time, Hawkeye obviously seemed to be questioning, because the other party obviously has a special reason for this. The world of devil fruits shouldn't exist in the first place, isn't it? Yuan J said with emotion at this time. Yuan-Jae felt that the system called him to collect devil fruit for this reason. He was more like being sent to collect devil fruit from this world. Hawkeye didn't answer Yuan-Jae's question. At this time, Yuan-Jae continued, because of the devil fruit, some people in this world have become capable, and they affect the peace of the world. Among the pirates in this world, there are many capable ones. Although the pirates are good evil, but it is undeniable that most pirates are very vicious. They do not take life in their eyes at all, and I guess God will end it all. Yuan-Jae didn't say anything about his system. He just said these things euphemistically at this time. 12. Capture the fruit of the ferret. Recommended collection. I believe in you, but if you have other goals, I will never spare you. Eagle Eye said to Yuan-Jae at this time. Obviously, this Eagle Eye is also full of justice. This guy may be one of the few pirates who Yuan-Jae said and who still have good and evil in their heart. Don't worry. If that's the case, you can execute me. Yuan-Jae was very calm at this time. Yuan-Jae was also very hard at this time. Don't you just want to go back? Is there such a difficulty? Yuan-Jae asked Hawkeye to choose a devil fruit, but Hawkeye did not choose a devil fruit. Eagle Eye still agrees with what Yuan-Jae said, because devil fruit should never exist in this world. As for the others, they came back one after another. Then they set off again. They all gained a lot, and they were very happy. Did you know, Uncle used to stay on the ship of Roger, the Pirate King. At this time, Luffy didn't think it was a big deal at all, and directly told what happened just now. Hearing this, other people looked at Yuan-Jae in surprise at this time, because they didn't expect that this guy in front of him actually has such an identity. Uncle, you turned out to be on Roger's ship. Do you know if the One Piece exists? Usopp immediately asked. Of course Yuan-Jae knows One Piece. He exists, Yuan-Jae said very calmly at this time. After hearing such an answer, the other people were very excited because they started this voyage because of One Piece. That uncle, do you know where One Piece is? Usopp asked very excitedly at this time. Hearing this, Luffy was very dissatisfied at this time, because in Luffy's view, if he knew in advance, then this airmail would be meaningless. Therefore, Luffy's face immediately became serious, which was completely different from his usual giggling with clothes inside. Usopp, don't worry too much. We must find this One Piece by ourselves. If we know it, what's the point? Uncle is not our companion now. He will naturally take us there, Usopp retorted at this time. Hearing this, everyone else looked at Yuan-Jae at this time. Yuan-Jae thought about it for a while, and then said to these people, if we get the boat, we will naturally leave. Yuan-Jae has already made his plan. There is no need for him to follow these people to the new world to find One Piece. Those are no longer important to him. All he has to do is collect devil fruit. The reason why Yuan-Jae is following these people now is because he doesn't even have a boat now, and there are no navigators in his family, so Yuan-Jae just got on Luffy's boat. After hearing such a news, other people couldn't help but be a little disappointed, because in their opinion, the uncle in front of him is still very friendly. Uncle, you'll be fine with us. I won't mind. Luffy felt that what he said just now might have hurt Yuan, so he also said to Yuan-Jae at this time, it's okay. I already have my own plan, and the new route is still up to you young people to conquer. Yuan-Jae replied. After hearing Yuan-Jae's word, Luffy didn't hold back. As for Usopp, he did not ask the whereabouts of One Piece. Then, the top of the boat returned to its previous appearance. Seeing these people look like this, Yuan-Jae's heart was also filled with emotion at this time. It's nice to be young. Of course, these people have not less inquired about the things on Roger's ship. Luffy is very related to Shanks. Hawkeye is also very concerned about Shanks, because his relationship with Shanks is also very good. At this time, Yuan-Jae didn't hide it, and told these people what happened on the One Piece ship. These people are very happy at this time. Just like that, they chatted happily. At this time, Yuan-Jae also has no way to increase the speed. However, at this time, his ship was flying. Then, the boat can fly. Meanwhile, on a boat, when looking at the ship that flew above that day, those people were unbelievable at this time. This is a naval fleet. Report to Mr. Eric. There is a pirate ship flying in the sky. At this time, a navy rushed over in a hurry. How is it possible? How can a ship fly? Eric obviously didn't quite believe the words of this navy at this time. There really is a ship flying in the sky. The other navy at this time exclaimed as if he had met a ghost. Hearing this, Eric also came out curiously at this time. Then I really found a pirate ship flying in the sky. Originally, Yuan-Jae didn't pay too much attention to the Nashi ship below, but soon, Yuan-Jae saw a guy with a pointed head and a very wretched appearance. This guy Yuan-Jae knows. He is Eric, the ferret fruit capable. After seeing this Eric, Yuan-Jae immediately became interested in him. He wants to collect all the devil fruit, so Yuan-Jae at this time can't even drop a devil fruit. Therefore, at this time, Yuan-Jae dropped the boat. As for the other people, Yevon was fine, because the boat fell down suddenly, and they were also very puzzled. When Usopp saw the surrounding scene, Usopp immediately shouted, Navy! Surrounded by Navy! Seeing such a scene, Usopp was quite frightened at this time. Seeing Usopp like this, Yuan-Jae didn't know know what to say at this time because this guy was too timid. When Eric saw this pirate ship falling from Loving You, he immediately became vigilant. Could it be that the secret was known to others? Eric thought to himself, "You pirate, I tell you, we are the Navy. If you don't want to die, get away," Eric said bluntly. Yuan Jie didn't say a word, just jumped onto the other party's boat. Seeing this, Eric was also slightly taken aback, and then immediately launched an attack on Yuan Jie. Eric is still very confident in himself, and he is a devil fruit person. Although he kept flashing towards Yuan Jie, he did not attack far. After seeing this scene, Eric was also slightly taken aback. "Are you also looking for Ji Yulong's whereabouts?" Yuan Jie didn't answer himself, and directly stunned the guy. 13,300 million bounty at the beginning. Of course, the sound of the system sounded again in Yuan Jie's mind. After knocking this guy out, Yuan Jie walked towards it at this time. Although Eric was stunned by Yuan Jie, there were other pirates who stopped him, and Yuan Jie also stunned the Navy. Then Yuan started looking for Abi, because that was a guy with the fruit of whispering. Yuan wanted to collect all the devil fruit, so he couldn't let go of one. Soon, Yuan found Abi. When Abi saw Yuan Jie, she was also very scared. "I know you have the whispering fruit. If you give me the whispering fruit, I will bring that ancient dragon back to his dragon cave," Yuan Jie said directly at this time. Hearing this, Abis was very frightened. "I know you may think I'm lying to you. I also know that the ancient dragon is in the cave above the mountain. I won't let Lord Long be taken away." Although Abis was very scared at this time, she said this to Yuan Jie. For such a little guy, Yuan Jie really has a headache. If it was otherwise, it would have been a matter of drinking with the other party, but for such a little guy, if Yuan Jie were to do something with the other party, it would be a bit too inhumane. "You believe me? I will definitely take the dragon you mentioned to where it wants to go, and since I know the whereabouts of that dragon, I won't come to you," Yuan Jie said with a smile at this time. Although Yuan Jie said he was laughing, he also forced a smile because he usually looked indifferent. Abis hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. "As long as you take the Dragon Lord to where it wants to go, I will agree to your request." Then, Yuan Jie started to fulfill Abis' request. They soon came to Abis' hometown, and then came to that cave. When he saw that dragon, his eagle eye was also slightly taken aback at this time. Yuan knew that the dragon's blood was here on this island, and it would be a few days away. Therefore, Yuan Jie and the others are constantly waiting here, waiting for the dragon's cave to appear. When everyone saw Yuan Jie like this, they were all very puzzled. However, there was a big shake on the island behind. Yuan Jie knew that the time was right, and then he took this dragon to the dragon cave. When they saw the dragon cave, they looked at Yuan in disbelief one by one, especially Hawkeye, because he didn't expect Yuan to know this. "This is really amazing. Uncle, you are really amazing." Luffy also praised Yuan Jie. After they got the dragon back to the dragon's lair, Abis also fulfilled his promise. Then they started sailing. Buggy and the others are also very lucky to have escaped from the White Hunter. Just when they were lucky, a bird threw down a bounty at this time. They didn't really care about that at first. "Captain Buggy, big deal." "What the big deal? Is there such a thing as shouting?" Buggy was very dissatisfied with the way this crew member looked. "Look at Captain Buggy." Then, the crew member handed the reward order sent by the bird just now. After seeing the reward order, Buggy also sighed. "Isn't this that kid from Yuan? I didn't expect this guy to be on the bounty. It's really a big deal." Buggy is still very happy that Yuan can be offered a reward. After all, he considers himself a very friendly relationship with Yuan Jie. Of course, he didn't take this matter to heart, because Captain Buggy had already received a reward from the Navy. "Captain, look at the bounty. 30 million. This guy didn't expect to be taller than me when he came out." Buggy was obviously a little dissatisfied at this time, because Yuan's strength is weaker than himself, but he didn't expect the bounty to be higher than himself. "Captain Buggy, you count again." At this time, the crew member reminded at this time. Buggy then counted again. "A million, a million, a million, a million, a billion. Impossible. I must be wrong. How could there be a reward of hundreds of millions for that guy's strength? And I, Captain Buggy, don't have a reward of hundreds of millions. How can it be that kid's turn?" Buggy's intuition at this time is that he counted wrong. "Captain, there are really hundreds of millions of bounties." "You're right," the crew member reminded at this time. When other people heard this, they also gathered at this time. They were also very curious when they saw this crew member like this. "Cabbage, count. What a bounty." "Captain Buggy, it's really a bounty of 300 million Bailey." Hearing this, Buggy was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, "What? This kid actually has a bounty of 300 million Bailey." In this regard, Buckina was very shocked, because he didn't expect that Yuan Jie, a guy who was weaker than himself, would now have a higher bounty than himself. Buggy just thought it was all a little unreal. Buggy felt very uncomfortable at this time. He also scolded, "That group of Navy is really arrogant, and my dignified Captain Buggy only has a bounty of more than 20 million. My Captain Buggy should have a bounty of hundreds of million, and I am the one who wants to become that man from One Piece, and that One Piece must belong to me, Captain Buggy. That's right, Captain Buggy, you are better than that Yuan. Yuan has a bounty of 300 million Baileys, so your strength is far more than the 300 million bounty. At this time, Buggy's crew was flattering at Buggy. Hearing this, Buggy, who was originally angry, was very happy at this time, because according to this, then he is really a big pirate of hundreds of millions. As for other places, it was also shaken at this time, because a pirate with such a big bounty suddenly appeared, which surprised the other pirate. Of course, they were also very upset, because they think the navy has made the bounty a little too high. In the eyes of these pirates, the bounty is their worth, and the higher the bounty, the more powerful they are. At the same time, on an island, Shanks and his captains were also on vacation at this time. His crew members were also discussing Yuan at this time, because this is a big pirate who has appeared recently. I have never heard of such a person before, but this guy came out with 300 million Baileys, which had to attract their attention. And most importantly, Shanks' friend Hawkeye seems to be with each other. This made these guys puzzled, because the eagle-eyed client could compete with their boss, but didn't expect to be the crew of such a guy. Moreover, the story of the restaurant on the sea also spread. 14. The world was shocked. I heard that this guy seems to have defeated Hawkeye. This guy actually defeated Hawkeye. Impossible. Even our boss can't defeat Hawkeye. I just heard too. What are you talking about? Seeing what these people were discussing, Shanks also asked curiously at this time, Boss, a new guy has appeared recently, and the Navy's reward for him is 300 million Baileys at once. Hearing this, Shanks was also very interested. Interesting. Shanks is very interested in this kind of thing. I can't help it. It is said that this guy also defeated Hawkeye. When Shanks heard this, he was surprised, because he didn't expect that someone would defeat Hawkeye. You must know that even it is difficult for him to defeat Hawkeye. In Shanks' opinion, Hawkeye has the same strength as him, but this guy is willing to become Chihuahua. Who the hell is this guy? Shanks also became extremely restless at this time, because this guy is sure to be too rival in the future. It seems to be called Yuan. Yuan. Yes, now Hawkeye is on this guy's crew. Hearing this, Shanks immediately burst out laughing. Seeing Shanks like this, Jesus Cloth at this time also asked curiously, Shanks, do you know this guy? That's right, this guy didn't look like a mountain before. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Shanks couldn't help but sigh at this time. Shanks knew that after Yuan finished brewing, he asked other people for advice. Do you remember when I said that there was a very good winemaker? Could it be this person? Jesus you knew that Shanks told these people before that he would definitely let them taste the best wine in the world in the future. That's right. When I was an intern on the One Piece ship, this guy was the winemaker on the One Piece ship, and the wine this guy brewed was very good. This guy didn't like fighting before, but this guy one day it became very strange, and then began to find other people to learn various battles, including domineering. Shanks recalled at this time, because this guy is very good at brewing, so the people on the pirate ship are very willing to teach each other, and the other party's treatment on the ship is much better than that of me and Buggy. Although the other party has learned a lot, but I never saw the opponent fight. He said he didn't like fighting, and the people on the boat didn't force him, because the wine he brewed was so good. I didn't expect that the other party has also come out now, and the other party's strength is so powerful. Shanks also sighed at this time. Shanks, what kind of strength is he? He should have defeated Hawkeye. This rumor should be true. Otherwise, Hawkeye wouldn't be willing to serve as a crew member. Shanks analyzed at this time. When those people heard what Shanks said, their eyes widened one by one, because they didn't expect that this guy was so powerful. They just couldn't imagine it. They began to think that the bounty was too much for this guy, but now that Shanks said this, they felt that the bounty was far from enough, because this guy must have the strength of 4 emperors. You must know that the 4 emperors of them all have a bounty of 4 billion, and the other party is only 300 million. Boss, do you think the other party will be your opponent? At this time, a crew member was very curious and asked. Hearing this, Shanks smiled bitterly at this time. The Hawkeye guy is not the opponent's opponent. Do you think I can defeat Hawkeye? The other people, Shanks, didn't speak anymore. They all know that Shanks and Hawkeye fought a battle. Although they don't know the final result, they know that even if their boss wins, it is probably a narrow victory. The other side will defeat Hawkeye. Obviously, the opponent's strength is likely to be more powerful than their boss. I think I'm probably not the opponent's opponent. I guess only the guy with the white beard is this guy's opponent. Shanks sighed at this time. Hearing this, these people felt a trace of loss in their hearts at this time. Haha, what are you all doing like this? Shanks said with a sullen smile while laughing. The other party has a very good relationship with me. The other party should not come to trouble us. We should be happy. Although Shanks explained at this time, they couldn't be happy. As for Yuan Jay and the others, they did not receive the reward. Moreover, in the bounty offered this time, none of Luffy and his party got the bounty, because Yuan blocked all their light. Originally, these were the guys that Luffy should deal with, but Yuan waved his hand and solved these guys. This is completely without Luffy and the others. Of Of course, when Yuan-Jie was free, he also taught Zoro's swordsmanship, and taught these guys to be domineering. Yuan-Jie also thought about his future plan, because they couldn't stay on Luffy's boat all the time. He finally wants a pirate ship of his own. After all, Luffy and the others have different goals. Luffy and the others are going to reach the end of the new route, looking for One Piece, and they are going to collect all the devil fruits at this time. Yuan-Jie had already planned that after arriving at the empty island, the golden ship would be their ship in the future. Now that I have chosen to be high profile, I will be high profile to the end. Therefore, Yuan-Jie felt that after the empty island, he was separated from these people. Of course, at this time, Yuan-Jie began to think that he was looking for a team of partners. Yuan-Jie naturally needs to find reliable partners, and of course his strength must be very strong. However, Yuan-Jie didn't think of a few such guys. Later, Yuan-Jie felt that Crocodile seemed to be fine, although this guy's character was not good, but Yuan-Jie couldn't control so much at this time. Now these capable guys are basically divided by other forces, and it is difficult to find strong ones. The speed of Yuan-Jie and his group was very fast. Yuan-Jie used the ability of the fluttering fruit, and also used the ability of the shaking fruit. Of course, he can't have two abilities at the same time. He is constantly switching between these two kinds of fruit. This makes him seem to have the abilities of two devil fruit. Look at the rush of the water below. If we hadn't been flying, we wouldn't have been able to fly so smoothly. Thanks to Uncle. Usopp looked at the scenery under the boat at this time, and he couldn't help sighing at this time. After being said that by the other party, Yuan-Jie also looked down at this time. He was the one who followed Nami's instructions and didn't look at the ones below. When looking at the scenery below, Yuan-Jie realized that they had reached the Red Continent and had already left the range of the East China Sea at a loss. I didn't expect that we are about to leave the East China Sea. Yuan-Jie also couldn't help sighing. Soon, they crossed the Red Continent. Look at what that is, Luffy said at this time. 15. Capture the Tuntun fruit. Recommendation. He pointed to a guy below who looked like a black stone blocking the channel. After Yuan-Jie saw that thing, Yuan-Jie thought of the ship doctor at this time. Because this guy is Rab, Yuan-Jie thought it was time to see an old friend. Karak had stayed on the pirate ship before, although he didn't stay for a long time, but Yuan-Jie got along with each other very happily. Winemakers like Yuan-Jie are very popular among pirates, because most of the people on the pirate ship are alcoholic. For a superb winemaker like Yuan-Jie, they naturally do not want to offend. At this time, Yuan-Jie's boat was approaching the lab. When they got close, they discovered that it was actually a whale, which was beyond their expectation. However, at this moment, the whale suddenly opened its mouth and ate their boat. Seeing such a scene, Usopp was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. However, at this time, Usopp discovered that they actually drove towards the belly of the whale. That uncle, what are you doing? Usopp was very puzzled at this time, because in Usopp's point of view, Yuan-Jie was completely escaping from the whale's mouth, but this guy drilled into the other's mouth. But soon, they came to another world. When looking at the world inside, even Eagle Eye is a bit incredible, because he didn't expect it again. There is something special in the belly of this whale. At this time, a giant squid came out from under the water. At this time, Yuan-Jie took the knife directly from Zoro's waist, and then it was the brilliant knife technique. Next, he floated all the cut giant squid in the air. Sanji, make a good meal later. Sanji was also very excited when he saw such ingredient, because their speed is too fast. Sanji has not shown his skills in front of Nami. At this time, an old man suddenly ran out of a house on the island. As soon as the old man came out, he yelled at these people, "You guys, come to my vacation center, don't tell me, and now the prey has been taken away. You'd better take out my prey obediently." Karak threatened at this time. "Croc, long time no see," Yuan-Jie said to the other party at this time. Hearing this, Crocs was also slightly taken aback at this time. I am Yuan. I didn't think it was you kid." Karak was also very happy to see Yuan-Jie. "Why did you come to this place, brat?" Karak said in a puzzled way. "I want to build the strongest pirate team." Then, Yuan-Jie chatted with Karak. "As for those people, I learned later that the old man in front of me was actually a ship doctor on the One Piece ship." After Yuan-Jie and Karak chatted for a while, Rab started hitting the Red Continent every day. Yuan-Jie knows the plot, so he knows how to deal with Rabu. After Rab was cured, they left the place. They didn't meet Wei Wei, probably because these people came a little early. Before leaving, Karak suggested that they find a ship doctor. Without a ship doctor, it would be very difficult to travel on the sea for a long time. Hearing this, Luffy immediately extended an olive branch to Karak. Karak obviously rejected this because he was already in his 70s. However, he suggested that these people go to the Drum Country because the medical treatment there is very developed. Yuan-Jie had this intention, and then they set off towards the magnetic Drum Country. This route is very difficult to navigate because of the magnetic field, but they finally came to the Drum Country. Yuan-Jie had long planned to come back to the Drum Country because there were 3 3 devil fruits here. One is the fruit of the animal system, one is the fruit of human beings, and the other is the devoured fruit of Valbo. He wants to collect all the devil fruit. These devil fruits he knows, of course he can't let go. That's why he wants to follow Luffy's group. Because Yuan Jay knew the plot, he wanted to collect all the devil fruits he knew. In the process, they went to the base of Novelstory. Yuan Jay originally thought that there would be something to gain in that place, but he did not expect that in that place he did not even receive a devil fruit. Yuan Jay also knows that it is estimated that their time is too early, so it does not match the original plot. Yuan Jay didn't stop at this place to wait either, because these people will go to Yudu sooner or later. When the time comes to find Killer Crocodile, those people will not be able to escape alone. Therefore, Yuan Jay was so relieved to go to the Drum Country. After Yuan Jay came to the Drum Kingdom, he first knocked out the guard Captain Dalton, and then obtained the opponent's devil fruit. But Yuan Jay didn't realize that he thought he was the king of the Drum Country. This made Yuan Jay fly around the sea alone in the middle of the night. However, Yuan Jay still met the king of the Drum Country, and then Yuan Jay beat him up. But when he came, Yuan Jay realized that he was lost. This made Yuan Jay feel extremely depressed. At this time, Yuan Jay was floating on the sea, like a lonely ghost. If I had known it earlier, I would have brought a permanent pointer, and asked Navarpo's men to send it back alive. Yuan Jay floated on the sea, and then said angrily. However, Yuan Jay saw a boat on the sea, and that Yuan Jay knows him. This guy is Ace. Then, Yuan Jay immediately flew to his boat. Ace was obviously sleeping at this time. This guy is also a guy who liked to sleep very much. However, when Yuan Jay came, he also woke up very alert. When Ace saw Yuan Jay, there was nothing bad. How did you get on my boat? Uncle, I'm floating over. I'm lost on this sea. Yuan Jay said to Ace at this time. Uncle, how can you float? I ate a devil fruit, and you should be Ace, Luffy's brother. They are in Drum Country now. Yuan Jay said to Ace at this time. 15. Kidnapping Chopper. Recommendation. Monthly pass. When Yuan Jay said this, Ace's eyes became sharp. How do you know they're in Drum Country? I'm staying on their boat with them, just out for a little errand. Yuan Jay said to Ace at this time. Are you that Yuan? Ace said suspiciously at this time. Yes, I am. Yuan Jay did not expect that this Ace actually knew him. Dad said that the wine you brewed is very delicious. Daddy said that if I meet you, bring a few bottles of wine back to drink. Ace said to Yuan Jay at this time. Obviously, the guy with the white beard told his story. Yuan Jay did not expect that his fame would be so great. Then, Yuan Jay and Ace set off towards the Drum Country. The next day, when Yuan Jay, Ace, and Luffy appeared in front of Luffy at the same time, Luffy was really surprised. Ace, why are you here? Hearing this, the other people were also very surprised, but they had already met a guy like Yuan Jay who surprised them, so they weren't so surprised. Luffy, how did you know Fire Fist Ace? Nami asked curiously at this time. He's my brother. When the other people heard the news, they were all very surprised, because they didn't expect that there was such a relationship between Ace and Luffy. Ace was also very surprised when he saw Hawkeye. Hawkeye's strength was very powerful. When he learned later that Hawkeye was Yuan Jay's crew, Ace was very surprised. Hawkeye's strength is very powerful, and the other party is Chihuahua, and now he is willing to be his crew member. Later, after Luffy and the others heard that there was no doctor in the Drum Country, they couldn't help but feel very sorry, because he wanted to find a ship doctor. Then, these people left this place, but Yuan Jay kidnapped Chopper directly when he didn't know it. All that was left for Kurha was a note. The next day they woke up, and soon they found Chopper arrested. Uncle, where did you catch this civet cat? I happen to be hungry too. I have never eaten this civet cat meat. Luffy looked at Chopper lying on the ground at this time. This guy really drooled. Of course, it's not the kind of saliva left by the flower girl. This guy is greedy. Sanji, I'm about to cook this tanuki. At this time, Luffy urged Sanji for a while. Chopper was woken up quickly, and when he saw these guys, he was also very scared. Why am I in this place? Who the hell are you? Chopper looked very scared at this time. Hey, I didn't expect this civet cat to say yes. Then I won't eat this civet cat. Luffy was very surprised to see that Chopper could speak at this time. I guess it's not a civet cat. I'm a reindeer. He was very angry about these guys calling him a civet cat, because he is a good man, and he still has 2 horns on his head. Okay. But soon, Chopper thought that these people would eat themselves. Chopper was originally very timid. When he learned that these people were going to eat him, Chopper immediately burst into tears. Dali Niang, where are you? Come and save me. What this reindeer friend mean? I'm not going to eat it, Luffy said at this time. Yuan Jay was speechless because he didn't say that this guy was caught for you to eat. Soon, the people on the boat were attracted by the talking reindeer. Didn't expect this reindeer to speak human language. Usopp was amazed when he saw the talking reindeer. There's even a civet cat here. I've never cooked such a dish before. I'm going to give it a try. Sanji came over at this time and said. Chopper cried again at this time. This guy didn't eat him just now, but now another guy came to cook him, which made Chopper very scared. Where are you dueling? Come and save Chopper. Chopper wailed at this time. Seeing this, Sanji's eyes also brightened at this time. He didn't expect that the civet cat in front of him could even speak human words. Others were attracted by the cry. Why is this another civet cat? How can this civet cat speak human words? Why is this guy on our boat? Nami was very curious. Yeah, why is this guy on our boat? Usopp was also very curious about this, because he didn't expect such a guy to appear on the boat. I caught it, but I didn't catch it for you to eat. At this time, Yuan-Jay said very dissatisfiedly, because these people saw such a cute little animal, and they would eat him at any time. You didn't catch him and eat him. Are you going to keep him as a pet? At this time, Nami asked, very puzzled. Yuan-Jay really didn't know what to say about the idea of these guys. This is the ship doctor I caught. Aren't you the ship doctor? Yuan-Jay replied at this time. When these people heard this, it was a little unbelievable at this time. Just this civet cat can also have medical skills, but I'm quite surprised when this guy speak human words. Sanji obviously didn't believe Yuan-Jay's words. Sanji was very unhappy about the Yuan-Jay in front of him, because this guy didn't agree. He was directly kidnapped by this guy. Of course, for these, he also dared to be angry, because the opponent's strength was there. Yeah, just this one animal. How can he know medicine? Other people don't believe what Yuan-Jay said. Although this guy said he was a reindeer, how could such a guy know medical skills? Even if he knows medicine, he is probably a veterinarian. Although this guy is an animal, but this guy eats the fruit of human being. This fake's medical skills are very superb. If it weren't for you, give it a try. Yuan-Jay was humane to them at this time, but after hearing this at this time, it was very embarrassing. This guy just can't help the compliments of others. 17. The Battle of the Green Pheasant. I'm actually not as good as you say, Chopper said a little embarrassedly at this time. He was praised by Yuan-Jay, and his cowardice towards these guys just now disappeared. Seeing the other party like this, at this time, these people are even more disbelieving. However, this guy is also very cute, so they did not drive Chopper down. Yuan-Jay then loosened Chopper's rope. At this time, Chopper was obviously still very afraid of these people. Therefore, he is also very timid. Luffy was very curious about Chopper, and they took Chopper to play with other things and eat all kinds of good things. This made Chopper gradually lose his timidity towards these people. After Chopper knew that it was a pirate ship, he was shocked again. These people were very friendly to him, which made Chopper gradually lose his grudge against him. Of course, these guys didn't regard this guy as a doctor of clothing mob. Even if it was a doctor, in the eyes of these people, it was a veterinarian. Yuan-Jay didn't pay too much attention to these at this time. They were still on their way at the same speed as before. They passed the small garden behind them. Then, Sanji is going to get some ingredients here. However, at this time, they saw a man with a bicycle on the sea. Look, you are riding a bicycle on the sea all by yourself, Usopp exclaimed. Usopp was very envious of this. It's amazing. It's so cool. At this time, Luffy's envious eyes almost popped out, but at this time, the expressions on Hawkeye and Ace's faces were very serious. Did they see who this person was? This person is the Admiral of the Navy, Aokiji. Shinji was also very confused, because he had also heard about these guys, but he had never met them. If they hadn't fallen from the sky, they would never have encountered this Admiral Aokiji. Of course, Aokiji never thought that these guys were flying directly on it. After seeing them, Aokiji also rode his beloved bicycle and came over here. After seeing Aokiji coming, Ace was very bad. Because this is a naval admiral, his strength is very powerful. If it is dealt with, it is very difficult to deal with. Because watching the two in Ace, Yuan-Jay may not be Aokiji's opponent. Because the bounty says that Yuan-Jay has only 300 million Bailey, and he has 550 million Bailey, so his strength is logically stronger than the opponent. Ace never imagined that the strength of this Yuan-Jay could not be measured by these bounties. Although Whitebeard knew that Yuan-Jay was on the ship of One Piece Roger, he didn't know that Yuan-Jay was actually a very terrifying person, but this guy used to be very low-key. Aokiji rode his bicycle slowly and leisurely. Ace, why are you acting like this? Luffy obviously doesn't know who the Aokiji is in front of him. Luffy, this guy is Aokiji, one of the 3 naval admirals. At this time, Ace also reminded, Admiral, what is that? Hearing this, the others were also very speechless, because this guy keeps saying that he wants to become One Piece, but this guy doesn't even know what it is an admiral. Aokiji didn't pay too much attention to these. It's you who killed Colonel Mouse, Aokiji said in a very bad tone at this time. That right, it's me. That thing colluded with pirates and oppress civilians, so I killed the navy. Are you going to thank me? Yuan-Jay knew that the other party must be the one who found fault with Ali, so naturally Yuan-Jay would not be nice to him at this time. You pirates are the scourge that our navy should get rid of. At this time, Aokiji was very angry. He usually doesn't lose his temper, but this person in front of them actually beheaded their navy colonel in front of their navy, which is simply a blatant provocation to their navy, because, at this time, the green pheasant will be so angry. Okay, come and get rid of me if you can. Seeing the other party like this, Yuan-Jie certainly wouldn't give the other party a good look. Moreover, Yuan-Jie has not said angrily, with your strength, what ability do you have to pull in front of me? Then if you have the ability, give it a try. Just try it. Since the other party is going to deal with him, Yuan-Jie will naturally not make the other party feel better. Since he chose a high profile, Yuan-Jie felt that he would have to be high profile all the way to the end. Yuan, you are crazy. He is an admiral of the navy, and he is not ordinary, Ace said in a sullen mood at this time, because in Ace's view, Yuan-Jie is not the opponent of the Admiral Aokiji in front of him. It's just a navy admiral. Even if the warring state came over, I'm not afraid. Yuan-Jie obviously didn't take this green pheasant into his eyes at this time. The reason why he is like this is also because he has such a strength. Seeing this, Ace was very anxious at this time, because this uncle was obviously his father's friend, so he couldn't watch the other party die in the hands of Aokiji. Seeing Ace like this, Luffy said to Ace at this time, Ace, don't worry so much. Uncle is very strong. There should be no problem in defeating that admiral. Even though Luffy said that, Ace was still worried. Ace didn't take Luffy's words to heart either. The opponent's strength is indeed very strong, but Aokiji is also very strong, and the things that Luffy and the others encountered before are still some things for Luffy and the others, but they are nothing to Ace. Aokiji was very angry that Yuan-Jie didn't put himself in his eye. In Aokiji's view, this guy is simply arrogant. In Qingzi's view, these guys from the East China Sea have never seen the world. Who is the weakest pirate in the East China Sea? Don't think that you are the only one who can crush a few pirates with your own strength. I tell you that there are people outside, and I will let you see the world today, Qingzi said to Yuan-Jie unceremoniously at this time. Hawkeye on the side chose to be silent. If Yuan-Jie has never seen the world, then there are probably not many people in the world who have seen the world, because this Yuan-Jie used to be a crew member on One Piece Roger's ship. Although he is a winemaker, he must have seen more of the world than Aokiji. At this time, Hawkeye sighed secretly in his heart. These guys underestimated Yuan-Jie's strength is really not ordinary horror, but very terrifying, because the other party has so many devil fruit, and the other party can also switch devil fruit. This is enough to make Yuan-Jie invincible. 18. Great War Aokiji too. But it doesn't matter if this guy has such a monstrous talent. This guy even has 3-color domineering, and the opponent's 3-color domineering is very powerful. From Hawkeye's point of view, even if the opponent does not use domineering, he is not necessarily the opponent's opponent. As for this green pheasant, Hawkeye has also played against each other, and at most they are only partially up and down. It is precisely because Hawkeye knows. So Hawkeye is watching the play as an audience at this time. Seeing this, when Ace saw this Hawkeye like this, he was very unkind. Your captains have already fought with others. Why don't you go up and help? That's Admiral Aokiji. Your captains are not the opponent's opponent. Ace also didn't put Hawkeye in his eyes, and he didn't even put Whitebeard in his eyes before. And Ace didn't know about the battle between Hawkeye and Shanks. Therefore, Ace only thought that this guy was just an ordinary Shichibukai. He received an invitation from Chiwahai a long time ago, but he rejected it. For these Chiwahai, he is also very contemptuous. To be a pirate is to be a pirate. Why do you still do Shichibukai? This is simply an insult to a pirate. However, the Eagle Eye at this time said to Ace lightly, then you can rest assured that Aokiji is not our captain's opponent. Regarding Hawkeye's word, Ace didn't put his confidence in it at all. Ace also knew that Yuan-Jie had only stayed on One Piece's ship before, but he was just a winemaker at that time. How strong could he be? Therefore, he is not optimistic that Yuan-Jie can defeat Qingzi. So at this time, he had to go up to help, because Yuan-Jie was a friend of his father, so he couldn't watch the other party being taken away by Qingzi. Regarding the addition of Ace, Yuan-Jie didn't say anything at this time, and Aokiji didn't say anything. Then, the war was triggered. At this time, Hawkeye's dryness is to keep these guys away from this place, because this is a duel of masters, and it is still the top group, so the power generated by the battle is not ordinary. If these guys stood a little closer, they would most likely be killed by that U-bow. At this time, Hawkeye acts as a policeman who maintains order. Aokiji used the freezing moment directly at this time. This sea area was directly frozen. After seeing such a scene, Luffy and his party watching from a distance were dumbfounded. Because of the large area, the other party could be frozen. It's really strong and a little scary. Yuan-Jie did not melt the ice, because in Yuan-Jie's view, this was still a very good fight. Aokiji then blew a breath at the top of his hand, and then an ice blade appeared on his hand. As for Yuan-Jie, this time it was with bare hand. At this time, Yuan-Jie thought secretly in his heart, since you are here to give away the devil fruit, I, Yuan-Jie, will accept the devil fruit. From Yuan-Jie's point of view, Qingzi came to arrest him. No doubt, he had come all the way to give him a devil fruit, because he is very sure to defeat the opponent. When the other party condensed an ice blade, Yuan-Jie at this time directly use the ability of the shock fruit to directly smash the opponent's ice blade. Seeing this, Aokiji was very surprised on time, because he didn't expect that the other party is also a devil fruit ability. Are you also a devil fruit person? Aokiji asked. Could it be that if you green pheasants can eat devil fruit, I can't eat devil fruit? Yuan-Jay said in a nonchalant manner. Hearing this, Aokiji snorted coldly. What if you have a devil fruit? You are still not my opponent. Aokiji is also quite confident at this time. Aokiji is also not the same as it used to be. He was very angry at this time, because the guy in front of him was simply provoking the Navy, and the above must not show mercy to such a guy and find the face of the Navy. Aokiji then condensed a more condensed ice, but it was still shattered by Yuan's shaking fruit. However, the green pheasant at this time condensed the broken ice. At this time, Yuan-Jay shattered the opponent's ice. However, the ice at this time was not broken, because at this time Qingzi was at a stalemate with Yuan. Yuan-Jay used a strong vibration to shatter the ice blade in the opponent's hand, but Qingzi did not let the ice blade be shattered by the opponent. In this way, the two have been in a stalemate. Although Yuan-Jay is very powerful, his devil fruit development level is still not as high as that of Aokiji, but in the face of his powerful strength, the competition between devil fruits is also partly up and down. When Qingzi saw this, he also knew that he probably underestimated the other party, because the other party is obviously no different from himself, and the other party's devil fruit is also very powerful. What kind of devil fruit are you? Aokiji asked curiously at this time. Why should I tell you? Yuan-Jay was very upset when he saw the other party. Of course, Yuan-Jay is also very puzzled. This green pheasant should not be like this. This should be what a kainu should be like. This guy must be eating spring medicine. Mine is frozen fruit. What fruit is yours? Yuan-Jay was very speechless when he heard this, because the ability of this guy can be seen by just one person. Isn't your fruit obvious? You told me and I wouldn't tell you, Yuan-Jay said in a nonchalant manner. Of course, Yuan-Jay would not say this at this time, because Ace is still here at this time. Although Yuan-Jay is very powerful, he still doesn't want to tear his face with Whitebeard. I am strong, and if I am surrounded and beaten by those from the Whitebeard pirate, then I am not an opponent at all. He may be invincible in a duel, but what can he do if he is besieged? Others don't necessarily have to be singled out with you. Your devil fruit has something to do with vibration. Yuan-Jay did not answer what the other party said. At this time, Yuan-Jay knew that it would be difficult for him to win or lose if he faced off like this. Therefore, at this time, Yuan-Jay chose to fight in close quarters. Aokiji thought so too. As for Ace, he was going to help at this time, but when the two scuffled he couldn't get involved at this time, because his flame is a range attack. The two are so close. If it is a range attack, it will be a disservice. Ace originally wanted to ask Yuan-Jay to step down and let himself come, but at this time, Ace found that Yuan-Jay and Qingzi did not lose the battle, but instead had the upper hand. Is this guy really strong? At this time, Ace said suspiciously. He learned from his father that this guy is just a winemaker, and his combat power is also very weak. Now Ace began to wonder if the one in front of him was talking to his father. 19. Momo fruit. Yuan-Jay did not switch out of date at this time. He used bursts of outdated power at this time. Yuan-Jay is also very unfortunate at this time. If he has a devil fruit with the flame attribute, then he can completely hang the opponent and fight. Ace's burnt fruit, and that hot fruit, and rockberry fruit, but he doesn't have any such fruit now. Although he has many devil fruit, most of them are devil fruit whose fruit ability is too weak. Although Yuan-Jay does not have the fruit of the flame attribute, at this time Yuan-Jay still has the upper hand. This shocking fruit of his own has a certain suppressing effect on the opponent's Hongxi. When the other party's ice vine wanted to erode on his body, he was shattered by Yuan-Jay. Yuan-Jay also used the evil dragon to fight against the green pheasant, and he was not afraid of the ice erosion of the green pheasant. As the battle progressed, Qingzi also knew that he had underestimated the guy in front of him, and the opponent's strength was very powerful. Even by himself, it is very difficult to overcome. No wonder you have arrogant capital, Aokiji said with a serious look on his face at this time. Yuan-Jay was too lazy to beat with each other. Now Yuan-Jay's just one word. Do it. If there is one more word, it is fuck him. At this time, Yuan-Jay was full of domineering. Although his domineering arrogance did not have a deterrent effect on the opponent, it also had a certain impact on Aokiji. But the domineering of Yuan-Jay's armed color is not good for Aokiji, because his devil fruit ability was used to deal with the opponent. He obviously suffered a lot. Aokiji didn't expect that the other party would be so powerful. This is completely beyond my expectation. As for Ace, it was a bit confusing at this time, because he didn't expect that the other party had three-color domineering, and this domineering was so powerful. He knew at this time, and he would never dare to underestimate this person. Although the other party's bounty is only 300 million Bailey, the other party's strength is far more than that. Qingzi has been pressed and beaten by Yuan, which makes Yuanj feel very aggrieved. Although he has the upper hand, Yuanj feels very hard. At this time, he wanted to directly hang and beat the green pheasant. However, they have such fruit, otherwise they can really hang and beat the green pheasant. Their battle was fierce. Two giants in this small garden were quickly attracted. What the situation? Is someone fighting? Why is there such a big movement? Then, they walked over curiously. After Aang saw the two giants, the others were also taken aback. Because this is still a fight. The power of this big fight is unusual. It just feels like the ground is shaking. Although the ground shook when they fought. But the main reason is that they make the earth tremble because of their heavy weight. Rocky. I didn't expect that although our strengths are equal, compared to the two of them, it is far worse. These two guys talk like thunder. Usopp's frightened soul was almost lost. Because these two giants are so big, these two guys can crush them with one foot. As for Luffy, at this time he was not afraid at all. He stretched his arms and ran over to the giant to see. Because from Luffy's point of view, if you watch the battle like that, you will see it more clearly. As for the giant, Emi didn't care, but asked Luffy about the news about the two people in front of him. They don't know much about the news of Aokiji, but they still know the news about Yuanj Luffy very well. Therefore, Luffy told the information of Yuanj to the two giants. When they heard that Yuanj was a winemaker, they were very happy, because these two guys are also alcoholic. Later, they learned that Yuanj was actually a winemaker on the ship of One Piece Roger, which made them start cheering for Yuanj. The two of them fought in this place for 100 years, but they knew One Piece, who was an amazing being. These guys started cheerleading, because the giant's voice is very loud. The voice of one of them feels like the voice of dozens of people. Yuanj still scuffles with Qingzi. Yuanj didn't expect that this green pheasant was so difficult to deal with, and the other party felt like a turtle. Every time Yuanj hit the other party's ice cube. Although Yuanj has always had the upper hand, Yuanj did not seriously hurt the opponent's hand, and the opponent's ice block resisted his attack. Hawkeye, give me that sword and I will cut off the other's turtle shell, Yuanj said to Hawkeye at this time. Eagle Eye heard this, and then gave Yuanj his sword. After Yuanj took the sword, he started to slash Aokiji. Although he had this sword, it did not pose a great threat to Aokiji. Yuanj knew that if he wanted to win the opponent without taking a lot of damage, he would definitely have to use the power of the devil fruit. However, at this time, Yuanj didn't know what kind of devil fruit to use. Yuanj didn't want to lose both sides of the fight with the opponent. It was not worth it. Later, Yuanj saw a devil fruit, a Momo fruit. Just this devil fruit. These devil fruits are not known for many times in the system column of Yuan, because the people he faced before simply couldn't use the power of the Devil Fruit Institute. The only place he used devil fruit before was to exchange them for money. After seeing this devil fruit, Yuanj remembered the function of this devil fruit. This devil fruit was alive when Wald fought One Piece. This Momo fruit can increase the size and speed of the objects you touch by hundreds of times, and it can also increase your speed. At this time, Yuanj directly applied this to his own sword. The speed of Yuanji's use of the sword was originally very fast, and now with the ability of Momo fruit, Yuanji's speed is basically difficult to see with the naked eye. Seeing this, Hawkeye's eyes widened suddenly at this time, because Dufay's speed was simply too fast. He could hardly see clearly. Is this the real strength of this guy? Hawkeye murmured at this time. If this is the case, then he is not the opponent's opponent at all. The world's swordsmanship is fast and unbreakable. Such a sword is really terrifying. This devil fruit is so powerful. Why hasn't it been used before? It was only at this time that Yuanj discovered that this devil fruit was very suitable for him. After using this devil fruit, Yuanj began to brutalize Aokiji. That's right, this time is the maddening Aokiji. Yuanji's speed was too fast. Even if Qingzi wanted to use those ice cubes to block his attack, the other party was a little tired of dealing with it. At this time, Yuanj slashed at the green pheasant, even if the green pheasant blocked it with ice. But this sword of Yuanj was the Buddha to block and kill the Buddha, and the magic to block and kill the devil. Then, Yuanj directly used the last blow, ready to completely defeat Qingzi. Aokiji saw this at this time, and immediately made a shield with ice to defend against the opponent's attack. Give me big. Yuanj roared angrily at this time, and then the sword in his hand became so much bigger at this time that it was funny. Then Yuanj took such a sword and chopped off the opponent's shield. As for Qingzi, because Yuanj's blow was too destructive, Qingzi was directly spitting blood. In fact, the time has not passed very long, so the other people's eyes widened one by one at this time, because Yuanji's strength is really too terrifying. Especially Ace. He originally wanted to help the other party, but at this time the other party had already defeated Aokiji. Especially when she said Yuanj so eloquently before, these shoes are a complete slap in the face. At the same time, a voice came to Yuanji's mind. Congratulations to the host for defeating Aokiji to get frozen fruit. Yuanj also didn't expect that the devil fruit that came up was not easy to receive. When Aokiji's devil fruit ability disappeared, entered, the ice on the sea immediately melted. Seeing this, Yuan-Jie at this time immediately used the ability of the fluttering fruit, and then made his body float. As for Qingzi, Yuan-Jie also made the other party's body vote up at this time, because the ice melted. At this time, the carp-shaped Sea King ran out, ready to eat Yuan. However, at this time, Yuan-Jie used the ability of the fluttering fruit to make this guy float in the air. Then he said to the others, "Today we eat this big guy. This guy has never eaten before." As for the others, they are still in a trance, because Yuan-Jie is like taking medicine. Originally, the fight between him and Qingzi was still very anxious, but Yuan-Jie suddenly overturned Qingzi, which was something they had never seen before. Hawkeye was not so surprised, because he knew that Yuan-Jie had 1 or 200 devil fruit. The other party must have used the ability of the devil fruit, so this is the only way to turn the Aokiji. After Yuan-Jie said this, the other people came to their senses, especially Ace, because he knew that the 3 generals of the navy were all very powerful. You can't even beat it yourself. But now he has been defeated by this guy in front of him, and the whole battle has only passed for about 10 minutes. How is this possible? At this time, Ace only felt that everything was very unreal. Of course, Luffy didn't know the strength of the admiral, because he was very shocked that Yuan-Jie got such a big guy directly. This guy is really too big, several times bigger than this giant. Uncle, you are amazing. You caught such a big fish. Sanji, you must prepare these ingredients well, and we must be full today. 20. Defeated Aokiji. Luffy is undoubtedly a big foodie. In the face of such good ingredients, Sanji also showed a very strong enthusiasm at this time, because such ingredients can be encountered but not sought after. Even if they do, if there is no strong strength, they will definitely not be able to catch such a big guy. As for the 2 giants, they showed deep admiration for Yuan-Jie, because the person in front of him is really too powerful. After the comparison between him and this admiral, these 2 guys are just fighting. What shocked them even more was that Yuan-Jie actually caught such a big Sea King, which was not on the same order of magnitude as what they had caught before. What made them even more unexpected was that the wine made by Yuan-Jie was really delicious. All the drunkard present praised Yuan-Jie's wine. This fish is so huge that it needs to be grilled with a huge fire. This great project was handed over to Ace. As for Yuan-Jie, he was responsible for killing the fish, and then following Sanji's orders to grill the fish. Because of such a huge fish, only Ace's flame can cook it, and only Yuan-Jie can easily move this fish. This fish is cooked in no time. Then, they started a feast here. In the end, each of them was full. Their stomachs are very big. However, the fish has not been eaten yet. After eating, they went to sleep. The next day, Yuan-Jie was woken up, and it was awakened by these 2 giants. "That Yuan, we decided to follow you. The 2 of us fighting here are so pointless. We decided to be your crew." This is what Yuan-Jie never thought of. And the 2 giant ninjas actually wanted to follow him. Yuan-Jie's current crew is also Hawkeye, and he is indeed very short of crew now. The strength of these 2 guys is also very strong, and Yuan-Jie naturally wants to take these 2 guys as crew members, but they don't have such a big ship at this time. "It's not that I don't want to accept you, it's that your body is too big, and we have such a big ship," Yuan-Jie said at this time. Hearing this, the 2 giants felt very sorry, but it is indeed as these 2 people said, even if the other party promised him, but there is no such a big ship. But soon, Yuan-Jie thought of one thing. "Does that mean that you don't have Momo fruit? This silent fruit can die and has the ability to multiply, not just be. The size can also be multiplied. I've decided to take you 2 as my crew," Yuan-Jie said to the 2 giants at this time. "But, you don't have a boat that big, and we can't go with you." "It's okay. I just thought of a way." When other people heard this, they were very curious at this time. If these 2 giants were to follow Yuan-Jie, it would definitely require a huge ship. Now that Yuan-Jie says there is a way, they are very curious what kind of way Yuan-Jie has. "Uncle, what way do you have to get this giant uncle away?" Luffy scratched his head and asked. "Yes, these 2 giant uncles are so huge." Usopp was also very puzzled at this time. "I thought, Uncle, are you using your ability to fly people in the air to get these 2 guys away?" Nami felt that the uncle in front of him must have such an idea. "Why didn't I think of it?" The other people looked like they were suddenly enlightened at this time. However, this time Yuan-Jie shook his head. Seeing this, they were even more puzzled at this time. Then Yuan-Jie made a small boat from Luffy and their boat. When they saw Yuan-Jie make a boat, they only felt very puzzled. They didn't know what the uncle in front of them was going to do. Then, after the uncle in front of them touched the boat immediately became bigger. It became a ship that was many times bigger than their Golden Mary. After seeing such a scene, all the people present had their eyes rounded. Even Hawkeye is no exception. This is simply too unimaginable. Of course, if Yuan-Jie doesn't need such a method, he has other methods. Just the one method they thought of, but that one method is obviously a bit clumsy. Of course, Yuan-Jie can also use the ability of the frozen fruit that Aokiji just sent. He froze the sea directly, and the 2 giants could walk on the ice, or they could build a boat out of ice. As long as Yuan keep that ship in a frozen state. That's fine. However, that is obviously not the best way. The two giants had nothing to pack, and then they left the place. As for the green pheasant, they were left on this island. When Aokiji woke up, their group had long since disappeared. It seems that the strength of that guy is still underestimated. That guy deserves to be the guy who can make Hawkeyes can serve as the crew of the other side. The strength of the other side is really terrifying. Headquarters report. Looking at the two in Aokiji, this is indeed a big thing. Aokiji has never suffered much. Then, the green pheasant came to the water's edge, and then came the ice age. However, the seawater was not frozen. Why is that so? At this time, Aokiji just felt very unbelievable. He then used his frozen fruit abilities again, but nothing happened. What exactly is this situation? Why do I have no devil fruit abilities now? Aokiji tried several times, but in the end it was the result of no personality. What is this situation? Could it be that the other party conceal the power of my devil fruit? Aokiji can only think so at this time. He definitely thought that the devil fruit that was not his was plundered by Yuan. Soon, Aokiji thought of something. For decades, there is a curse. All pirates who have played against Roger, among them those with devil fruit abilities, their devil fruit abilities will disappear. Could it be this guy did it all? Aokiji was a little unbelievable at this time. This guy is definitely not easy. In the end, Aokiji was very helpless. He had to get a wooden boat by himself, and then headed back to the Admiralty. As for Yuan, they still let their boat float in the air at this time. They then set off towards Alabasta, because there are many devil fruits there, and those devil fruits Yuan are determined to win. I'm looting devil fruit in One Piece. Chapter 21 to 40. 21. Devil Fruit Curse. During this process, Ace was full of doubt, because the strength of this Yuan song is a bit too perverted. Not to mention that the other party has a terrifying strength. The other party also has a strange ability, which has never been seen before. In this regard, Yuan felt very headache. Naturally, Yuan couldn't tell Ace clearly about this. If he made it clear, the guy with the white beard would definitely come to him. The opponent's devil fruit is still here. For the devil fruit that they plundered from others, in the eyes of other people, this is just a curse from the devil fruit. They don't want to think about themselves. Of course, Yuan knew that as he became more and more high profile, this secret would be known by more and more people. Yuan felt that he could not be the enemy of Whitebeard yet. He was also looking forward to Ace being captured by Blackbeard, because Zhuang Yuan seems to think that the advanced city is a good place, a place to collect devil fruit. There are a lot of pirates in there, and among these pirates, there are many capable ones. If Ace is caught, then he will have a reason to attack the advanced city. Therefore, at this time, Yuan can only develop according to the original plot. Yuan's flight speed was quite fast, and then they came to Alabasta. Ace is going to find Blackbeard, and they are going to Rainforest to find Crocodile. Then, they set off towards the rain. In this regard, Yuan was very puzzled. Shouldn't they be heading for a new route? Why did you leave the new route to Yudu now? Yuan just perfunctory these guys, saying that he was going to do something. Because Yuan's speed is very fast, they feel that Yuan should not delay a lot of time. Moreover, with the strange ability of this uncle, the time spent on their original journey was greatly reduced. As for the green pheasant, they met Smog and his party behind. General, what's your situation? Seeing the dignified admiral look like this, Smog asked in a puzzled way. That guy is indeed very powerful. Even I am not the opponent's opponent. I fought the opponent, and I was defeated. Qingzi is not the kind of person who loved Ace very much. He said that he lost to Yuan. Hearing this, Smog was extremely surprised, because he never thought that this guy's strength is so terrifying. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Why is his strength so terrifying? Smoker asked in confusion. Such a powerful person. They should have heard of it, but they had never heard of it at all, which made him very puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, the other party may be on the ship of One Piece Roger, Aokiji said at this time. Hearing this, Smog was very shocked, because he did not expect that guy turned out to be on the One Piece ship. He's on the One Piece ship. Why haven't I seen it in those bounty lists? Smog knows a lot about One Piece, because he came out of Rog Town, because he also knows a lot about him, but he hadn't heard of this man. Do you know that curse? What curse? As long as the pirate group that has fought against Roger, the devil fruit ability among them, their devil fruit ability will disappear, Aokiji said lightly at this time. Hearing this, Smog was very shocked at this time. He had heard of this legend. It's probably not a curse, but this guy. Soon, Smoker thought of something. General, has your devil fruit power gone too? Smog asked curiously at this time. Hearing this, Aokiji walked away and frowned. Then he asked, did your devil fruit ability also disappear? That's right. Since I fought the opponent, the power of my devil fruit disappeared. I thought something happened to my body, but I didn't expect it to be such a reason. Smoker figured it all out. Do you have a phone bug here? It's a big deal, and I'm going to report it to headquarters. Hearing this, Smoker immediately found the phone bug and handed it to Aokiji. Then Aokiji quickly dialed the phone bug of the war Warring State period. You are Marshall. I am Aokiji. What happened to the green pheasant? What going on with you? Sengoku asked with concern at this time. Sorry, I screwed things up. Hearing this, the Warring States were shocked because they didn't expect that Aokiji would screw up this matter. You must know that in addition to being lazy, Chingzi is very reliable in doing things, so the Warring State period gave such a thing to Chingzi. Of course, part of the reason is that he is very optimistic about Aokiji. Tell me what going on. I was beaten by that guy. Hearing this, Warring States was shocked again, because he did not expect that Chingzi was defeated by the opponent. You were actually beaten by that guy. Tell me how the other party beat you. After hearing this news, the Warring States also paid more and more attention to Yuanj. Because he can defeat Aokiji, the opponent is definitely a big pirate, and he is not the most powerful one. The opponent's three-color arrogance and swordsmanship are very powerful. Of course, the most important thing is that the opponent's has a strange ability, so I guess I was defeated. And after I was defeated, the ability of my frozen fruit also disappeared. So I think decades ago, that curse about the Roger pirates had something to do with this guy. There is still such a thing. I immediately sent someone to investigate who is this guy, and what is the strength of the other party. Sengoku is also very curious about the strength of the other party, because that is very important for pirate. In my opinion, the opponent should have the strength of the four emperors. Hearing this, the Warring States at this time could not close their mouths in surprise. Originally, the four emperors had already caused their navy to feel a lot of headache. Now there is another guy with the strength of the four emperors. Does this allow their navy to have a peaceful day? Even Smog next to him was very shocked when he heard this. 22. 1.5 billion bounty. Because he didn't expect that that guy would have such terrifying strength. He just couldn't imagine it. But this is only the strength of the opponent. The strength of the crew of the opponent is not very high. They can threaten the people of our navy. Only the Eagle Eye. If my guess is correct, that guy should be looking for the crew. Build your own sphere of influence. Hearing this, Sengoku didn't know what to say. Obviously, Sengoku felt that this was also a very troublesome thing. After reporting these important matters, Warring States hung up the phone. Then, the Navy called an urgent meeting. When the Warring State period said what Aokiji said at the meeting, many people did not believe it. Especially Doflamingo. That guy is just a newcomer, and he is so powerful. It can only be said that you guys are too useless, so you are not the opponent's opponent. If I go, that guy will definitely be taken care of by me. Be docile. Although Doflamingo is the king of Chihuahua, the other party does not take the navy in his eyes. If you have the ability, go and fight with each other. Akainu was extremely unhappy at this time. Is my brain ill and want me to fight? Then the navy will solve such a scourge for free for your navy. Obviously, Doflamingo is not stupid, because these guys obviously want to provoke themselves, and then use their own hands to deal with that guy. Although Brother Doflamingo said this, he also knew that the guy who could defeat Aokiji must be very difficult. If he went to deal with the other party, he would also suffer a lot of losses. What do you think about this recently emerging Yuan song? At this time, the Warring State period consulted other people for advice. For this matter, the Warring States is also very headache. He believed in Aokiji very much. If it is really like what Aokiji said, then the other party will have a great impact on the current form. I think such a guy who is a powerful threat to our navy should eradicate him. Akainu said at this time. Of course, there is another aspect that is said to Doflamingo, because this Doflamingo is too arrogant, which makes Akainu look very uncomfortable. As for the yellow monkey, at this time, he did not express any opinion on this matter. He just showed his usual grinning look. Then, other people have their opinion. How about letting the other party join the Chihuahua? This time someone suggested. Now the Chihuahua has no play. Didn't Hawkeye leave Chihuahua? Let the other party join. Hearing this, Doflamingo smiled and said, Eagle Eye has left. Now the other party is the captain. Do you think the other party will join in? And that fellow Eagle Eye didn't say that he wants to quit Chihuahua. In the end, they did not discuss any result. It's just that Yuanji's bounty has been changed to 1.5 billion Bailey from the original 300 million Bailey. In this regard, in the view of the Warring State period, this is still very mismatched with the strength of the opponent. However, these are the suggestions made by these people, and the other party has not done a very bad influence now. In this emergency meeting, they did not discuss countermeasures, but only discussed each other's bounty. When Yuanji's bounty went out, the whole world was boiling, because they never thought that this newcomer, who had just become famous, has now reached such a high bounty. You know, the pirate bounty for themselves represents the embodiment of strength. After seeing Yuanji's high bounty, many pirates expressed their dissatisfaction, because this guy just came out with 300 million Baileys, and now it has suddenly risen to 15 Bailey. This increase is too fast. Of course, the most important thing is that they don't know much about this pirate, and the other party has not done anything earth-shattering. The other party is just a small pirate from the East China Sea. As for the navy, for the sake of faith, the new news that Qingzi was defeated by Yuanj was not announced. They just announced Yuanj's bounty. Therefore, whether it is the Navy or the pirate, Yuanj is also very controversial. Even a lot of pirates and the Navy began to fight Yuanj's idea, because in their opinion, the actual strength of this Yuan song did not reach 1.5 billion Bailey, such a high bounty. Therefore, in the eyes of these guys, Yuanj is a sweet pastry. If he kills the pair, then he can get 1.5 billion Bailey, which is not a small amount. For all this, Yuanj did not know. He also misses those devil fruits in Crocodile. He wants to collect devil fruits as soon as possible so that he can be with his family members earlier. This is Yuanj's pursuit in this world now. Naturally, the wanted order was passed to the hands of the 4 emperors. After seeing this wanted notice, Shanks behaved normally because he knew that Yuanj's strength was very powerful. As for Whitebeard, I never imagined that this winemaker would have such great skill. This made him very puzzled because this guy was making wine on the Roger pirate ship. How did he suddenly become so powerful now? You have to know that your deputy captain, Marco, is even lower than this guy. Is this guy so powerful? Whitebeard is also a person who has been in the sea for so long. He knows the meaning of this bounty. The strength of pirates is only part of it, and it is more of a threat to the world government. But they haven't heard anything about Yuanj recently. Obviously, these things have been covered up by the Navy. As for why it was covered up, it was definitely for the Navy's fate. After dealing with the Navy so many times, Whitebeard still understands this very well. After thinking of this, Whitebeard felt that he had to examine Yuan. As for Auntie and Kaido, they didn't care much about it because the other party was just a 1.5 billion guy, and his bounty was still a lot lower than his own, and the other party was obviously not a big role. Crocodile did not attend this emergency meeting of the Navy this time because he still has big things to do, but he also knew this. For Yuanj, Crocodile is also very interested because the bounty for such a guy came out with 300 million Baileys and even reached 1.5 billion Baileys. You know, his own bounty is only 81 million Baileys bounty, but he doesn't have the strength of Kaido and Auntie, so he doesn't take Yuanj seriously. Crocodile even came up with the idea of pulling the other party into his work club. At this time, Robin ran over and told Crocodile that a few people suddenly came outside, saying that they were here to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Crocodile was very angry because the other party dared to teach himself a lesson without weighing himself. Of course it was Yuanj who said this. 23. Buggy, who feels good about himself. Yuanj felt that at this time, he was no longer low-key, so he had to be high-profile when doing things. The fact that he defeated Aokiji will soon be known by the Navy, and he will also become the focus of the Navy's idea. Robin still doesn't know about Yuanj, so she doesn't know Yuanj and the others. Crocodile didn't have any tension, because in his opinion, it was just a few little devils who came to provoke him. Mr. Zero, those people don't seem to be easy, Robin said to Crocodile at this time. Although Robin doesn't know Yuanj and his party, Robin knows Hawkeye. Hawkeye is also in that group, so she feels that the identity of this group is very complicated. Miss All Sunday is just some clamoring bug. What's not easy? Obviously, Crocodile didn't take those guys seriously, because he sees this kind of thing a lot. Seeing this, Robin didn't say much at this time. Yuanj and his group were standing outside the city at this time because of the 2 giants behind them. Although Yuanj is a pirate, he is not the kind of vicious person. If he brings these 2 giants into the city, those guys in the city will suffer. Crocodile arrived soon after, but it was the 2 giants that he saw first, Donley and Brokey. Is it the 2 of you clamoring here? At this time, Crocodile was wearing a big sweater and smoking a cigarette. Standing there, he only felt very bad. You 2 don't think you are too big. Crocodile, don't take you seriously. Crocodile obviously did not take the 2 giants in his eyes. Hearing this, Yuanj also burst out laughing, because this crocodile is the king of Chihuahua, but the bounty is only 81 million Bailey, and the bounty of each of these 2 giants is 100 million Bailey. Of course, Yuanj knew that this crocodile must be more than such a high bounty. You are just a guy with a bounty of 81 million. Is there such an arrogant? Yuanj felt that if you want the other party to be your own crew member, you can't be polite to the other party, and you have to beat the other party first. That's why Yuanj is so provocative. What are you? Crocodile said very unhappily. Yuanj also stood up at this time. Seeing this, Crocodile was also slightly taken aback. When he saw Yuanj, his eyes widened, because he knows Yuan. This guy is a big pirate of 1.5 billion. Is that you? Crocodile didn't have any fear. Even the 4 emperors like Whitebeard, he didn't have any fear. The guy in front of him was just a guy of 1.5 billion. Didn't think you knew me. Yuanj was very surprised. He didn't expect that he was already famous. Don't think you can do whatever you want with a bounty of 1.5 billion. Pirates in the Navy don't mean you have enough rank. Crocodile was very dissatisfied with Yuanj's appearance. Hearing this, other people were shocked at this time, especially Luffy and his party. party, because he did not expect that the uncle in front of him would be so powerful. This is simply beyond his imagination. 1.5 billion bounty is estimated to be in the entire world, and there are not many people with bounties like this. Of course, they are also very uncomfortable in their heart, because at this time, they still don't have a penny bounty, and they all have zero bounty. This has a lot to do with Yuan Jie, because Yuan Jie is too two-eyed, and the light of all of them is undoubtedly blocked by each other. Of course, when it's okay, Yuan Jie teaches these people, because these guys, if they leave by themselves, the strength of these guys will definitely not be much at that time. Yuan Jie not only taught Zoro swordsmanship, but also taught them to be domineering, because if these people are not domineering, it will definitely not work. Although they don't even have a penny bounty now, they have to say that their strength is very powerful. Uncle, give me this guy. I must teach this guy a good lesson. Luffy hasn't fought for a long time. He also tried the results of training with Luffy these days. In this regard, Yuan Jie also agreed, because this crocodile is telling the truth. The other party is not his opponent at all. Now that he is a big pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion, he must at least be a little bit aggressive. Yuan, you asked him to come up. Isn't this a death sentence? This crocodile obviously did not take Luffy into his eyes. Hearing this, Yuan Jie really couldn't stand it anymore, because this crocodile didn't even look in the mirror what kind of strength he was. With the strength of the other party, he still underestimates others. In fact, Yuan Jie didn't really want to recruit this crocodile. It wasn't because he really couldn't find anyone. Now there are only 3 crew members, 2 giants and Eagle Eyes. Yuan Jie also wants to build the strongest pirate group. He wants to attack the navy, crusade the navy, and beat other pirates. As for why this is done, it's because everything is for devil fruit. If he wants to collect all the devil fruit, he must be the last thing to do. Although his strength is very strong now, if a few guys like Aokiji deal with him, he will definitely not be their opponent. Therefore, Yuan Jie also needs help. Meanwhile, on an island, look, boss. At this time, Buggy's men had just received a wanted order from the world government. Buggy was also very curious at this time. When he saw the reward order, he was also very surprised, because he knows the person on this reward order, and this guy is Yuan Jie. When he looked at the bounty below, Bakina was taken aback, because he did not expect that Yuan Jie would reward 1.5 billion Bailey. This is really scary. This guy is not as strong as me. Why is the bounty so high? In this regard, Bakina is very puzzled, because in his opinion, Yuan Jie's strength has always been weaker than himself. This guy doesn't even dare to fight himself. Captain Buggy, didn't expect your friend to be so good. Buggy's crew praised at this time. Captain Buggy's friends are also good, so Buggy naturally won't compare to his counterpart. Our Captain Buggy is also very powerful. Buggy's men were flattering Buggy again at this time. At this time, Alrita was in a daze looking at the wanted notice of Yuan. 24. Buggy, he dare not fight with me. Soon, he came to ask Buggy, why is this guy so powerful? Didn't you say that the opponent's strength is not as good as you? Because he personally heard Buggy say that the opponent's strength is not as good as even him. But this guy has so much bounty. The opponent must have a very strong strength. Yeah, this guy never dared to fight me before, Buggy said proudly at this time. Hearing this, Arita was very speechless at this time. The other party has never fought with Buggy, and this guy feels weaker than himself. Now it is clear at a glance that the other party is not afraid of Buggy. It is estimated that the other party is too lazy to fight with Buggy. Buggy's strength is very weak, and it was solved by the guy in the straw hat who just emerged. This guy still thinks he is very powerful all day long. The fight between Crocodile and Luffy also begins. Yuan Jie was very depressed at this time, because he didn't see the other members of the Baroque Work Club. Collecting devil fruits is Yuan Jie's main purpose this time, because in this Baroque Work Club, there are many devil fruit capable people. With so many devil fruit, I naturally want to get those devil fruit. If these guys escape, then it would be very difficult to find these people. Therefore, Yuan Jie is like this. It seems that the only way to catch this guy is to let this guy call those people back. Now those people in the Baroque Work Club should not know that Crocodile's identity is Mr. Zero. After thinking of this, Yuan Jie at this time was not as worried as before. Then, he watched Luffy and Crocodile fight. This Baroque still has a bit of strength, and now Luffy is not the opponent's opponent at all. The main reason is that this guy is a natural devil fruit person. Luffy knew that if he hit the opponent's body would turn into sand. This made Luffy very uncomfortable. Yuan, do you still think this guy is my opponent? It's just this guy. He wants to be and he wants to beat me, and he wants to be the pirate king. This is a joke. Luffy can't attack Crocodile at all. Therefore, Luffy was severely injured by the opponent. Luffy, with the arrogance I gave you, your fist can't attack the opponent's 9. If you had arrogance, this situation wouldn't happen. Yuan Jie said to Luffy at this time. He couldn't get used to Crocodile's arrogant appearance, so he reminded Luffy at this time. Domineering. Crocodile naturally knew domineering, but he didn't know how to use domineering. You will be domineering. Crocodile asked at this time. At this time, Yuan-Jay looked at each other like a fool. Yuan-Jay also didn't know where did this guy come from to have the courage to challenge Whitebeard. Yuan-Jay did not give any answer to what the other party said. Hearing this, Luffy quickly used his domineering arrogance, and his punch directly knocked Crocodile into the air. Seeing this, Crocodile only felt that this was really incredible at this time. He didn't expect that the other party would be domineering. Crocodile knew that he could not help the other party by relying on the characteristics of this natural devil fruit. Although he is not domineering, he still understands domineering. Domineering can restrain the ability of the devil fruit. After seeing that the other party can use domineering, Crocodile no longer underestimates the other party, because that domineering is very restrained on the ability of his devil fruit. How did you learn to be domineering? Crocodile asked. For this domineering, he also wants to learn, but he has never found such a way. Crocodile is an old fritter after all. If he has domineering, his strength can be greatly improved. You must know that these 4 emperors are all 3-color domineering guys. These guys are so strong, and it is inseparable from these guys having such a powerful domineering. This is what my uncle taught me. Luffy also answered the other party's doubts at this time. Hearing this, Crocodile looked at Yuan-Jay at this time. Obviously, Yuan-Jay also has domineering, and the domineering is very powerful. At this time, Crocodile also really knew how powerful Yuan-Jay was. Luffy and Crocodile continued to fight together. Of course, Crocodile was not reconciled because he was going to be defeated by a little pirate who borrowed a nameless name, and he was the king of the Chihuahua. Although Luffy has domineering, this guy is not very skilled at mastering domineering. Therefore, this guy can sometimes unleash his arrogance, and sometimes he can. So, he and Crocodile are inextricably linked. However, this Luffy is really tenacious, and in the end this guy still defeated Crocodile. In the end, Luffy and Crocodile will not fight who is the most powerful, but whose life is harder. Obviously, Luffy's life is a little harder than Crocodile. Crocodile couldn't believe that he actually lost in the hands of such a young boy, because Luffy is not their crew. Therefore, Luffy gave Crocodile to defeat Yuan-Jay and did not get the devil fruit. When Crocodile woke up, it was very unbelievable, because he never thought that a kid like the other party would defeat him, which made him a little unbelievable. Who the hell are you? In Crocodile's view, Yuan-Jay was a very complicated person. The others had already gone out at this time. Only Yuan-Jay and Crocodile were in the same room. Crocodile, I still lack a crew member. Although you are weaker, because I lack a crew member, you can be my crew member reluctantly, Yuan-Jay said to Crocodile lightly at this time. Hearing this, Crocodile was very angry at this time, because the guy in front of him didn't see himself in his eyes at all. The other party actually said that he was weak, which made him a little unbearable. He is the king of the 7 martial seas. Of course, the most important thing is that he still has important things to do. That is to subvert the country of Alabasta and build a country of his own. 25. Crocodile is a woman. Crocodile, will never agree. At this time, Crocodile said to Yuan-Jay very firmly, you will agree later. Yuan-Jay said lightly at this time, Crocodile, will not agree even if I die. Crocodile's attitude at this time was very firm. You are not a man. Yuan-Jay said these words lightly. Hearing this, Crocodile was shocked at this time, because he did not expect the other party to know such a thing. Still, Crocodile was a little bit unconvinced of this. You are talking nonsense. I'm a pure man. Could it be that I'm still a woman? Crocodile retorted. Haha, don't think you're a man just because you're always smoking a cigarette. You still can't change your role as a woman. Yuan-Jay was babbling nonsense at this time. Hearing this, Crocodile's face became very ugly at this time. Isn't there any sex reassignment surgery in this world? Crocodile still retorted. Haha, you've changed from a woman to a man. Don't you know that there is sex reassignment surgery in this world? Yuan-Jay said with a smile at this time. Hearing this, Crocodile's face became very ugly. At this time, he confronted Yuan-Jay and asked, who the hell are you? You just need to know who you are. Who the hell told you this? As long as you know, I know this. Yuan-Jay did not answer the other party's question. Is this what Ivankov told you? You only need that guy, and only me and that guy know about this matter. Do you know that shemale? So you are a member of the Revolutionary Army. Yuan-Jay still did not answer the other party's question. Whether you agree to my request. If you don't agree, I don't mind telling everyone in the world about this. Do you dare? Crocodile's face was ashen at this time. If this matter is told to the whole world, then he will definitely be ridiculed by others. He is the dignified king of Chihuahua. Okay, I promise you, but I have important things to do, and I won't go with you now. Crocodile said to each other. The important thing you said is to subvert Alabasta. Isn't Alabasta very good now? Why do you want to make a name for yourself? Yuan-Jay did not say in a good mood at this time. Hearing this, Crocodile was greatly shocked, because he did not expect that the other party knew all about it. Who the hell are you? Crocodile felt that the guy in front of him was not simple. Even if he tried to break his head, Crocodile would not have thought that the other party was a transmigrator. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is who you are. At this time, Yuan-Jay uttered a sentence that is often in the movie. Okay, I promise you. Release me, Crocodile said to Yuan-Jay at this time. At this time, Crocodile was handcuffed by Halushi. Yuan-Jay then loosened the opponent's handcuff, and at this time, Crocodile took action against Yuan, because in Crocodile's view, if the other party is removed, then everything can proceed according to the normal plan, and he will not be afraid of the other party to threaten himself. Women, unreliable, Yuan-Jay said lightly at this time. Yuan-Jay's strength is not something that Crocodile can overcome. At this time, Luffy and the others just came back full after eating. Uncle, who says women are unreliable? Am I not very reliable? When Nami heard this, she was very dissatisfied at this time. Of course, when Nami said this, she threw a wink at Yuan-Jay. Seeing this, Yuan-Jay didn't know what to say. After seeing these people come back, Crocodile stopped immediately. He also had to agree to Yuan-Jay's request. Yuan-Jay naturally had to use the other party to recall his own subordinate. In this regard, Crocodile is also very puzzled, because his subordinate can't pose any threat at all. He doesn't know why Yuan-Jay cares so much. However, whoever told him to have the handle in the other party's hand, he also had to follow Yuan-Jay's method. After giving such an order, those guys were immediately summoned back by Yuan-Jay. They were also very dumbfounded. Then, when they came back, a masked man walked them away for a meal, and they didn't know what happened next. Crocodile didn't understand this matter very much. Why did Yuan-Jay do this? He originally thought that Yuan-Jay was going to kill these people, but he didn't expect it to end like this. Even Crocodile's subordinates were still very confused at this time. After obtaining the devil fruit, Yuan-Jay gave the country back to the King of Alabasta. When the King of Alabasta heard this, he was very confused at this time. He didn't know what the situation was. Wei Wei naturally came back. She was still suffering from not knowing what to do with Crocodile, because it was the guy who made Alabasta so unstable. Why didn't she expect that there was someone who saved their country, let go of her father, and handed over the country to them? For Yuan-Jay, Wei Wei is very grateful, and of course she also admires such a pirate who does good deeds. Facing their questions, Yuan-Jay just said that he was just seeking a benefit for world peace. Hearing this, these people admire Yuan-Jay very much. Even Luffy admires Yuan-Jay even more, because Yuan-Jay still has such a consciousness. This guy is so powerful, and he has been keeping a low profile. It is because of such a reason that he became a pirate. In this regard, Sanji was very contemptuous, because in Sanji's view, this guy is his rival in love. Yep, it's a rival, because these good-looking women worship Yuan-Jay very much, which makes him extremely unhappy. He is a beautiful man, but these women really like such a greasy middle-aged uncle. As for the latter matter, Yuan-Jay did not help these people, but let them solve it by themselves. Yuan-Jay is just helping out by the way. He is not the savior. He will try to help as much as he can. Perhaps this is the consciousness of modern people. 26. Blackbeard was frightened. Then, these people set off again. Yuan-Jay knew that he and these people would be separated soon. After getting along with these people, Yuan-Jay was a little reluctant for them, but Yuan-Jay knows that they have their own way to go and their own things to do. As for the devil fruit on their boat, Yuan-Jay felt that he would naturally take these devil fruits away. Robin also boarded the boat behind, and Yuan-Jay didn't say anything about it, which surprised Robin. Yuan-Jay then drove the boat forward quickly. As for many places in the middle, Yuan-Jay did not stop. Blackbeard began to play Yuan-Jay's idea, because this guy was just a newcomer, and Blackbeard felt that this guy was definitely not strong enough. They want to capture Yuan-Jay, a 300 million guy, and then they can become famous in one battle. If they knew that Yuan-Jay's current bounty was 1.5 billion, Blackbeard would never dare to make such an idea again, because this is definitely a big pirate. You must know that more than 1 billion pirates in the whole world can now be counted with both hands. More than 1 billion pirates naturally have very powerful strength. After some inquiries, Blackbeard found out the whereabouts of Yuan-Jay and his group. It was too boring for Yuan-Jay and his group to fly in the sky, so they put the boat down. Zoro kept asking Hawkeye for advice. Of course, Hawkeye also taught this guy generously. As for Luffy and Usopp fishing there with great interest at this time, Yuan-Jay also started to sleep at this time. Captain, it seems that Yuan-Jay and his party are in front. When Fan Cow was hunting birds, he saw Yuan-Jay's pirate group. Hearing this, Blackbeard grinned and looked very happy, because in Blackbeard's view, the other party is the prey of his fame this time. If we catch these guys, we'll be famous all over the world. Blackbeard grinned and looked very wretched. As for other people, this time it was a look of eagerness to try. Although the other party is a big pirate of 300 million, the Blackbeard at this time did not take the other party's house in his eyes at all. Then, they quickly drove in the direction of Yuan-Jay and his group. Hey, there seems to be a pirate ship heading towards us ahead. At this time, Usopp also saw Blackbeard pirate group. Hello. After Luffy saw the other side pirate ship, he also waved. Haha, Yuanj, you can't run away today. My Blackbeard pirates will be famous in this world from now on. All I could hear was a wretched laugh from the boat. Yuanj was still sleeping there at this time because he didn't hear this. Hearing this, these people didn't take this matter seriously at all, because in their eyes, the other party is just a little known little high. Soon, Luffy thought of setting up. Blackbeard, isn't that the guy Ace wanted to catch? I didn't expect to meet him here. Luffy was also very surprised at this time. Soon, the Blackbeard pirates rushed over. When their boat approached this boat, they jumped directly onto Luffy's boat. When they jumped onto the boat, they were all very happy, because in their opinion, they jumped onto the other party's boat, and these people must not be able to escape at this time, because they were so happy. However, Yuanj, Hawkeye, and Crocodile were all sleeping at this time. Whereas Yuan, as soon as Blackbeard came up, the big man shouted. Hearing this, Luffy pointed to Blackbeard at this time. You guys, haven't you seen Lao Su sleeping? You're still yelling. Crocodile apparently heard the noise, and then said angrily. Then the group of them looked over, and saw a familiar face there. It was Crocodile who slept there. Seeing this, Blackbeard was very puzzled at this time, because he didn't know why this guy was on this ship. The other party was not wearing chains and handcuffs. Obviously, the other party was not caught. Captain, look over there. That guy looked like Hawkeye. At this time, Blackbeard's subordinates obviously found Hawkeye, and then shouted, why is this guy on this boat? At this time, Hawkeye didn't have chains or handcuffs on his hand, and the other party wasn't caught. They are all companions of this uncle. Luffy answered these guys' questions at this time. After hearing such a news, the Blackbeard pirates exclaimed, what kind of characters are these? All of them are Yuanji's companions. It's hard to believe. But soon, they immediately covered their mouths. If these guys are woken up, then these guys will definitely not let them go. Seeing this, Blackbeard didn't dare to make Yuanji's idea at this time, because the strength of these two guys under Yuan Singer is really terrifying. If you disturb these people, your group will definitely not be able to eat and walk around. Sorry, we're disturbing. Blackbeard hinted apologetically at this time. Seeing this, all these people present were full of doubt, because these guys called one by one just now were aggressive. How come these guys are like this now? This made him feel very puzzled. You are Blackbeard? Luffy asked at this time. That's right, it's Blackbeard below. Blackbeard was extremely respectful at this time, because he only knew now that these guys are not easy, and he is no match for these guys. Ace seems to be looking for you. You are not a good person at first sight. As for what, you should know yourself, Luffy said very badly at this time. Hearing this, Blackbeard was also slightly taken aback at this time, because he didn't expect these people to know Ace. The current Blackbeard doesn't dare to disturb these guys, so he is also extremely well behaved at this time. This must be a misunderstanding. I used to have a good relationship with Captain Ace. Don't worry, I will explain it to Ace. Hearing this, Luffy believed the other party's words. Since this is a misunderstanding, it's time to explain it. 27. Blackbeard was beaten. Since you're Ace's friend, let's eat something on our boat before we go. Sanji's food is delicious. Hearing this, the Blackbeard's face at this time was extremely ugly. If he woke up these people, he would definitely have no good result. I still have something to do. Let's eat again later. Blackbeard put those words down, and immediately returned to his ship. What the hell happened to these people? Luffy asked in confusion at this time. These guys are definitely not good people. Captain, that Yuanj is sleeping there. Why don't you attack the opponent? That's a very good time. At this time, the fighting champion Badgers said, if we do it, we are definitely not the opponent's opponent. Hawkeye and Crocodile are willing to be each other's subordinate, which means that the other party's strength must be very unusual. Just Crocodile and Hawkeye can defeat us. Let's not take such a risk. Blackbeard explained at this time. Uncle, don't sleep, eat and let go. When it was time to eat, Luffy woke up Yuanj and the others. Luffy also told the uncle about the Blackbeard and his party. There was a guy named Blackbeard just now, the one that Ace was going to chase. He came over just now and said he wanted to arrest us. The guy behind said that it was just a misunderstanding with Ace, and then they were very strange. Leave Blackbeard. Yuanj didn't expect that Blackbeard had come here just now, which he didn't expect, but Yuanj knew that this Blackbeard must have come to make up his mind. This guy actually dared to hit me with his mind. It seems that he has to teach this black boy a good lesson, Yuanj said with emotion at this time. Then, he let the ship sail quickly to chase after Blackbeard, because that Blackbeard dared to make up his mind. Blackbeard saw that those people did not catch up, and they were relieved at this time. If they really fight, they will definitely not be the opponents of these guys. Just waiting for the Blackbeard to breathe a sigh of relief. And at this moment, a ship came from the sky in front of them. Isn't that the boat of Yuanji's group? How did these guys fall from the sky? In this regard, these guys at this time are very puzzled. It must be the power of the devil fruit. Blackbeard has met the world, and these unusual things are generally the ability of the devil fruit. It seems we are going to really fight each other. Blackbeard sighed at this time. You black boy, I didn't expect you to dare to hit with me. Today, I will teach you a good lesson for the guy with the white beard. You black boy, Yuan-Jay said very unhappily. HMPH. You, a guy with only 300 million bounty. What are you crazy about in front of us? What Blackbeard is afraid of is not Yuan, but the two crew members of Yuan-J, because the strength of those two guys is not ordinary. Today I'll show you that even if it 300 million, I can hang and beat you black boy. Blackbeard felt very unhappy when the other party called him a black boy. Blackbeard also knew that he couldn't escape at this time, so he had no choice but to confront the other side. At this time, Yuan-Jay directly used the ability of Momo Fruit, and his speed was directly multiplied. Yuan-Jay suddenly came to Blackbeard. Then, Yuan-Jay didn't care whether the other party was ready or not. He directly used his domineering arrogance, and then slapped the other party directly. Blackbeard was very embarrassed at this time, because the other party was caught off guard. It was obviously a sneak attack. Not so, Yuan-Jay also used Momo Guo's ability, and his punch was many times the power of the opponent's previous one. The Blackbeard who hit it was shouting again and again, "We'll be trying to save Blackbeard with other people at this time." At this time, Yuan-Jay was directly arrogant and domineering, and these guys were intimidated by him. Yuan-Jay didn't want this black boy to die at this time, because he wants the black boy to arrest Ace. Then he will have a legitimate reason to make a fuss about the city, because there are a lot of devil fruit capable people there, so that place must be visited. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in Yuan-Jay's mind. Congratulations to the host for defeating Blackbeard. The host gets the dark fruit. Hearing this, Yuan-Jay didn't know what to say at this time. This dark fruit has a great effect on Yuan. If he had a dark fruit in the previous battle with Aokiji, if Qingzi couldn't use the ability of frozen fruit, then Zhang Qingzi would be easily defeated. However, Yuan-Jay knew that this dark fruit could not be obtained now. If this Blackbeard didn't have the dark fruit, he couldn't defeat Ace. Therefore, Yuan-Jay had no choice but to take out the dark fruit that he had just obtained and stuff it into the opponent's mouth. Blackbeard only felt that the guy in his mouth was very unpalatable, and he almost vomited. Because he was beaten by Yuan-Jay, and Yuan-Jay used Momo Guo's ability, his speed was very fast. Therefore, Blackbeard and Imu saw something, but he only felt that the things in his mouth were very unpalatable. After teaching this guy a lesson, Yuan-Jay left. Why don't these guys get rid of them? And if you give this guy to Whitebeard, they will definitely thank you. Hawkeye asked in confusion at this time. Ace will naturally come and solve this guy personally. I naturally don't want to interfere in this matter. Yuan-Jay said to Hawkeye at this time. I just saw that you ate a devil fruit for the other party. Didn't you collect the devil fruit? How did you give the other party the devil fruit to eat? Eagle Eye is obviously very difficult. Even if Yuan-Jay is already very fast, he still sees the scene just now. I have my own plan. I will tell you about this in due course. What are you talking about? Crocodile watched the two guys chatter, so he ran over and asked curiously. We're just talking about family. Hearing this, Crocodile looked at these two guys with a bad look at this time. Since the two guys didn't talk, Crocodile didn't ask. As they get along these days, Yuan-Jay feels more and more that this Crocodile looks like a woman, because this guy is very intuitive and likes to babble when he has nothing to do. This guy always likes to put on a cold look in front of others. 28. 2 billion bounty. When Blackbeard woke up, he was very angry, because he was so embarrassed. The other party is obviously a sneak attack, and he is not ready for it. Of course, Blackbeard will also know that the other party is indeed very strong, and the other party also has armed domineering and overlord domineering, and these two domineering are also very powerful. This guy is really strong. No wonder people like Hawkeye and Crocodile are willing to be this guy's crew. Blackbeard sighed. He breathed a sigh of relief at this time, because the other party let him die. But Blackbeard is very curious. What exactly is the other party feeding him? Why do I feel like that guy is a devil fruit? However, I don't have any other devil fruit abilities. In this regard, Blackbeard was very puzzled. What Yuan-Jay gave the other party was really a devil fruit, and it was the other party's devil fruit, which Blackbeard could not have imagined. For Yuan-Jay and his group, the Navy still pays great attention, because this force cannot be underestimated. Report to the Marshal. Crocodile seems to have joined them. Hearing this, the Warring State period could not help frowning, because he did not expect that Crocodile would give up his Navy status, which was something that Sengoku never thought of. Now there are two people in Chiwahai who have joined each other, which makes the Warring States have to be nervous. Not only that, but two pirates from the Giant Clan joined them, one named Dongli and the other named Broki. They were all pirates of 100 million 100 years ago. Not only that, but also some not so famous guys such as Pirate Hunter Zoro joined them. At this time in the Warring State period, my head really hurts a bit. If it continues to develop, the other party must be another Sea Emperor. Of course, at this time, the naval headquarters had to raise Yuan-Jay's bounty again, from the original 1.5 billion Bailey to 2 billion Bailey. Although the other party only has a few crew members to join, the threat of the other other party to the world government is getting bigger and bigger. When yuan changed from 1.5 billion to 2 billion Bailey, the navies and pirates all over the world were boiling. Because they are very depressed. Such a guy has never heard any news from each other. The bounties they see instructing each other keep increasing. And one increase is several hundred million. This makes these guys very puzzling. Therefore, those pirates are very dissatisfied with the navy because their strength is obviously very powerful. But I only have tens of millions. Therefore, those pirates are all very unconvinced. The sound of the pirate gave the navy an incomparable headache. The reason why the navy didn't make it public is that they felt it was a disgrace to their navy. It was like beheading their navy colonel, then defeating their navy admiral, and then two Chihuahua took refuge in this guy. None of these things can be said, and if they say it, they will lose the face of their navy. Therefore, they can only continue to increase each other's bounty, but can't tell what the reason is. Although those pirates were not convinced one by one, they really wanted to catch this guy whose bounty amounted to 2 billion. If this is the case, you can get a bounty of 2 billion. If you get this bounty, then you will make a fortune. Whether it was a pirate or a navy, an operation to catch yuan started at this time. In their opinion, yuan is a sweet pastry. Of course, Whitebeard was shocked because he didn't expect that the winemaker on this Rogers boat would rise to 2 billion Bailey. What puzzled him the most was that this guy didn't seem to do anything, and this guy has reached such a high level. Whitebeard must know that what Yuan J did must have hurt the navy's face, so the navy did not announce it. This kid seems to be that I underestimated him before, but if he doesn't make a sound, he has already become a blockbuster. For this matter, Yuan J still does not know. As for Buggy the clown, every time the Yuan song bounty goes up, this guy is also very happy, and every time he holds a banquet. Because this guy always felt that Yuan was weaker than him. Since Yuan had such a high bounty, he naturally wouldn't compare himself to the other side. It wasn't long before Blackbeard saw the bounty. When he saw this bounty, he was dumbfounded. That guy now has 2 billion Bailey. This increase is too terrifying. Blackbeard was frightened at this time except for the cold sweat. Obviously, the opponent's strength is quite terrifying. At the same time, on a table not far from Blackbeard, what kind of thing is this Yuan? This guy's bounty is so high. Yeah, I don't know that these navies made this guy's bounty so high. This guy hasn't even been for half a month, and he's already so famous now. I don't know what this guy did. I've never heard of it anyway. I feel like this guy has nothing but a false name. Yeah, I'm going to try my luck. If I catch this guy, then there will be 2 billion Bailey, which is a lot of money. If I get this amount of money, then don't go looking for One Piece. Who knows whether that guy really exists or is fake. Blackbeard naturally heard the conversation between the group of people next to him. Apparently, these guys have a problem with Yuan's high bounty. Moreover, the navy did not reveal why Yuan got such a high bounty. However, Blackbeard thought that the two Chihuahua under the opponent's hand, especially Hawkeye, even if that guy didn't have a devil fruit, he was still strong and terrifying. And he also knew that Hawkeye fought Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, and he didn't know the result. Obviously, this eagle eye has the strength of the 4 emperors, but this guy is now willing to be Yuan Ji's subordinate. Obviously this Yuan Ji's strength is definitely not ordinary. Blackbeard felt that Yuan J had probably done a lot of things to offend the navy because it hurt the navy's faith. Therefore, the navy did not speak out about this matter. Blackbeard has now experienced Yuan's strength, and the other party is very unusual. Many pirates began to turn back from the channel. Some people want to get that rich bounty, and some people want to defeat Yuan and become famous all over the world. After all, this Yuan is now a big pirate with 2 billion. The bounty is very high, and the whole world is paying attention to each other. 29. Kill the quartet. They searched for Yuan's footprints one by one. Yuan's next stop is naturally to go to the empty island, because there is a golden ship there. However, Yuan did not know the exact location of the empty island, so they had to go to Gaia to inquire about the whereabouts of Kulakai, because that guy knows the whereabouts of Sky Island. Then they set off towards Gaia. As for the people who were looking for Yuan, they just felt like they had disappeared completely, which made these guys who wanted to catch Yuan feel extremely depressed. Of course, they couldn't imagine that Yuan was not sailing on the sea like these guys. Yuan J is a child flying in the sky. These people are completely different. Therefore, these people couldn't find Yuan J and his party when they searched for it on the sea. However, on this day, Yuan and the others fell from the sky because they were going to land in Gaia, and they wanted to inquire about the place where Nakulakai lived. Look, that ship fell from the sky. It's incredible. Seeing Yuan and their boat falling from the sky, the people who saw them only felt very incredible. Look, that pirate flag. That seems to be the guy whose navy offered a bounty of 2 billion Bailey. Yes, because Yuan and the others were on Luffy's pirate ship. When the navy offered a bounty, it was also hung under the Straw Hat pirate. After hearing this news, the pirates in the vicinity boiled. First, the hungry wolves rushed towards the madness as if they saw their prey. Ha ha, Yuan, your head is mine. fine. Just surrender to us obediently. The head of this yuan belongs to me. If your other pirates rob us, we will never bypass you. We have several crew members over 100 million. Look, it's a pirate group. It's a very famous pirate. It is said that their captain has a bounty of 200 million. I didn't expect them to come. Yeah, this time, yuan will definitely not be able to escape. Yeah, why does this guy have such a high bounty? This guy's bounty is so high. Let's wait for other people to hunt and kill him. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. Yuan naturally heard this as well. Yuan was surprised that his bounty had risen again, and now it has become 2 billion. Of course, it's no surprise to Yuan because he has such strength. He also heard the words of these people. These are obviously pirates, and these pirates are arrogant, but they have a bounty of 2 billion. What kind of cattle are these hundreds of millions of bounty? Of course, Yuan is also very hungry and speechless. These guys obviously don't agree with such a high bounty. However, these complain about what they are doing. This is a reward offered by the Navy. If you want to blame, you can blame the Navy. Although Yuan was attacked by these guys, Yuan was very happy at this time, because among these people, there are quite a few devil fruit capable people. This also means that these guys are here to give themselves devil fruit, and they don't need to search for these devil fruits all over the world in the future. Yuan, just keep your hands off the ground, and you'll die better. The crusade continued, and the scene was very noisy. Chopper and Usopp were terrified, because they were surrounded by other pirates at this time. It was densely packed around. They had never seen such a big scene. It's over now. You guys will keep the boat safe from attack. Just leave these guys to the 3 of us. Not all cats and dog can come and catch me. If people like this are going to die, then I'll give them a fight. Yuan smiled at this time. For Yuan it was like searching for him thousands of times in the crowd, but that person was in the dim light. Uncle, don't worry, we will definitely protect the ship. Luffy said it very firmly at this time. Laosha, Hawkeye, let go. Then, these people attacked those people. Seeing that this Yuan is so bad, these people are not polite to them at this time. Kill. However, at this time, Crocodile rushed directly into the sea. This guy was also excited by such a scene. This guy also forgot that he was still a devil fruit ability user. Seeing such a scene, Yuan also covered his forehead and didn't know what to say. He used the ability of fluttering fruit to get Laosha up. As for Yuan and Hawkeye, they killed them. These people naturally saw Hawkeye and Crocodile. After seeing these two people, these pirates were also slightly surprised, because these two are under the king's Chihuahua. They didn't expect these two guys to join Yuan's pirate group. These pirates also know that the strength of the king's Chihuahua is very strong, but at this time, in their view, they are numerous and powerful, because they have no fear at this time. Yuan didn't use the ability of the Piao fruit. He directly used the ability of the Momo fruit. At this time, he thought that the speed had doubled. At this time, he was simply floating on the water, and his speed was like a flash of lightning. Yuan clenched the knife in his hand tightly at this time. This knife was borrowed from Sauron, because Yuan is not very accustomed to carrying a knife on Shen Hengmian. Those pirates showed no mercy to Yuan Singer at this time. They all went to Yuan's bounty one by one. At this time, Yuan naturally didn't show mercy, because these guys were going to kill him, so he naturally wouldn't show mercy. Of course, these guys aren't people either. They are all vicious pirates. Pirates are basically vicious, and as for some guys, they keep the kindness in his heart. Obviously, these people aren't the part that keep kind-hearted hungry guys. Yuan was so fast that it felt like it was disappearing. This made these guys very suspicious, but before they thought about it, their head fell to the ground. They don't even know how their head fell off. Seeing such a scene, other people also shouted at this time, "What are you still doing? Shoot at these guys." Although there are so many pirates, these pirates are unorganized, undisciplined, and completely scattered. The scene was once bloody, but Yuan is not that kind of bloodthirsty person. At this time, he used the power of fusion fruit to directly fuse these ships of theirs. After Yuan integrated these ships, Yuan switched to Momo fruit again to multiply these ships. 30, the 5th Sea Emperor, and then smashed at the guys who fell into the water. The resting ship that Yuan was fused with was like a huge falling object at this time. It was very huge, covering the sky and the sun. After seeing such a scene, those pirates knew that it was no wonder that the other party had a bounty of 2 billion, and the other party's strength was really terrifying. After seeing such a guy who landed in the sky, these people did not dare to play the idea of Yuan's bounty at this time. There was only one thought in their minds at this time, and that was to escape. Get out of this place quickly, otherwise they will sink into the sea with that behemoth. At this time, the scene no longer became bloody, but became very chaotic. One by one, these guys were howling, screaming, and running around. After Usopp saw the thing falling from the sky, Usopp was not too frightened, because if that thing falls, they will be finished by then. However, at this moment, Yuan returned with Hawkeye, because Hawkeye's speed is fast, but it is very slow compared to Yuan's speed. Therefore, Yuan Yuan-Jie brought this guy back. Then Yuan-Jie left this place quickly with their boat. When Crocodile saw such a scene, he seemed a little incredible at this time, because this power is really too powerful. Crocodile was defeated by Luffy. Yuan-Jie never fought against Crocodile, although he saw Yuan-Jie fighting Blackbeard. In Crocodile's view, the opponent was just a little pirate, and Yuan-Jie won the opponent in this way. If you were yourself, you could easily win the other side. So, Crocodile didn't realize how powerfully Yuan-Jie beat Blackbeard. Whoever called Blackbeard's bounty is a little pitiful. At this time, Yuan-Jie quickly let their ship leave this lake. This time he used the power of Momo fruit and Junjun fruit. Their ship is like a real rocket, and the speed is very fast. Of course, this speed is so fast that the ship is about to fall apart. At this moment, Yuan-Jie kept thinking about that voice in his mind. Congratulations to the host for defeating. Congratulations to the host for getting. Yuan-Jie's mind was like a buzzer, which made Yuan-Jie feel very uncomfortable. But at this time, Yuan-Jie was really happy in his heart, because Yuan-Jie has harvested dozens of devil fruit this time. He had never obtained so many devil fruit before. This is a big harvest for Yuan-Jie all of a sudden, which also reduces Yuan-Jie a lot of time to go to other places to find devil fruit. This battle is very fierce, but this is only for those pirates. For Yuan-Jie, it felt like he had just moved his muscles and bone, because those guys are arrogant one by one. These guys didn't even think about their own strength, and they dared to find trouble for themselves. In the end, the one who survived this battle was simply a blessing. Of course, there are very few such guys. Soon, this battle was spread by EPUB. After hearing such news, pirates and navies all over the world couldn't believe it, because Yuan-Jie's strength was so terrifying. He even defeated all the pirates that besieged them, and very few survived. For this battle, many people do not believe it, because in this battle, there are many pirates with over 100 million. But now these people are all dead. As for those who survived, they were also quite frightened. There was even a shadow in their heart, because for that battle, they seemed a little powerless, and even if their companions died in front of them, they were powerless to save them. In the face of the enemy, they are even more powerless to fight back, because there are not many people who survive. Everyone still doesn't believe in such a thing. Therefore, many people started to investigate, but those people really don't exist anymore. Therefore, this one thing feels like a legend to these people, because the credibility of this matter is not very high. These guys' crusade against Yuan-Jie is still not over. Yuan-Jie had just harvested a wave of devil fruit, but he didn't expect another wave of people to die. At this time, he has been a good person again, and he has fully satisfied the wishes of these guys. Seeing the enthusiasm of these people, Yuan-Jie was waiting for the arrival of those pirates in Gaia at this time. Because others rushed to give him the devil fruit, he naturally had to accept it. In this way, Yuan-Jie and the others have harvested a lot of devil fruits here, and there are more than 100 devil fruit. The other people are not fooled. After these people were wiped out, they had to believe in Yuan-Jie's strength. One person can kill so many people, and the strong ones are very terrifying. Luo looked at Yuan-Jie's reward at this time, and he was also very depressed at this time, because such a powerful guy should not appear in the new world. Why did he appear in the new route? This made them supernovae completely unnoticed by the navy. Now his bounty is not over 100 million. Kira was very arrogant when he saw such a guy, because he didn't take Yuan-Jie into his eyes. He was a very arrogant guy. As for the other pirate group, this time is not much better, because Yuan-Jie's light is too bright. Their light was blocked by Yuan. As for the Admiralty, they had to hold an emergency meeting later. Yuan-Jie's bounty was once again raised to 2.5 billion Bailey. It wasn't this that shocked the others. What shocked them was that the navy actually admitted Yuan-Jie and his group status on the sea. A new sea emperor was born at this time. You know, the emperor of the sea is the strongest existence under One Piece. They didn't expect that this guy named Yuan-Jie was so fierce. How long has it been? This guy has known each other for less than a month, and now he has made great progress all the way, and just like this, he has become a little sea emperor. This made them just a little bit in disbelief. Those pirates were deeply jealous of Yuan, especially those pirates who just came out. Of course, many of them see Yuan-Jie as their role model. Because of this newcomer, in such a short period of time, he actually became a sea emperor. As for the pirates on the new route, they were extremely depressed at this time. Why did such a powerful presence appear on the new route? After Yuan-Jie was determined to be the emperor of the sea, no pirate came to him. This made Yuan-Jie hate the navy very much. 31. The purpose of coming to the Sky Island. Because the other party is doing this, this is clearly cutting off his own fortune. After confirming his sea emperor, other people dared not do anything to him at this time, because the strength of the other party is very terrifying. To find the other party by yourself, it is simply to die. Of course, all of this is indispensable for pirates to get in the way. The navy instigated in the middle, because they wanted to take advantage of the fishermen. Yuan-Jie killed so many pirates, which undoubtedly removed a lot of scourges for them. This is undoubtedly what the navy wants to see. Of course, the leader of of the Navy is also an old fox, and he will accept it as soon as he sees it. If it continues like this, then their Navy may not be able to control it. If it gets out of control at that time, these navies have no intention of playing with fire and setting themselves on fire. Because Yuan's bounty is so high, it is because Yuan hurt the Navy colonel, and Yuan also defeated the Navy admiral and subdued Wang Xiaqiuhai. This is the other side's record, but all this was concealed by the Navy. Therefore, it has nothing to do with their Navy on time. If those pirates know this, it is very likely to cause a riot of pirates in the world. This is something the Navy definitely doesn't want to see. Yuan and the others found Kulikai behind them, and then they went to the empty island. Because Yuan and the others can fly directly, there is no need for the so-called submarine jets at all. In order to thank Kulikai, Yuan also invited this guy to the empty island. Seeing this, Kulikai was very excited, especially after Kulikai knew that Yuan could fly. And just like that, they set off from the island. As for the outside round of Yuan, it is still unabated, because the opponent is only the fastest guy to become the Emperor of the Sea. As for the Navy, they are investigating Yuan's identity, because the opponent's such powerful strength is not cultivated in one day. So they started an investigation into Yuan's identity. Yuan is not very famous, but this guy is an excellent winemaker. The Navy also found out the identity of Yuan through clues. They were stunned to discover that this Yuan used to be a winemaker on the One Piece ship. This is how these guys never thought, because they never thought that this guy didn't even have a bounty on Roger's boat before. But I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful now. Although Shanks and Buggy the clown have both been on Roger's boat before, they are only intern. But this Yuan turned out to be a crew member on the One Piece ship. For this guy with terrifying power, these navies started all kinds of speculation. Some people think that the other party is the great enemy left by One Piece to the Navy. Some people also think that Roger wants to make his crew One Piece king. For Yuan's guesses, these guys are all sorts of things. If Eddie Yuan knew about it, he would probably have laughed out loud. Because I used to live to survive, because I have the ability to terrify. As for now, that's because Yuan wants to go back. It's just that simple. It's not as complicated as these people think. Of course, these navies also discovered the clues of this Yuan song. Although Yuan's identity was known to everyone, the curse of Roger's pirate ship was gradually revealed. All this is caused by Yuan, but they still don't understand why. Therefore, at this time, they were very concerned about Yuan at that time. Buggy never thought that this Yuan song was so powerful. Captain Buggy, your brother Yuan is now one of the 5 emperors, and Shanks seems to be one of the 5 emperors. Captain Buggy, you are not saying that you are more powerful than that Yuan. Captain Buggy, that you should also have the strength of that emperor. Hearing this, Buggy didn't know what to say at this time, because whoever calls this guy is saying that he is more powerful than Yuan. Now this guy can't hold his face a little bit. Damn it, this Yuan is so powerful. How come I didn't find it before? And that guy didn't dare to fight with me before. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful now. Buggy also complained at this time. Next time you meet that kid, be sure to ask about it. Whitebeard and Shanks were very happy that Yuan became the 5th emperor. The relationship between Shanks and Yuan is very good. As for Whitebeard, he likes the wine made by Yuan very much. Ant and Kaido were very unhappy at this time. They originally thought that Yuan was just a clown who jumped on the beam. In the eyes of Kaido and Ant, although the other party's bounty is over 100 million, they haven't paid attention to it yet, because their bounty is billions, and those hundreds of millions are nothing to them. But they never thought that this guy would become the 5th emperor in such a short time. This is simply too fast. Yuan becomes the 5 emperors, and their sphere of influence will be violated at that time. You must know that their sea emperors control a large area. As for Yuan and the others, they soon came to the empty island. When looking at this empty island, Yuan felt a little unbelievable. This will be an empty island. Although Yuan was on the ship of One Piece Roger, Yuan was Roger's pirate ship on the way. This empty island was the first time for Yuan. When Luffy and the others saw such a scene, they wanted to play on the cloud one by one. As for Hawkeye and Crocodile, their eyes widened at this time, because they didn't think that this was only a legendary empty island, but it really existed. This is the legendary empty island. Obviously, this crocodile felt like he was dreaming. Seeing this, Yuan said angrily, "Look at you. You look like you've never seen the world." Yuan couldn't help but complain about this crocodile at this time. Looking at Crocodile, Yuan had such an idea at this time. If this guy is really a woman, I don't know what this guy looks like. Yuan secretly thought in his heart at this time. What are our plans to come to this empty island just now? Hawkeye felt that Yuan's purpose in coming to this empty island was very not simple. Hawkeye is the guy who knows that Yuan has that secret. 32. Drive away the golden ship. Of course you will know then. Yuan didn't talk too much to the other party at this time. Boy, how can you be so sure that there must be an empty island here? Crocodile Crocodile asked a little puzzled. Yuan-Jay was very uncomfortable listening to the other person's name. Crocodile was still very resentful towards Yuan-J. If there is no such a sweeping star as Yuan-J, then his previous plan can be realized and then he can build a country of his own. But now he has been threatened by the other party to be his subordinate. You know, Uncle used to be a crew member on the One Piece ship. Maybe the other party has come to this empty island. At this time Usopp said. Hearing this, Crocodile was also slightly taken aback at this time because he did not expect that the guy in front of him turned out to be a crew member on the One Piece ship. The other party has such a strong strength that it makes sense. Shanks is just an intern on the One Piece ship and that guy is so powerful. Uncle, has Roger the Pirate King ever been to this empty island? Luffy is also very curious about what happened to Roger. They have been to the Sky Island before, but they were not on the ship at that time. Therefore, I have not been to the Sky Island. I just heard them mention it. Yuan-Jay did come up from behind, but he had never been to this empty island. Although he has never been here, he is very familiar with this empty island. I also made a quick decision. Grabbed the devil fruit of that guy from Analu, and found that golden ship. Yuan-Jay's purpose for coming to Sky Island this time was very simple. At this moment, Yuan-Jay suddenly thought of something. That is, there is still a god living on the moon. Analu came from that place. It seems that the time will come to arrest that Analu, and then the time will be to ask about the things on the moon. Yuan-Jay did not plan to go to the moon at this time, because his main task is to collect devil fruit. If there is no devil fruit on the moon, it would be a waste of time for Yuan. Part of the reason is that Yuan-Jay doesn't know much about the moon. If he goes there rashly, he will definitely encounter unexpected dangers. After these people had played enough, they flew towards the depths of the empty island. Luffy was very curious and asked, Uncle, we have all come to the Sky Island now. Why are we still flying in the sky? He really wanted to drive on this sea of cloud. In that case, he would be able to fish at that time. If we were driving on the sea of cloud, it would be easy to be discovered by those people on the empty island. What happens when you find out? If we were found, we would have to pay an expensive entry fee, 100,000 Baileys per person. So much. When Yuan-Jay said this, these people were very surprised. For a money fan like Nami, this is simply a money grab. It's not too expensive. If you leave the country, the cost will be even more expensive. Then we are still flying in the sky. At this time, Nami immediately felt that it was better to fly in the sky. Uncle, what if we don't pay? If we don't pay, we can go in, but we will be arrested. If we are caught, we will pay more. Yuan-Jay told them about it. The people on these empty islands are really dark. Nami also sighed at this time. Have you seen the door in front of you? There is a gatekeeper there. We better not be discovered by the other party. For Yuan-Jay's appearance, Crocodile was very contemptuous at that time. This guy is 5 emperors, and he is still so stingy. On this empty island, it is still sneaky. Yuan-Jay sneaked the boat to see that place. After arriving at that place, Yuan-Jay used the domineering arrogance, and then stunned the other party. After stunned by an old granny, then visited this place. Crocodile was also completely speechless, because this guy actually used the domineering arrogance to do such a thing, which made him feel very speechless. Uncle, why don't we visit this town? Luffy asked curiously. Let's wait and visit. Let's go hunting for gold. Yuan-Jay proposed at this time. After Yuan-Jay said this, they immediately stopped talking about it. Hearing this, these people all looked eager to try. They were very excited one by one. Even Crocodile was very excited at this time. They were looking for the legendary Golden City, and they felt very excited just thinking about it. But what happened next left them speechless, because the so-called treasure hunt is to arrest the gods of this place, and then torture them with words and deeds. Where is the gold? If you don't say it, I will throw you into the empty sea to feed the empty shark. Yuan-Jay threatened at this time. At this time, the one who claimed to be Analu was arrested by Yuan-Jay and was being tortured by Yuan. The other people's eyes widened one by one at this time, especially Crocodile, because such treasure hunts don't need to be explored by themselves. At the beginning, this Analuna claimed to be a god, and called Yuan-Jay and the others Qinghai monkeys. However, after this guy was beaten by Yuan-Jay, this guy begged for mercy. Later also told them about the golden ship. This guy is too fierce. Crocodile couldn't help sighing at this time. Crocodile was really convinced at this time. He was very fortunate at this time that Yuan-Jay chose him as his partner. If it wasn't for this, his consequences would definitely be more tragic. Analu also did not expect that these people are so savage. Love when Analu told these people about his golden boat, he only felt that his heart was bleeding, because it was hard work. However, money is not as important as life, so he had to tell the other party about his golden ship. When they saw the golden ship, their eyes widened one by one. This guy actually built a golden ship out of gold. When she saw this golden ship, Nami's eyes just lit up. After looking at the ship, Yuan-Jay sighed secretly at this time. Only such a ship is worthy of the strongest pirate group in their world. Boy, not bad. We like my boat very much, so we will accept it. Yuan-Jay patted Analu on the shoulder and said, 33. The ability to defy the sky. What do you want to say? Is it that the previous taste was really too good to suffer? Do you want to suffer again? I didn't mean that. I think this boat is very suitable for you, Analu said to these people at this time. Being threatened by Yuanj, Analu immediately swallowed her previous word. As long as you let me go, I can drive this ship off. You can't go on like this. At this time, Analu and Yuanj began to discuss the condition, because in Analu's view, this ship was designed by himself. This is a ship that can fly, and only its own thunder fruit can make this golden ship fly. Really, I built this ship myself. I have the ability to thunder and lightning. Only I can drive this ship away. Other people can't drive it away. As long as you let me go, I will definitely take this ship away. Let the ship go. At this time, Analu had a confident look on his face. In this regard, the other people sneered, because this guy is so self-righteous. Almost all of them came floating all the way, and their boats were just ordinary boats, and they didn't need to be like this at all. Believe it or not, if you don't agree to my condition, even if I die, I will not drive this ship away. At this time, Analu had an expression on his face. Yuanj didn't say anything, and then let the gold float up. When Analu saw such a scene, he couldn't believe it. How did you make this ship fly? Analu was stupid at this time, but at this time he was even more desperate, because that means he can't escape the clutches of these guys. After Yuanj got the boat, he relied on Momoguo's ability to make the boat bigger. Seeing this, Nami's eyes lit up. Ya did not expect this uncle to have such an ability. The opponent can multiply object. Then if the gold is multiplied, it is simply a lot of wealth. After thinking about this, Nami seemed to see a road to become the richest person in the world waiting for her. At this time, his eyes were full of money. Nami, what's the matter with you? Seeing Nami like this, Luffy asked curiously. The reason why Yuanj made the boat bigger is because there are two giants behind it. It would be a little too shabby to have them in such a ship. Luffy, let's separate here. I also got my own ship. As for the gold on this ship, you can move as much as you can. And there is a huge golden bell on the top of the mountain. Yuanj said to Luffy and the others at this time. Uncle, you have the ability to make things bigger. Just make this thing bigger. At this time, Nami took out a piece of gold and said to Yuanj. Hearing this, Yuanj thought that there was still such a rude operation. Although he does not have a golden fruit, he now possesses the ability of Momo fruit, and the ability of this devil fruit can be multiplied. If a piece of gold is turned into a large piece of gold by yourself, then you will make a lot of money. With such a terrific ability, he will not be short of money in the future. At this time, Yuanj only hated why he hadn't thought of such an operation. Then I wouldn't sell the devil fruit because I have no money. A piece of Nami's gold directly turned into a lump of gold. Nami was excited to see it. Then Nami gave Yuanj all the gold on the boat, and let Yuanj double the gold. Luffy even gave Yuanj a banknote, but the money did not increase, but turned into a huge banknote. At this time, Nami didn't know what to say. Then, Nami doubled the gold on the boat to Yuan. Then, Luffy and the others suddenly had a lot of gold on them. Seeing such a scene, Nami made Nami happy, so much that this guy didn't hear Yuanj's departure. Yuanj doubled the gold he gave, which made Luffy and his party a lot of wealth. Yuanj has no guilt for these people at this time. Uncle, are you really leaving? At this time, Luffy was pure-hearted, obviously not as greedy for money as they were. You have your own path to follow. If we follow you all the time, it will be difficult for you to grow. So it's time for us to leave and you can shine. When Luffy heard this, he didn't say much at this time, because Yuanj is right. Because of their existence, they are usually the ones to deal with. Those guys are basically something that they can't deal with. As for what they can deal with, they are directly scared away by these guys. Nami finally heard it at this time. What? Are you going? Let's say goodbye to you right here. Yuanj said to Nami. That uncle, can I come with you? My sailing skills are very good. If you are short of a wife, I don't mind. I can even give you monkey. At this time, Nami showed a charming look on her face. Seeing this, Yuanj didn't know what to say at this time. Nami really admires Yuanj at this time. Not to mention that the other party saved them in Kokoja village. The other party's strength is still so powerful. The most important thing is that the other party still has such an ability to defy the sky. Then there will be no shortage of money. When Sanji heard this, he was very sad at this time, because the goddess in his mind was going to marry such a greasy uncle. You and the guy, you're not handsome. Why does Nami like you, greasy guy? I'm going to duel with you. Sanji pointed at Yuanji's nose and cursed at this time. If it wasn't for the other people to stop him, Sanji would have to fight Yuanj desperately. Nami, just follow these guys. If you are short of money, you can find me at that time. Yuanj said to the other party at this time. Apparently Nami disagreed. My opponent's strength is something you guys can't fight against, so just follow them, and you will definitely become an excellent navigator by then. After Yuanj said this, Nami was also a little depressed at this time. However, since the other party said so, Nami had to agree. Yuanj breathed a sigh of relief at this time, because he really had nothing to do with the little girl in front of him. Seeing this, Sanji felt better at this time. As for Enel, that's really stupid, because he didn't expect that this guy has such ability. It's really against the sky. 34. And the Straw Hat Pirates respectively. Please recommend. Crocodile looked at Yuanj greedily, because in Crocodile's eyes, the other party was a money maker. Then, these guys held a banquet to send off Yuanj and the others. Of course, the food is the empty shark in this empty sea. There are many empty sharks in this bay. Then, after the banquet, it was parting. These people are very reluctant to give up Yuanj, because Yuanj helped them a lot along the way, and gave them a lot of things. I will definitely become the pirate king. I will definitely become the most powerful swordsman. I will also become the most powerful navigator. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. Then they got on the golden ship. Along with them was Anilu. Lao Sha, you must take good care of this guy. Yuan-Jie told Crocodile at this time. That captain, just kill this kid. Why keep this guy? In this regard, Crocodile was very puzzled at this time, and it would be incredible to kill him directly, seeing how hungry and troublesome this guy is. Old Sha, do you know where this guy is from? Yuan-Jie raised such a question at this time. Didn't he come to this empty island? Crocodile was very puzzled at this time. He didn't come from the empty island, but from the moon. When Yuan-Jie said this, even Hawkeye, who was not far away, was surprised. He never thought that this guy was actually from the moon. There are people living on the moon. This is really incredible. You know how important this kid is. Yuan-Jie said to Crocodile at this time. What on earth is on the moon? Hawkeye came over at this time and asked very seriously. I don't know what's living on the moon. I only know that this guy is from the moon. If there is any secret on the moon, I will interrogate it from the mouth of that kid. Yuan-Jie only knew that this guy was from the moon, and he didn't know anything about other things. Yuan-Jie didn't plan to go to the moon at this time either. He didn't know what was on it, but he wanted to collect devil fruit. When the time comes, I will get some news out of Anilu's mouth, and then I can waste less time by going to the moon by myself. While Luffy and the others waved, Yuan-Jie's boat gradually left this place. As for the next thing, these guys need to overcome by themselves. Of course, without the navigator, Yuan-Jie was very depressed because he couldn't tell the direction. However, this guy Hawkeye still knows a little about sailing. Otherwise, it is impossible for this guy to go to the East China Sea alone. Yuan-Jie held a meeting and thought about his plans after following these guys away. Yuan-Jie thought of the ability of Momo fruit. He felt that he would not be short of money in the future, because as long as you buy the gold nuggets yourself, multiply the gold nugget, and then sell the gold nugget, you can earn a large middle price. Yuan-Jie feels that if he is like this, then he is not bad at all. Yuan-Jie used to think that he could be a rich man. As for how to do it, of course, it is to buy devil fruit, because the price of devil fruit is not low. But now Yuan-Jie feels that he can be a world-class rich man. Since I am so rich now, I can find a place to buy devil fruits at a high price. In that case, I don't have to travel thousands of miles to find devil fruit. Yuan-Jie suddenly had an idea. After thinking of this method, Yuan-Jie was very excited. The only thing that is not bad for me is money. As long as I buy it at a high price, then I can stop looking for the devil fruit by myself. Things like so many people chasing and killing him won't happen again. Therefore, he won't get so many devil fruits all at once. The only way I can now is to buy it myself. After thinking about this, Yuan-Jie has a new plan to start the evil dragon. Eagle Eye came over at this time and asked Yuan-Jie, what are your plans in the future? Because now Yuan-Jie is the emperor of the sea, and his identity is not ordinary. Definitely can't sail like Luffy and the others, because their actions are watched closely by the navy. The navy is watching every move of their menace. Yuan-Jie can't sail, which means that Yuan-Jie can't get devil fruit. I plan to make a few partners first, and then build the strongest pirate team, Yuan-Jie said to Hawkeye at this time. Yuan-Jie had already made such a plan, because in Yuan-Jie's view, he will definitely attack the navy at that time, because there are many devil fruit abilities in the navy, and, of course, the Revolutionary Army, because the Revolutionary Army also has a lot of devil fruit ability. If he wants to collect all the devil fruit, he is doomed to be the enemy of these guys. I also want to find a place to buy devil fruit, so in that case, let's not look everywhere, Yuan-Jie said to Hawkeye at this time. Hawkeye still knows a lot about Yuan-Jie's proposal. Who the hell are you? After Hawkeye finished asking these questions, he came up with this sentence. Because in the eyes of the eagle, Yuan-Jie knows too many things. In particular, Yuan-Jie even knew about Crocodile's plan. He investigated Crocodile. The most curious thing is not this. What he is curious about is why Yuan-Jie can use the power of so many devil fruit. This is simply incredible. You must know that it is impossible to eat 2 devil fruit. If you eat 2, your body will definitely explode. However, Yuan-Jie used the powers of various devil fruit in front of him. This made Hawkeye puzzled. Haha, I'm Yuan-Jie. I'm your captain now, Yuan-Jie said to Hawkeye with a smile at this time. 35. Go to the Chambord Island. Then he said to Hawkeye, I know you want to know why I have so many devil fruit abilities. I don't know that very well. I feel that as long as I have the ability of devil fruit, I can use it. I didn't know all this. Hearing this, Hawkeye didn't say anything more at this time. Yuan-Jay began to think about the plot in one piece. After Luffy came down from the empty island, he arrived at the G8 base. Then he met the Foxy Pirate. He met the Seahorse. Then he met the Green Pheasant. And then he went to the capital of water. Yuan-Jay began to think about whether he could get some devil fruit. Yuan-Jay plans to go to the Chambord Island, where he wants to open a shop to buy devil fruit, because that place is very lively, and there are a lot of pirates coming and going there. That said, the place is also very dangerous, because that's where Mary Joah is, and the world government is right there. There are often navy and dragon people patronize there. Of course Yuan-Jay wouldn't be afraid of those guys, and Yuan-Jay has imitation fruit. When the time comes, I can imitate a Tianlong person. At this time, Yuan-Jay can only hope that he will encounter some more devil fruits on the way to the Chambord Island. Yuan-Jay felt that he was going to pay more for that guy Moli, because that guy had a group of devil fruit capable people. Then Yuan-Jay started heading towards the Chambord Island. At this time, Yuan-Jay still had to think about who he was looking for, because now there are only 5 people here. This person is too few. I want to build the strongest pirate group myself. Although I can't give birth like the ant, maybe I can recognize a few sons like Whitebeard. Well, this is not as old as the other party. Who would want to be my son? Yuan-Jay also laughed at himself at this time. If I know there will be such a day, then I will find something to prepare. Yuan-Jay began to regret that he was too low-key before. If I had been a little more high-profile before, I didn't know how many devil fruits I would get, and I wouldn't be as miserable as I am now. He is in his 30s or 40s now, and the world for him is not very much. Yuan-Jay had to race against time at this time, because he didn't know how long it would take to collect all the devil fruits in this world. Because Yuan-Jay also knows that some people are very low-key even if they have devil fruit ability. Just like Aokiji and Imu. It's hard to know if you don't meet people. Obviously, Yuan-Jay is not the kind of person with very good luck. He didn't meet that Foxy. As for the person with the hot fruit ability, he didn't seem to have encountered it either, which made Yuan-Jay feel very depressed. Moonlight Molly should meet you. Yuan-Jay after this meeting is also speculated. However, Moonlight Molly had already run away, and he was no longer in this foggy sea. You must know that Yuan-Jay has the strength of a sea emperor, and Yuan-Jay has already subdued Hawkeye and Crocodile. Therefore, in the eyes of Navy and Morley, this Yuan-Jay is expected to do it on its own, so he didn't dare to stay in this place immediately. He just hid at the Marine headquarters Marine Vando. The Navy didn't say anything about Molly's arrival, because in the view of the Navy, if Yuan-Jay took Moonlight Molly as his subordinate, then they would be in trouble. Yuan-Jay came to the Sea of Mist, but there was nothing here. This made Yuan-Jay extremely depressed. Yuan-Jay was very depressed at this time, because he has not encountered other pirates at all these days. The other pirates seemed to have evaporated from the world. As for why this happened, it was because Yuan-Jay was an executioner among these pirates, and the other party killed so many pirates. Of course, the main reason is that the opponent's strength is too terrifying. If you encounter it yourself, you will die. 1. Those pirates in this piece did not dare to be presumptuous at all. At this time, some of them did not drive here, and some pirates reached this navy, which was frightening. They can't wait to leave this place immediately. Therefore, strictly these days, I can only interrogate this guy Enelu about the things on the moon. Yuan-Jay didn't even receive a devil fruit along the way. This made Yuan-Jay extremely depressed. It seems that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Now that I am famous, no one is here to trouble me. Yuan-Jay not only sighed with emotion, how much he hoped at this time to have someone who liked to die and come to trouble him. Apparently no one dared such a thing, because in their view, it is simply a life-threatening game. The current Yuan-Jay is the emperor of the sea. If he tries to provoke the other party, he will simply be courting death. Of course, Yuan-Jay doesn't want to meet a pirate without devil fruit, because in Yuan-Jay's view, the good thing about not having devil fruit is that you are playing a rogue, and you won't get anything if you win. It seems, my identity is still too conspicuous. I want to change my identity. Yuan-Jay also immediately thought of this at this time. Yuan-Jay remembered that he plundered Feng Kelly's imitation fruit. You can imitate others by yourself, and in this case, you can keep a low profile as always. Only in this way, Yuan-Jay feels that he can obtain the devil fruit. 36. Crocodile exposes the nature of women. Chasing is more difficult. Add more. Hey, do you still want to eat? Can't you come to help? Crocodile said in a bad mood at this time. Because of the reason they left the pirates, Sanji stopped making things for them. Now this important figure is handed over to Crocodile. Of course, this did not bother Crocodile. What troubled him was that there were 2 giants behind him. Of course, if Yuan-Jay didn't rely on Momoguo's ability, Crocodile might collapse. If he hadn't had a handle on the opponent's hand, man, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Crocodile said very rudely at this time. Forget it. I won't eat it. You can eat it alone. Then only Yuan Ji's voice could be heard from outside. Hearing this, Crocodile at this time only felt very strange, because they haven't eaten for a long time. Now these people say they won't eat if they don't eat, which made Crocodile very happy. If it is really to be done, these two giants must be indispensable. That would be very troublesome. Crocodile was quick to do his part. This guy originally wanted to eat in it, but he thought of Yuan Ji's fate. He was still very unconvinced in his heart. Therefore, he felt that he had to eat in front of the other side. Because look at this guy's reaction. Although this guy is amazing, but people are iron, rice and steel, and they will be very hungry if they don't eat for a day. No matter how powerful he is, can't he eat? When he went out, he watched these guys eat with delight. What kind of situation is this? Seeing these guys look like this, Crocodile at this time was very confused. How did this guy eat it? This confuses Crocodile. However, at this time, Crocodile was very angry, because these people are too different. He didn't even tell himself that he had something to eat, which made him work so hard. Why don't you tell me you have something to eat? Do you know how difficult it is for me to cook that meal? Crocodile said in a bad mood at this time. You were already making this when we got it. You didn't make our portion either, so we're just going to have this. Yuan Jie said to Crocodile at this time. Hearing this, Crocodile was very depressed. If you follow what the other party says, you only think about it when the other party does it. This is too fast. Bastard. You guys hide what you eat and don't tell me. Crocodile quickly thought that it was probably that Anilu was hiding in the ship. After thinking of this, Crocodile at this time looked at Anilu, who was being held in annoyance, because this kid hid something on the upper limit of the boat and didn't even tell himself. Seeing this, at this time, Annalena was also depressed. Boy, you still have something hidden on this boat. Tell me honestly if you do good deeds. Clodar said to Anilu with a ferocious look. This crocodile has been in this world for so long, so his appearance is also very ferocious. Anilu was naturally not intimidated by the other party, but was afraid of the interrogation of these people. That is really not something that a person can bear. Even a god like him cannot. These things have nothing to do with me. Then where did the things they eat come from? Could it not have fallen from the sky? Crocodile put down the food in his hand and said angrily. Where did they come from? I really don't know. Anilu said with a bitter expression at this time, because he really didn't know. He was awakened by these scents. After he woke up, Yuanj handed him something to eat, and then he started to eat. Seeing this guy like Anilu like this, Crocodile said secretly in his heart. Looking at the other party like this, it is obvious that the other party does not know where the food comes from. Then, Crocodile said to Yuan Jie angrily, Yuan Jie, where did you say you got this thing? Why don't you tell me why you eat it? For Yuanj, Crocodile was very dissatisfied. Not only because now, he was threatened by the other party to come to the ship. I didn't tell you. I just found out when you were doing it. What the hell? You just tell me where all this food came from. Crocodile questioned. These were made by me through the power of devil fruit. Yuan Jie explained to the other party at this time. Isn't your devil fruit able to fly and make object bigger? Your devil fruit still has such ability. Don't you say that your devil fruit is an omnipotent fruit? Crocodile didn't quite believe what Yuanj said, because in Crocodile's view, Yuanj's devil fruit seems to already possess the abilities of several devil fruit. How can there be such power now? Obviously, the other party has something to hide from himself. You're really right. My devil fruit is really an omnipotent fruit. My devil fruit not only has this, but also other ability. This is just one of my devil fruit ability. Yuan Jie said to the other party. As for why Yuanj has so many devil fruit abilities, that's because there are many classes of devil fruits in the Yuanj system. Yuanj can get the devil fruit with non-stop abilities by switching the interface. That's why Yuan Jie has the ability to have so many devil fruit. Regarding Yuan Jie's remark, in Crocodile's view, Yuan Jie was clearly lying to him. He thought it was Yuan Jie who estimated that he died because he colluded with this Anilu to get angry at himself. These foods are actually on this boat, but these guys hid those things. He didn't argue with Yuan Jie at this time. As for the fight, Crocodile was definitely not Yuan Jie's opponent. Of course, Crocodile was extremely disappointed at this time. He wanted these guys who wanted to cook by himself to watch him eat, but he didn't expect that this guy would actually have something to eat. Now that you say that, then I will hide your food. Then see how tough you are. Crocodile said secretly in his heart at this time. He really hoped that Yuan Jie would be embarrassed. Yuan Jie could never have imagined that Crocodile, who looked grim from the outside, was actually such a heart. Unexpectedly, this guy pretended to be like that in front of outsiders. Yuan Jie also sighed at this time. Seeing Yuanj's refusal to admit it, Crocodile was thinking in his heart at this time. If I find that thing, hide it, and see what that guy will say at that time. Because Yuan Jie was so quibble, that just gave himself a suitable reason. After thinking of this, Crocodile at this time began to look inside the ship. 37. All-purpose fruit. Crocodile feels like a thief. Naturally, Yuan-Jay didn't know that Crocodile still had such careful thought. He only felt that this crocodile wanted to steal gold. That's old sand. If you want my gold, don't be embarrassed. I don't lack this stuff now. Don't act like a thief. I don't really care about Yuan songs like this gold or something. If it was before, he might still care. Although he doesn't have golden fruit now, Yuan now has Momo fruit. As long as he makes the gold bigger, then he can have a lot of wealth. Therefore, it is a complete lack of gold for him. Just buy a piece of gold and make it bigger. It's that simple. Yuan-Jay is still very grateful to Nami, because he never noticed it before. Of course, this made him very regretful. If he knew it before, he would definitely not sell the devil fruit to maintain his life. After hearing Yuan's word, Crocodile was very angry. Are you that kind of person? Although he likes money very much, he is a very generous person. If you need money, you will definitely ask the other party to ask for it without hesitation. But now, his purpose is not as Yuan-Jay said. Don't worry, if I want money, I'll definitely ask you for it unceremoniously. Do you think I, Crocodile, are the kind of person who like to gossip? Crocodile said angrily. I think so. However, Yuan-Jay gave the crocodile this answer. This left Crocodile not knowing what to say. After saying this, Yuan-Jay went on to ask, if you're not like that, what are you doing? Crocodile is also a person who has been in the sea for so long. When asked by the other party, Crocodile immediately replied, of course I will take a look at this ship because this ship is very difficult. Of course, Yuan-Jay is not a fool. Of course he didn't believe in the nonsense of Crocodile. However, he can do whatever he wants, as long as the ship is not torn down. Watching Crocodile's receding back. At this time, Yuan-Jay also secretly sighed in his heart. Although this old Shah has become a man now, in front of other people, he is cold and arrogant, but he still can't change his woman's clever personality. Yuan-Jay thought about it for a long time. Of course, he thought of a lot of messy things. For example, is this old sand a man or a woman? Because the original plot didn't explain it. Of course, Yuan-Jay felt that the other party was estimated to be a she-male, and it's still a female she-male. Otherwise, Ivankov is just a she-male, and the guys under him are all she-males. As for Crocodile, he basically turned the whole ship over, but no food was found. This puzzled him too. Is there anything? Is that guy hiding what he eats so secretly? This guy really doesn't trust me, Crocodile said fiercely at this time. Forget it. When frightening a meal, see where this guy hides his food. The next day, at dawn, Crocodile shouted Yuan to eat. Seeing Crocodile like this, Yuan-Jay was very speechless. Because you used to be a king in the 7 Martial Seas in the past, isn't it good for you to have the aura of being a big pirate? Because Yuan-Jay felt that Crocodile was a foodie at this time. It's not that Crocodile really will starve to death if he doesn't eat, but he wants to know where Yuan-Jay get to eat. Okay, who told me I didn't have a crew? Yuan-Jay sighed helplessly at this time. Then, Crocodile saw Yuan-Jay break off one of his fingers. Seeing such a scene, Crocodile felt very cruel at this time. After breaking off that finger, Yuan-Jay's hand did not bleed. Seeing such a scene, Crocodile was done. What kind of situation is this? He asked like a curious baby. Yuan-Jay did not answer Crocodile's question. Then, Yuan-Jay enlarged his finger. Is so much okay? Yuan-Jay asked Crocodile at this time. What kind of situation is this? Crocodile asked, very puzzled, because he wants to eat. This guy self-harmed. It seems that he is completely incompatible with himself if he wants to eat. Okay. However, this Crocodile was very smart, and he quickly thought of something. Are you going to give me this to eat? Crocodile said in disbelief. Yeah. Isn't your brain very smart? Why did you think of it now? I thought you knew it long ago. Yuan-Jay originally thought that Crocodile knew it, but he didn't expect that this guy didn't know. And this guy is so surprised. It feels like he has never seen the world. Thinking of this, Crocodile felt uncomfortable, because he turned the boat over several times yesterday, but found nothing, which made Crocodile think about it for a long time last night. But he never thought that this guy was actually holding a pair of fingers for himself to eat. Of course Crocodile knew what Yuan-Jay was doing. The opponent is a devil fruit such as the food type in the nature type. He can transform his body into something like that, and its own rustling fruit is a principle. It's just that oneself is sand, and the others is food. After Yuan-Jay doubled that finger, he handed his big finger to Crocodile. As for Yuan-Jay's broken finger, a new finger soon grew. When looking at that finger, it just feels terrifying. I feel like a man-eating guy. However, this Crocodile is obviously very bold. He took that finger directly and ate it. How is it? Yuan-Jay asked at this time. Very good, Crocodile replied. While eating, Crocodile generally asked, you weren't another type of devil fruit before. Why did you come up with something like this? This kind of ability should only be found in the food department in the nature department. Don't you have other abilities? In this regard, Crocodile was very puzzled. He knew that a person could not eat 2 devil fruit. If you eat 2 devil fruit, there will be 2 devils living in your body. The 2 demons would fight, and then their body would explode and die. The opponent had previously shown that it was not a food-type devil fruit. But now, why does this guy have such an ability, which makes him very puzzled? Didn't you say that my devil fruit is an omnipotent fruit? I thought you already knew it. Yuan-Jay said to the other party at this time. Universal fruit. 38. Angry at crocodile. Is there really such a fruit? Dongli asked curiously at this time. I don't know very well either. If the captain has such ability, then there must be such a devil fruit. Roki answered at this time. For the other party, the omnipotent devil fruit, Crocodile was very disbelieving. He didn't believe the other party's nonsense, and the other party was fooling himself at first sight. Impossible. What devil fruit did you eat? Crocodile was very curious. I didn't tell you, Yuan-Jay said impatiently at this time, because at this time Yuan-Jay didn't want to leak this secret. He trusted Hawkeye so much that he told the other party. As for this, Crocodile is obviously not an honest person, and the other party is still very reluctant to stay on his own ship. If he didn't know the other party's little secret, the other party would have slipped away long ago. HMPH. Don't think you can fool me. It's okay for you to fool other people, but if you want to fool me, Crocodile, you have to wait a few years. At this time, Crocodile looked like an old man, as if he knew everything. What did you call me? Tell me the truth. Crocodile was arrogant at this time. If I don't say it, are you still going to do something to me? Yuan-Ji's tone changed obviously at this time. Hearing this, Crocodile at this time thought of Yuan-Ji's rank. After thinking of this, Crocodile did not continue. The other party is someone who cannot be offended by himself, and the other party also holds his own little secret. After thinking of this, Crocodile fainted, and then asked no more question. Then he could only vent his anger on that one finger, because in his opinion, that thing is equivalent to Yuan. After taking a few bites, Crocodile suddenly thought of something, then immediately vomited. Seeing the other party like this, Yuan-Jay felt very curious at this time. What is the situation on the other side? I feel like I've given each other a drug. However, he was completely unmedicated. What's the matter with you? After vomiting for a while, Crocodile's face was black like the bottom of a pot. Crocodile stared fiercely at Yuan-Jay, and then asked sharply, did you go to the toilet just now? Yes. Then you didn't seem to wash your hands when you went to the toilet just now. At this time, Crocodile was like a policeman interrogating prisoners. Yuan-Jay scratched his head, and then who said to the other party very clearly, I don't remember very much about this matter. Bastard, you just didn't wash your hand. At this time, Crocodile scolded angrily. Then, dry vomit. He felt as if he had eaten Shang Shang. No, he felt like he ate that thing at this time, because that guy Yuan-J didn't wash his hands when he went to the toilet just now. Then Owen is going to wash his hand, and then get you to eat, Yuan-J said, and then broke towards the toilet of the ship. Hearing this, Crocodile was gnashing his teeth at this time, because this guy is really an asshole. After scolding, Crocodile retched. As for Hawkeye's decoction until his death, it seems that all these things have nothing to do with him. Soon, Yuan-J came back after washing his hand. Of course, at this time Crocodile also retched. He waited fiercely for Yuan-J with two eyes, feeling that Yuan-J was his father's enemy. Bastard, you gave me your unwashed hands to eat, Crocodile angrily said. Now he can't wait to slash the guy in front of him, because this kid is so nasty. Didn't I wash my hands now? At this time, Yuan-J also said angrily to the other party. When he heard the other party's rebuttal, it made Crocodile even more angry. At this time, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded at the words of the other party. But you didn't wash your hands just now, and I vomited that thing. At this time, Crocodile had already lost his usual grim appearance, as if he was a shrew. Then you didn't vomit, didn't you? At this time, Yuan-J still retorted relentlessly. When Crocodile heard this, he was really furious. At this time, he has a desperate posture with Yuan-J, but he also knows that he is definitely not the perverted opponent in front of him. Even if he does it himself, he can't be the opponent's opponent. And it's not that you have to eat in the morning. Weak. If you want to eat in a hurry, I won't give you breakfast without washing your hand. Yuan-J said that he couldn't afford the other party's appearance. After saying this, he said provocatively to Crocodile, if you are really unconvinced, I will fight against you, and if I lose, it's up to you. At this time, Yuan-J said to Crocodile very curiously. When Crocodile heard this, it was very dissatisfied, because the other party is obviously bullying himself. If you really fight, how can you be the opponent's opponent? Of course he wouldn't agree to the other party's request. He didn't say anything about eating the other party's breakfast without going to the toilet. When he was beaten by the other party, he would naturally feel even more aggrieved. At this time, Crocodile could only stare at Yuan-J with two eyes. This is all he can do at this time. Yuan-J also didn't know what to say about the other party's appearance. If the other party argues with him, he will definitely argue. However, the other party is in the same hormonal state, so it is impossible to look at the other party in the same way. Yuan-J didn't feel that way. Crocodile just kept staring at Yuan-J. Under Hawkeye's instruction, they were getting closer and closer to the Chambord Islands at this time. At this time, Eagle Eye said to Yuan Jie, the Chambord Islands are in front of you, and that is where the world government exists. What are your plans? Go to the Great Root or do something else? When Yuan Jie heard this, he thought for a while, and then replied, I think I'm going to spend some time on the Chambord archipelago. What are your plans? Of course I'm following you. If you're going to stay in this place, then I'll go back, Hawkeye said to the other party at this time. Obviously, they can't go together. You must know that their current identities are not ordinary. They are now the focus of the Navy to observe each other. Their every move is being watched by the naval officer. 39. The world has evaporated. One more. Of course, they are an exception, because the Navy could not find their traces at this time. Other people's boats lie on the sea, but these guys fly on the sky. So to these navies, these guys are just laying missing. It made these navies extremely depressed, because since that war, they seem to have gone to the empty island, and these guys in the back seem to have disappeared. If these people really disappeared, the Navy would really feel better, but the life and death of these guys are now uncertain. This is also a headache for the Navy. These guys are very terrifying guys. If they walk around the world, the whole world will be turbulent. The other 4 emperors are under the surveillance of the Navy. If they have any major changes, it will definitely lead to the idea of the Navy. But now this group of guys has nothing to do with the Navy, and these guys are still the most popular guys recently. At the same time, the Navy also held an emergency meeting for these guys at this time. What do you think of this group of people? At this time, Warring State face was very ugly. Because of Yuan, they also held several meetings, but the meetings obviously did not have a good effect. These guys were not at all restless. First they killed their Navy Colonel Mouse, and then there was such a big commotion. After such a big commotion, these people disappeared with their Navy. The Navy really doesn't know what to do with these guys. Their Navy has found out a lot of things, and this guy is the crew member of Roger's ship. The so-called curse on the Roger pirate ship is also related to the brewer who used to be on the Roger pirate ship. Anyone who fights the Roger pirates will lose their devil fruit power. Now their admiral is also fighting against each other, and his devil fruit's ability has disappeared. Aokiji has no devil fruit, and his fighting is greatly reduced. This is undoubtedly a huge trauma for the Navy, because they lost a high-end combat force. Although Aokiji's devil fruit ability was taken away, Aokiji was not at all unhappy at this time. This guy is still the same as before, still so lazy. Of course, after this guy disappeared because of the devil fruit ability, the tasks assigned to Aokiji by the Warring State period also gradually decreased. He doesn't have the strength he had before, and he can't do many things. If you send this guy out, it will undoubtedly put this guy in danger. Of course, the Navy didn't say anything about it. If those guys knew about it, there would definitely be a lot of people to deal with Aokiji. Aokiji can be promoted to Admiral of the Navy. Naturally he has done a lot for the Navy. He caught a lot of pirates and wiped out a lot of pirate groups. Among these guys, there are fish that slip through the net. They are very resentful of Aokiji. If these guys know about it, they will definitely come to Aokiji to trouble them. In my opinion, we have to improve the strength of our Navy as much as possible. Aokiji is now seriously lacking in combat effectiveness, and he is no longer qualified as an admiral. You must know that admiral is the high-end combat power of the Navy, and this matter is very important. It will be spread out soon. If those abominable pirates know about this, they will be mad again. The person who spoke was a guy with a cigarette. This guy still had a rose pin to his chest. This guy is Akainu. Akainu said mercilessly at this time, because he also knew that the Warring State period intended to promote Qingzi. Therefore, the relationship between him and Aokiji is very bad. Now Aokiji has such a situation, which he is very happy to see. Therefore, he only made such an opinion at this time. Hearing Akainu say this, Sengoku also asked curiously at this time, Akainu, then tell me your opinion. Marshal, I think we should start the recruitment of the world in advance. Through the recruitment, we can improve the combat effectiveness of our Navy, and among these people, there are inevitably some very good guys. We can promote their official position. Akainu made such an opinion at this time. For Akainu's suggestion, the Warring State period pondered for a while. Okay, I think this is a very good suggestion. In fact, the Warring State period had such an idea for a long time. This guy from the Warring State period has been the admiral of the Navy for so long. If he has no brain, they can't just fight with the Navy like this. What do you think about Yuanj disappearing? Warring States asked these people at this time, because this is also the guy that their Navy is very troubled by. Of course, the Navy did not expect that this guy was hiding so deeply. This guy used to only tell the story of a small winemaker on the Roger pirate ship. I didn't expect this guy to have such a terrifying combat power now. This made them, the Navy, startled. For Yuanj and the other navies, they also complained endlessly. This guy was so low-key before, but now this guy is so high-profile, which makes the Navy very puzzled. Of course, this guy was a little too low-key before. Even as a member of the Roger pirate, this guy is completely out of of the scope of the Navy's bounty. Therefore, at this time, they can only know the opponent's ability from the battle with Aokiji, because in the battle with Qingzi, Yuanji used a lot of devil fruit. Therefore, when Qingzi described Yuanji's ability, it was very messy. Therefore, these guys didn't know much about the ability of the other party. However, the opponent defeated Qingzi in a few minutes, and they also knew that Yuanji's combat power was extraordinary. Even in the warring state period, there is no possibility to defeat Aokiji so quickly. I have to say that the strength of this Yuanji is very strong, and it is not generally strong. At this time, Kizaru said with a smile, I have heard about the legend of the empty island. Maybe that empty island is real, but the other party is someone who has stayed on the Roger pirate ship. What he knows, there must be a lot of them. You must know that Roger's group has reached many mysterious places. Even our navy doesn't know about it now. Garp was there at this time, but he was silent, because I know that my grandson Luffy is fooling around with these guys. Although Luffy is now a pirate, he is still very worried about Luffy. That Yuanji was very powerful immediately, and the other party actually followed his grandson. From Garp's point of view, this guy must be plotting something. Yeah, that guy is very difficult. That guy just disappeared. I don't know where it will appear, so we can't have any slack now. 40. A variety of devil fruit abilities. 2 more. Crane spoke at this time. Qingzi, come and talk about this Yuanji in detail. What kind of person is he, and the details of the battle that day. Please talk about it. Akainu said to Aokiji at this time, and this tone was more like an order from a superior. Aokiji is of course very unhappy with Akainu. If they weren't all admiral, this guy would have fought with this guy long ago. However, Aokiji is obviously not a very impulsive guy. These days, I have only carefully thought about the battle of the day. The opponent first flew, and then I froze the sea, and then the opponent fought with me. The opponent has a very powerful domineering, and the opponent can vibrate. Shattered my ice cube. Maybe the opponent borrowed a sword from Hawkeye for a quick fight. With the sword, the guy's speed also became very fast. The opponent's speed is too high, fast and powerful. That's why I was defeated so easily by the opponent. Aokiji began to recall the battle at this time. Although this exhibition was a bit long for Yuanji, the battle was very fast for Qingzi. How long have you been fighting with each other? Akainu continued to ask at this time. I fought the opponent for 5 or 6 minutes. Aokiji replied at this time. They only listened to Qingzi saying that their Yuanji's battle was very broken, but they didn't expect that he and Yuanji's battle would last for 5 or 6 minutes. Regarding the battle between Qingzi and Yuan, they also listened to Qingzi's report in the phone bug, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Aokiji also just returned to the naval headquarters. Qing Pheasant is not like Yuanji and the others. It not only has fluttering fruit flying in the sky, but also Junjun fruit is a powerful driving force. That speed is naturally very fast. Aokiji and the others took a lot of effort to return to the naval headquarters. Qingzi, what do you think about this guy Yuanji? Warring State still wanted to see Qingzi's evaluation of Yuan. You know, even the 4 emperors have very different personalities. For example, Kaido and Shanks are 2 completely different pirates. Although Shanks is very powerful in combat, he is not like Kaido. Kaido does not worry about the navy. Therefore, they still need to know a lot about this person in Yuanji. Such a guy must have a great threat. He poached our navy's Chihuahua, and he actually killed our navy colonel. If he kills it, he will kill him. He even asked our navy to write down that kind of guy. This is simply a provocation of our navy. We are the embodiment of justice, and we cannot tolerate such humiliation by these hateful guys. Akainu said at this time with great resentment. In his opinion, Yuanji is undoubtedly a vicious person. I did some research based on what those guys wrote, just like the ones above, that Colonel Mouse really colluded with the pirate Aaron to oppress the local people. I guess that's the reason why that guy was born. Kill Colonel Mouse. Aokiji spoke out about his investigation at this time. He was very curious about what Smoker said, so he went to investigate. HMP8. Are these pirate good people? What qualifications do they have to evaluate these? They don't even look for a mirror to see what kind of virtue they have. Akainu is very dissatisfied with what Aokiji said, because he hates these pirates very much. What do you? Akainu said. Aokiji didn't say anything at this time, and it was at this moment that Carpo, Warring State, did you find this guy very strange? What's so strange about this guy? Crane also asked curiously at this time. Shouldn't this flying fruit be the ability of the Golden Lion Shiki? After the opponent fought Roger, that guy's ability disappeared, and the opponent can shake. It shouldn't be the guy with the white beard before. Ability. When I heard Carp say that, at this time, the expressions of all the people present were very ugly, because they knew what Carp wanted to say. Ha! Are you saying that this guy doesn't just make the power user's devil fruit ability disappear, but this guy can deprive the devil fruit ability? Warring States also asked at this time. When they heard that the Warring States Marshal said so, at this time the other people were also surprised to close their mouth. Of course, some people are also curious at this time. According to Garp, doesn't the other party possess the power of 2 devil fruit? You must know that a person cannot eat 2 devil fruit. Eating devil fruits is equivalent to letting a devil gather in his body. If he eats 2, the 2 devils will fight, and then the body will be destroyed, will burst and die. At first, some people thought that by eating 1 devil fruit, they could obtain the ability of a devil fruit. If they eat a few more devil fruit, they will have the ability of multiple devil fruit. However, the thought is good, but the body will explode. Therefore, when the devil fruit person obtains the ability of another devil fruit, they dare not have any negligence. If they eat this devil fruit, it is tantamount to eating a bomb. After the warring state said this, these people still couldn't believe it, because this is so incredible. Not to mention the ability to plunder the devil fruit that defies the sky. It is very incredible to have the ability to have multiple devil fruit. It is very likely that the other party has the ability to capture devil fruit, but this is simply incredible. As for the other party's ability to have multiple devil fruit, I still don't believe it. The yellow monkey spoke at this time. He didn't believe it at all. After saying this, the yellow monkey said to the green pheasant at this time, Chingzi, did you read it wrong? Aokiji wasn't angry with questions like Kizaru, because it was so unreasonable. Even he himself is very skeptical. He must have read it right, and Aokiji can be sure of this. I shouldn't have read it wrong. I have also made conjectures about these, and I also think it is very incredible. Aokiji replied at this time, I'm looting devil fruit in One Piece. Chapter 41 to 60. 41. A major discovery. Kizaru thought for a while, and then said to Sengoku, we can't draw conclusions about this guy right now. I think we still need to observe a lot about the other party. As for whether the other party has the ability to plunder devil fruit, I think we just need to let Aokiji if you swim in the Daohai. If the green pheasant is still a ground duck, then the opponent's devil fruit should not be deprived. Maybe just the opponent's devil fruit ability has been sealed. The warring states were very satisfied with the proposal of the yellow monkey. If you jump to conclusions casually, you won't know what will happen by then. Therefore, for Yuanch, they can only observe now. This guy is obviously unusual. As soon as he comes out, he has the strength of the Emperor of the Sea. I think Kizaru's proposal is very good. We can only observe and observe more about Yuanch at this time. As for the Chingzi thing, we will see the situation later. This meeting is over, Sengoku said to these guys. The other lieutenant generals were all here to cheer. These guys just listened to the discussion of these big men. Although the meeting broke up, he did not leave. At this time, they followed the warring states and their group to the coast in front of Marine Fando, because they want to know if all this is what they think it is. After arriving at the coast, Aokiji then walked towards the sea without any hesitation. For this sea water, Aokiji found at this time that no one seemed to have any reaction to himself. Aokiji, is there any reaction? Akainu clearly wanted to know the answer. Of course, part of it is because this guy is very curious, and part of it is of course because he wants to find out what is going on with his current competitor. Aokiji didn't say anything, and then he started to swim in the sea. After seeing such a scene, other people at this time were stunned. The green pheasants can swim in the sea, which means that the other party is no longer a land duck. Aokiji is now a normal person. Looking at such a situation, the warring state period at this time was helpless, because this is undoubtedly bad news for him, because this also means that Aokiji's devil fruit was plundered by the opponent. If you count the devil fruits that were plundered before, this guy should have a lot of devil fruits in his hands now. If you let the other party find someone, the other party will soon assemble their own sphere of influence. Of course, he is also worried about whether the other party can have the ability of multiple devil fruit. If he really has such ability, it will undoubtedly be a huge threat to their navy. Even if the opponent does not have a devil fruit, the opponent's strength is very terrifying. If he has a variety of devil fruit, the opponent's strength is a bit terrifying. As for the other people, at this time, they couldn't keep their mouths shut, because they didn't expect that the other party would have such a sky-defying ability. Aokiji is also very comfortable at this time, because he hasn't swam in the sea since he ate the devil fruit. You know, for these navies, if they can't swim, it is a very painful thing. This is why many people are reluctant to eat devil fruit. However, at this time, warring state said to these people, we have to go back and convene a new meeting. They also have no doubts about the practice of the warring state, because this meta song is obviously very unusual. If you don't understand the enemy in depth, you will definitely lead to disaster at that time. Then these people came back to the conference hall. At this time, it is not only the warring state frowning, even the crane's face is very ugly at this time, because the other party has such an ability. It is simply not to be underestimated. Although the devil fruit has the potential to become a landlubber, if an ordinary person obtains the power of the devil fruit, he will gain powerful power. Although they don't know how many devil fruits there are in Yuan Singer, they know that there must be a lot of devil fruits in Yuan Singer. They clearly remember the curse about the Roger pirate. Many people lost their devil fruit ability. During that time, there was a lot of uproar around the world. At the beginning, their navy was very happy, because in this case their navy was undoubtedly the one who benefited. But I didn't expect that this is not a curse, but caused by Yuan. Although they didn't know how Yuan knew how Yuan plundered the devil fruit, the opponent's ability to do so was undoubtedly a huge threat to their navy. For such a threat, their navy cannot let it go. Then, they returned to the conference room. At this time, all the people present had serious expressions on their faces, and even Carp had serious expressions on their faces at this time. Of course, Kizaru is an exception at this time. It is estimated that this guy is always the same. Even in the eyes of other people, he looks like he is smiling. I told everyone just now, that guy may have the ability to plunder the devil fruit, although I don't know how the devil plundered the other party, but you may have heard of the curse of the One Piece. It should be this Yuan. Though, the devil fruit people are not cursed by their hand, but their devil fruit was plundered by Yuan. If Yuan can really get other people's devil fruit, then it's incredible for you to press a guy. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the Pirate King fought a lot of pirates back then, and those with devil fruit abilities were also very powerful, such as the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Their devil fruits have been plundered by each other. Carp couldn't hold back at this time, because he also knew that this matter was of great importance, and it was also inseparable from him. You know, this guy chased Roger, the Pirate King, all over the world, and Roger was caught by this guy. But he never thought that there was such a person on the Roger pirate ship. If he had investigated carefully at the beginning, he might have been able to find out something. Even if the other party cannot be eradicated, at least things will not be as serious as they are now. When other people heard this, it was very shocking at this time. If the opponent really has such an ability, it will undoubtedly be a huge threat to their navy. As long as the other party has established its own sphere of influence, then the strength of the other party cannot be underestimated. The other party has such ability, and it seems that there are many kinds of devil fruit abilities, and the other party's strength is very powerful even among the four emperors. Marshal of the Warring State period. I think this matter should be disclosed. If this is the case, the guys like those who took away the devil fruit from him might find trouble for the other party. At this time, Akainu suggested 42 go to the Shamboard Island. He undoubtedly wanted to provoke a conflict between Yuan and other pirates. If so, their navy could take advantage of the fishermen. However, the Warring States denied the other party's proposal. Akainu, although you want to let them kill each other, do you think that if you spread these things out, it will undoubtedly expand the influence of the other party, and many people will turn to that guy? We will undoubtedly be at that time. I advertised for the other party. Of course, if this matter is revealed, what will the people think at that time? They will only think that we are very incompetent. At this time, Sengoku explained the benefits of this decision to Akainu. Hearing this, Akainu didn't know what to say. After that, there was silence on the conference table, and the other little people didn't know what kind of proposal they should have. The meeting was so deadlocked. Warring States is really a little uncomfortable with such a look. Then he said to the other people, as for the matter of Yuan, we still have to observe more. The place is very powerful, and we also lack understanding of each other, so don't act rashly with each other now. Marshal, Yuan Gejian has disappeared. How can we observe it? At this time, the vice admirals also spoke, because they held this meeting because of Yuan Ji's sudden disappearance, but they didn't expect it would turn into such a situation. Why didn't they think of it? At this time, the faces of these lieutenant generals are very ugly, because in their opinion, these guys can't solve the problem with the admiral of the navy, let alone themselves. Therefore, most of them think that if we meet that guy Yuan, we can still avoid it if we can, or we should not start a war with that guy easily. Hearing this, they were also a little embarrassed in the Warring State period at this time, because the purpose of this meeting was mainly because Yuan J suddenly disappeared, but he didn't expect that he would say so many things. After being asked this, they are finally back to where they started. Warring States coughed dryly, and then said to these people, Yuan and the others are probably going to the empty island, so there is no news of them. After saying this, the meeting was dismissed. Obviously, Yuan and the others also attach great importance to them. If you don't pay attention to it, when you open in the navy, the other party doesn't know what storms will be set off. Yuan J could never have imagined that he is now being valued by the navy. The group of them was still floating leisurely in the sky. That's why these navies can't find them. They have been flying in the sky. These navies never thought of it. They are not always aware of the movements in the sky all the time. According to Yuan's plan, they first sailed to the island of Hawkeye. Then he went to the Shamboard Islands alone. He is really too bright now. If he is with other people, it will definitely cause a big stir in the navy, so Yuan J plans to go to that place alone. Yuan, isn't the wine you brewed delicious? Go make some wine and taste it. Crocodile said to Yuan J angrily at this time. For a guy like the Olympic song, Crocodile was furious to the extreme, because in Crocodile's view, this guy is really hateful. Thinking about the last time, this guy didn't even wash his hands when he went to the toilet, and then gave him that thing to to eat, and he felt very angry when he thought about it. After a period of time, Crocodile still felt that his stomach was churning at this time, which made Crocodile feel very uncomfortable, because he made things difficult for Yuanj like this. I want to drink too. Go and brew it. If you drink too much of your own wine, I don't think it tastes good anymore, Yuanj said to Crocodile at this time. Hearing this, Crocodile gave the other party a wide-eyed look. Crocodile felt that there was no drama at this time, so he did not mention it, because then it must be his business. Hawkeye would definitely not do such a thing. Moreover, Yuanj is very domineering. He can't quarrel with the other party, let alone beat the other party, which makes him feel very speechless. Although they were very close to the Chambord Island, they did not go at this time. Instead, they drove towards the island of Hawkeye, because, after all, only her Yuanj can drive this ship, and other people obviously cannot drive this ship. Soon, their group came to the island where Hawkeye lived. What is this place? Crocodile asked curiously at this time. Because this Tao seems a little too deserted. This is where I live, Hawkeye answered lightly at this time. Hawkeye is also a very gentleman. When I heard that it was the place where Hawkeye lived, Crocodile couldn't help but be curious. Why are we coming to this place? Crocodile was curious because it was a clear departure from the new route. Because in Crocodile's view, of course, their group was going to find One Piece. Especially Yuanj as the winemaker on Roger's pirate ship. He must know where Roger put the One Piece. However, Yuanj is obviously not interested in those who dare not, because he no longer lacks money at this time. What he lacks at this time is devil fruit. I'm going to spend some time on the Chambord. You guys are staying here for a while, Yuanj said to them lightly at this time. Hearing this, Crocodile at this time was immediately very upset, because this guy went to the Chambord Islands alone. I'm going too, Yuanj then said angrily. If you go, it's best not to cause trouble for me. If you cause any trouble, I will definitely not care about you. Hearing this, Crocodile was a little angry, because he made himself seem like a big trouble. HMPH, you don't want to cause trouble for me. Then they went inside. Still, seeing such a big place, there wasn't even a single person. Crocodile said to Hawkeye, Eagle Eye, you guy lives in such a big place, and you don't even have a single person. At least a few people are needed. It's so hard to do some things yourself. Trouble. Hawkeye didn't pay any attention to Crocodile's word. After having a meal, Yuanj left this place. As for Dongli and Brokey, they lived on this island. Of course, Hawkeye didn't pay any attention to these two guys. He was still the same as before. These two guys lived on the island. As for what to eat, that's the guy's own business. When Yuanj left, Crocodile also ran over quickly. Since you are going to the Chambord Island, let go together. Crocodile also hurried over at this time. Because this crocodile does not have a boat now, he is here to rub the boat. 43. Why didn't you get pissed off? Open black lens bracket. Ask for collection. Close black lens bracket. In Crocodile's view, if this guy goes to the Chambord Island, this guy must have a way. Aren't you going to trouble me? Yuanj did not say in a good mood at this time. Hearing this, Crocodile was very upset at this time, and this guy didn't even want to help. You know, Crocodile was very angry with Yuanj, and now this guy is still like this. Yuan, after arriving at the Chambord Island, I will go with you now. I am your partner now. You can't treat me like this. If that's the case, then why are you threatening me with your boat? Crocodile said very unhappily. Hearing this, Yuanj didn't say anything. Then, this guy just cut down a tree, and then made that tree bigger through Momo fruit. Then through the ability of fluttering fruit, let this guy fly. Yuanj set off towards the Chambord Islands with such a simple guy. Seeing such a scene, at this time, Crocodile didn't have a taste in his heart. He was simply more popular than dead. This guy's ability is really unbelievable. It's true that people are more popular than dead people. Crocodile also sighed at this time. Then why aren't you pissed off yet? Hearing this, Crocodile was very angry, because this guy is really too cheap. At this time, Crocodile did not quarrel with the other party, but gave Yuanj a big dare. Crocodile bickering is no match for Yuanj. As for hands-on, it is not the opponent's opponent. Of course, at this time, Crocodile was only angry with Yuanj and did not dare to speak. This guy has a strong mouth, and his combat power is also very powerful. Crocodile never thought that he was about to become a king, and all these plans were destroyed by this guy in front of him. For all this, Crocodile at this time is also powerless. Who told him that he couldn't beat the opponent, and he still had a handle on the opponent's hand? Of course, Crocodile was also very curious as to why Yuanj knew about this, because Yuanj also said that this matter was not told to him by Ivankov, so why would the other party know all this? To know this matter only she and Ivankov know. Of course, Yuanj was also very curious about the crocodile in front of him, because is this guy a woman or a she-male? After all, Yuanj only mentioned this in the plot that Yuanj knew, and did not give any specific explanation. Just like that, the two of them were full of doubt, but the two of them didn't say a word. Yuanj's speed is quite fast. The speed of his fluttering fruit is fast enough, and this guy also used a burst of outdated outdated abilities to increase the momentum of the ship to move forward quickly. Let people. After adding this shaking fruit, this piece of wood does not seem very stable. This made Crocodile complaining constantly, but Yuan-J did not pay attention to this crocodile. They soon came to the Chambord Island, but they didn't fly directly to the Chambord Island, because in that case they were riding a big log, and that was really eye-catching. They are now the target of the Navy's terminal bounty, and it is easy to attract the attention of other people. You know, if the Navy knows about this, the Navy will definitely come immediately. Of course, after the people here heard about Yuan, they would definitely leave this place immediately. You must know that Yuan-J is not a simple character now. He is now the 5th emperor on the sea, and his rank is terrifying, and his murderous reputation spread far and wide. You know, the few times when the pirate army came to encircle and suppress him, Ben was a soft persimmon and was easy to bully, but they were almost all killed by Yuan-J. Naturally, Yuan-J didn't know this. At this time, he was mainly afraid of attracting the attention of the Navy. Although he is very strong, there are many people in the Navy with strong feet, and he is not the opponent of these guys. In particular, there are still very strong guys in the world government, such as the 5 old stars. They must be a few unusual old guys. If the Navy can't do it, then the world government will definitely come to deal with itself. I am definitely not the opponent of those guys. If you are the opponent of these guys, then you shouldn't be so sneaky. He will directly overthrow the world government, and then become the king himself, ordering his men to find the devil fruit. The speed is estimated to be even faster. However, at this time, Yuan-J was not as strong as that. If he was so strong, he would really do it. He listened to this piece of wood when Yuan-J went to the Chambord Island. At this time, Crocodile also asked curiously, "Aren't we going to the Chambord Island? Why did we stop at this lake?" Hearing this, Yuan-J said angrily at this time, "Old Shah, why are you getting more and more mindless? The reason why we came down here is because if we go directly, we will definitely think of it against the Navy's mind. You must know that this Chambord is under the Holy Land Mary Joah, and there are a large number of navies stationed here. If we do that, we will definitely attract the attention of the Navy, and then we will definitely be made dumplings by those Navy." Hearing this, he also nodded at this time. At this time, Crocodile did not refute the other party, mainly because the other party had reason. But at this time, he was very curious about how the other party got to the Chambord Island. "How did you get to the Chambord?" "Of course it's flying over," Yuan-J said in a nonchalant manner. After answering Crocodile, Yuan-J asked about Crocodile's love at this time. "Laosha, how did you get to the Chambord Island?" When asked by Yuan-J, Crocodile seemed a little embarrassed at this time. He naturally followed Yuan-J, but at this time, Crocodile looked at Yuan-J with a look of disgust, and he didn't know what to say at this time. Yuan-J saw Crocodile like this, and said angrily, "Let me give you a ride." Saying that, the Yuan song at this time made Crocodile float. Then the two of them set off towards the Chambord Island. Yuan-J flew for a while, and then came to the Chambord Island. They came to a place with no one. 44. Robbery of Crocodile. This guy is holding a piece of gold this big and beating on the street. If it doesn't attract the attention of others, it is definitely impossible. When Crocodile came to a place where there were not many people, a group of people suddenly jumped out from around Crocodile. Crocodile wasn't nervous at all when he saw these people. "I am a bounty of 500 million. I am a big pirate. How can I be afraid of these little scoundrels? Do you know who we are? We are the subordinates of that Yuan. It's the new Sea Emperor, with a bounty of 2.5 billion. Hearing this, Crocodile was also slightly taken aback at this time. He also cursed at this time. "Sure enough, that kid still didn't treat me as his own, and even asked my brother to take things back like me." I said, how could that guy be so generous this time? At this time, Crocodile didn't see it. These were borrowing Yuan-J's prestige to scare the guy in front of him and let him hand over the gold in his hand to himself. "That one is our eldest brother, Crocodile. He did not take the position of Chihuahai as the king's subordinate, and came to be our boss Yuan-J's subordinate." Saying that, they pointed to a person in the distance. Crocodile was also a little confused, but soon, he saw a hook on his hand, a scar on his face, a large cotton jacket, and a cigarette in his mouth. Seeing such a scene, Crocodile at this time was done. What is this situation? After that one activated the counterfeit Crocodile, the Crocodile walked towards this side. Then he said to the real Crocodile, "Boy, if you don't know my reputation, I will spare your life. I will tell you that I am the subordinate of the boss Yuan-J, known as the Sand Crocodile. At the beginning, I saw that our Yuan-J boss had the appearance of a sea god, so I gave up the identity of the king under Chihuahai and followed our Yuan-J boss. This guy's outfit is a bit similar. It's not enough to see such a scene." At this time, Crocodile also understands that the guy in front of him is a fake, and he's still pretending to be himself. This intrigued Crocodile all of a sudden. He didn't expect that someone would dare to pretend to be himself in this place, and even come to rob him. That interesting. At this time, Crocodile also sighed with emotion. Those guys don't know anything at this time. However, when the guy bragged about Yuan's song, it made Crocodile very angry. Why is it? Because that guy has the appearance of an emperor, so he chose that guy Yuan for the second time. It was obvious that he was being coerced by that guy. Okay, if that guy hadn't screwed up his land, otherwise the entire country of Alabasta would be his own. Then he is the king of a country. These were not Crocodile's anger. What made Crocodile angry was the way that guy Yuan still disliked his clothes all day long, saying that he couldn't do it here and there. After all, he is also the king of Chihuahua, and he is disliked by this guy, which made Crocodile very unbearable. After the guy came over, these people discovered that the guy in front of them was very similar to their fake crocodile, and it felt like the other party was real. Brother, how does this guy look like you? At this time, those guys couldn't help but feel very suspicious. This guy must be impersonating. The guy who pretended to be Crocodile said to that guy, "Boy, you'd better hand over what's in your hand. Don't blame us for being rude to you. I tell you, don't call yourself Crocodile, just like you. It looked fake." I saw a guy speaking to Crocodile very rudely. However, at this time, Crocodile said, "I am Crocodile." Hearing this, other people are very disdainful. "Our eldest brother is here, and your kid is still impersonating him. I tell you, your kid is looking for death now," that guy said rudely. "Really?" Crocodile said in a bad mood at this time. "These guys are really hateful. They dare to do such a thing here in their own name." Of course, the main thing is not these, but what these people just said, which made him feel very angry. "Give it to me. This kid really liked to be arrogant. You want to give this time a little color." The guy who claimed to be High Crocodile pointed at the real Crocodile very rudely at this time. They used this kind of routine to defraud a lot of money before. The guy in front of them was the first guy they didn't get deceived. If it was the other guys, when they heard the prestige of Crocodile and Yuan, their calves were so frightened that they all softened. But the guy in front of him is obviously not that kind of person. The person in front of them did not let them be deceived, which made them feel very angry. When they were most angry, these guys even used their own trick to say that they were Crocodile. The other party must be a liar. In their opinion, the real Crocodile would not dare to come to such a place, which is below the Holy Land Maria. Above them is the seat of the world government. How dare those guys come to such a place? And those guys don't even know their whereabouts, even the Navy. If they really appeared in this place, they would definitely be informed. If they received information, they would naturally dare not call themselves Crocodile, but now they have not received information at all. Obviously, the guy in front of him is fake. After the order of the fake Crocodile, the hands then besieged Crocodile, and their faces were very fierce. They seemed to want to scare each other with their vicious look. However, it was all in vain. Although Crocodile is not as famous as Yuan, he is one of the 7 seas under the king. 45. Crocodile was reported. Those guys who wanted to rob Crocodile and those who were mummified by Crocodile quickly found water behind them. They were relieved from the pain of lack of water. Crocodile, the guy in the lead, was very angry. Although this Crocodile is very powerful, but he is so embarrassed by the other party. As long as he is alone, he will be angry. "Boss, I think since Crocodile dares to come to the Chambord Island, then Yuan will not be far. We can tell the Navy this news. You know, the Navy is now looking for these guys all over the world." "Trade," this time someone suggested. "Boss, I think we should forget it. After all, this Crocodile is a subordinate of Yuan. I heard that none of the guys who were going to catch Yuan have survived, and this Yuan is recognized by the Navy and the world. Oh, Fitzy Emperor, for that person's proposal," someone persuaded at this time. "And this is because we want to rob each other. The other party didn't kill us. It's already very kind. Besides, if the other party knows about it, the other party will definitely not let us go." "Mog, you look so cowardly. That guy is indeed very terrifying, but we just said something to the Navy, and the other party always thinks that we are the subordinates of Brother Doflamingo. We guys are it's just a little guy ridden by a moth. Even if he's looking for it, he's looking for Doflamingo. The most important thing is that the customer here is the Chambord Archipelago, which is the Holy Land of World Government Mary Joah. However, there are a large number of navies stationed there. In this lake, forgive the other party and dare not act wild in this lake. Therefore, we don't care so much at all," that one person suggested at this time. When I heard this, the guy at the head agreed with this suggestion very much, because in his opinion, and Crocodile may not really take himself seriously, this guy is gone. It is estimated that the other party does not know what he looks like. Of course, he also held a grudge against Doflamingo, because this Doflamingo is a vampire. They often do some kidnapping of people, and those people are sold for high prices at the auction in Doflamingo, but the money allocated to them is not a lot, because he was very angry in his heart. However, it is impossible for him to publicly abuse Doflamingo. The other party is very cruel. If he and the other party face each other, then he will definitely die by then. As for doing it behind your back, your guy will definitely not know about it. After thinking about this, he was also very satisfied. He thought to himself in his heart at this time, let these two mad dog bite each other. Soon, a letter was received from the Naval Division of the Holy Land Mary Joah. It says they found crocodile in the Chambord Island, and it also describes the guy holding a piece of gold. Later, according to these naval investigations, it seems that there really is such a guy, because returning this crocodile is holding a piece of gold. That guy, this place is very eye-catching. Therefore, there are many bounty hunters and pirates who want to rob this guy. Therefore, if he wants to inquire, he can inquire at once. Even if no one wrote such a letter, the Navy knew that crocodile had come to the Chambord. Of course, this crocodile has already come to the Chambord archipelago, so Yuan Jie might also be in this place. At the same time, crocodile was also very depressed because those who wanted to rob him said that they were Doflamingo's subordinate. This brother Doflaming is really hateful. Just that guy. His subordinates dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Brother Doflaming, I will never let you go. Crocodile snorted angrily. In fact, he had long been upset with Doflamingo. In fact, not all of these guys are Doflamingo's subordinates. Some of them just have business dealings with Doflamingo. These guys are either pirates or bounty hunters, usually doing kidnapping and robbery. As for him, the person who kidnapped Dao was naturally sold to Doflamingo. It is then auctioned by Doflamingo. As for the people who buy and sell these guys, they are generally world nobles from Heavenly Dragon. These Heavenly Dragons are rich and powerful, and their shots are very generous. Although the business of the traders was very good, they did not have a lot of money at that time. Most of the money was collected by Doflamingo. In this regard, they are also very hungry and helpless. When the Navy knew about this, they immediately held a meeting. The trace of Yuan Jie is very important to them, but now Yuan Jie is present in the Chambord Island. You know, that's under the Holy Land Mary Joah. There are often aristocrats of the world Dragonian. These Tianlong people are very hungry and arrogant. If Yuan Jie is provoked, they don't know what will happen. If this happened, it would be very troublesome. Those guys are world nobles, and the world government will definitely reprimand their navy for not doing well. In order to avoid such a thing from happening, the navy immediately mobilized a large part of the navy's forces to set off from Marin Vando towards the Holy Land Mary Joah. Although Mary Joah, the Holy Land where the world government is located, has a lot of troops, Yuan Jie's strength is very terrifying. The opponent also has the ability of a variety of devil fruit. All this is a huge threat to the navy. At this time of the warring state period, it was an incomparable headache, because he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Yuan Jie and the others went to the Chambord Island, but they didn't know it. This guy is really in a huge trouble. At this time, Sengoku covered his head and sighed with emotion. You must know that the other four emperors generally do not leave their place easily, because as soon as they leave, the navy will make small move. The navy is very afraid of them, and those pirates are also very afraid of the navy. As for Yuan Jie, the fifth emperor recognized by their world government and navy, he was different from other emperors on the sea. This guy is simply elusive. These navies are all looking for traces of Yuan Jie, but it has never been found, which makes these navies extremely depressed. When they heard that Yuan Jie was in the Chambord Island, it made them very happy. 46. Humiliating Tianlong people, because finally found the trace of Yuan. The other navies were very happy to find Yuan Jie's trace, but at this time, the warring state period couldn't be happy. He was afraid of what Yuan Jie would do to the Tianlong people in the Chambord Island. As the admiral of the navy, he was very disgusted with the actions of the Tianlong people. But there is no way out of all this. Who said that this world was brought down by Tianlong people? Of course, the warring state period was also very curious. Why did Yuan Jie go to the Chambord Island? You know, Yuan Jie used to be a crew member on Roger's ship, and this guy knows a lot. From the perspective of the warring state period, this Yuan Jie must have done something when he went to the Chambord Island. For these things, the warring state period had to start worrying at this time. It was already late at night, but at this time the warring state period still hadn't slept. What the hell is this guy doing in the Chambord? This thing spread quickly. When this incident spread, the whole world boiled. You know, they haven't found any trace of Yuan Jie for a while, and Yuan Jie's whole person seems to be missing. The reason why the whole world is boiling is because Yuan Jie is a popular figure all over the world. In less than a few months, this guy has become the emperor of the sea, and his strength and energy are very terrifying. This also led to a lot of people's admiration for Yuan Jie, especially those who just became pirates. When they heard Yuan Jie thinking about making the Chambord Island, these pirates flocked to the Chambord Islands one by one. Even if they knew that the navy had transferred a lot of troops to this place, the reason why these guys came to this place is because they know that although Yuan Jie is now the fifth emperor on the sea, he does not have many subordinates, because they all want to be the subordinates of feeding Yuan Jie. Except, of course, those guys who want to be one piece, because they didn't take Yuan Jie into their eyes at all. As for the news, it spread all over the world in less than a day. The next day, the naval forces led by Kizaru and Akainu arrived at the Chambord Island. If Aokiji's devil fruit be Yuan Jie hadn't been taken away, Aokiji would definitely definitely have sent it over, because the strength of Yuan Ji's group is very terrifying. As for the warring stay period, even after thinking about it all night, this guy didn't figure out what the purpose of Yuan Ji's coming to this place was. After Yuan Ji got tired of playing, he went to a hotel and stayed there. As for Crocodile, he went to a restaurant to eat with a piece of gold. This Yuan Ji's boat is really pitiful, not even a decent cook. Before they ate, all Sanji made. As for the Bacchus to eat Yuan Ji's fingers. Of course, Yuan Ji used that kind of food type devil fruit. Crocodile was extremely difficult. He was holding such a piece of gold, but he attracted a lot of people who wanted to rob, but in the end they all came back without success, and they were taught a lesson by Crocodile. Just when Crocodile came to a restaurant, a team of navies broke in at this time. Crocodile was surrounded by the navy before he ate anything. Seeing this, Crocodile also knew that it was very bad. Who knows, these navies have surrounded him all. Although there were no admirals leading the team this time, there were quite a few vice admirals. Crocodile took a lot of effort to escape. Crocodile at this time was cursing at this time. Well, you are a Doflamingo. If you don't take good care of your subordinate, Crocodile will never spare you. Crocodile was very angry in his heart. Did you see a guy holding a piece of gold? I only heard a navy in the distance constantly asking people passing by. Hearing this, Crocodile immediately turned around and ran. Crocodile is not sure. Has the admiral come? Even if he didn't come, it would be very difficult for him to deal with several vice admirals by himself. Therefore, at this time, Crocodile can only run. While running, he looked at the gold nugget in his hand. At this time, Crocodile began to scold Yuan. This guy must have given me such a big nugget on purpose to get people's attention. In the end, Crocodile didn't even blink an eye, and then threw the gold nugget away. If he carried such a gold nugget, he would be easily discovered by the navy at that time. Moreover, it's just a piece of gold, and he can get a lot of it in Crocodile. If it really doesn't work, you can ask Yuan Ji to ask for it. Fang Zheng's guy doesn't lack this thing now. Only later did Yuan Ji know that his whereabouts had been revealed. This made Yuan Ji very contempt for this Crocodile. This guy feels like a burden. If success is not enough, there is more than failure. Next time, teach this guy a good lesson. If this guy is still like this, just drive this guy out. Still very angry about this song. This guy is undoubtedly trying to ruin his own good. Of course, on the other hand, this guy's strength is too weak. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have a crew right now, he wouldn't have found such a guy. The navies began a search of the entire Chambord archipelago, but they want to find the trace of Yuan. When Yuan Ji saw these guys coming to check one by one, Yuan Ji didn't panic at all. He randomly found a person he came into contact with, and then by imitating the fruit, he became a look of the other party. When those guys checked, nothing out of the ordinary was found. Then, Yuan Ji swaggered down the street. At the same time on the street, a guy in a navy uniform said to a guy on the side of a daze in a glass hood, making it look like an astronaut, Charles Saint Lord, you still don't want to be on this street. Wah! Yuan Ji, one of the 5 emperors, appeared here in the Chambord Islands recently. We are afraid that your guy will attack you. Justice is written on the back of the navy, and it is obvious that the position is not low. You know, ordinary guys can't be so skinny. However, the guy named Charles Rose didn't take him seriously. It was thought that Saint Charles Rose was the dragonborn nobles in this world. 47. Bullying the Tianlong people. He didn't listen to the navy's opinion, but slapped the guy directly. Then he said angrily, that guy is just a pirate. Or all of you navies just a sack, so you can't even deal with such a pirate. And I am a Tianlong person, a noble in this world. If that lowly guy dares to do something to me, I will definitely not bear him. After saying this, Saint Charles Rose also added, this world was created by us Tianlong people. What kind of thing is that guy? Although the navy was beaten, he didn't say anything. Instead, he licked his face and smiled at Saint Charles Rose. And when what Charles Street says keep saying yes. This day, the dragons themselves can't afford to provoke them. The other party actually wants to do this, and there is no way for him. If he really made this guy angry, then he would definitely not have any good fruit to eat. Even if the other party killed him, the navy would not speak to him. The other party is a Tianlong person who has different privileges than others. You can't offend the other party yourself, and that Yuan Ji might not necessarily meet this guy. Hey, are you saying that guy is very good? Charles Rose asked the navy at this time. That guy is very powerful, and the other party is the 50th emperor recognized by the navy. That thought the navy replied to Charles Rose saying, for the other party to raise such a question, this navy is also very curious. Of course he didn't dare to ask. Because of this guy in front of him, he can't afford to be offended. Very good. If your navy catches that guy, you must tell me that if that guy is used as a slave, it should be very good. These slaves cost such a huge price, but all these slaves they are all very useless, not because they don't want to be a pirate, but because they want to be a wife and children. Quote, when the navy heard about Saint Zechar Rose, he was shocked and didn't know what to say. Not enough. In his heart he was very contemptuous of the Tianlong person in front of him. I really really thought I was the old man. Even if the world government is hot, the yuan will not be given to this guy. You know, Yuan Jie is the 50th emperor recognized by the Navy. The Navy represents the will of the world government. Even the world government is very jealous of these sea emperors. Even if Yuan Jie kills the guy in front of him, what if neither the Navy nor the world government can take Yuan Jie? Of course, for these, he can only say silently in his heart. Unfortunately, Yuan Jie was passing through here at this time. Just heard this too. He also sneered at this heavenly dragon. This guy really thinks he's a character. Yuan Jie didn't take this guy seriously. After seeing the Tianlong people, all the people present knelt down at this time. If you don't kneel, you will definitely attract the attention of the other party. If you are noticed by the other party, then you will be miserable. Even those pirates had to kneel to this Tianlong man at this time. This St. Charles Ross was strutting along with a slave. Soon, he saw a guy who didn't kneel down. Stop that lowly guy for me. St. Charles Ross scolded the guy who didn't kneel at this time. The other people looked at the guy who didn't kneel, with a look of pity on his face at this time. This guy is so disrespectful to the world nobles like Tianlongren. This guy must have no good end. This guy who didn't kneel was Yuan Jie. It's just that it depends on him imitating other people, so ordinary people can't see that this guy is Yuan Jie. If you know that this guy is Yuan Jie, the scene will probably be written in reverse. Yuan Jie sneered in his heart at this time. Such a coward. You want me to kneel? It's just a dream. Why should I kneel? Yuan Jie asked inexplicably at this time. Seeing this, at this time, a guy next to the Tianlong people said, our adults are Tianlong people. You don't dare to kneel when you meet him. Our adults are high-level Tianlong people, and you low-level races naturally want to kneel. We are a lower race. That's right. Our adults are from Tianlong. Don't you know that? The guy reprimanded from the side. I don't know, but I didn't see where this guy was at that time. On the contrary, this guy felt like a madman with such a guy. I looked at the guy like a lower race. Yuan Jie said politely at this time. Hearing this, the other people present didn't seem to laugh. At this time, their faces were ugly. For the guy in front of them, they also cursed incessantly. Because if this guy angers the Tianlong person in front of him, they will definitely be affected by that time. Hearing this, St. Charles Rose was very angry at this time, because this low-level guy in front of him even blatantly insulted the Tianlong people. This made him very angry. Then, the guy pulled out a pistol. Then shoot at Yuan Jie. For the other party to shoot, Yuan Jie at this time felt very ridiculous. Because such a guy is in the world of pirate. For ordinary pirate, this gun is like a toy. It won't pose a big threat to them at all. Not to mention a guy with terrifying power like Yuan Jie. If you say you're brainless, you're really a brainless person. Do you think such a guy will threaten me? It's just a joke. Yuan Jie laughed. Of course, Yuan Jie really couldn't stand the appearance of these Tianlong people. He has long been unhappy with these guys. These guys are as stupid as pig. He also claims to be a world aristocrat. And these guys are crooked one by one, growing into such a cowardly look. Charles Rose Saint ignored the other party, but shot directly at Yuan Jie. This bullet is nothing to Yuan Jie at all. Yuan Jie clamped the bullet directly. I said that you are mentally retarded. You can't read and think about what you do. Just think about it. Just like you guys. For us, it's just a toy. Seeing that Yuan Jie actually caught his bullet, Charles Rose was very angry, especially what the other party said later, which made him even more angry. 48. Use Yuan as a slave. Because this guy dared to humiliate himself like this. I am a Tianlong person. How can I be humiliated by such a low-level guy? Of course, at this time, he has a backhand. Then, he immediately ordered the slave he was holding. You bastard. Teach that bastard a good lesson. If it worsens that you can't even win that bastard, what do I want from you? You. Hearing this, the guy who was trapped by St. Charles's chains had an incomparable hatred for Yuan Jie at this time, because he understands the meaning of the dragon man. If he can't deal with this guy in front of him, the other party might kill him. For these heavenly dragons, these slaves have absolutely no freedom and power. This time he went to deal with the guy who made him suffer. For his own slave, Charles Rose is very confident, because this slave was bought at a huge price by himself. The opponent's strength is definitely beyond doubt. For the guy in front of him, Yuan Jie naturally didn't take it seriously. However, for the adoption of slaves by the Tianlong people, Yuan Jie felt very angry. These guys really take themselves too seriously. At this moment, Yuan Jie's eyes welled with anger. Of course, it wasn't the slave in front of him, but these abominable Tianlong people. That slave knew that if he couldn't defeat the person in front of him, then today would most likely be his death day. Therefore, at this time, he was fighting his own life to attack Yuan. However, Yuan Jie was unmoved at this time. When seeing such a scene, Charles Rose was very happy at this time, because in his opinion, the arrogant inferior guy in front of him was probably terrified. As for the others, after seeing such a scene, they were only full of deep ridicule towards Yuan Jie. Because this guy is really too bold, and he dares to anger the Tianlong people, he is simply impatient. However, just when the slave of the Tianlong people was about to attack Yuan, at this time, Yuan Jie used his hand as a knife and then looked towards the neck of the slave of the heavenly dragon. When I saw such a scene, I was shocked to take a slave at this time, because it was something he hadn't thought of, and the other party is the kind of prestige exuding from his body, and he can't resist it at all. At this time, the slave groaned in his heart, and then began to despair, because if you can't beat the guy in front of you, then you will definitely not end well. However, at this moment, Yuan Jie turned his palm into a knife and looked directly at his chain. When seeing such a scene, this time to take a slave of Tianlong people at this time hinted that he was shocked. If you touch this ring, then this ring will explode. At that time, you will definitely feel bad. Of course he never thought that this Yuanj could split his collar, because in his opinion, his circle is extremely hard, and ordinary guys can't break this guy. However, at this moment, with a click, the slave collar was split open by Yuan Jie. After seeing such a scene, all the people present were very surprised. These guys are the natives of the Chambord Island. I know very well about the Chambord Island. The collars of these heavenly dragon people's slaves are so hard that they cannot be cut by ordinary sword. If it can be opened, these guys will all run away. You know, these guys used to be some very powerful pirate, but after being caught in this circle, these guys have nothing to do with it. Otherwise, these guys will fall into such a miserable situation. When that slave was released by Yuan, he was very inconceivable about all this. You must know how many days and nights you want to escape from the claws of this dragon, but he couldn't escape, because the collars on their necks are controlled by these dragons, and if you don't have the key to your own circle, it will be difficult for you to open it. But this heavenly dragon man's slave never thought that the guy in front of him would split the collar on his neck with his bare hand. After the collar on the slave's neck was loosened, he was surprised for a moment. Then the guy didn't even say thank you, then ran away, because in the eyes of that slave, he finally gained his freedom. You should run quickly, knowing that the other party is a Tianlong person. If he didn't run faster, he would definitely be caught again. As for the one who saved himself, in the eyes of this slave, how could he alone compete with the dragon and the navy? Therefore, he felt that if he still stayed in this place, then he was not just as simple as not having freedom. When you arrive, your life will be gone. That's why this guy runs so fast. Seeing that his slave ignored him, he ran away. At this time, Charles Rose had an angry look on his face at this time, and then scolded, "This damn waste, dare to run away. If I catch it again, I have to kill you this guy." After Charles Rose said this, he immediately turned to Yuan. Then, very rudely, "Since you lowly guy took my slave away, then you should be my slave." In the eyes of Saint Charles, the guy in front of him is obviously stronger than the slave he had just now. Moreover, the guy in front of him was so disrespectful to himself. I also want to give this guy a good look. Yuan Jie did not expect that the other party would have such thought. He even wanted to take himself as a slave. You're right, you guys should experience what it's like to be a slave. Otherwise, you always find this guy to be a slave, and that guy to be a slave. Yuan Jie said to Saint Charles Rose at this time. When other people heard this, they were dumbfounded, because they actually heard that someone wanted the Tianlong people to be slaves, which is simply unimaginable. You must know that the Tianlong people are the nobles of the world, and the noble ones are extremely noble. Even those naval generals have to give these Tianlong people faith, which shows how noble these Tianlong people are. However, now there are people who want to take Tianlong people as slaves. Of course, no one thought that all this could be achieved. You must know that the entire world government is controlled by the Tianlong people. If someone enslaved their Tianlong people, their world government would definitely not let this guy in front of him give up. 49. The bully is the Tianlong people. Although the guy in front of him is very powerful, how can this guy compete with the world government and the navy? Therefore, these guys feel that this is a completely impossible thing. At this time, these people still cast pitiful glances at Yuan Jie, because the other party actually humiliated the Tianlong people like this, and also said such outrageous words. Tianlong people, the world government will definitely not let this guy go. For the Tianlong people, of course, these guys are very resentful, but for the behavior of the Tianlong people, these guys just dare to be angry and dare not be. Therefore, although they cast a sympathetic look at Yuan Jie, these people didn't say it, and basically kept silent. Only occasionally a few daring guys whispered there. Of course, these guys didn't dare to speak loudly. They were afraid that Tianlong would think of them. It was at this time that the navy noticed the commotion here. Then they rushed over immediately. After seeing that it was a Tianlong person, the navy became extremely respectful. Anyone can provoke, but they can't provoke these Tianlong people. This is a rule that the navy has formed invisibly. When St. Charles Rose saw that the navy was coming, he immediately said to the navy, "This guy dares to publicly humiliate our Tianlong people. We must catch this guy. And this guy released my slave. I must make this guy my slave." At this time, St. Charles Ross said with oath, "Don't worry, your lord. This matter is on my shoulders." At this time, the admiral thought that the Admiral was facing Charles Ross Saint. After seeing Yuan Jie, the Admiral was very happy, because in his opinion, the guy in front of him is just a little pirate, and he can deal with it casually. As for why this guy thinks Yuan Jie is a guy who is not worth mentioning, that's because he has never seen the guy in front of him. If he catches this guy in front of him, he can go to the Navy to claim credit when the time comes, because he protected a Tianlong person. After thinking of all this, he only felt that there was hope for him to be promoted and rich. Then the Navy went to Yuan. However, just when the other party was about to make a move, Yuan Jie at this time asked the other party, "Are you a devil fruit person?" Faced with such an abrupt question from the other party, he thought that the Navy was also slightly taken aback. However, he is obviously not a devil fruit person. Therefore, this guy said angrily, "Even if you are not a devil fruit person, I can still teach you a good lesson. A guy who dares to offend the nobles of the world. You have to know that the reason why the Navy does not move you is because of you. This guy is not worth our Navy's big hole to fight. Don't think that our Navy didn't catch you before. You feel very powerful. If you regret it now, you regret your own mouth and shouldn't offend people." That thought the Navy chief was very arrogant. Little did not see Yuan Jie in his eyes. Of course, if Yuan Jie was the original one, the naval officer would probably be too frightened to say anything. However, the current Yuan has used the ability to imitate the fruit. At this time, he imitated a person casually. Therefore, this naval officer has never seen Yuan. Yuan Jie was also a little disappointed when he learned that the other party was not a devil fruit person. If the other party thinks that the devil fruit has the ability, then he will benefit and obtain a devil fruit. Therefore, at this time, Yuan Jie did not show any mercy. Just when the other party was about to attack him, he stretched out his hand. Before touching the opponent's body flew up. This guy flew a certain distance, and this guy also suffered a lot of injury. What Yuan Jie just used was the domineering arrogance, and without touching each other, it can have a strong power. Of course, Yuan Jie didn't kill this person either. That guy was directly beaten with blood and foam. Seeing this, that person was done. Because the other party didn't even touch his body, he became like this. It can be seen that the opponent's strength is very terrifying. When the naval officer stood up, his face was full of surprise, and he looked at Yuan Jie like a monster. While watching, he stammered and asked, "You, who are you?" For this guy's question, Yuan Jie did not answer. At this time, he walked straight towards the St. Charles Rose. When St. Charles Rose saw that the Admiral was defeated like this, he also cursed the trap. Before this guy swore that he would teach the arrogant guy in front of him a lesson, but in the scene just now, facing this low-level guy, he thought that the Navy would be powerless to fight back. "You'd better not come here. Let me tell you, I am a Tianlong person. If you dare to touch me, then you are against the world government, and the world government will not bear you." Charles Rose was also a little bit at this time. "I am afraid, because the opponent's strength is there after all." At this time, he can only scare the other party by relying on his identity as a heavenly dragon. You know, the reason why these guys are obedient to them is because they are Tianlong people, and they are the descendants of those who created this world. However, the guy in front of him didn't know whether he didn't know his identity or was not afraid of his own identity. Charles Rose Saint had to be a little scared at this time. Although his brain is not very smart, this guy is not a fool. If he still used the attitude he had before, if the other party attacked him, he would be really dead. Therefore, at this time, he can only wait for a powerful Navy to clean up this arrogant guy. He was still counting on the Navy in front of him, but obviously, this one is not very strong, so it is not the opponent's opponent at all. Hearing this, Yuan Jie said with a smile at this time, "If I don't move you, you will move me later. Will the world government let me go with the things I did before? You know, you are a Tianlong. Man, I was disrespectful to you just now, and the world government will definitely not let me go. If this is the case, why don't I teach you a good lesson to you, a pig who is not as good as a dog?" Hearing this, St. Charles at this time was very angry, because the other party is disrespectful to him. He was also very angry immediately. Just when St. Charles Ross was about to say something, Yuan Jie at this time was the first to say, "What are you? I tell you, I just want to bully you Tianlong people. What can I do?" At this time, Yuan Jie was old-fashioned, and he didn't give any face to these Tianlong people at all. "It seems that I was too late, and all the cats and dogs are screaming in front of me." Yuan Jie was talking at this time, clasping his ears, looking like a hooligan. As for those kneeling guys, at this time, they were already surprised and murmuring, because they had never seen before the Tianlong people had been humiliated like this. You know, you can offend anyone in this place, but you can't offend the Tianlong people. They are world noble. For these Tianlong people, they also hated each and every one of them, because these guys bully men and bully women, are domineering, do all kinds of evil, and are even more abominable than those pirates. 50. Battle of the Yellow Monkeys. Open black lens bracket. Recommended ticket. Close black lens bracket. When they saw Yuan Jie humiliating this Tianlong person person like this. They felt very happy in their heart, because they have never seen Tianlong people be reprimanded like this. Of course, their hearts were extremely comfortable, and one of these heavenly dragon people didn't see them as human beings at all. But at this time they didn't show it. Of course, Yuan knew all this. Otherwise, after the Doflamingo family lost the privileges of the Tianlong people, they would be cast aside by other people. As Yuan spoke, he was gearing up for it. When seeing Yuan like this, St. Charles at this time was really scared. In his opinion, the guy in front of him is a lunatic, a desperate lunatic. The other people saw that they couldn't even hide in time, and the guy in front of them was still irritating them. You know, if the powerful admiral in the navy catches the guy in front of him, then the guy will feel better. But when there was no one to help, at this time, Charles Rose had to confess to Yuan. Therefore, even if Yuan humiliated himself like this, he didn't have any refutation at this time. Of course, this does not mean that St. Charles Rose is not angry. If this matter spreads out, then he will definitely be ridiculed by other Tianlong people, and he will definitely lose face in the future. He has already thought about it. When the next navy arrive, he will catch the hateful guy in front of him. He killed the others, then give a good lesson to this daring guy. In Charles Rose's view, these guys are just some pariahs who kill and kill. What kind of mercy? Seeing the other party like this, Yuan was still very satisfied at this time. Then he walked directly towards this side. He patted the helmet of St. Charles Rose. While filming, Yuan also said, "Not bad. It's good to know this. Ruzi can be taught." After saying this, Yuan saw that St. Charles Rose didn't make any movement, so he turned aside face at this time, and then asked sharply, "Isn't it?" Seeing Yuan's sudden appearance, Charles Rose was shocked at this time. Therefore, at this time, St. Charles Rose could only nod his head repeatedly. Don't look at the way this St. Charles is now dressed and benevolent, but this guy has a lot of resentment towards Yuan in his heart. As long as he waits until the navy rescues him, he must punish this daring fellow. This guy must not be spared. However, it really did what this guy wanted, and at this time he really came to the navy. And it's Admiral Kizaru. What happened here? I saw Kizaru walked over with a smile on his face, because Yuan guessed that it was on the Chambord archipelago. Therefore, he was also sent by the warring state to this place to inspect. Also sent to this place as a kainu. After all, it can be known from Qingzi that the strength of this Yuan is very good, and there are guys like Crocodile and Hawkeye to join. Although there are not many people, these guys are all very strong. Therefore, the navy will make such a decision. Kizaru heard a commotion here, so he walked over to inspect. After Kizaru said this, then he saw St. Charles Rose. Because this day dragon people are really easy to recognize. This guy is wearing a white robe and a transparent helmet. It looks like he is wearing a spacesuit, and his shape is very unique. Therefore, it is also very easy to identify. What the matter? Seeing the appearance of this heavenly dragon, Kizaru asked curiously at this time. As for this St. Charles Roth, he quickly recognized this guy as Kizaru, the admiral of the navy. However, this guy didn't know how terrifying the admiral's strength was. He only knew that this guy was very powerful. Therefore, he also immediately said to Huang Yuan, "You are here. This guy has openly humiliated our Tianlong people, and he treats me like this. You must catch this guy, otherwise, I can't bear you." Seeing his savior coming, Charles Rose Santana was very happy at this time. Finally, I don't want to be humiliated by the other party. Hearing this, the yellow monkey at this time then looked at Yuan. "Oh, so there is such a thing." When Charles Rose said this at this time, Kizaru was also very surprised, because such a thing has never happened before. To start with the Tianlong people, it would simply be fatal. Then, Kizaru still looked at Yuan with a smile. After looking at Yuan Kizaru glanced up and down Yuan's body at this time. "I didn't see anything special about Yuan. I just think that this guy is probably a desperado, so he would do such a stupid thing. You'd better let him go. He's a heavenly dragon, a guy you can't afford to offend." At this time, Kizaru still said to Yuan with a smile. St. Charles Rose heard this, and this time it was also the same as before. You know, before that, the other party was really too powerful, and there was no way for the other party to do anything at all, and he had to confess to the other party. But now it's different, but he has a rescuer, and the other party is also a yellow egg. Kizaru's strength is very powerful, so at this time, St. Charles Rose suddenly seems to have changed into a person. As for what Huang Yuan said, Yuan retorted at this time, "Then I have already offended, so how can I remedy it?" After Yuan said this, Kizaru didn't know what to say. "If you let him go, maybe you can spare your life." Kazuna, this guy humiliates us Tianlong people like this. This guy must not be spared so easily. If you dare to spare this guy, you can wait for the anger of the Tianlong people. You know, the person in front of him treated him like that just now. How could he forgive him so easily? You must teach the guy in front of you a good lesson. Therefore, I can't just let this guy go. Hearing this, Yuan at this time patted the St. Charles and said angrily, "Who is your kid talking? Why is it so rude? It seems that you guy needs a good training, Yuanj said to St. Charles of the Heavenly Dragon, while patting the butt of St. Charles of Rose. Yuanj hit it with a crackling sound. Seeing this, St. Charles at this time had a blue face, because this guy was so arrogant. He even spanked his ass. How dare you do this to me? I will never forgive you. At this time, St. Charles Rose did not hold back these anger like before. 51. The Great War of the Yellow A-2 4 for reward. After this meeting, he roared directly at Yuanj, because he now has such a savior as Kizaru. Don't be afraid of this daring guy at all. Yuanj was naturally not frightened by the other party, and of course not frightened by Kizaru, because he hasn't taken Kizaru to heart yet. Even if you look at it in your heart, it is a shining fruit of restoration. You put it in the wrong place, and of course I will take good care of you for your father, Yuanj said very calmly. At this time, the angry St. Charles nearly vomited blood, because he didn't go east. Even if Hayabu came, this guy still dared to do this. Therefore, at this time, he angrily scolded the yellow monkey. The yellow monkey and I are like this now. Why don't you do it? At this time, St. Charles Ross ordered. Hearing this, Huang Yuan had a helpless expression on his face at this time, and then said to Yuanj, you can't blame me. We all do things according to orders. Who told you to offend the guy who can't be offended? Huang Yuan also sighed at this time. For these draconian, Yellow Ape is also very disgusted. But there is no way to do this. Who told others to be Tianlong people, but not himself? Seeing this, Yuanj smiled and asked, really? If that's the case, then I'll be rude to you. After saying this, Huang Yuan attacked Yuanj. Kizaru didn't take the guy in front of him into his eyes, because this guy doesn't even know who he is. He couldn't believe it. These guys could be like Yuanj, and they were very powerful when they came out. Then only a golden light was seen. This yellow monkey first emitted a light on his hand, and then he followed the light and came to Yuanji's side in the blink of an eye. This guy obviously used the ability of the glittering fruit. Yuanj didn't panic at all. He knew that this yellow ape would come to such a trick by seeing the domineering look. Therefore, when Kayabu attacked, he directly used his arm to resist all this. After Huang Yuan came to Yuanji's side, he kicked directly at Yuanj. The power of that kick was very huge, and a gust of wind rose, but that kick was like kicking a steel plate. Yuanj didn't move at all, but the yellow ape was kicked a little in pain. Seeing this, Huang Yuan was also very surprised, because he didn't go east. The guy in front of him could actually resist his kick. Obviously, this guy is not an ordinary person. Therefore, at this time, the yellow monkey had to look at Yuanj with admiration. At this time, he still said to Yuanj with a smile, sure enough, to be able to do such a thing, you still have such strength. Yuanj didn't pay too much attention to Kizaru's word. Huang Yuan knew that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated, so he did not underestimate Yuanj at this time. Kizaru's battle also began to become serious. Kizaru launched a light speed kick at this time. Yuanj is still very familiar with this trick. This trick of his is to store light on the calf, kick the leg out at the speed of light, and can also shoot a laser. The power is enough to destroy a huge red book tree. If it was an ordinary pirate, under this move, he would definitely have no power to counterattack, and he would not be able to escape, because the power of this move is very huge, and the speed of this move is also very amazing. However, Yuanj is not an ordinary person. Even if he doesn't have the devil fruit, he is still very powerful. Therefore, when Huang Yuan stepped down, Yuanj also punched him. When their feet and hands collided, it was as if Mars hit the earth, and the power was amazing. The ordinary people around were blown away at this time. It was also very bad for them to see this, so they also immediately left this place while taking advantage of the chaos. Seeing this, St. Charles Rose was very angry on time, because they just saw themselves being humiliated by this hateful guy in front of them. If you don't seal up these guys, then your reputation will be completely ruined, and how can you be among the Tianlong people in the future? Of course, this also has a certain impact on the executors who will run for the world government in the future. He is a Tianlong person, and he can become the ruler of the world government. Of course, these rulers are also their celestial dragon. After all, this world was created by their Tianlong people. Therefore, the rules of this world are also made by their Tianlong people. Only, they can become the head of the world government. You all stop for me, otherwise I'll be rude to you. If it was normal, if the other party said that, they would definitely stop. But now, if they still stand, then they are simply courting death. Of course these guys aren't fools. They saw this Tianlong man being humiliated by others, and they saw something they shouldn't have seen, so naturally they would not have any good fruit to eat. And the power of Kizaru and this guy fighting is too huge. If he stayed on the side, he would definitely be affected. At that time, it is not certain that he is alive or not. Kizaru didn't hurt the opponent with this kick, and Kizaru followed with the neck kick. Moreover, the neck kick of the yellow monkey is faster and more powerful. But all this did not pose any threat to Yuan. You are still very powerful. At this time, Kizaru said to Yuanj with a smile. As for the situation of the St. Charles neck to him. The situation is not good. He is also hiding far away at this time. The movement here is not ordinary, and it quickly attracted the attention of the recent Navy. You know, the Navy has deployed a lot of naval forces here, because Yuanj is on this island. Of course, there is another reason that this place is just below the Holy Land Mary Joah. It is also a huge threat to the world government. They had to make arrangements in advance. If that guy Yuanj would attack the world government, then it would be very troublesome. Isn't that Kayaburu fighting? Akainu looked at Yuanj and said solemnly. Akainu was also dispatched to this place. Seeing this, Akainu hurried over at this time. At this time, he didn't want to watch the fire from the other side, because Kayabu is not his opponent to compete for the admiral. Competing against the admiral's opponent, Aokiji. Now for Akainu, there is almost no pressure from anyone. The opponent's devil fruit was taken away by Yuanj. The strength of the other party has also skyrocketed, and these navies will not let such a guy become a marshal. As for Kizaru, from Akainu's point of view, this guy doesn't want to be a naval marshal, and this guy Akainu doesn't take him to heart. At this time, Yuanj was also hesitating, because he knew that he was now fighting against Kizaru and would soon attract the attention of others. 52. Kidnapping the Tianlong people, recommended ticket, reward. Although his own strength is very strong, but he is not confident enough that he can play against many people. You know, this is below the Holy Land Mary Joah. It is easy to attract the old guys from the 5 old stars. Yuanj was also very unfamiliar with those guys. Therefore, he still does not have the confidence to defeat all these guys. It is precisely because of this that Yuanj hesitated. At this time, he hesitated whether he would use the abilities of other devil fruits at all, because he is now using the ability to imitate the fruit. Although he has many kinds of devil fruit abilities, he can only use one devil fruit ability at a time. If you use the abilities of other devil fruit, your ability to imitate the fruits will definitely disappear. At that time, it is very likely that he will be recognized by the other party. Of course, this is not the most deadly. The most fatal thing is that if the other party knows that he has such an ability, he may not be able to stay in this place. This is also what Yuanj didn't expect. He would play on the Shambord Islands and buy devil fruit, but he didn't expect this to happen. Of course, the strength of Kizaru is naturally not his opponent, but the strength of this yellow monkey is not weak, and it is impossible for him to achieve a quick decision, unless you use the ability of the devil fruit yourself. Although Yuanj was thinking, the battle continued. Yuanj was thinking while fighting. Huang Yuan has been deflated several times, which makes Huang Yuan such a good-tempered guy, and his temper is not so good at this time. At this time, his skills are fully activated. The whole person is like a light, and the speed is very fast. Of course, Yuanji's movements are like electricity, and they are also very fast. Therefore, the two are indistinguishable. Of course, Yuanj still has a lot of advantages at this time. After thinking for a while, Yuanj knew that he didn't have much time to think. Finally, he made up his mind. He continued to hide his identity. The shiny fruit of the yellow monkey. Let the yellow monkey keep it for himself temporarily. After thinking about this, Yuanji's figure flashed quickly, then came to the side of St. Charles Rose. Then, his figure disappeared like a ghost. Seeing this, at this time, Charles Rose was screaming constantly. At this time, he couldn't even see what was in front of him, because this is really too fast. Seeing this guy keep screaming, Yuanj then stunned the guy without mercy. Huang Yuan was originally relieved, because this day, the dragon man himself was finally rescued. But soon, Huang Yuan saw that, not far away, the figure who thought it was a Tianlong person had long since disappeared. Seeing this, Kizaru looked angry, because the other party actually grabbed the person under his own eyes. After hearing the screams of St. Charles Rose, Kizaru immediately turned into a golden light and chased after him. After Yuanj stunned St. Charles Rose, he turned into his original appearance. However, at this time, he used the ability of Momo Fruit to make his speed faster. Therefore, even the yellow monkey is a little bit behind at this time. When Akainu came to the plate, he saw only the tragic situation left by Yuanj and Kayabu. Because the strength of these two people is unusual, the traces of the battle are also very obvious. The surrounding houses have basically been leveled by the battle between these two people, and it left a deep hole. After seeing such a tragic scene of clothes, Akainu had to look very solemn at this time, because the strength of this person and the guy who played against the yellow monkey is also very good. Where did that guy Kayabu go? Akainu is also very hungry and curious about the battle here. What kind of person is he to be able to fight with Kizaru to be like this? But soon, the yellow monkey came back. Kazuna, what the hell is this situation? Akainu asked very curiously at this time. That guy took the Tianlong people away. What? Akainu was very surprised by Kayabu's answer, because he did not expect that someone would dare to touch the Tianlong people. You must know that the Tianlong people are the nobles of the world. Even a navy admiral like him should be courteous to the Tianlong people by 3 points, but he never imagined that someone would dare to arrest Tianlong people, and it was still in the hands of Huang Yuan, who captured the Tianlong people. What the hell is going on here? Kizaru then told Akainu what he knew. The yellow monkey came later. Therefore, I don't know much about this matter. He also did not go to special investigation of this matter. At this time, he immediately reported to the Navy headquarters. When the warring states heard the news, he immediately reported to the world government. When St. Charles Rose's father, St. Roswald, and his sister, Shalulia Palace, knew that their brother had been taken away, and they were taken away in front of Admiral Kizaru, they immediately went to the world government to make trouble. In this regard, the world government also issued an order to the Navy. Be sure to get St. Charles Rose back. After all, this St. Charles Rose is a draconian. Someone dared to capture their Tianlong people, which is undoubtedly a huge humiliation for the world government. The next day, Yuan Ji's humiliation of the Tianlong people quickly spread. Although these people are very afraid of the Tianlong people, they are also very angry with the Tianlong people. These guys are simply beasts. Seeing Yuan Ji's humiliation like that, who thought he was a Tianlong person, was simply heartwarming. When it was spread by other people, even the 5 old stars were shocked, because someone dares to humiliate their Tianlong people like this. This is simply slapping their world government in the face. Good things don't go out, bad things travel thousands of miles. Such news quickly spread around the world as if it had grown wings. After hearing such a news, the whole world was shocked, because the Tianlong people are high-ranking world nobles, but they did not expect that they would be humiliated by others. Of course, the most important thing is that in the day-to-day life of the Tianlong people, they are arrogant and do not regard them as human beings. The world government is very embarrassing, and the life of the Navy is also very difficult. In the face of the pressure of the world government, the warring states also had to hold an emergency meeting. This time the meeting was not at the naval headquarters, but directly at the Holy Land Mary Joah. At the meeting, these guys were very resentful towards Kizaru. If it wasn't for Kizaru, there would be no such thing in their navy. To the gazes of those people, Kizaru is still smiling. Kazuna, what impression do you have of that person? Is that guy Yuan J? Warring states asked at this time. Kizaru pondered for a while, and then replied, the other party is completely different from the guy on the bounty, and the other party only used domineering in the process of fighting with me, and did not use the ability of devil fruit, and the other party's experience lust domineering and armed lukewarm domineering are both very powerful. According to my inference, that guy is definitely not Yuan J. After hearing this news, the faces of these people became more and more serious, because they haven't even solved a single meta song, and now such a powerful character has emerged, and that guy can actually compete with the Admiral Kizaru. 53. Met Rayleigh. The most important thing is that these guys don't know each other at all. What kind of strength is that guy? At this time, someone asked very curiously. After all, this is a guy who can compete with Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru began to ponder, recalling yesterday's battle. I used all my strength at the time, but the opponent was not injured at all, and most of the time the opponent was on defense. If I guess correctly, the opponent's strength should be higher than mine. When Kizaru said this, everyone present was shocked, because it's really shit. They never thought of it. Of course, the most shocking thing is that this guy seems to have fallen from the sky. They had no idea about this guy. Even now, they don't know each other's name. Hearing this, the warring state period also frowned, because Yuan J and his party are fine. Now suddenly such a guy has appeared, and this guy is not bad, even if he liked to mess around so much, which makes him feel a lot of headache. You know, many pirates don't do anything against the world's noble Tianlong people, but this guy didn't say anything about humiliating the Tianlong people, and Zhang Ran kidnapped the Tianlong people. During this period of time, everyone cheered me up. Whether it's Yuan J or that guy, we have to investigate thoroughly. As for that heavenly dragon man, Charles Rose, we must find each other, otherwise, I will not good deal with the world government. These people weakly said yes. You know, even the yellow monkey is no match. Not to mention these guys, they don't have the terrifying strength of Kizaru, and the one who thought the mysterious guy shot the Navy before was still lying in the hospital at this time. The other party was seriously injured. If these people meet these two, what can they do? At that time, he might be killed or injured. Just thinking about it made people feel very scary. As for Yuan J, he was relieved after escaping from Kizaru's pursuit. After all, he has his own purpose. If Kayabu knew about him, how could he collect devil fruits in this place? Just when Yuan J stopped to rest, a figure appeared behind Yuan J. Boy, you are too stupid. How dare you do something to the Tianlong people? I saw a guy with glasses and white hair coming over. I thought the old man looked very dashing. This old man is the Hades Rayleigh. He happened to pass by there too, and happened to see that scene as well. Yuan J couldn't help but not wrinkle when he heard this. Because he was being followed, he didn't even notice it. You are Rayleigh. When Yuan J turned around, he found that it was none other than Pluto Rayleigh Rayleigh who was following him. This made Yuan-Jay also very excited. When Rayleigh heard what the other party said, Rayleigh was also stunned. What the hell is going on here? The tone of his opponent was very familiar to him. However, I don't know the guy in front of me at all. Because, at this time, Rayleigh was also slightly taken aback, and then asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Yuan-Jay." Yuan-Jay said to Rayleigh at this time. "Are you Yuan?" Rayleigh looked Yuan-Jay up and down, and then said suspiciously, "I'm really Yuan-Jay. You used to say that you like to drink the wine I brewed the most. If you can drink the wine I brewed often, it will be a very happy thing for you. You really are Yuan-Jay. But, your guy's change is too big." Rayleigh sighed at this time. However, Rayleigh soon remembered the appearance of Yuan-Jay on the reward order. Then, his face changed. "Yuan-Jay's not like this. Who the hell are you?" "I have seen Yuan-Jay on the Navy reward," Rayleigh questioned at this time. When Yuan-Jay heard this, he remembered it. When he discovered the other party, he immediately changed into another look. Therefore, the present self is not what it is. After thinking about this, Yuan-Jay felt a little embarrassed at this time, because he didn't think of himself as someone else. He immediately turned into his original appearance. Rayleigh was also slightly taken aback when he saw Yuan-Jay like this, but soon, he knew that this must be the ability of the devil fruit, because in this world, many unusual people can be acclaimed by those with devil fruit ability. Rayleigh was also very happy when he saw Yuan-Jay, because he and Yuan-Jay hadn't seen each other for a long time. Of course, what makes Rayleigh unforgettable is the fine wine made by Yuan. "I didn't expect it to turn out to be you. You used to be quite honest and calm, but now what's going on? It's making the whole world uneasy." Rayleigh laughed at this time. After being said by Rayleigh, Yuan-Jay didn't know what to say at this time. After he came to this world, Roger One Piece and Rayleigh took great care of him. Therefore, in Yuan-Jay's view, these people are like his relative. "You have captured this Tianlong man now. I think the Navy is still looking for you. You should go to me," Rayleigh said to Yuan-Jay at this time. Hearing this, Yuan-Jay immediately agreed to such a proposal. However, the Tianlong people were arrested, and the island of Chambord was also under martial law. Yuan-Jay had to find a sack to pack the St. Charles. Of course, St. Charles Rose also woke up halfway. He was directly knocked out by Yuan-Jay. Along the way, there are constant searches by the Navy. However, Yuan-Jay is very powerful because of his strength, and also has the ability of many kinds of devil fruit. Therefore, this is no big trouble for him at all. Yuan-Jay followed Rayleigh to the coating shop where Rayleigh was. Rayleigh was in charge of the coating, while Shachi was in charge of the drink. After seeing Rayleigh leading someone back, Shachi asked Rayleigh curiously, "Rayleigh, who is this guy?" This way, in order to conceal his identity, Yuan-Jay is not his original appearance. If it is changed to the original appearance, Shachi may still know who Yuan-Jay is. After all, Yuan-Jay's billions of rewards are hanging there. Shachi is also very interested in these things. "He is the Yuan-Jay I often mentioned to you," Rayleigh exclaimed this time. "Is he Yuan-Jay?" Shachi's face was full of suspicion at this time, because this is not the same person on the reward order. Shachi said so. Rayleigh then remembered that it was the same when he met Yuan-Jay, and he also remembered that Yuan-Jay is not what he used to be now. 54. Play the role of St. Charles Rose. Therefore, at this time, Rayleigh also hurriedly said to Yuan-Jay, "Yuan-Jay, Shachi is not an outsider. Are you showing your original appearance?" Hearing this, Yuan-Jay just remembered, and then he immediately returned to his original appearance. After seeing this, Shachi was also amazed, because he did not expect Yuan-Jay to have such an ability. Of course, he also suddenly understood at this time, although Yuan-Jay has already come to the Chambord Island, but no one has seen this guy at all, so that's the reason. "Little guy, is this the power of a devil fruit?" Shachi asked very curiously. Yuan-Jay didn't hide it at this time, because he knew that this Shachi was not an outsider. "This is the ability to imitate the fruit. I use the power of imitating the fruit." After saying this, Yuan-Jay at this time added to Shachi, "I hope you will keep this matter a secret for me. After all, I still want to stay on the Chambord Islands for a while." "Little guy, don't worry. I'll keep it a secret for you," Shachi promised at this time. Soon, Shachi found out that Yuan-Jay was carrying a bag. In this regard, Shachi couldn't help but become curious again. "What behind you?" After being asked by Shachi, Yuan-Jay remembered that there was still a heavenly dragon in his back bag. Yuan-Jay immediately put down the bag behind him. Then he got St. Charles Rose out. Yuan-Jay didn't want this guy to die so cheaply. When the person in the bag got it out, Shachi, a guy who has seen the world, is also surprised at this time. "Dragon people, this Yuan-Jay actually caught a Tianlong man. This guy is so brave. Isn't this declaring war head-on with the world government?" But Shachi soon realized that the other party seemed to be able to change his appearance. Even if the Tianlong people were caught, the government of this world would want to go to Yuan-Jay's head. After thinking of this, Shachi also breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this time, Shachi asked curiously, "Why did you arrest this Tianlong man? This guy is is really arrogant. I want to punish this guy," Yuan-Jae said lightly at this time. Yuan-Jae really couldn't bear the actions of these Tianlong people. Yuan-Jae has already thought about it. He must let this guy write a review letter, and also punish this person properly. Hearing this, Shachi didn't know what to say at this time. "Yuan, I haven't had the wine you made for a long time. I miss it so much. You kid, I don't know where you have been all these years. You can't find anyone, and you don't come to see the old man." Quote. At this time, Rayleigh said to Yuan-Jae in a bad mood. When Yuan-Jae heard this, he didn't know what to say at this time. If he didn't know the plot, Yuan-Jae would not have thought that Rayleigh would live in such a place. "Okay, if you don't have anything to do, give me wine as soon as possible, and then we will catch up with the old days," Rayleigh urged Yuan-Jae at this time. Hearing this, Yuan-Jae could only mutter in his heart at this time. "Even if you are going to make wine now, you can't drink it right away, and you will have to wait for a while." However, considering that the other party is an old man, Yuan-Jae had to go to wine. After the Olympic song Niangwang was over, at this time, Rayleigh asked Yuan-Jae with a serious face, "What about this guy? You know, this guy is a heavenly dragon. If you catch this guy, the world government will definitely not stop there, because if you catch a heavenly dragon, this is tantamount to beating the world government's fate. If this guy disappears for too long, the whole world could be in chaos." Rayleigh analyzed Yuan-Jae at this time. Rayleigh's remarks are not alarmist. After all, the identity of this Tianlong person is not ordinary. In history, no one has ever caught the Tianlong people. Yuan-Jae is the first of its kind. Of course, even with such a disgraceful history, the world government would naturally keep such news private. If this time Yuan-Jae captures the Tianlong people and is not known by other people, perhaps the world government will send the navy to look for it. Although St. Charles Rose is a heavenly dragon, he is not the ruler of the heavenly dragon. Therefore, there is no need to use all the power of the world government. Now people all over the world know this. If they can't find a Tianlong person, then their world government will be too shameless. Because this world government is the world government of the Tianlong people. Yuan-Jae was also very embarrassed at this time when Rayleigh said this, because this is indeed his intention to neglect, because he only thought of himself but not other people. Therefore, this guy was kidnapped. However, at this time, Rayleigh asked Yuan-Jae, "Yuan-Jae, can you imitate this guy's appearance?" In this regard, Yuan-Jae was also slightly taken aback because he did not expect Rayleigh to ask such a question. However, this time Yuan-Jae nodded. Because he uses the imitation fruit, it is very simple to become the guy in front of him. After seeing Yuan-Jae nodding, Rayleigh at this time said to Yuan-Jae, "If this is the case, you will become like this guy. Then go to the world government to hold a message, and then find a reason to leave. If this is the case, the world government, there should be no prosecution for this." Quote. After hearing Rayleigh's suggestion, Yuan-Jae feels very good. He thought it was much more than that. If you become like this guy, then you will have a lot of privileges. In this case, you can obtain devil fruit through many channels and methods. Although these guys like to collect devil fruit, these guys are very disdainful of devil fruit. After thinking of this, Yuan-Jae suddenly felt that it was an impulsive move to catch this guy. Of course, the only thing that made Yuan-Jae a little unacceptable was that this guy was too cowardly. Let Yuan-Jae simply dare not look directly. "I fought for the devil fruit," Yuan-Jae said to himself in his heart at this time. Because Yuan-Jae has spanked this guy before, this is also considered to have touched each other. Therefore, Yuan-Jae's thoughts moved, and then he became the appearance of the other party. It's just that at this time, the only difference between Yuan-Jae and the other party is that his clothes are still the original clothes, not their Draco-looking clothes that look like Besu. Therefore, Yuan-Jae decided to take off this guy's clothes. 55. Angrily scolding the red dog. Yuan-Jae couldn't accept such a stupid costume, and the most important thing was that he had to wear a hood. Yuan-Geji felt that there was something wrong with these Tianlong people. "Isn't it hot because you dress like this? Moreover, wearing a hood, how can I breathe the freshest air? What you breathe is the air you have breathed. Where can such air be fresh?" Yuan-Jae really didn't know what to say about the dress of the Tianlong people at this time. Yuan-Jae then began to have a series of plans of his own. "When I watched One Piece before, why didn't I think this imitation fruit had such a big effect?" Yuan-Jae couldn't help muttering secretly in his heart. "Yuan, did you go away as soon as you came to see this old man?" Seeing that Yuan-Jae immediately became fully armed when he heard his proposal, Rayleigh said angrily with his eyes wide open at this time. As for this Rayleigh, of course, is not reluctant to Yuan. He is reluctant to be Yuan-Jae's wine. This guy's wine is really good. Since the disbandment of the Roger Pirate, he hasn't drank the wine brewed by Yuan. This made Rayleigh miss him very much. Therefore, Rayleigh has already planned, if this kid doesn't brew enough wine for himself, he will never let this guy leave. Hearing this, Yuan-Jae smiled embarrassingly and said, "Rayleigh, I haven't seen you for a long time. I don't know when I will talk next time." For an old man like Rayleigh, in Yuan-Jae's view, he is like his own family. Because he has traveled to this world, there there is no family, and Yuan Jie is the first to contact them. In particular, some of his fighting skills and domineering are taught by Rayleigh and Roger. Therefore, in Yuan Jie's view, Rayleigh and the others are like his own family. Haha, you used to listen very hard, and often came to ask me questions. I think you are very good at brewing wine. You have taught you everything, but I didn't expect that you learned so much before. Duo, to be so low-key on the boat. Now what's the reason for you guys? How did you become so high profile? It's already a blockbuster if it doesn't make a sound. Haha, Riley said to Yuan Jie at this time. Riley still knows a lot about Yuan. After all, this guy was almost taught by Roger and himself, who calls himself an alcoholic. I remember. There are also 2 interns on our ship. One is Shanks, and now that guy is one of the 4 emperors. Oh, no. Now you suddenly appeared. Not now there are only 4 sea emperors, but now there are 5 sea emperors. What is the name of another intern? It seems to be called Buggy. That guy used to have a very good relationship with you. I think that guy's mind is also very good. Why haven't I heard about that guy? That guy is also pretending to be low-key. Riley muttered a lot at this time. The arrival of Yuan Jie made Riley very happy. Yuan Jie regards Riley as his relative. Why doesn't Riley regard Yuan Jie as his relative? Of course, Yuan Jie really didn't know what to say about Bucky the clown that Riley said in his mouth, because that guy is not pretending to be low-key, and that guy's strength is not good at all. That guy Bucky is probably the weakest one on the One Piece ship. However, this time Bucky did not think so. In Bucky's view, Yuan Jie is the weakest on their boat, because this guy doesn't dare to fight himself. It was also the first time that Yuan Jie saw Rayleigh say so many words. In Yuan Jie's impression, Rayleigh didn't say a lot. However, Yuan Jie didn't care about all this. During Yuan Jie's day, Yuan Jie didn't give less wine to Rayleigh, because Yuan Jie still has his own plan. He definitely cannot stay in this place for a long time. I don't know when we will meet today. Maybe never see each other again. Riley liked to drink his own wine. The next day, a large number of navies began to pour into the Chambord Island. These navies encircled the Chambord Island, and a sub-navy was the navy who entered the Chambord. They began a carpet search of the Chambord Island. This is the order given to these guys by the naval headquarters Sengoku. As for the Warring State period, he received orders from the 5 old stars. Although the Warring State period is a naval marshal, he still has to obey the dispatch of the world government. Seeing this, Yuan Jie also had to leave the small shop of Rayleigh. After all, Rayleigh doesn't want to get into such trouble now. Of course, Yuan Jie didn't want to implicate Rayleigh himself. However, that Charles Ross sacred Yuan song left him in this place. As for Yuan Jie, it became the appearance of St. Charles Road. Of course, Yuan Jie came to a place where there was no one, and then became St. Charles Road. Yuan Jie looked at himself like this in the water, and also muttered, if I go out like this, it will definitely arouse suspicion from others. Therefore, I still have to dress up. Soon, Yuan Jie was dressed up. At this time, Yuan Jie became the appearance of St. Charles Road. However, compared to before, the white clothes on his body were dirty, and the hood was also damaged, and his hair was very messy. The way he is now is very embarrassing. Help, someone come and help me. At this time, Yuan Jie changed into the appearance of St. Charles Road, and shouted for help, because in Yuan Jie's view, this is more in line. Yuan Jie's shouting quickly attracted the attention of other people. However, after seeing that Yuan Jie was a Tianlong person, these guys avoided one by one. Because this is Tianlong people, they can't afford to offend. Although Yuan Jie was very embarrassed at this time, it could be seen that he was a heavenly dragon. Seeing ordinary people ignoring him, Yuan Jie called for help from the navy at this time. It just so happened that a kainu was passing by with a group of navies at this time, and happened to see Yuan Jie. This seems to be the missing Tianlong. Yuan Jie soon discovered a kainu. Seeing that this guy's skin is a little red, and there is a flower pin to his chest, such a sullen guy must be a kainu. Relying on these, Yuan Jie quickly knew that the guy in front of him was a kainu. After a kainu saw Yuan Jie, he was very happy, because I was so lucky to find this heavenly dragon man. Yuan Jie originally wanted to ask the other party for help, but soon, Yuan Jie thought that he was a Tianlong person, so he was not afraid of anything. What can the other party do even if it is a navy admiral? After thinking of this, Yuan Jie at this time had another plan. Immediately it changed to what it was before. Then he scolded the Akainu and his party in a bad mood. You navy, the world government doesn't feed you. Look at how rubbish you are. My dignified world aristocrats are actually in front of your navy. General Kizaru's face was caught. Your navy must give me an explanation. 56. The aggrieved red dog, recommended ticket reward. Hearing this, one of Akainu's subordinates smiled and said to Yuan Jie, Sir, are you okay now? When he heard such a sentence from the other party, Yuan Jie snorted coldly at this time, and then said angrily, if it weren't for me being smart, I guess it would be impossible to live or die. The reason why I can come out now is because of this. Because I'm very smart. After saying this, Yuan Yuan-J pointed at Akainu's nose and asked, "You bastard is also a naval admiral." When Akainu heard this, he was extremely angry at this time, because the other party dared to stand in front of his own hands and say that he was a waste. Akainu is just angry. For the Yuan-J in front of him, Akainu was helpless, because the other party is a Tianlong person, a world aristocrat. Moreover, this time it was originally their navy's mistake. In front of their navy admiral, the person was taken away. At this time, Akainu can only accommodate all his anger to Kizaru, because this thing happened in the hands of the yellow monkey. Huang Yuan did not even protect a Tianlong person. Now their navy has to bear such a black cauldron together with Kizaru. When Yuan-J saw that Akainu didn't dare to say anything in front of him, an admiral of the navy, it made Yuan-J feel very relieved. Unexpectedly, the status of the Tianlong people is so noble that even the admiral of the navy would not dare to offend. "You bastard, why don't you bring me back quickly? My father and sister don't know how much they will be careful about me." At this time, Yuan-J commanded Akainu arrogantly. Hearing this, Akainu could only hold on to the fire at this time. Then he said to his subordinate, "Hurry up and send this lord back. This time, don't you guys lose the face of our navy." Hearing this, these navies quickly said yes. Then, just like that, Yuan-J was escorted by these navies to the Holy Land Mary Joah. Naturally, Yuan-J had never been to Angry Malajoya, so he basically didn't know where to go. In particular, this guy can't tell the direction yet. However, he is not like Zoro and Luffy's two road idiots. Soon, they came to Hong Kong. This leads to one of the most important places in the Holy Land Mary Joah. I still know this song. Then, they took the gondola in this lake, because the altitude of this Holy Land Mary Joah is very high. Of course, Akainu also told Sengoku that Charles Rose had been found through the phone bug. The warring state soon informed the world government of this news. As for the world government, of course, the news was told to the family of St. Charles Rose. Therefore, when Yuan-J came on a gondola, he saw St. Charles Rose's father, St. Roswald, and his younger sister, the Palace of Zaluria. When St. Roswald and Zaluria Palace saw St. Charles, who was imitated by Yuan, they cried a lot. After Yuan-J came up, he immediately ran towards Yuan-J. Then he hugged Yuan-J. Yuan-J didn't know what to say about this. However, acting needs to be done. Yuan-J had to accept all this. "Son, are you alright?" "Yeah, brother. That one person didn't hurt you?" At this time, St. Roswald and Zaluria Palace asked with great concern. Yuan-J was really afraid that the father and daughter would check on him, so he hurriedly said at this time, "I'm fine." Seeing that Yuan-J said this, the two women at this time did not seize the inspection. If Yuan-J said that he was really injured, the father and daughter would really examine themselves. But seeing that St. Charles Rose was fine, St. Roswald also said to Akainu at this time, "General Akainu, thank you for rescuing my son. We are very grateful to you." After hearing this, Yuan-J said very rudely at this time, "I wasn't rescued by this guy. It was me who escaped very smartly, but I just met these guys." Rubbish. At this time, Yuan-J was unceremoniously accusing Akainu and his party. Even Admiral Akainu is no exception. Just because he is a Tianlong person, what can he do if he scolds him? The other party did not dare to do anything to himself, but he was a Tianlong person. Akainu was humiliated by this Yuan, and he was also very aggrieved in his heart. But what can you do yourself? The other party is a Tianlong person, and all this has a great responsibility with their navy. At this time, Akainu could only curse in his heart. Pelusalino. As a naval admiral, he can't even deal with a nameless person. "I have to go back to you for the humiliation I received today." Do the math. From Akainu's point of view, the guy who captured St. Charles Rose was just average. If he were himself, he would definitely teach the other person a good lesson, and such a thing would not happen. Akainu doesn't think that any guy can have the strength of Yuan. When he heard his son say this, St. Roswald's face with a smile on his face suddenly became cold, because according to his own son, all this is because these navies did not protect him well. All this should be the responsibility of these navies, otherwise his son will not be taken away. HMPH. Let me tell you, you guys in the navy had better give my brother an explanation, otherwise we will definitely tell the 5 old stars about this. We are the nobles of the world, so you protect us like this. Hearing what his brother said, Zaluria Palace was also on his brother's side at this time. She relentlessly rebuked the navy in front of her. After hearing this, the faces of these navies were all very bad at this time, because he didn't expect that his group would find this heavenly dragon man, and they would be treated like this. They originally thought that their group had found this heavenly dragon man, which was probably a great achievement, but I didn't expect that I would be treated like this. Hearing this, Akainu also said to Zaluria Palace at this time, "Miss Zaluria Palace, our navy is very sorry for your brother's incident. Just say sorry." At this time, Zaluria Palace did not give Akainu any face at all. When the other party said that, Akainu didn't know what to say at this time. After a while, Akainu squeezed out a sentence sentence. Don't worry, our navy will definitely give you an explanation. However, how could Yuan at this time easily give out an opportunity to make things difficult for this red dog for so long? What will your navy tell you? Is it just an empty sentence? Yuan Jie said unceremoniously. 57. The anger from the red dog. After hearing this, Akainu at this time was extremely depressed because he got the news from the navy. This guy's brain is a little hard to use, but according to the current situation, this guy is not what he said. When the other party said that, Akainu really didn't know what to say at this time. If you give money to the other party is a Tianlong person, so don't worry about money, because they have many kingdoms offering gold in the sky. That's why they buy a slave, and it's just hundreds of millions of Baileys. It's just like sprinkling water. Even if the navy gives money, I don't know how much it will give. As for the rest, the navy at this time can't promise itself. Even if the navy promised it, the Tianlong people didn't look down on it. The most important thing is that he is an admiral of the navy, and the navy is not in charge of himself. Even if it is the warring state period, it will be discussed by holding a meeting. Therefore, Akainu was very embarrassed at this time. He has never been like this. However, at this time, he really didn't know what to say. Yuan Jie felt very comfortable after seeing such a scene, because he was very uncomfortable looking at the guy for a long time. Son, let go back quickly. Look at what you look like now. Go back and take a good shower. At this time, Saint Roswald proposed to Yuan, because at this time, Yuan Jie looked very embarrassed. Yes, Shalulia Palace agreed. You bastard. I'd better go back and think about it. How can I give my son an explanation? At this time, Saint Roswald unceremoniously scolded Akainu and his party. As for Akainu and his party, they were very aggrieved. He did not expect that a dignified admiral of his own would be reprimanded like a slave by the Tianlong people. Although this Tianlong person is noble, he is an admiral of the navy, but now he can only swallow all this. Who told the navy to have not protected the Tianlong people? Then, Yuanj was taken away by Saint Roswald. Looking at the backs of Yuanj and his group, the flames above the red dog fist were already rising. At this time, he had a straight face and looked very angry. Bastard. I didn't expect a dignified admiral of mine to be so humiliated by these guys. You guys remember it to me. And that guy Polsolino, I'll definitely look for you to settle the account when I go back. Quote, at this time, Akainu scolded angrily. Then, they returned to the base of the Holy Land Mary Joah. When Kyabu saw Akainu, he smiled, because he heard the news that the Tianlong people who thought they had been captured were found by Akainu. Sakaski, how did you get someone back? That guy is very difficult to deal with. If I guess correctly, that guy should be stronger than me, Kizaru said to Akainu at this time, because he only knew that Akainu had found the heavenly dragon who thought he had been captured. Kizaru felt that all of this was probably due to Akainu. When he fought against the opponent at the beginning, he was not the opponent of the opponent, which Kizaru admitted. However, when Kasaragi asked this question for Akainu, it was undoubtedly fueling the spark plug, because he was humiliated by the Tianlong people just now. Moreover, Akainu couldn't refute the humiliation of Tianlongren. From Akainu's point of view, if it wasn't for the guy in front of him, he wouldn't be so humiliated. Kalusalino, you have the nerve to ask this. I'll tell you, I won't stop with you on this one. At this time, Akainu said to Kizaru unceremoniously. Hearing this, the smile on Kizaru's face at this time immediately froze. At this time, the yellow monkey was done. What is this situation? Not all people have been rescued, so why is there such a big anger? And what does this have to do with me? I didn't offend this guy either. Did this guy take the wrong medicine today? Kizaru had countless doubt in his heart. Therefore, at this time, the yellow ape couldn't help being curious and asked, Sakaski, what's the matter with you today? What does this have to do with me? When he heard Kizaru say this, the red dog at this time looked at Kizaru viciously, and then said angrily, this has nothing to do with you. If it wasn't for you, how could I be humiliated by those Tianlong people? Didn't you rescue the Tianlong people? Are those Tianlong people ungrateful? After Kizaru heard Akainu's answer, the color of doubt on his face became more and more intense. I didn't rescue the dragon man that day. He escaped by himself. That guy was so careless. After hearing what Akainu said, Kizaru became more and more curious, because that guy's strength should be known. The opponent has such terrifying strength, and it is impossible to escape so easily, unless that guy has another purpose. Don't get off the topic, I tell you, Polsalik. If it wasn't for you, that guy wouldn't have been kidnapped, all because you were a bad guy. After that guy humiliated me, I want our navy to give that guy an explanation. Polsalik, what do you think we should do about this? Quote, at this time, Akainu said unceremoniously to Kizaru. From Akainu's point of view, if it weren't for such a trivial matter as Hayabu, it would not be successful. There will not be so many things behind, because this is no small matter. That guy's strength is far above himself. If you are not your opponent's opponent, this will not happen. That's Akaski. Listen to me. That guy's strength is far above me. Otherwise, that Tianlong man wouldn't be captured by that guy. At this time, the yellow monkey also exclaimed. However, Akainu does not believe in all this. HMPH. All of these are excuses. I don't believe it. I've never heard of that person. You think that no one is like Yuan J, and he is so strong when he comes out. You know, that guy Yuan J, but it has been silent for decades on the ship of One Piece. Seeing that Akainu didn't believe what he said, Kizaru didn't know what to say at this time. Kazuna, as for the explanation, I'll leave it to you. If you implicate me next time, I will never finish with you. After saying this, Akainu left. Only the innocent-looking Kizaru was left in that place. 58. I have 7 wives. Reward. Soon, Huang Yuan reported this matter to the Warring State period. After all, Sengoku is the boss. Still want this guy to come with that idea. The Warring State did not expect that such a thing would happen. Carp was also present at this time. When Carp heard this, he scolded without hesitation. These bastards. We tried our best to protect these guys, and these guys treated us like this. There was nothing Garp could do when he scolded him, because those Tianlong people said so. They still have to give Tianlongren a statement. At this time, the head of the Warring State period was very painful, because he didn't expect this to happen again. And I heard that Kyabu said that the strength of that guy is far above himself. Therefore, that guy is not easy to deal with. How come so many powerful guys have appeared all of a sudden recently? The world of the Warring State cannot help but sigh with emotion. As for Yuanj, he was brought back to his residence by Saint Roswald and Zaluria Palace. However, when Yuan J returned to his residence, Yuan J was dumbfounded. When Yuan J came back, there was a row of beautiful women standing in front of him. One by one, they looked like sinking fish and falling geese, closing the moon and embarrassing flowers. Yuan J has never seen so many beautiful beauty. What is this situation? Is this a beauty pageant? Yuan J didn't respond for a while. These beautiful women standing in front of Yuan J are naturally the wives of this guy. St. Charles Rose is a womanizer. When he saw the woman he liked, he forcibly took it back. Even if it was a married man, he would be rude. Therefore, this guy has so many wives now. Of course, the women that this guy was tired of playing were immediately dismissed by this guy. Looking at these wives of Charles Rose Saint, Yuan J at this time couldn't help but be very envious. That one man didn't want to have a big harem. Although Yuan J was very envious, he didn't do anything to these wives of St. Charles Rose. You guys serve me well, or I will never spare you guys. At this time, the younger sister of St. Charles Rose, Zaluria Palace, said to these wives of St. Charles Rose. After Zaluria Palace finished speaking, the wives of St. Charles Rose couldn't help but tremble after this meeting. You know, these Tianlong people don't treat them as human beings. Therefore, they do not know how these heavenly dragon ninjas will punish them. Seeing these people look like this, Shalulia Palace added at this time, of course, if you serve my brother well, there will naturally be reward. You can reward you with whatever reward you want. After hearing this, the wives of St. Charles Rose breathed a sigh of relief. After saying this, Shalulia Palace said something to Yuan J, then left. After the Zaluria Palace left, the wife of the Holy Land of Charles Rose walked towards Yuan J, finding one by one is not what it used to be. At this time, they deliberately exposed the clothes on Shi's body one by one, to attract the attention of her husband. After seeing such a scene, Yuan J didn't know what to say at this time. Of course, this is only part of it. They fell into Yuan Ji's arms one by one. This made Yuan J a bit unpredictable. At the same time, these wives of Charles Rose still winked at Yuan J. This made Yuan J feel very speechless. Sir, we'll take you to take a bath. Don't worry, we will definitely serve you. At this time, a wife in the Holy Land of Charles Rose said to St. Charles. Hearing this, other people also agreed at this time. As for these people, looking for a woman who is no longer pure and loyal, one by one, they were turned into slut by the lecherous St. Charles Rose. As for those loyal women, they were naturally divorced by St. Charles Rose. They didn't end well. It is because of these that they become like this. Of course, there is also the fact that if the Tianlong person in front of him really serves him well, the other party will reward him with something he never dared to think about before. That thing is extremely precious and invaluable. However, in the eyes of the rich and powerful Tianlong people, this is not what they think. To be surrounded by such a large group of beautiful women to take a bath, and according to such a situation, it seems that it is still a Mandarin duck bath. This made Yuan J really a little unbearable. Therefore, at this time, Yuan J immediately used his arrogance to make all these wives of Charles Rose done. Seeing these people lying on the ground, Yuan J also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. He was sweating profusely at this time. I don't know if I was frightened, or if the blood was surging inside. Yuan J then went to take a bath alone. After washing, he looked at the clothes in the closet. He didn't know what Daga said, because that wardrobe felt like a spacesuit exhibition to Yuan. Yuan J had better be forced to wear this Charles Rose Saint clothes. After taking a bath, Yuan J lay down on the sofa. At this time, Yuan J also began to think about how he should plan in the future. Of course, at this time, Yuan Jie was also secretly sighing in his heart. Unexpectedly, this Tianlong person is also not easy to pretend. Looking at the woman lying on the ground in a mess, with disheveled clothes. At this time, Yuan Jie only felt a great pain in his head. When Yuan Jie looked around, Yuan Jie was surprised to find that the room was very spacious, and the things inside are very luxurious. There are lamps made of crystal and cabinets made of gold. All kinds of things are incomparably luxurious. Soon, Yuan Jie saw a big bed. The beds were the size of a normal house. This guy, could it be that he looks like he has a kidney deficiency? So it turns out that this guy doesn't do such things less often, Yuan Jie said with emotion. Only then did Yuan Jie remember the pool where he had just bathed. It's not that big either. When thinking about all these things together, Yuan Jie didn't know what to say to this Saint Charles. As time goes by, Yuan Jie's brain is also getting more and more painful at this time, because these wives of Saint Charles Rose will wake up and don't know what they will do to them later. You know, just now these people looked like this, and at a glance they knew that they were going to take a bath with themselves. If he hadn't done these guys with his domineering arrogance, he might have been pulled by these people to take a bath. My girlfriend, my family is waiting for me, Yuan Jie muttered in his heart. For something like this, there are a few men who can stand it. P.S. Thank you very much everyone. 59. We will wait for you. Although I have finished bathing, who knows what crazy things these people will do later. Maybe these guys will pull themselves, and then have a big quilt to sleep with. If that's the case, I can't bear it. It will always come. Finally, one by one, these people began to wake up. What's wrong with me? Why did I pass out all of a sudden? When those people came here, they were all very doubtful. Because I was fine just now, why did I suddenly faint? Soon, these people's faces immediately turned pale. If the good thing of Lord Charles Rose is delayed because he suddenly passed out, Saint Charles Rose will definitely not forgive himself, although he was valued by this heavenly dragon because of his beauty. But if you go against the wishes of the other party will not show mercy to you. To this Saint Charles Rose, he is like a piece of clothing. Not even one of the other's clothes is inferior. You must know that the clothes of these Tianlong people are made of special materials, but they are very unusual. When they woke up, their faces turned pale. Then they said to Yuan, Sir Charles Rose, I'm sorry, we don't know why we fainted all of a sudden. We will definitely serve you. Not as expected. In this regard, Yuan Jie was speechless with jealousy. Forget it. When I hear my husband say so, the faces of these women present turned pale one by one, because in their eyes, it was they who failed to serve the husband in front of them, so he was very dissatisfied with them. Then, these people begged to Yuan, Sir Charles Rose, we are here to serve you. We will definitely satisfy you. Having said that, these people immediately wiped off the clothes on their bodies at this time. Seeing such a scene, Yuan Jie was completely speechless at this time. What is all this situation? Could it be that this guy and his wives have to have a sexual relationship? See no evil. Such a spectacular scene. Yuan Jie also turned his head. At this time, Yuan Jie wished he was a beast, because in that case, he could do the things of beast. Too bad he is not a beast. Hurry up and put your clothes on for me, Yuan Jie said to these people at this time. When the person in front of him said that, it made the wives of Saint Charles Rose even more restless at this time, because in their opinion, the flame of Charles Ross put them off. Sir, we will definitely serve you, these people begged. Yuan Jie really didn't know what to say at this time. At this time, he could only speak to these people in a very unkind tone. Hurry up and put your clothes on for me, otherwise, I will be rude to you. After Yuan Jie said this, Yuan Jie felt very regretful, because I want to be rude to these people. These wives of Saint Charles, when they heard Yuan Jie's order, they were all very puzzled, because the former Saint Charles Rose was not like this. What is the current situation of Charles Rose? However, for the words of Saint Charles Rose, these people dare not listen to them. Soon, they put their clothes on. Sir, we've got our clothes on. At this time, a woman among these people said timidly to Yuan Jie, to these people, Saint Charles Ross today is very strange. They don't know what the Saint of Charles Rose will do to them. They don't want to be put off by Saint Charles Rose, because the person who is dismissed by the person in front of him will definitely not have a good end. When Yuan Jie returned to China, these people really put on their clothes, and at this time they were all neatly dressed. Seeing such a big scene, Yuan Jie also sighed in his heart at this time. This kid is quite good at training women. Of course, Yuan Jie also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that these people were finally not chaotic, because in Yuan Jie's view, these people are simply seducing themselves. Although these people put on their clothes, these people really looked at Yuan Jie pitifully. Being looked at by these people like this made Yuan Jie feel very uncomfortable. Yuan Jie calmed down for a moment, and then said to these people, I decided to change my mind. I know that I was the one who forcibly occupied you people. I am very sorry for this. How did you get here? How will I let you go back? Yuan Jie felt that it was necessary to rescue these women who were forcibly captured by the Bainag guy. That's why he said these things to these people. However, why does it feel like I did this thing? All this was done by that bastard, not me. I'm not as immoral as that kid. When those people heard this, they were also slightly taken aback at this time, because it was completely different from the St. Charles they knew before. What exactly is going on? These people, at this time, feel very suspicious. Of course, they were very worried at this time. Does this mean that St. Charles Rose has put himself away? Although they don't know what the result will be after being sanctified by Charles Rose, of course, it must be a good result. When I understood this, some people immediately knelt down at this time. Sir Charles Rose, please don't put me off. This time is my mistake. Don't worry, I serve people very well, and I will definitely serve you properly when the time comes. After hearing this, immediately other people knelt down. Sir Charles Rose, just let me go. Mine will warm the bed very well. Sir Charles Rose, I am very good at massage. You can leave me here. I will serve you well. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. With a swipe, these people knelt down one after another, like dominoes. Seeing such a scene, Yuan-Jie covered his forehead at this time, not knowing what to say. It was because he had a kind heart and wanted to save these girls who were harmed by Saint Beccaros. But what happened to these people at this time? Yuan-Jie thought for a while, and then he understood what it meant. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. You can go home when the time comes. I know it's all my fault, and I will definitely make up for you. Yuan-Jie explained feebly at this time. Really? Obviously, they are very suspicious of what Charles Rose said. It's all true. I've decided to change my mind. Charles Rose, Yuan-Jie explained to these people at this time. After hearing this news, the scene at this time fell into silence. P.S. Be on time every day and now have a manuscript. 12 noon, 6 p.m. Thank you, oh carat oh. 60. Yuan-Jie was asleep. Yuan-Jie also didn't know why this happened. He was very puzzled. Soon someone said to Yuan-Jie, Sir Charles Rose, thank you very much, but we want to stay in this place to serve you. I want to serve you in this place too. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. After hearing this, Yuan-Jie was extremely puzzled at this time. What is this situation? Are these people brainwashed by that guy? That guy is as stupid as a pig. He can't be that smart. What the hell is going on here? Faced with such an attitude of these people, Yuan-Jie really doesn't know what to do at this time. There is such a good opportunity to let these people go. Now these people can't leave. With such an attitude of these people, Yuan-Jie was too embarrassed to drive them away at this time, so he had to keep these people behind. As for warming the bed and serving himself, Yuan-Jie wouldn't let these people do it. As for why these people stay, that's because St. Charles Rose is actually very good to them, and some of them have been brought over for a while. If they go back rashly, they will definitely be considered to have escaped. Of course, he was already a married woman, yet he still did such a thing. They also did not go back inside. Better stay in this place. Naturally, Yuan-Jie would not have thought of all these things. Since you want to stay, you stay. But I said it before, so there is no need to warm the bed. I have decided to reform. Yuan-Jie warned these people. It feels like these people are going to do something out of the ordinary to themselves. They are also very curious about the sudden change of St. Charles Rose. However, these people did not ask too much. They also heard that St. Charles Rose was taken away. It is estimated that it was hit by something, so it became like this. Yuan-Jie thinks that's it for today. At that time, think about it yourself. But he has other things to do. I can't be delayed my plans by these beauties. Yuan-Jie let these people leave for this reason. After all, he has other things to do. As for today, that's it. I'll make another plan tomorrow. Yuan-Jie didn't know much about this holy place, Mary Joah. Moreover, in this place, Yuan-Jie did not dare to walk sideways. You must know that there are not only admirals in this place, but also 5 old stars, and maybe Im will come out. The water in this place is very deep, so it is better to take it easy. Then, Yuan-Jie discussed with these people that they could sleep on the big bed and sleep on the sofa by themselves. For Yuan-Jie's orders, these people are very obedient. This makes Yuan-Jie feel a little like he has poured ecstasy soup for these people. This is how the first day in the holy land of Malihoa passed. The next day after Yuan-Jie woke up in a daze, I felt like I was touching something soft. When Yuan-Jie arrived, he discovered that those people were sleeping beside him. Moreover, what his hand touched just now was something that should not have been touched. Seeing such a scene, Yuan-Jie's mind was blank at this time, even for a strong man like him. What is this situation? Did I do something monstrous? Saying that, Yuan-Jie looked at his crotch. It seems that his pants have not been taken off. Yuan-Jie is relieved at this time. Yuan-Jie found at this time that he was sleeping on the sofa. I didn't sleepwalk at night. What is this situation? Yuan-Jie has been single for decades. When encountering such a thing, Yuan-Jie at this time is inevitably hot and uneasy. Oh shit, these women never thought that they would be so shameless to seduce me like this. Fortunately, my Yuan-Jie is not an ordinary person. What I didn't do out of the ordinary was to come out of youth. Yuan-Jie could not help but sigh. He took advantage advantage of others, and Yuan Jie was embarrassed at this time, woke the woman up, and then taught them a good lesson. Therefore, at this time, Yuan Jie could only leave in despair. It seems that I still don't live with these guys. I accidentally planted seeds in this world, and then I will be in trouble. Therefore, Yuan Jie decided that he would have a good understanding of the Holy Land. Marry Joah. Although he is a traveler, he knows very little about the Holy Land. Marry Joah. Of course, Yuan Jie also knew that the sacred place of the Tianlong people, Marry Joah, was definitely not easy. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity, I have a good understanding of this Holy Land. Marry Joah. Hey yourself, keep a low profile. After all, this is the Holy Land of the Tianlong people. This is naturally the top combat power of the world government. The Navy is only a part of the world government combat power. The 5 old stars in Imu are very mysterious, and I don't know the strength of the other party. If the other party finds out, no matter how strong you are and how many devil fruits you have, you are likely to be caught by these people. Yuan Jie came out in a sullen mood. After coming out, Yuan Jie changed his previous appearance. He walked like a weight, and when he swayed, he looked very bad. In order to imitate a little more, Yuan Jie had to do this. This Charles Ross Saint was very bad. There is no doubt about that. As for why Yuan Jie came out in despair, it was because he slept other people's wives. Yuan Jie did not expect that such a thing would happen. He also didn't know why some people would sleep beside him. Although these guys took the initiative, Yuan Jie felt very guilty at this time. The environment of this Holy Land Marry Joah is very good. The birds and flowers are fragrant, and the houses here are also scattered. Obviously this is carefully planned. I didn't expect that these Tianlong people would enjoy it like this. Yuan Jie secretly complained in his heart. Good morning, Lord Charles rose. At this time, Yuan Jie's maid who was watering saw St. Charles rose and immediately knelt down to say hello. This is the courtesy of the commoners to the nobles of the world government with them. Of course, in Yuan Jie's view, these Tianlong people think they are superior to others. Seeing such a scene, Yuan Jie couldn't help frowning at this time. He was thinking of calling him to get up, but thought, since I am a Tianlong person now, I can only play it. It's better not to be seen through. If the 5 old stars in Imu, the Lord of the Dragons of the Sky, are provoked, then it will be bad. After thinking for a while, Yuan Jie held his head high, completely ignoring this servant. Yuan Jie walked aimlessly in this Marry Joah. I'm looting devil fruit in One Piece. Chapter 61 to 80. 61. Liberate slave. At this moment, someone suddenly said to him, St. Charles, I didn't expect your guy to be caught. If I was caught, I wouldn't be as rubbish as you. All the people above were arrested and tortured one by one. That guy must be hiding among these people. But you were really ashamed to be humiliated by such a lowly guy. Also, your slave isn't too good. Isn't he very powerful? Can't even handle such a guy. The person who spoke was a guy who was wearing almost the same outfit as Yuan himself, and he also wore a hood. This guy is also a dragon. As for this Tianlong person, he looked crooked and looked very wretched. Yuan Jie also doesn't know why. I just feel that these Tianlong people look very wretched. I don't know if it's because of genetic, or because these guys wear a hood all day and are often caused by lack of oxygen. The current St. Charles is impersonated by Yuan, so he doesn't know the name of the guy in front of him. At this time, Yuan Jie felt that he didn't need to know. Yuan Jie only knew that this guy came to find fault when he saw it. Yuan Jie frowned and thought to himself, this rubbish like St. Charles rose. Don't set up a glorious image of this guy. However, at a time like this, he really couldn't stand the Tianlong man in front of him. St. Charles, this time, I will teach you a lesson to the guy in front of you, and let this guy take a big advantage. Yuan Jie began to think about how he could teach the guy in front of him a good lesson. I definitely can't do it directly with a guy. If you do it against the guy, you will definitely be in a lot of trouble. He didn't want others to notice him. He is not the real St. Charles. If many people notice him, his identity will definitely be exposed. Therefore, at this time, you should keep a low profile. Seeing this very arrogant guy on weekdays being scolded like this by himself, the Tianlong person at this time was very happy. St. Charles rose. This is my slave. The value of this guy is not low, but barely cost me hundreds of millions. When I go out, I still have to bring a bodyguard. Those low-level guys are good things. Don't be reluctant. Can't afford the money. After saying this, the Tianlong person added, do you want me to lend you this Tianlong person? Don't worry, I won't charge you. You look like a poor ghost. After seeing the slave, Yuan Jie's eyes lit up at this time. Since I can't do anything to this guy in front of me, I can make a fuss about using this slave. Yuan Jie turned around slightly, and then used the power of the fluttering fruit, flying the opponent's slave out of thin air, and then let this ability disappear for 100 years. Then he smashed the guy in front of him. Yuan Jie's speed is very fast. The guy didn't see anything out of the ordinary. That slave was also slightly taken aback at this time. Then, the expression on his face contorted. He was very frightened at this time. Contrary, he didn't know what happened, but at this time he smashed towards his master Tianlongren. At that time he will definitely not end well. Although he didn't know what happened, he was the one who smashed the opponent. When the thought slave smashed towards the Tianlongren, the hand on his neck also exploded. The slave in front of him is not far from this guy, so the guy was not only smashed by that slave but also blown up by the aftermath of the explosion. Naturally, these will not cause any harm to Yuanj, but at this time, Yuanj retreated. As for that guy, this time he is not dead or disabled. For these Tianlong people, Yuanj has no mercy. These guys bully men and bully women and do all kinds of evil, which makes Ashes disgusted when Yuanj arrived. Therefore, if these people die, there will be one less scourge in this world. When that slave fell, that slave went mad. He was fine. He didn't know why this happened. When such a thing happened, I would definitely not feel better then, but these Tianlong people did not regard them as human beings. I'm going home. I'm not a pirate anymore. I just want to be a good ordinary citizen. I've changed my mind. Please let me go. At this time, he wanted to get off the collar he was wearing on his neck. Seeing this guy like this, Yuanj at this time was considered a kind-hearted person, and then used the power of the shaking fruit to shatter the collar on the opponent's neck. Seeing that the slave knew that the collar on his neck had disappeared, it was completely unbelievable, because he never dreamed of it all. Haha, I'm finally free. Haha. Although, this slave was vomited blood just now by the explosion of the collar, but at this time, that guy didn't care about these things. Although he was coughing up blood at this time, he was laughing wildly at this time. Seeing such a scene, Yuanj was also shocked at this time. This guy is crazy. However, a pirate who can't die will probably go crazy when such a thing happens. These Tianlong people are simply not human. Yuanj sighed in his heart. That slave was obviously born a pirate, but he is not stupid. Soon, the guy regained his composure. Although he was rescued from the collar, he still hadn't escaped from this place. It may be a holy place for these Tianlong people, but for him, this place is simply a purgatory on earth. Soon, he discovered Yuanj not far away. I'll catch this guy and threaten the world government and the navy. I'll be able to leave this place maliciously soon. The other party is a Tianlong person. They dare not listen to me. That pirate said it without hesitation. Hearing this, Yuanj was also slightly startled, because he didn't expect that this guy would have such thought. However, Yuanj still has things to do. How can he be captured by the other party? He obviously did not agree. Yuanj didn't get tough with the other party at this time. After all, this is the Holy Land Mary Joah, and there are many powerful guys. If you defeat this guy, how will you explain it? This Charles Rose Saint is not so powerful, and will soon be found out by others that he is a fake. Therefore, at this time, the Yuan song can only run. That's right, just run. 62. Slaughtering Tianlong people. If the other party didn't catch up with you, that's forgivable. After thinking of this, Yuanj began to run away. It is no doubt that it is cumbersome for me to have my own boat in such a way. However, Yuanj's speed is very fast, so these are nothing to Yuanj at all. After Yuanj ran for a while, the guy reacted. At this time, he didn't have any anxiety, because in his opinion, these Tianlong people are just pigs. That guy eats like that, and that guy wears so much. Of course not running fast. Of course, the most important thing is that he is a giant. Your body is several times bigger than the others. Of course, his legs are several times longer than the opponent's leg, and if he takes a step, it is more than 10 meters. Therefore, the opponent simply cannot run away from him. Just you guys, you really thought you could run past my Morocco. I won't let you dragon people go. Having said that, the guy called Morocco then chased after Yuanj. For this guy, Yuanj is of course very speechless, because he ran away. The other party didn't even chase him. At this time, Yuanj began to doubt, but soon, the other party came after him. Yuanj was also emotional in his heart. Why are these giants so slow to react? If I didn't control the speed, I would have no shadow. Soon, the guy named Morocco caught up. In this regard, Yuanj is very satisfied. Yuanj did not widen the distance at this time, because in that case, it is very likely that the other party will not come to arrest him. As for why, naturally, let this guy take the blame. That Tianlong man was so bombed and crushed that he was already half paralyzed. You can't let yourself be blamed for this. You know, that guy is his own nemesis, and the other party is likely to rely on his own head. Therefore, Yuanj came up with such a method. It was morning, but no one saw it. If you want other people to see such a scene, then you will be able to clear your suspicion. Of course, if you want to act, you have to act like a little bit. At this moment, Yuanj was running and shouting, "Help! The slave is killed!" Yuanj shouted like this. This made Morocco very angry, because he didn't expect this kid to catch him for so long, and he didn't catch it. And the kid shouted loudly, "It's easy to attract other people. He is now in the mood to shoot Yuan. It's a pity that I just can't catch the opponent." This makes Morocco begin to doubt life. If you know this, you will be in trouble earlier, or arrest that Tianlong man. Boy, stop for me, or I'll be rude to you. With that said, the guy punched out. However, this did not hit the Yuan song. Yuan Jay continued to run at this time, and he looked like he was falling down at any time. Morocco was also ruthless in his heart. Just you Tianlong people, fat like a pig. I can't believe it. Oh, Morocco can't catch you. If I catch up with you, boy, I will definitely have a good look at you at that time. That Morocco also cursed inwardly. In this way, Morocco has been chasing behind Yuan Jay. Over time, this Morocco is going crazy, because he did not expect that the Tianlong people would be able to run like this. This guy looked like he was going to stop at any time, but after chasing him for so long, he still hadn't caught up with him. Boy, stop for me, stop. Morocco was gasping for breath at this time. At this time, Morocco was about to cry. How happy he was just now. How sad he is now. Obviously, it is very difficult for him to escape from this place unless he catches that Tianlong person. But after chasing him for so long, he still hadn't caught up with the other party. You know, the distance between yourself and the other party is not very far, but he just can't catch him. If you can't catch the other party, you don't know what will happen when you wait. I treat Tianlong people like this, and I even chase Tianlong people. This is Joah, the sacred place of the Draconian, and it is full of personnel from the Navy and the world government. Moreover, the terrain here is steep, and it is difficult for me to escape from such a place. You stop for me. At this time, Morocco is simply hysterical. His eyes were red at this time. He didn't want to be caught by the Tianlong people once. If he was caught by the Tianlong people again, it would be very difficult for him to escape this place. Yuan Jay naturally ignored the other party, but shouted harder. Killing slaves or killing people? Hell, Yuan Jay shouted like this. Soon someone arrived. However, those Tianlong people who felt it were just watching the fun, because they don't have the ability to deal with this guy. The main thing is that the relationship between these heavenly dragons is not very good, and St. Charles Rose was humiliated by such a lowly person before, which is simply the shame of their heavenly dragon. Therefore, they watched silently at this time, desperate for help. As for Yuan Jay, at this time, of course, there is no peace of mind. For these Tianlong people, he is very annoying. Doing the act of bullying men and women one by one is simply inferior to pigs and dogs. Yuan Jay directly led Morocco towards that direction. After Yuan Jay led Morocco to that place, Yuan Jay fled and said to Morocco behind him, "Can you not chase me alone? There are so many Tianlong people here. There are more than one Tianlong people." When Morocco heard this, his originally angry mood was greatly relieved at this time. Tianlong people are not only the other person, they can catch other Tianlong people. Moreover, the guy in front of him felt that he had caught it brightly, but he just couldn't catch it. If it wasn't for the fact that he was about to catch the other party, Morocco would have given up long ago. Hearing what the other party said, Morocco's eyes lit up. Then he chased after the others. Seeing such a scene, the faces of the Tianlong people who were watching the lively became ashen, because they didn't expect that this guy would actually say these words. They ridiculed Yuan Jay in every possible way and were very proud, but at this time, they were running away like mice crossing the street. Charles saying, "You bastard, I'm not finished with you. You bastard, if I die, it's not over with you." 63. Killing Tianlong people like slaughtering dogs. All of a sudden, roars were heard everywhere. At this time, they all dispersed. Seeing such a scene, Yuan Jay was very satisfied at this time, because let these guys suffer a little bit, because these guys are high and mighty. He has long disliked these guys. As for them resenting themselves, these have nothing to do with him, because they are now St. Charles. All this was done by Charles Rose, and he had nothing to do with him. Seeing these people like this, Yuan Jay was very happy that Morocco soon chased those guys. Of course, some of those guys are now bringing their own slaves. However, this Morocco is really, as Dana said before, and it is really very powerful. It is indeed a guy who spent hundreds of millions of Baileys to sell. Soon, Morocco caught a Draco. He roared after the Draconian was captured, "You'd better let me go. Otherwise, I'm welcome to you." These Tianlong people did not regard these guys as human beings, so even if they were caught by the other party, they were still unyielding. Of course, it's not that these guys have the backbone, but these guys are very arrogant, even very stupid. They want to use their identities to intimidate each other. "If I let you go, I won't be able to leave this place. You Tianlong people don't see us as human at all, and it's you who I am arresting." Morocco said it bluntly. "Bull, you guys are the lowest slaves in the first place. We are the high-ranking Tianlong people. If you dare to treat me like this, the world government will not let you go." At this time, the Tianlong people are still indomitable. "Ha ha ha. The world government won't let me go. In that case, at least I have the dignity to live, but now I might as well die instead of living like this." At this time, Morocco laughed a little crazy. "I am a Bailey pirate with a bounty of 8,000, and now I have fallen to such a level 1 in. I'm a pirate, and the Navy won't let me go. You guys are unforgivable. Even if I don't have to die, it won't make you celestial dragons live." Morocco's tone was very firm at this time. He has long been prepared to be immortal with these Tianlong people. After catching that one, he started to attack the Tianlong man frantically. You damned bastard, give me all to die. If you are an enemy of the world government, you will be an enemy. Am I, Morocco, afraid of you guys? Don't you look down on us? Let the lowly humans in your mouth end you guys. Ha ha ha. Even if I die today, what can I do? I still earn. At this time, Morocco laughed madly. The laugh is very intimidating. Seeing Morocco like this, the other Tianlong people had to start to be afraid at this time. This guy is crazy. Run. At this time, a Tianlong man shouted. They don't have any reason to talk to this guy at this time. As for the Tianlong person before that, Morocco did not kill the other party. Maybe this guy is going to catch a Tianlong person, and then he will leave a way out for himself. He launched an attack on the Tianlong people. Those Tianlong people were completely unattended. They are delicious and lazy, all fat like a pig, and they all wore special clothes made by the dragons that looked like base suit, and the clothes were very bulky. Therefore, they don't run very fast. He was quickly caught up by Morocco. When Morocco caught up, it just fell directly with a fist. Those Tianlong people who were powerless to fight back were directly blown up by that Morocco. The blood splattered everywhere, and the flesh and blood were beaten into slush by the opponent. Obviously, this Morocco also did not hold any hand, and he is very resentful towards these Tianlong people. After killing those dragons, Morocco laughed madly. At this time, he was covered in blood and looked like a killing god. Seeing such a scene, those heavenly dragon people were wailing one by one at this time. Those who were slaves ordered their slaves to resist at this time. However, these slaves are obviously not the opponents of this Morocco. Morocco's strength is also very terrifying. Morocco was chasing those Tianlong people. It was a fist. The blood splattered and the flesh flew. Horrible. These heavenly dragon people, at this time, no longer look like they were aloof and indomitable before. At this time, they were constantly crying and panicking. At this time, Morocco was like a god of death coming to take their life. No, I'm a heavenly dragon, and some obsessive guys. Now they have become like this, and they also use their identities to threaten each other. However, Morocco at this time did not take them seriously. Soon, those Tianlong people were solved by a few fists from Morocco. After Morocco settled those people, his eyes quickly turned to Yuan. Boy, I didn't catch you before. I'll catch you this time. You guy did this to me just now. If you were caught by me before, maybe I just caught you, but now I have caught it's a man, and this matter can't be let other people know. Therefore, if you want to blame, you will blame you for seeing things that you shouldn't see, and encountering things you shouldn't encounter. Morocco's eyes were fierce and murderous. Hearing the other party's word, Yuan Jie was very helpless at this time. If it wasn't for him, could the other party escape? This is revenge. All right. It seems that the other party does not know that he saved the other party. If possible, Yuan Jie can solve the other party. The other celestial beings are dead. Only oneself survived. As long as you are not a fool, you will know that all this must have nothing to do with yourself. Therefore, at this time, Yuan Jie couldn't take action against a guy. At this time, Yuan Jie is still the same as before, so he will run away. I was run away by you last time. This time I will definitely not be run away by you, Morocco said unceremoniously. Then, almost the same as before, Morocco began to pursue Yuan Jie again. Yuan Jie naturally did not try his best. It is still the same as before, and the distance from the other party is not very large. If the record with the other party is too far apart, the opponent will definitely feel that he can't catch up with himself, and then give up. At this time, Yuan Jie naturally wanted other people to see it. If you can kill Tianlong people like you did just now, then kill some Tianlong people. Anyway, these Tianlong people don't have a few good things. 64. This Tianlong person is very special. Even if there are good things, it is no longer a Tianlong person. Hell, this lowly slave has murdered. Hell, being called like that, Morocco's face turned ashen. Because it's been such a long journey, this time, he didn't catch up with the other party. This made him feel very helpless. What trick did you use, kid? Why can't I catch up to you? Morocco asked at this time. You can't catch up with me. That's because you are awake. Yuan Jie struck rudely. Because it's really not a good thing to see. Bastard. Look at Lao Su not killing you. That Morocco scolded. Yuan Jie didn't pay too much attention to this. Soon, a lot of Tianlong people were attracted. As before, those Tianlong people were directly killed by the opponent. One punch. It couldn't be simpler. That punch flew the flesh and blood of the Tianlong people. At this time, Yuan Jie deliberately led the other party to the place where those Tianlong people gathered. By the way, Yuan Jie freed other slaves through his own ability. Just be a good person. Then, those freed slaves also joined the pursuit team. As for Morocco, it is extremely ignorant, because he didn't get the collars of these guys off at all. These guys got their collars on somehow. You know, these collar materials are very simple to make up. Therefore, it is difficult to get down, unless there is a Tianlongren's key. This time it can be opened. Even if it is forcibly opened, it will suffer an explosion. These celestial dragons have made things that can explode on their collars. Suddenly, dozens of Tianlong people died. Those Tianlong people just came out of the house, and they were directly smashed by these guys. This movement is not small, and this Yuan just shouting here. It also attracted a lot of attention. Morocco was almost insane at this time. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Aren't these celestial beings aloof? Don't they see me as human beings at all? Today we're going to keep these heavenly dragons killed in this place. If you are afraid, then leave. If you are desperate brothers, you can join me and kill these most abominable Tianlong people. Even if I die today, I will die with no regret. Morocco laughed very happily at this time. By this time, he was already dead. I am willing to follow you. I will not leave the armor of these Tianlong people to kill. I do too. These celestial dragons robbed my wife and arrested me too. This hatred is deadly. I will not spare the killing of these celestial dragons who bully men and women. Oh, and these celestial dragons don't give up. Oh my god, I must kill these guys who are not as good as pigs and dogs. These guys also learned to be addicted to killing, and they responded to Morocco's words one by one, because they have all been devastated by the Tianlong people. One by one is very resentful to these Tianlong people. Therefore, when Morocco finished saying these words, they responded one by one. When the cross pirates attacked the heavenly dragon, they left a fortune, and today we have left a fortune here. Today, we will kill these heavenly dragons without leaving behind. And then under the leadership of this Morocco, one by one, these guys started slaughtering the dragon people. You guys go over there and start slaughtering these heavenly dragon people. You guys go over there. Leave a few people behind and follow me to kill that guy. That guy runs very fast. I haven't killed him a few times. Kill. I don't believe it. This time I can't kill that guy. Saying that, Morocco pointed to Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan didn't know what to say at this time. This guy wanted to kill himself several times, but this guy never killed himself. Now this guy is still not giving up, and even wants to kill himself. Doesn't this guy have the slightest sense? Yuan secretly complained in his heart. Although he was thinking that way in his heart, Yuan said to the other party at this time, you killed you. All of this has nothing to do with me. Why did you send so many people to kill me? You should go and kill other Tianlong people. Quote, Yuan discouraged these people at this time, because he also wants these guys to kill more of those Tianlong people. After all, the number of Tianlong people here is also limited. Boy, after we kill you, we will kill other people. You are not dead. If we go to inform, we will be in trouble. At this time, someone said unceremoniously. Hearing this, Yuan secretly said in his heart, you have made such a big move one by one. Do you want me to inform you? Although Yuan thought so in his heart, at this time, Yuan said to these people slyly, don't worry, I will never tell the truth, and I will not make fun of my life. Ha ha ha. Are all the Tianlong people such cowards? Hearing this, Yuan was very speechless, but thought, oh, it doesn't seem to be a Tianlong person. I am just using the identity of a Tianlong person now. This guy is not me. Boy, don't think that you can escape today. I'll see if you're upset if I'm looking for something special. Morocco said it unceremoniously at this time. Because of the previous event, this Moroccan gas almost vomited blood. It is very resentful for Yuan Morocco, but fortunately, I met other Tianlong people and rescued people like myself. This time, it will be like this. After saying this, Morocco chased after Yuan. While chasing, the Morocco said to the other two, you guys stop this guy on both sides. This guy's ability to escape is very unusual. The three started to chase Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan ran away. As for all that, it definitely for acting. If you do it yourself against a few people, you can solve it at once. But there is a real danger of revealing his identity. Although no one noticed him at this time, he still had to keep a low profile. There is another reason. Naturally, these guys can teach these Tianlong people a good lesson for themselves. It would be very inconvenient to do it yourself. However, he can pass through the hands of these people. Although the three pursued Yuan, they were still the same as before. Yuan's song was not caught. Yuan pretended to escape several times. The men chased for a while, but still failed to catch up. But still didn't catch up. This made these few begin to doubt life, because the Tianlong person in front of him seems to be very unusual. What is the situation with this guy? Let's give up. This time someone suggested 65. Let's run away. Seeing this, Morocco thought about it at this time, and then said, okay, if we can't catch up, then let's give up. As for whether the other party will go to inform, it has nothing to do with it at this time. There is trouble here. Such a big movement has already attracted the attention of other people. It will soon attract the attention of other people. Why don't we deal with other Tianlong people? These people finally gave up attacking Yuan at this time. Because of the guy in front of him, he was about to chase him, but he couldn't catch up with him. Seeing these people like this, Yuan was relieved at this time. Of course, he was not afraid of being caught by the other party. Of course, he is still very confident that these people can't catch him. At this time, he didn't use Momo's fruit ability at all. If the ability of Momo's fruit is used, these guys will never try to catch up with them for the rest of their lives. Of course, Yuan Jie at this time wasn't a big deal at all. He is also ready to add a fire to these, because you can do things while there is chaos. Doing things are easy to spot if it's not cluttered. This is the so-called fishing in troubled water. Yuan Jie started to follow closely behind these people. See what these people are up to. Should I take advantage of the chaos and solve some guys? These Tianlong people are not good birds. Or when they attack, I will secretly release his slave. At that time, I will definitely be able to deal with this Holy Land Mary Joah. Chaos. Yuan Jie murmured softly. These guys did not go to the place where the Tianlong people gathered. At this time, they instead walked towards the place where there were few Tianlong people. Shouldn't we be reconciling with those other people? In this regard, I asked the Moroccan guy very curiously at this time. Yeah, we should mix with those guys now and make this Mary Joah big. Another suggested. If you want to die, go to die. I won't stop you. Now, while the chaos, let's get out of this ghost lake. Morocco proposed this time. After saying this, Morocco continued to add, those guys are not even my opponent, and they won't be able to make any big wave. The combat power of this place is not weaker than the Navy at all. This place is the world government. I know that there are many organizations of the world government, and there are also the masters of the world in this place, the 5 old stars. The strength of those guys is very average. We can't be opponents of the other party at all. So, at this time, the only way to escape is to take advantage of the chaos. In this case, we may have a glimmer of hope to get out of this place. Hearing this, the two were also slightly startled, because they don't know anything about that. Soon, someone realized something, and then said to the Morocco, could it be that it was also your plan to chase that Tianlong man just now? You deliberately pretended that you couldn't catch up with that guy. When Morocco heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then nodded tiredly. When seeing such a scene, Yuan Jie at this time was very contemptuous of Morocco, because he didn't expect that Morocco would think of this. To the other party that he couldn't catch up with him was because he did it on purpose. Yuan Jie only felt that the other party was very fake, because the other party really can't catch up with you, making the other party feel like he's catching up with you. That's all your own intention. What has he become like chasing himself before? This guy is really fake. Yuan Jie then quietly followed behind these people. He wanted to see what these people were going to do. In this way, Yuan Jie has been following behind these people. Of course, these people don't even know it. If they knew, these people would definitely attack themselves. Yuan Jie originally thought that these people would take the special channel, but Yuan Jie never thought that these guys actually walked towards the place where he came, and walked towards a garrison soldier. Who are you? After seeing these people, the guy who guarded the door also scolded at this time. As for the two guys at this time, they were also extremely stunned. Which set is this going to come from? As for Yuan Jie, he naturally knew that Morocco wanted to threaten these guys by kidnapping the Tianlong people. Now, the other party is Huliamin, but he has also caught a Tianlong man. After knowing all this, Yuan Jie ignored it, because it seemed very boring to Yuan Jie. These guys are not devil fruit powers either. These dragon people generally like to catch giants. Because of this, he can ride on them, and these are generally not devil fruit ability. This is not to say that giants do not have devil fruit, but they are extremely rare. Yuan Jie can be sure that the guys in front of him are not devil fruit powered. I'd better go and see what those guys look like over there. Would you like to light a fire? Yuan Jie murmured softly at this time. He is not a good person, and for these very annoying Tianlong people, he is even more not a good person. At this time, he just wanted to do things in this place. Let yourself know a little more about this holy place, Mary Joah. You know, this Mary Joah is very mysterious. Yuan Jie didn't know much about this Mary Joah. As for those guys, I don't know if they were fooled by Morocco, or if they were full of resentment towards these Tianlong people. These guys rushed directly into the area where the dragon people live. After seeing those celestial dragons, one by one, they chased their prey like a wolf seeing a rabbit. Seeing these people seem to be possessed, Yuan Jie could only watch from a distance at this time, for fear that these guys will attack him. Of course, Yuan Jie secretly killed some Tianlong people, and secretly took down the collar of the slaves of those Tianlong people. Therefore, this slave that is more and more, they are constantly slaughtering these Tianlong people. Soon someone will come to deal with these slaves. Those guys are obviously people from the world government. Although those guys are not weak one by one, but at this time, the ones killed by these slaves are also retreating again and again. These slaves are the guys bought by these Tianlong people at a large price, and their strength is very good, because these world government guys are no match for them at all. Soon, a guy discovered Yuan. There's another heavenly dragon man. Brothers, kill this nasty guy for me. Yuan Jie did not expect that he would be discovered. Seeing this, Yuan Jie's expression changed slightly. I'm just watching the fun. fun. You don't need to kill them all, Yuan-Jie said to these people at this time. Bah, there is no good thing to save you Tianlong people. If you don't have the protection of the world government, you will be chased and killed. Since we will all die today, if we die today, we will also find a few. The Tianlong people are on their back. Killing one is just right. Killing two is naturally a gain, and killing more is naturally more profitable. That's right. You Tianlong people should be killed. Don't be polite to these guys. Then, these guys chased Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan-Jie at this time naturally ran away. 66. Lord Yimu, reward. Don't let this guy run away. The people in the back roared angrily. At this time, Yuan-Jie started the scene before. At this time, he was running and begging for help. And at this time, Yuan-Jie deliberately moved these people to the place where those Tianlong people gathered. Because other Tianlong people were basically killed by these guys. Even those guys from the world government were killed by these guys at this time. Because these people never expected that so many guys would get rid of their collar. These people were chasing after Yuan-Jie. However, after chasing for a distance, Yuan-Jie was not caught. That guy is as fat as a pig. But why didn't you think that this guy would run into the liver so fast? Yeah, that kid seems a little wicked. What nonsense. That guy is not a good person at first glance. Just catch that kid and kill him. I don't believe that we guys can't even catch this guy. The one in the lead scolded angrily. These people are still steadfast to Yuan. Even if they encounter those Tianlong people, they ignore them at all. Seeing this, Yuan-Jie also cursed in his heart at this time. Don't these guys just dislike me so much? You can't catch up with me. Don't you have any self-knowledge? Killing one of my heavenly dragons is worth killing a few heavenly dragons. Yuan-Jie also wanted to kill these abominable Tianlong people under the guise of these people. Therefore, Yuan-Jie had no choice at this time, and he ran directly out of the sight of these guys. This guy didn't expect to run so fast. Let's stop chasing this guy. Seeing Yuan-Jie's disappearing back, they felt very unwilling, but this time they have no other way. When Yuan-Jie escaped from the sight of these people, he was also relieved. However, Yuan-Jie didn't have any good feelings for these guys, because why are these guys staring at themselves? However, Yuan-Jie knew that such a killing would not take long. Although the guys from the world government were defeated by these guys before, but now there will be strong ones coming soon. Those strong people are not vegetarian. At this time, a middle-aged woman appeared behind Yuan-Jie, watching Yuan-Jie surreptitiously look at the killing side. At this time, a woman asked curiously, "What happened over there?" Yuan-Jie heard this, and then looked at the woman in front of him. This is a middle-aged woman with a beautiful face, and her figure is also very good, and Yuan-Jie can see from the dress of the other party that the guy in front of him is also a Tianlong person. It's just that the Tianlong in front of him is different from the others. All of them are wearing helmet, but the guy in front of him is not wearing a helmet. Seeing Yuan-Jie surreptitiously here, the middle-aged woman asked curiously, "What happened over there?" It seems that those slaves were disobedient and killed a lot of us Tianlong people. Yuan-Jie did not hide it at this time, but said to the other party, "Indeed, if I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed by those crazy guys." "Then you know where those guys are. Take me there with your mourning," the Tianlong woman urged anxiously at this time. Yuan-Jie ignored these. At this time, he said to the other party, "I ran for a long time just now. This time, escape. Let me take a breath." Yuan-Jie still pretended to be panting at this time. When the middle-aged woman saw Yuan-Jie like this, he didn't pay any attention to Yuan-Jie at this time, but chased after the noisy side. When Yuan-Jie saw the speed of the other party, Yuan-Jie's face changed greatly at this time, because that middle-aged woman was very fast. This guy is no ordinary person. Is this guy I am? Yuan-Jie was full of doubts at this time, because it was something he hadn't thought of. Yuan-Jie followed curiously at this time. Yuan-Jie didn't know much about this I am, because this guy is very mysterious. Whether the other party is male or female, Yuan-Jie is also very uncertain. However, this guy's strength is very unusual. Yuan-Jie has never seen each other, and the opponent's strength is very unusual. After Yuan-Jie followed those guys who couldn't even solve the world government. However, it was solved at once by that middle-aged woman. Seeing such a scene, Yuan-Jie became more and more suspicious that the middle-aged woman in front of him was Imu, because the opponent's strength is obviously unusual. Soon, several old men came over. The old man looked very serious. 4 of them were dead in suit, and only one was wearing training clothes. Yuan-Jie can be very sure that these guys in front of him are the 5 old stars. After seeing the middle-aged woman, the 5 old stars also bowed slightly, and then said to the middle-aged woman, "Goodbye, Lord Imu." That thought that middle-aged women didn't take all this to heart. She frowned, and then angrily scolded these people. 5 old stars. "You guys, such a big thing happened in this holy place. You arrived late. Are you going to watch our Tianlong people get killed? Have all these lowly bastards been killed?" When seeing Lord Imu like this, all the 5 old stars at this time also changed color on their wrinkled faces. Then they just knelt down. "My lord, this is our our dereliction of duty, and we must be punished. Hearing this, at this time, a middle-aged woman did not give the 5 old stars any good look, but scolded, "Do you think it's enough to punish you? Those who were killed by those lowly slaves can be resurrected. I am that is very dissatisfied with these 5 old stars. These guys rioting, although not caused by these people, but they have an inseparable relationship with these guys. Therefore, I was very angry." At this time, Yuan was absolutely certain that this middle-aged woman was Naam. This made Yuan also very shocked, because he didn't expect that the world struggle to dominate is really a woman. Yuan was secretly observing at this time. "Come out. Now that you're here, why are you hiding a lot?" said rudely at this time. Hearing this, Yuan Song also came out at this time. Then he said to the Imam, "Meet Lord I saw a group of people running towards that direction. Those people should be fleeing from this lake." At this time, Yuan directly exposed the whereabouts of those people before. 67. Accepted by and reward. Frowned at this time. He stared at Yuan and looked up and down. Seeing such a scene, at this time, the 5 old stars couldn't help frowning, because they did not expect that the boy in front of him was so bold. As for who is Charles Rose, they still know, even if they didn't know it. But the last time St. Charles Rose was kidnapped, there was a lot of uproar in the world, and it was impossible for them not to know the Lord in front of them. At this time, Yuan showed a naive look. At this time, he was also looking up and down at the Lord in front of him. When the 5 old stars saw Yuan like this, they were also furious. "Boy, this is the leader of our Tianlong people. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of Lord Yimu?" Bold, the bearded guy from the 5 old stars saw that St. Charles Ross treated like this. "I was also very worried. Even their 5 old stars are very respectful to Imna, but the St. Charles Rose in front of him doesn't know if he has given his brain to what, and this guy treats Lord Yim like this." Yimu waved his hand at this time. He looked at Yuan quite playfully at this time, and then said lightly, "Boy, I think your courage is very fat. Now that this situation is happening here, you dare to come over here." "Master Yimu, those people can't run away from me. As long as the other party can't run away from me, then the other party can't kill me no matter what," Yuan said to at this time. There is still a smile on his face, a silly look. "Not bad. You look silly, but I didn't expect to have a little bit of wit." Sighed at this time. Obviously, she didn't see Yuan in front of her eyes either. At the beginning, she was still a little curious, but after hearing what the other party said, she was not so curious at this time. "That Charles ain't. What the hell is going on? Do you know all this?" At this time, Im's face became serious, and then asked, "Lord I know all this. A friend of mine showed his slave in front of me before, and I don't know why. The guy's slave's collar was dropped by the guy, so the guy escaped. As for the other slave, it was the same slave who did it. He took off the collars on the necks of the other slave. Then they killed the draconians when they saw them. That's all I know." After Yuan finished saying this, Yimu at this time ran directly in the direction Yuan pointed. The speed of the other party is extremely fast, which Yuan has to admit. Just a moment later, came back. The corners of her clothes were still stained with blood. Looking at the blood on the corner of his clothes, also shook his head at this time. "Obviously, I am still very dissatisfied with all this. Lord, I am ready to leave." But just as was about to leave, suddenly turned around, and then she looked at Yuan. Seeing Yimu looking at himself at this time, Yuan's heart was very empty at this time. Because this strength is not ordinary, it is easy for him to be seen by the other party. However, Yimu nodded, and then said to Yuan, "You kid looks like you still have 2 brushes, and you are obviously capable of escaping from the hands of those who think you are strong, and this time, you dare to come here. You really have a bit of courage. Unlike other Tianlong people, everyone is greedy for life and fear of death. You know, our ancestors created the whole world with such a little ability. When the time comes, the Tianlong people will be finished sooner or later. I think you are very good. Otherwise you can study with me for a while." When Yuan heard this, Na was really shocked, because this seems to want to accept himself as a disciple. If the other party accept him as a disciple, then he will not have a good life. Of course, his previous plans will definitely be in vain. "I came here to collect devil fruit, and I just came to get acquainted with the environment here today. But I didn't expect that such a thing would happen today." Yuan never thought that Imam, the dragon man, would come out and accept himself as his apprentice. At this time, Yuan was regretful, because all of this together is inseparable from myself. The reason why the slave could take off the collar on his neck was due to Yuan. As for the collars on the necks of other slaves, they were also made by Yuan. Moreover, Yuan also deliberately brought these slaves to the place where the Tianlong people gathered. Therefore, these guys can kill so many Tianlong people. "That Lord I don't think I can bear it," Yuan said embarrassingly at this time. Hearing this, Wu Laoxing's hometown stared at Yuan with a beard, and said in a sullen voice, "St. Charles Ross doesn't know what good good or bad. Lord Imu values you. That's a blessing you've cultivated. Such an opportunity is very good. You can't ask for it. Do you look down on Lord Imu by rejecting Lord Imu like this? You must know that Lord Imu is the leader of our celestial dragon, the king of celestial dragon. That's it. Lord Im didn't give Yuan Jie any explanation either. Then Imam Sama left after leaving a word. 5 old stars. As for the rest, I will leave it to you old guys. If this matter can't be solved, then you shouldn't be in charge of the whole world. Lord Im, we'll make sure this is done beautifully. I am not paying too much attention to the words of the 5 old stars. Not even any answer. After Imu left, the face of the 5 old stars was very bitter at this time. Although they said it was very simple, this time they killed and injured so many Tianlong people. Even they are in charge of the dragon people. But at this time, they are not good at how to solve it. At first, these Tianlong people must be very angry. The second is that this matter must be suppressed, which is a great shame for their Tianlong people, and it is also in order to avoid others to follow suit. Their heavenly dragons have established a lofty attitude in the world, and other people simply do not dare to attack these people. As for these things, of course, it has nothing to do with Yuan. He also ran away at this time, because he was afraid that this matter would implicate him again. If these 5 old stars don't have the face to look for themselves, then they will be in trouble. I am unfamiliar with this place, and my identity is very easy to reveal. Looking at the place where Yuan Jie left, Wu Laoxing also shook his head, not knowing what to say. When Yuan Jie left, he was also very embarrassed, because he just thought about it casually. He never thought that he would cause such a big problem. At this time, he was a little guilty. 58. Temptation. As far as he saw, there were many Tianlong people killed by those slaves. Not to mention what the guy didn't see. You know, those slaves are tortured by these Tianlong people every day. For them, it is simply life rather than death. Therefore, these slaves will kill these dragon people. These have nothing to do with me. These are all you Tianlong people who do too much injustice and will kill themselves. Who told you to treat people like this? I am a good person, and I rescued these guys. Yuan Jie whispered softly in his heart at this time, because if this matter is known to these Tianlong people will definitely not share the sky with him, even if he is now the 5th emperor. Moreover, although Yuan Jie at this time was the 5 emperors, at this time Yuan Jie did not have the power that a Sea emperor should have. This title of his is only because he has a strong strength. After Yuan Jie left that place, he didn't know that the king had left at this time. Where should I go? Yuan Jie didn't know which way to go at this time. It was his first time here. For this place, Yuan Jie was unfamiliar with it. Just as Yuan Jie was thinking about going there, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. St. Charles, I spent a lot of money a few days ago to sell a first-class peerless beauty. Do you want to take a look at me? That beauty is definitely to your taste. If you really like it, I will but maliciously give this beauty to you. After all, we are brothers. Yuan Jie only saw a rooster head and a relatively short stature, but this guy was very hungry and wretched when he laughed. Yuan Jie knew that this guy was also a character. Therefore, at this time, Yuan Jie had to agree to such a proposal from the other party, because Yuan Jie at this time didn't know what the other party was called, so at this time Yuan Jie could only nod his head again and again. Look at me, I'm a brother. I'll keep this peerless beauty for you. That one person is very close to Charles Rose. Yuan Jie didn't know what to say at this time. Just follow behind. Of course, he was thinking while walking. Yuan Jie, do I want to tie this guy up and torture him? At that time, I can know some information about this place. Otherwise, I don't know much about this place, and I will be easily dismantled by others. Yuan Jie thought about it for a while, and felt that he would act according to the situation, because it is very necessary to know the things about this place. Otherwise, as he is now, he is simply asking 3 questions, not sure where to go. Of course, this guy is a talker, and he didn't talk much along the way, but looking at the other party's appearance, Yuan Jie knows that this guy probably doesn't know what happened just now. You know, so many heavenly dragon people have died here. It was a very big deal for them. St. Charles, you're a very powerful boy, and you even escaped. As for the navy, it's miserable now. What does this mean? St. Charles Road, this shows that if you don't die, you will have good luck. You can't forget my brother when you were rich in the future. Brother, I'm a beauty that I bought so hard, and I haven't enjoyed it myself, so I'm calling you to try it out. If you have a future, you mustn't forget me. St. Charles, why don't you speak up? Boy, oh, I won't forget my brother when I have a lot of success. My brother is so considerate to me. This peerless beauty must be shown to me first, and my brother also looks up to me. Yuan Jie flattered at this time. The older brother in his mouth also shouted very kindly. Of course, Yuan Jie had no choice but to call the other party by such a name, because I don't know the other person's name, so in order not to reveal the stuffing, I can only use the old brother instead. Along the way, this guy babbled endlessly. Yuan Jie also felt very helpless. Soon, the guy took himself to a luxurious building. The buildings here are very very luxurious. Therefore, at this time, Yuan-jae was not at all surprised. Then these Tianlong people are rich and oily. As for why these guys are so rich, it is because the people of other countries offer themselves gold from the sky. Those were an important source of income for these celestial dragons. After the opening, Yuan-jae originally wanted to attack the guy. But there is someone in this house at this time. Yuan-jae guessed that that guy is probably the peerless beauty mentioned in the mouth of the guy in front of him. After thinking of this, Yuan-jae didn't start with a guy. Liji, come out for me. My brother is here. You must take good care of my brother. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. At this time, the Tianlong man shouted loudly into the room. Soon, a woman came out. The woman was wearing a veil. The layer of veil is almost transparent, and the other party's body can be seen at a glance. The other party is also very sexy, except for some places that should be covered. Other places are not covered. However, this woman is indeed very beautiful. I have to say, this guy really has a vision. Found such a beautiful woman. However, when the woman came out, she was indeed a little timid. Obviously, this woman is very afraid of the Tianlong person in front of her. Yuan-jae could see that this girl was not bought by this guy, but was stolen by this guy. Because these Tianlong people like to bully men and women the most. What are you still doing? Come and serve this St. Charles Rose. I'll tell you, if you take care of this guy, maybe I'll let you go. This Tianlong man is obviously threatening the other party. Seeing this, Yuan-jae was very sullen in his heart. Because this guy is a dignified man and threatened a weak woman, Yuan-jae really couldn't stand it at this time. My lord, I don't ask you to spare me. I only ask you to spare my family. The woman named Li Ji begged. At this time, there were still tears in Li Ji's eyes. Obviously, she was also forced by this heavenly dragon. He didn't want to do these things. HMPH. Don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. I tell you, I've seen a lot of people like you. As for your family members, as long as you behave well, I will naturally let them go. So, you just have to listen to me carefully. The Tianlong person in front of him didn't know how to pity Shangshiyu at all. 69. Blackbeard backing the pot, recommended reward. Hearing this, the woman who was still begging just thumped and knelt on the ground at this time. A bright smile appeared on his face, still muttering in his mouth. Thank you, sir. Thank you for letting go of my family. I will definitely listen to your words and serve you well. You don't serve me now. All you have to do now is serve my brother. Him. Saying that, the guy pointed at him. Yuan-jae was very helpless at this time. He didn't know what to say at this time. Although this guy kept calling him his brother, Yuan-jae knew that this guy was probably in tune with that Charles Ross, and it wasn't a good thing at first glance. Yuan-song can still be very sure of this. Hearing this, the woman turned her gaze to Yuan-jae. At this time, the scantily clad woman felt like a hungry wolf met his prey. At this time, that woman was not a prey, but a hungry wolf. She looked at herself like this, which made Yuan-jae feel very coy. The woman hesitated for a while, but then who said to Yuan-jae, Sir, don't worry, my kung fu is very good. I will definitely serve you well. Yuan-jae was trembling a little bit by what the other party said. Of course, Yuan-jae had to admit that the woman in front of her was really pretty. Of course, at this time, it's not that this guy is handsome. The most important thing is that this guy is so revealing and sexy. And at this time, he is still tempting himself nakedly, which is simply tempting himself to commit a crime. Sin. Yuan-jae cursed in his heart. This guy is just seducing me. This guy is trying to induce me to commit a crime. Yuan-jae looked at each other and almost rolled. I have a very dedicated man. How can I be charmed by such a Rouge fan? I am a person who has a girlfriend, and that girlfriend is about to become my wife. Maybe I have children now. So, I must collect all the devil fruits and return to my original world. Yuan-jae struggled in his heart for a while, and then came up with these words. Of course, he didn't say these words directly. After thinking about this, Yuan-jae changed his previous appearance. Of course, Yuan-jae cursed inwardly at this time. If I am tempted by this, I will most likely not be able to collect all the devil fruits by then. My number one priority right now is to collect devil fruit. Can't be bothered by this flowery world. When looking at Yuan-jae like this, the Tianlong man also frowned, and then asked Yuan-jae very curiously, St. Charles Rose, is this guy not to your taste? I don't think you have any reaction at all now. Then what kind of reaction do you want? Yuan-jae couldn't bear it any longer. Is that so? Said. At this time, Yuan-jae rushed towards that Tianlong person. Then, Yuan-jae beat the guy wildly. Is that so? St. Charles Rose, are you crazy? I kindly took you to see the beauty, but I didn't expect you to treat me like this. I tell you, I will never spare you. Treating each other with such a beautiful woman. Now this guy treats him like this. This made him very angry. Of course, Yuan-jae was also very angry at this time, because this guy actually bullied men and bullied women, and even robbed women, and even gave them to himself. Obviously, this guy has no good intentions either. This element can still be seen. Yuan-jae first beat this guy up and talk about it. Mind him 37:21. Saint Charles. Girldo, are not finished with you. That guy was beaten by Yuan Jie, and he was very angry in his heart. I'm telling you, I'm not that Saint Charles. The Saint Charles was caught by me, Yuan Jie said unceremoniously at this time. As for Yuan Jie's word, Goulardo obviously didn't believe it. You should be acting like that. You treat me like this. I said that the 5 old stars must sue you. You treat me like this. That Girldo said angrily at this time. Obviously, for what Yuan Jie said, the guy in front of him didn't believe it at all. Yuan Jie originally wanted to become his original appearance. Otherwise, this guy is a little unconvinced. This guy looks like this, and naturally he won't tell himself something about this Holy Land Mary Joah. These Tianlong people are arrogant and arrogant. If they don't threaten the other party, these guys will definitely not compromise. Just when Yuan Jie changed back to his original state, Yuan Jie also had an idea at this time. I can't change back to the way I was. I can change into someone else's way. After thinking about this, Yuan Jie did not change back to the original appearance. Which guy is the most unbeatable? At this time, Yuan Jie began to think about who he became. Soon, a guy appeared in Yuan Jie's mind, grinning a tooth and looking like he was not beaten. This guy is definitely Blackbeard. If it wasn't for his last plan, he would not have given the secret fruit to the other party. Invasion that kid will teach him a good lesson himself. Then give that guy to Whitebeard. This guy is really a bit nasty. After thinking of this, Yuan Jie also turned into a Blackbeard at this time. At this time, he grinned, looking very wretched. When he saw that St. Charles Rose had become like this, Girldo was also startled at this time. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen. What the hell is going on? Why did St. Charles become like this? For all of this, Goulardo is obviously very unbelievable. Because he is so good at St. Charles, how could he become like this? I'm telling you, it's not that idiot of St. Charles. You really thought that idiot of St. Charles would come out so easily? All this is just laid by me. Yuan Jie did not say in a good mood at this time. Hearing this girl is a big kid. This guy doesn't even know what's going on in his head. This eldest brother, even if you're not that guy from St. Charles, I'll give you this beauty. Goulardo, are my word. If you're not satisfied, I can find it for you. For me, the most important thing is beauty, and my eyes are very vicious. I will definitely find you a beautiful girl on an island. At this time, the Goulardo swore to Yuan Liji, take good care of this person, otherwise I will not let your family members go. Girldo threatened at this time. Hearing this, Liji at this time was shocked. 70 precious Tianlong people clothes. She was very worried about her family. The other party is a Tianlong person, but the nobles in this world, he is just an ordinary person, and he is completely unable to resist the orders of the other party. After hearing this, Liji dropped the layer of veil that was covering her body at this time. All that's left at this point is underwear. At this time, Liji was not at all ashamed, and in front of the 2 big men, she was going to strip herself completely. Obviously, the other party has made a decision. Seeing such a glamorous scene, Yuan Jie wanted to watch it at this time, but at this time Yuan Jie angrily said, don't take it off for me again. If you take it off again, be careful, I will kill this guy. Yuan Jie could only threaten the other party like this at this time. However, the other party didn't seem to have listened to Yuan Jie's words. Seeing this, Yuan Jie at this time directly attacked Girldo. You bitch. Didn't you hear it? Do you want to kill me? If I die, your family will go to the funeral with you. Goulardo watched Yuan Jie do it to himself, so he also spoke at this time. Hearing this, Liji at this time stopped the movement on her hand. Liji turned around and asked blankly, then do I still need to serve this lord? Of course to serve, Girldo said in a bad mood at this time, because the guy in front of him is obviously not a messy master. If the other party is angry, the other party is likely to kill himself. You still don't want to easily anger the guy in front of you. If you really anger the guy in front of you, then you are likely to die. Hearing this, Liji at this time was ready to strip herself completely, and then dedicate herself to Yuan. Seeing this, Girldo at this time could not wait to slap the slut in front of him to death. Does this guy know this is a so-called servant? Don't take it off. You can serve this one well without taking off your clothes. Your lord. And it means that your lord doesn't like this kind of thing. If you anger this lord, I don't care about your fellows. Guarantee. Girldo said in a bad tone. Hearing this, Liji looked at Yuan Jie very seductively at this time, and threw a wink at Yuan Jie. From Liji's point of view, her family's life is in the hands of this heavenly dragon man, Girldo, not in the hands of Yuan Jie. That's why he obeyed Girldo's orders so much. Seeing the other party like this, Yuan Jie really didn't know what to say at this time. I don't want you to serve. As for your family, if you dare to touch your family, I will definitely kill this guy. At this time, Yuan Jie said to the woman in a bad mood. He didn't know what to say at this time. After saying this, Yuan Jie said to Girldo at this time, isn't it? Seeing this, Girldo also nodded quickly and said yes. He felt that if he didn't say yes, this guy might do something to himself. Your own life life is very precious, and you can't ruin your life just because of those few lives. Seeing this, the woman was very moved. He immediately knelt down and said to Yuanja's white shoes, "Thank you, sir." Seeing this, Yuanja has a different feeling in his heart. These things had nothing to do with him originally, but he just couldn't get used to them, so he took action. These are the little things. Yuanja also waved his hands again and again. After saying this, Yuanja added, "At this time, can you put your clothes on?" Hearing this, Liji also quickly picked up the veil that fell off the ground and put it on her body. In Yuanji's view, that layer of tulle is not much different from not wearing it. Therefore, at this time, Yuanja asked, "Can you change another pair? Your pair is a bit." Liji hesitated for a while, and then said to Yuanja, "I have no other clothes to wear. I only have this one dress to wear." Yuanja heard this, and at this time, he also suddenly realized. Obviously, all this was done by the guy in front of him. As for Liji dressed in such a way, it is undoubtedly to cultivate interest. She was wearing erotic lingerie without a doubt. When Yuanja looked at this girl though, his eyes were very bad. "If you like me, I might not be able to control these things, but today, since you are bullying men and women, since I saw you, then I have to take care of them today. However, I didn't expect that you were actually do you have such thoughts?" Yui said sharply to Goulardo, but behind him, there was obviously some playfulness in his tone. Seeing Yuanja like this, Guldo was very scared at this time. Guldo felt that if the other party attacked him, then the other party would definitely not be able to escape from this merry Joah. In Guldo's view, this guy is a lunatic, but he doesn't dare to anger the other party, because the other person's life is not as precious as his own. Hurry up and find her a decent dress. At this time, Yuanja did not speak in a good mood. "My meaning is so obvious. This guy didn't even hear it. I thought this guy was different from other Tianlong people, but I didn't expect this guy to be so stupid." Yuanja sighed in his heart. At this time, Guldo didn't know what to do. "Because I don't have women's clothes here. Where can I find women's clothes? That lord, I don't have any women's clothes here. Look at this. I'm asking where other people can look outside. Just wait for me and I'll be back soon." Guldo said to Yuanja at this time, "You think I'm stupid? If you go and find someone, what should I do?" Yuanja said angrily at this time, "He is not a fool. If you really run away, then it's best not to be caught by me, otherwise you will die." At this time, Yuanja threatened unceremoniously, because this guy still thinks he is a fool. If he didn't want to know something from her mouth, Yuanja would have already attacked this guy at this time. And it's still a killer. These Tianlong people are not good birds one by one. "Didn't you have a dress? You can put that dress on for her." Seeing that the guy was still hesitating, Yuanja said unceremoniously to Guldo, "Don't think how much mirror cabinet you have, whether it is your life is precious, or yours is precious. If your clothes are expensive, I don't mind burning your clothes for you after killing you. It must be my life. I'll get you clothes." This guy is obviously not stupid, and his own words have said this. Then, the guy frantically went to find clothes. 71. Yimu is a fool. As for the ugly clothes, Yuanja couldn't control that much at this time. When Guldo took out that pair, Liji was obviously a little afraid to wear it. Seeing the other party like this, Yuanja said angrily at this time, "If you really look like this guy won't kill all your family members. I will kill all your family members. Isn't it from the Tianlong people? Clothes. This pair is made to look like this. What is it that dare not wear it? If it is not for something, a ghost would be willing to wear such a sand sculpture on a boat." Yuanja unceremoniously expressed his views on the pair. Hearing this, Liji and Guldo widened their eyes, because this dress is specially customized by Tianlong people, and such a piece is very valuable. However, now it is regarded as a sand sculpture by the guy in front of him, and let them that is very stunned. Seeing the two of them look the same, Yuanja also knows why the two look the same. Then Yuanja said angrily, "Don't think how expensive this pair is. Although this thing is of high value, it is very impractical. This dress is airtight. It has not been a hot day for hundreds of years, and it is easy to wear. It's very hot, and the clothes are very bulky. If you run for your life, the one who wears this clothes will be the first to die. And that helmet, it's no wonder you Tianlong people are so stupid wearing this clothes all day. Guys, it is estimated that the brain lacks oxygen, so each and everyone is so stupid." At this time, Yuanja directly pointed out the shortcomings of the clothes. Even though Guldo was very angry, he didn't know what to say at this time. "Is this clothes really not good? It's really like what the other party said. I also think other people are very stupid. Is it really caused by lack of oxygen?" Even Guldo, at this time, began to doubt whether the clothes had the shortcomings mentioned by Yuanja. Being so threatened by Yuanja, Liji had to put on the clothes of the Tianlong people. Seeing this, Yuanji's mood was calmed down at this time. "I have to say, this guy looked really good, and this guy is so sexy. With such a natural stunner around, it's hard to do things by yourself." After the other party was dressed, Yuanja at this time began to do business. The first thing to do is to get the devil fruit. There are many channels for these Tianlong people, and and it is naturally very simple to obtain devil fruit. Moreover, the things that Tianlong people fancy, other people also dare not covet. As for the second, Yuan Jie wanted to get a good understanding of this holy place, marry Joah, because Yuan Jie knew that there must be something hidden here. In One Piece, Yuan Jie saw Naum come to a huge straw hat. He was also very curious. Of course, at this time, he has to be very low-key. If it is really surrounded, it will be very troublesome at that time. Of course, Yuan Jie was referring to people like the Admiral of the Navy or the 5 Old Stars. Ordinary naval and world government officials still have a hard time dealing with themselves. I have some questions to ask you now. You'd better answer me honestly. If you lied, then I will definitely not bear you. Yuan Jie looked aggressive at this time. If the other party lied a little bit, he would definitely punish himself. Moreover, at this time, Yuan Jie secretly released his domineering arrogance. Of course, that domineering was only put out for a while. If you put too much, this guy will definitely be stunned by his domineering. As for the domineering that was released, it naturally made the other party feel fearful in his heart. When it's time to ask questions by yourself, and guys, don't lie to yourself. Do you have a map of your holy land, Mary Joah here? Yuan Jie's opening is such a question. Even if he has imitation fruit, he can imitate the appearance of people. But if you don't know the map, then it's very likely to be revealed. Of course, other things are also very easy to reveal. The most important thing is that even if the matter is exposed, he will have a way to escape. We don't have a map here, because this place is very mysterious to the outside world, and the 5 Old Stars also don't allow us to draw a map. If this map leaks out, there may be a lot of trouble. Girl Do replied at this time. For Girl Do's answer, Yuan Jie felt very reasonable at this time, because these guys do all kinds of evil. If it wasn't for the protection of the world government, these guys would have been scratched long ago. Of course, there are also people who have ideas here. Roth was the idea of here, and was defeated by Roger and Garp, the Pirate King. The original Yuan Jie was also present. However, at that time, Yuan Jie just hid on the boat and did not come down. If he participated in the battle, he would definitely have his own fortune. Otherwise, when you come out, you won't even have a bounty. Of course, the most important thing is that Yuan Jie at that time just wanted to practice properly. Improve your strength. Is this place very familiar to me? Yuan Jie turned to the next question. I, Girl Do, are very familiar with it. Is there anything I don't know about this place? Yuan Jie knew that this guy must be blowing it, because although this guy is a Tianlong person, there really is something this guy doesn't know about. Do you know who Imam is? Yuan Jie asked such a question at this time. I am. Who is this guy? Obviously, this Girl Do doesn't know who I am. This guy just bragged to himself. I know everything. This guy doesn't even know I am. That's the leader of these heavenly dragon people. Although Yuan Jie knew that this guy was really a buffalo, at this time Yuan Jie felt that it was still very necessary to let the other party draw a map for him. You haven't told me who I am. Girl Do felt that the name was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who this guy was for a while, so he was also very curious. I am as a fool, Yuan Jie said perfunctorily at this time. I thought it was with the guy the first heard. Girl Do muttered a few words. Come and give me a simple map of this holy land, Mary Joah. Yuan Jie spoke to this Galerd indifferently. Hearing this, Girl Do at this time was shocked, because it is taboo to draw a map of this holy site, Mary Joah. That is to say, if he is a Tianlong person, if he is known by the 5 Old Stars, they will also be punished at that time. Of course, it will also be hostile to other Tianlong people. I don't do this. This is a taboo for us Tianlong people. If the 5 Old Stars know about it, I will definitely be dealt with at that time. Are you going to deal with it, or do you want me to deal with you now? At this time, Yuan is like, if you don't do what I say, I will kill you. 72. Akainu vs Crocodile. If you really don't do it, then I won't force you. I'll have to kill you, and then find someone else to do it. I don't believe it. Aren't all Tianlong people afraid of death? If you are not afraid of Tianlong people, if I die, then I will kill all these Tianlong people. At this time, Yuan Jie hinted that the killing intent was awe-inspiring. The frightened Girl Do and Li Ji were shivering. Obviously, they did not face such a scene. I'll give you time to think about it. If you're afraid of death, then I'll find someone later. What Yuan Jie said at this time was very light-hearted. Seeing such a scene, Girl Do at this time was quite frightened. Of course, at this time, he was remorseful. Because I brought such a god of plague into my home, I might kill the other side of Abby. I just looked at Charles Ross, and this guy is very lecherous, mainly because his family is very rich, not like our Don Quixote family. But I didn't expect that. I almost life is lost. The same Tianlong people, why is there still a gap? Girl Do lamented in his heart. Han Duofeng did not agree. Yuan Jie seemed a little impatient, because in Yuan Jie's opinion, this guy may be delaying time on purpose. Do you agree or not? Yuan Jie said unceremoniously at this time. I promise. I promise. Girl Do agreed quickly at this time, because in his opinion, if he did not agree, the other party might not let him him go. Therefore, now I have no choice but to agree. And he didn't know why. He was very scared in his heart. What he was afraid of, he didn't know at this time. Then, Boulardo found a pen and paper and began to draw a map. But soon, the guy was drawn. I've drawn it. You can let me go. Don't worry, I won't say anything about this. At this time, Boulardo assured. Yuan Jie ignored the other party, and then took the map drawn in the other party's hand. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. When you see the map drawn by this guy, Yuan Jie almost died of anger at this time. Because of what this guy drew, it is estimated that he is the only one who can understand this map. What did you draw? Look, who can understand this? Yuan Jie said irritably. After waiting for so long, I didn't expect that this guy would give him such an explanation. Even at this time, Yuan Jie felt that this guy was deliberately drawing such a map for himself. I understand, Girl Do replied. That was Zhang Yuanzhi's anger to death. Yuan Jie thought for a while. I thought this guy was very smart, but I didn't expect that this guy was so stupid to draw such a map. I don't know if this guy did it on purpose or what. I'd better find someone else to draw a map. This guy drew such a thing, except that this guy can understand. Who can understand what this guy is drawing? Yuanzhi knew that this map must be redrawn. At this time, I had to ask this guy some other question. Meanwhile, on the Chambord Island, Crocodile was complaining because he has been hunted by the Navy all day. I don't know who revealed his identity, so that he is either chasing and killing, or on the road of chasing and killing. That guy is a dangerous person. Why not catch that guy? And I was also forced by that guy. Crocodile was very angry at this time. Indeed, he did exactly what he said, but who would believe his nonsense at this time? He was also very resentful, and he came to this island with the other party. Why has he been chasing and killing? That guy doesn't seem to have any news. As for there is no news at all, it is because these people have not found the whereabouts of that guy. As for that guy's rank, he is very powerful, and almost no one can kill that guy. There is no doubt about that. At this time, Crocodile could never have imagined that the guy used the imitation fruit to find that he had entered the Holy Land Mary Joah, and also held a Tianlong person. Most importantly, he turned the Tianlong person upside down. The most irritating thing is that this one of the biggest mastermind, the Tianlong people still don't know who it is. These Tianlong people still foolishly think that it was these slaves who lost their colors, so they discovered such a thing. They blamed the slaves at this time, and they committed the following. At this time, they blamed the manufacturers for making such poor quality guides. At this time, another pair of navy came after them. Crocodile is there. Grab this guy. Seeing this, Crocodile at this time was very angry, and even these trash fish wanted to clean up Crocodile, one of his famous kings, one of the Chihuahai. This is blatant contempt for where he is playing. Therefore, at this time, Crocodile unceremoniously used the ability of the rustling fruit. The sand swept toward these people like waves. The navy was swallowed up in one fell swoop. There are also navies who have fled the Nasha Sea. However, when he touched the sand, Crocodile directly used the arc-shaped dunes to turn these guys into mummified corpses. After solving these people, Crocodile at this time was very arrogant and said to the navy, "You guys want to solve it and I'm still young. You still call your admiral over here. Maybe you can have a fight with me." "Did you call me?" At this time, a cold voice came from not far away. "Look over at that voice." At this time, Crocodile saw a man in an admiral's uniform with a rose pin to his chest. After seeing this guy, Crocodile's face immediately became very dignified at this time, because the guy in front of him is really an admiral, and he is also the most fierce one among admirals. "Akainu, how are you?" Crocodile frowned. "Aren't you looking for me? That guy Pulsolino is just a waif. As for Kuzan, it's also abolished at this time. I'm the only one among the admirals. You should be talking about me. Is it not enough for me to be your opponent?" Akainu joked at this time. Although the other party is the king's Chihuahai, Akainu doesn't care much at this time. At this time, Akainu was very confident, and he also showed a confident smile at this time. "Akainu, I'm not in the mood to fight with you here. You are very insidious. You deliberately dragged other people to come, then I will be miserable." Crocodile also said in a bad mood, "Don't you have Yuanzhi to help you? That guy has the strength of a sea emperor." Akainu also joked at this time. 73. Crocodile, I actually want to be Chihuahai. I was forced by that guy. Isn't it bad to be Chihuahai? I'm also very helpless. Crocodile is selling badly at this time, because he knew that even if that guy Yuanzhi saw it, he wouldn't come to save him. Maybe that guy would come back to attack him. If this is the case, then you should be your own Chihuahai. As for Yuanzhi, we will solve it for you. At this time, Akainu helped Crocodile come up with a solution. Hearing this, Crocodile at this time couldn't stop scolding Akainu in his heart, because he knows this guy's thought. "You are not stupid. If you do this by yourself, Yuanzhi will definitely come to her own trouble." Their navy wanted to attract Yuanzhi with such a target as themselves. Crocodile knew, however, that it was all wrong. In fact, he is not the kind of person who gives in casually, but he never thought that the other party would know about his private affairs. If Yuanji's big mouth was to tell the world that he was a woman, wouldn't his majesty and the image he established in the world be completely destroyed? Now that he is a man, he is not a woman. Therefore, he must not betray Yuanji at this time, unless that guy Yuanji dies. But Crocodile knew that it was very difficult for this guy to die. I have a good idea. Crocodile doesn't agree to this, but our navy wants to cover you, Akainu asked at this time. Seeing Akainu like this, the hungry crocodile at this time was scolding disgusting in his heart. It is precisely because of this that Crocodile at this time did not give this guy a good look. Although things were the same, Crocodile did not pierce that layer of window paper at this time. Instead, he said to Aokiji, if it's really what you said, then it will be miserable. I still know the character of Yuanji. That guy will definitely kill me. It's okay. Our navy will cover you. That guy is not invincible. What if the other party is the emperor of the sea? At this time, Akainu was speaking lightly, as if he did not see Yuanji, a sea emperor, in his eyes at all. In this regard, Crocodile at this time sneered, because these navies are all rice bucket, and it has been so long, these guys haven't even found a trace of Yuanji. You can still ask these people to protect yourself. General Akainu's word. I still consider it. For the sake of our friendship, let me tell you, that guy Yuanji is really on the Chambord Island, and I asked that guy for it at that time. A piece of gold. Crocodile did not turn against this red dog at this time, but made a friendly relationship with this red dog. Hearing this, Akainu at this time is of course more convinced that Yuanji is on the Chambord Island. General Akainu, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. As for what you said, I'll go back and think about it. At this time, Crocodile also turned around and wanted to leave, because who knows if the Kyabu guy is nearby. If that guy is nearby, if that guy joins forces with this Akainu, then it will be difficult for him to leave. Seeing that Crocodile wanted to leave at this time, Akainu was of course unhappy at this time. After all, this Crocodile was with that guy Yuanji. Moreover, the other party did not agree to his condition. From Akainu's point of view, this Crocodile was just talking about it, but in fact he was with that guy Yuanji. Therefore, this guy naturally can't let it go. Crocodile, if you ask us to drink tea in the Navy Division, we will think about it. Akainu smiled at this time, and at this time, Akainu also made a look of invitation. I saw Akainu look like this. At this time, Crocodile knew that Akainu was determined to join the Navy and capture himself. Therefore, he didn't show any kindness to the other party at this time. At this time, Crocodile did not quarrel with this red dog, but directly tore his face. Akainu, what if I can't be? Crocodile rebuked at this time. If you, Crocodile, don't agree, do you agree? Akainu still said lightly. Hearing this, Crocodile was sullen in his heart. Akainu, are you determined to catch me? Crocodile, since you don't eat or punish you for toasting, then I can't do anything about it. We all do things according to the rules. It has come to this moment, and the red dog at this time is still calm. Akainu, you are so confident that you can beat me. At this time, Crocodile scolded angrily. Of course, he was also ready to fight this red dog at this time. If he didn't fight with this guy, he would be very reluctant to leave this lake. I'm a dignified admiral, and I'm going to become an admiral in the future. Even you can't beat me. How can I become an admiral in the future? Akainu is not shy at this time, because in the eyes of Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji are two weights. After saying this, Akainu added, and you Crocodile, you are just a mere king. Chiwahai, you are only Yuanji's subordinate now. Don't make yourself look like the emperor of the sea. You Crocodile is not qualified yet. Even if Yuanji is here, I am very confident to defeat that guy. Hearing this Akainu's remark, Crocodile was extremely angry at this time, because this guy didn't take himself in his eyes at all. He didn't hesitate at this time, and attacked Akainu directly. At this time, he used his own Shaolan, and the sand attacked Hayabu like a tornado. For a while, the sky was full of dust. As for the surrounding navy and ordinary civilians, at this time, they were naturally involved in the tornado composed of sand. At this time, Crocodile didn't care about the lives of these people at all. He was not as compassionate as Yuanji. He is an executioner, and he does not show mercy at all. Of course, in Crocodile's view, these guys are simply ants, and they are not worth caring about at all. Seeing such a scene, Akainu's face became very angry. 74. The handle of Crocodile. Akainu is not as cold-blooded and ruthless as Crocodile, because he is a navy, but he wants to help these civilians to defend against these pirates. You bastard. Since this is your choice, then I won't tell you any sympathy. Akainu scolds angrily. In Akainu's view, the lives of these guys are sacrificed. He doesn't actually have any mercy, because he is still very cold-blooded in his bones. He was angry because he was still a navy. Crocodile, do you really think you can beat me? I can't imagine the strength of my Akainu. Akainu's words were full of contempt, and he didn't fully see Crocodile in front of him. If this Crocodile hadn't followed Yuanji's fellow, this fellow's bounty would have been just over 8,000. You know, more than 80 million pirates are not worth mentioning in his Akainu's eyes. Akainu looked at each other very sharply at this time. Then he calmly punched over. A fist that looked ordinary at first suddenly turned red, and then turned into fiery lava. Then the magma attacked the other side's Sharon tornado. However, the magma that Akainu transformed into suddenly turned black at this time. Seeing such a scene, Crocodile at this time was shocked. Although this crocodile can't, but Crocodile has heard of it. This is domineering, armed and domineering. It is specially designed to restrain the power of devil fruit. Although he knew, at this time he didn't know how to use domineering. If he can use domineering, he will not be defeated by Luffy. When that salon volume and Akainu's armed arrogance collided together, it was a shattering moment. As for the back, it was Crocodile who was beaten and stepped back. When will you be domineering? Crocodile paled in shock. This was something he hadn't thought of before. If you know that the other party will be domineering, then you will definitely not fight the other party. Because of the domineering of the other party, Crocodile has nothing to do. And that guy is also a natural devil fruit, and the opponent's devil fruit ability is not weak compared to his own rustling fruit. I will be armed with domineering. Do I have to tell you? Akainu said to Crocodile unceremoniously. After saying this, Akainu couldn't help but attack at this time. How powerful do you think you are? Let me tell you, you are the weakest among the 7 martial seas, and you still feel like you are the weakest kid. You look invincible, and I don't know who gave you the courage. Could it be Yuan Jie? Might as well tell you, those guys in the New World are generally domineering, and some of them are still very domineering. Therefore, don't think how powerful you are. Akainu continued to attack Crocodile, because this guy looked very surprised when he saw that he was domineering. This thing is really not surprising, but it is something that Crocodile always thinks he can, and naturally others won't. When Crocodile heard this, it was very unbelievable at this time, because he is too special to attack people. He was also a famous king in the past, Chihuahua. If that's the case, what's the matter with your own strength? This is so shocking. Crocodile, I really don't believe it at this time. Akainu sees Crocodile like this, and Akainu has nothing to be proud of at this time, because in Akainu's view, this guy thinks he is a character, but in Akainu's view, this guy is just a small character. Crocodile, you can't beat me. You're good at it. Although your strength is a little weaker, but you want to restore the identity of the king's Chihuahua. I can still agree. Akainu continued to strike at this time. Akainu is also very treacherous. Although those guys will be armed and domineering, their strength is not above Crocodile's strength. This guy has been in the MIC for so many years, and this guy's fighting style is also extremely rich, and this guy's combat experience is also very rich. Of course, the main thing is that the other party's rustling fruit is also very powerful, and it is on a par with his own raw fruit. Otherwise, this guy will not become the king of Chihuahua. These kings under the Chihuahua are also some of the best among pirates. The opponent's strength is still there, but the opponent really does not have the strength to compete with himself. Crocodile will naturally not join the navy again. In that case, even if he betrayed Yuanj, his own handle is still in the opponent's hand. If he offends that guy, then his secret that he is a woman will be known to the whole world. At that time, his dignified Crocodile will be laughed at by people all over the world. That was too shameful for him. Crocodile, well, you, Ivankov, actually told that guy about this. At the beginning, I clearly said that I would keep it a secret for me, but I didn't expect to tell the bastard about it. In Crocodile's view, all of this is Ivankov's fault. It must be this guy who told Yuanj, otherwise that guy wouldn't know such a secret. For Yuanj, Crocodile was also very disgusted. After all, he is the crew of the other party, but the other party treats him like this, and he was originally going to rule Alabasta, but this time he was messed up by this guy. If the other party didn't know his secret, then he must have already agreed to Akainu's request. Isn't it bad to be a king under the 7 Wuhai? He also has a group of subordinates. As for the group of people with Yuan, he really has nothing to do with each other. That eagle-eyed Mihawk looked cold and indifferent all day long, and Yuan Jie was just a boss when he had nothing to do with him, and he was not this guy's servant. Thinking of this, Crocodile was very angry at this time. However, at this time, he gritted his teeth and scolded Dao Akainu. Akainu, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking in your heart, and want me to rely on you again. You are dreaming. I am Yuanji's now. Buddy, this guy is the emperor of the sea. If it weren't for this guy, my bounty would not be 300 million. Now Crocodile is even more famous. Of course, what Crocodile said was very counterintuitive. These words are just what he said to Akainu. Seeing that Crocodile was so determined at this time, Akainu didn't talk to Crocodile anymore at this time. This place has already been destroyed by Crocodile, and Akainu has no scruples at this time. 75. Do business with Tianlong people. At this time, he directly launched the meteor volcano. Then, only saw fists with flames falling from the sky. Although this destructive move is not Akainu's most amazing move, but it is Akainu's attack with the widest range. He already knew about Crocodile's move. This guy is relying on the sand to launch the attack. The fist fell like raindrop. At this time, Crocodile had to use the sand to to make a layer of shield to fend off these attacks from Crocodile. Although Crocodile still resisted the opponent's attack, at this time Crocodile was extremely embarrassed. Seeing Crocodile like this, Akainu also sneered, "Crocodile, if I were you, I would use my knowledge. In that case, these fists of mine should be easy to escape. You won't do this either." Embarrassed. When Akainu used this move, he had already seen through the move of Crocodile. Therefore, this Crocodile is simply unavoidable. If Crocodile could escape, he wouldn't use sand as a shield. For these words of Akainu, Crocodile was very angry, because this guy mocked himself like that. This made him almost doubt his life. At this time, his face was dark, looking at the red dog with a very bad look. He in this time also did not show very angry, because Crocodile is also an old fritter. He also saw that this Akainu was stimulating himself. If you really go to war, then you will really follow the other party's way. The battle continued. Akainu saw that he did not irritate this Crocodile, and he stopped at this time. Ya also knows that the other party probably already knows his purpose. After thinking of this, Akainu also exerted all his strength at this time. It's still a quick decision, and he doesn't know what mobs will appear at that time. Akainu is using all the means of thunder, and it also cooperates with the domineering look of the armed and the domineering look of the overlord. Domineering has a restraining effect on the abilities of devil fruit capable users, especially Crocodile, a natural devil fruit. Therefore, within a few rounds, Crocodile was defeated. He was very embarrassed at this time, and his golden hook was also hung with blood at this time, which seemed a little bloodthirsty. He looked at Akainu very resentfully at this time, because this guy's strength was really terrible. After all, he is also the king's Chihuahua, and he has no power to fight back when facing the opponent. This domineering is indeed very powerful, and it is very restrained on my ability. It seems that I am also outdated by Crocodile, and I must learn this domineering when the time comes. At this time, Crocodile also secretly made up his mind. After Akainu captured the Crocodile, he didn't talk nonsense with the Crocodile. Because of the latter matter, it is natural to take this guy back and talk about it. Crocodile was also very lost at this time, because he didn't see the red dog in front of him at all, but he never thought that the red dog would actually defeat him. The reason why he was afraid of fighting against this red dog before was also because he was afraid of Kizaru being here. If Kyabu and Akainu were both present, then he might not really be the opponent of these two. Crocodile originally wanted to defeat Whitebeard, but obviously there was no drama. He was defeated by Akainu, let alone a guy like Whitebeard. Soon, the news of Crocodile's arrest came out. Of course, Akainu planned all this because he wanted to seduce Yuan, but this time Yuan was in the Holy Land marry Joah. The news wasn't much talked about in the Holy Land marry Joah. These Tianlong people are very arrogant, even the navy they are very despised, not to mention like a pirate. Therefore, Yuan did not know at this time. I like to collect devil fruit. Is it easy for you to collect them? If possible, I will let you go. As for the cost of collecting, don't worry, I will double it for you. You must know that Yuan's main purpose here is to collect devil fruit. He didn't come to make trouble in this holy place, marry Joah. However, this mess is just a random thought. Of course, he didn't know that this random move caused such a big movement in the Holy Land marry Joah. So many dragons were killed by those slaves. If you want to get a devil fruit, it's very easy for me to get it, but what you said is true. We Tianlong people are very rich, and we look down on a little money. This guy obviously felt that Yuan would not kill himself. At this time, he still wanted to do business with such a wretched uncle in front of him. Seeing this, Yuan also lit up slightly at this time, because he didn't expect this Tianlong person to have such a mind, which made him a little surprised. In Yuan's impression, these Tianlong people are rich and domineering, and they are more evil than some pirate. However, this Tianlong person in front of him is a special case. Yuan smiled and then said, "That for sure. If you have channels, maybe we can cooperate for a long time. As for money, the most important thing I don't need is money." Yuan originally thought that after asking this guy, he killed this guy, then find someone else to draw the map yourself. But I didn't expect that this guy could collect devil fruit for himself. In that case, he wouldn't need to trouble himself, and if he goes, he will be exposed very easily. But this kid is a real heavenly dragon. In order to show his sincerity, Yuan took out a piece of gold from his badness. Then Yuan said to the other party, "This piece of gold is also regarded as a deposit. If you can get the haunt of the devil fruit, this piece of gold will also be given to you." When Yuan handed out the gold, Yuan didn't blink, because this gold is no longer important to him. "I still have a golden boat. Not only that, but I can also use the ability of Momo's fruit to make the gold bigger." When Geraldo saw that Yuan took out a piece of gold so easily, he was also very shocked. Moreover, this guy gave himself such a large piece of gold, just like the other party. He didn't care about it at all. This guy is really too generous, and it looks like a fat sheep that is fatter than St. Charles Rose. It seems that I still don't want to find a way to deal with this guy. This guy must have a lot of money. Get this guy's money first. While Yuan was planning for Girl Do also began to plan for Yuan. Because of the interests of the two people, they reached an agreement. P.S. Ask for a ticket. Thank you. 76. You can give it a try. Recommended reward. When you help me collect devil fruit. By the way, get me a map of this holy land of Mary Joah. Don't worry. Money is of course indispensable to you, and I won't let you take such a big risk to do this. Quote, Yuan J was very happy at this time. As for devil fruit, I will pay as much as you collect. As for the price, it's very easy to say. After saying this, and this time Yuan added, you as soon as possible. However, don't expose my identity, you kid. No matter what the price is, I will definitely kill you. This guy, Yuan J finally warned, because he still doesn't trust this girl Do a little bit. Don't worry, my Goulardo has a very high reputation among the Tianlong people. At this time, Girl Do patted his chest and assured. Seeing the other party like this, Yuan J left at this time. Seeing that when Girl Do saw Yuan J leave so indifferently, he was very surprised at this time. If he goes to complain to other people, this guy will definitely die. It seems that smashing Goulardo. Aren't you afraid of me going to sue you? You're not Saint Charles Rosé. Girl Do couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Just when Yuan J prescribed medicine and walked out of this room. Hearing this, Yuan J was also slightly taken aback. Yuan J just left a sentence lightly. You can go and try it. Yuan Ji's tone was very domineering. Of course, if the other party sued, Yuan J would definitely kill this guy. Even if this guy sued, he would definitely have the means to kill this guy. Moreover, he has now turned into a Blackbeard, and this is also the black kid of the Blackbeard, and it has nothing to do with his Yuan. Seeing the other party's appearance like that, at this time, Girl Do felt a little palpitated. That's right, it's heart palpitation, because the other party is very confident, and he still has the confidence to kill himself. He knew that if he went to complain, the other party would definitely be very confident to kill him. After Yuan J left, Girl Do began to draw Yuan Ji's changed appearance. Then the appearance of Yuan J was passed on. Check it out for me. Who is this guy? Soon, the phone came over. This guy seems to be called Blackbeard. This guy was originally Whitebeard's subordinate. This guy seems to have killed his own captain. Now he is wanted by the Whitebeard pirate. Hearing this, Girl Do couldn't help frowning at this time. But soon, the guy's brows loosened. This guy isn't that great either. I thought how great this guy was. Is this guy rich? Girl Do asked towards the other party, because Girl Do cares about money. As for the identity of the other party, Girl Do doesn't care at all. I don't know, but I just heard that this guy is going to join Chihuahua. After hearing this, Girl Do couldn't help frowning. If that guy was really Blackbeard, it would be very difficult to pass on the other party's news. After thinking for a while, but soon, Goulardo guessed it. That guy didn't show me his original appearance. That guy used the appearance of a Blackbeard. I was very curious at that time. Who is this guy? At this time, Girl Do changed his previous appearance and showed a sly smile. Check it out for me. What great people have disappeared recently. Soon, something was found on the opposite side. Recently, there seems to be a guy named Yuan J who has become a new generation of sea emperors in less than half a month. Where is the other party now? These are not very clear, but the opponent's subordinate crocodile was caught by a kainu. According to that crocodile, Yuan seems to be in the Chambord Island, but the Navy has not found any trace of that guy yet. Could this guy be Yuan J? Girl Do was very suspicious. What kind of abilities does that guy have? Girl Do asked hurriedly. If the other party has the ability to change, then the other party must be the so-called Yuan. Lord Garal, we haven't yet determined what the other party's abilities are, but the other party has a lot of ability. Even Admiral Aokiji seems to have been easily defeated by that guy. After hearing this, Garal at this time paled in shock. You mean that Admiral Aokiji was defeated by that guy? Yes, as that guy Yuan J? Goulardo said suspiciously at this time. His face was very ugly at this time. Girl Do is not like other people. They look down on the Navy and pirate. In their view, the Navy is their bodyguard, and the pirates are their slave. Although the Navy is to protect the safety of these guys, those are only some of the lower rank. As for those lieutenant generals and the like, they did not take them in their eyes. As for their slaves, some were defeated, captured, and sold to them. These pirates are not top-level pirates, and Yuan J is the top fighting force among the pirates. He couldn't be underestimated at this time. With the strength of the other party, even if he is discovered, he can leave this holy land Mary Joah alive, because there are not many people with the strength of these four emperors. Therefore, it is difficult to stop the opponent. No wonder that guy has such confidence. At this time, Girl Do suddenly realized. But at this time, Girl Do was in a cold sweat. The other party is really terrible. What are you afraid of? I just need to provide the devil fruit to that guy, and I won't reveal the guy's identity. I'm just a moneymaker. Girl Do comforted at this time. Sir, are you alright? Do you want a little one to serve you? Li Ji saw that Girl Do's face was very ugly at this time, so she also asked with concern. concern at this time. Hearing this, Girldo at this time also waved his hands again and again, because the previous Yuan Jie took the lead for this guy. If he really did something to Li Ji, then he would be miserable. Therefore, I still treat Li Ji well. If it's time again, send this guy away. Li Ji, you can't tell anyone what happened today. Otherwise, you will know the consequences. Girldo threatened at this time. Good lord, I will not tell anyone else. Li Ji, I'll send you back. Li Ji, in a few days, I'll give you some money. After you go back, let's live your life well. My lord, did I do something wrong? My lord, I beg you to spare my family. Li Ji, you didn't do anything wrong. As for your family, I won't do anything to them. Li Ji, I know I did some jerk things back then. Please forgive me. Girldo apologized to Li Ji at this time. P.S. Asking for a ticket may not be important to everyone, but it is very important to me. 77. The 5 old stars also have a headache. Seeing the Tianlong people apologize to herself, Li Ji at this time was also very confused. The other party is a high-ranking Tianlong person, but now he does apologize to himself. This made Li Ji a little unbelievable. However, Li Ji knew that all this must be the credit of the adult. Li Ji, please forgive me. I forgive you. The other party is a Tianlong person. Although she has the support of the previous adult, she does not dare to be presumptuous. Okay, I forgive you. Of course, Girldo is just a form of walking, and it also made Yuan Jie unable to find any reason to embarrass himself. At this time, Yuan Jie began to wander in this holy place, marry Joah. The main reason for Yuan Jie is because the 7 wives of Charles Rose don't know how to deal with it. Although he is powerful, Yuan Jie's strength seems pale at this time for these women. Of course, Yuan Jie's heart was not a good feeling to think that he was put to sleep by those women last night. Moreover, those women were also very well trained by the holy Charles. It is necessary to serve himself at every turn, which makes Yuan Jie feel very speechless. As for what Yuan Jie said to Girldo, it was indeed very unrestrained, but Yuan Jie had to guard against this Girldo. After all, he was in the Tianlong people's territory. Yuan Jie did not dare to underestimate the strength of Yimu and the 5 old stars. Although he has many devil fruit, he can only use the power of 1 devil fruit at a time. If you can use the abilities of various devil fruit, then you don't need to be careful about them at all. As for the Tianlong people, even the Holy Land Mary Joah exploded at this time. Because this time, hundreds of Tianlong people died. Although they are said to be world nobles, their number is only 1 or 2,000. After all, they are very noble. If there are many people, they cannot appear noble. As for the Tianlong people, why would there be such casualties? It is because the Tianlong people are powerless in front of those slaves. It's easier for those guys to kill them than to kill chickens and dogs. There are even some powerful guys who directly knock out the Tianlong people with 1 punch. You know, these slaves are not ordinary people. They are all bought by Tianlong people at high prices. The reason why they bought these slaves at a high price was to be their own bodyguard. They never thought that these slaves broke free of their collars. This is something that has never been done before. The value of these collars is not much cheaper than these slaves, because these collar materials are unusual. If there is no such circle, it is impossible to imprison these powerful slaves to give orders to these Tianlong people. Of course, all this was done by Yuan Jie. Of course, Yuan Jie was just doing it casually, but he didn't expect to make such a big move. There is also a part of the reason for this. Naturally, these Tianlong people abused these slaves and did not treat these slaves as human beings at all. Otherwise, after these slaves break free from this circle, they will seek revenge for these Tianlong people one by one. 5 old stars were in the void hall at this time. However, the faces of these old guys are very ugly, because they never expected that such a thing would happen. Even if they are the administrators of the Tianlong people, at this time, it is not easy for them to deal with this matter. After all, a lot of Tianlong people died this time. This matter must not be spread. If it is spread, then the face of our world government will be damaged, said one of the long beard. That's right. If other people know about it, it will definitely laugh at our world government's incompetence, especially those pirates. The short-bearded Tianlong said. Yeah, even the old cross broke into our holy site, Mary Joah. We haven't killed so many people. The Tianlong man with a wide beard sighed with emotion at this time. Then what should we do with this matter? Is it still necessary for Lord Yimu to solve it? Then we old guys are too wasteful. Tianlong humane with a mustache. I think to appease the Tianlong people first, and the guys related to this matter will behead them. I think this matter is not just that simple. The heavenly dragon who had been silent for a long time finally spoke at this time. The person who spoke was a guy who was wearing a martial arts uniform and carried a knife everywhere in his hand, which seemed out of tune with the other people. How should that be said? You know, this has never happened before, and this time, so many slaves broke free from the collar. There must be something wrong. Yeah, I think it's a problem too. This has never happened before. Is there something wrong with that collar? I've checked and those collars are no different from the materials previously provided. provided, so there's nothing wrong with the material. Could it be that these slaves conspired? Otherwise, how did these guys break free of that collar? Yeah, I think this should be checked. Otherwise, why did these guys suddenly break free from their collars? I think so too. Otherwise, there would be no such thing. It's just that the guys who were proposing the collar seem to have been killed by Lord Imu. Therefore, even if we are going to check these at this time, it will be difficult to find out this matter. Yes, hey, didn't the son of Saint Roswald see these things? I think he should know a thing or two. That kid looked very stupid, but he didn't expect to be a little smart. Yeah, I didn't expect that the kid was accepted as a disciple by Lord Imu. That guy is very lucky. A few of us old guys made such a big mistake this time. Lord Imu values that kid very much. We should not offend that kid, otherwise we guys may not be safe at night. Originally, the guy in the martial arts uniform wanted to say something, but when he heard these people say this, he just opened his mouth lightly and swallowed the words back. He felt that this St. Charles Rose felt very wrong since he came back. This guy is lazy and very lecherous. This guy should be the hardest to escape, but only this guy survived. Could it be that I feel wrong? That guy is really as wise as the other old guys say, he murmured inwardly. One of the 5 old stars patted him on the shoulder and asked, "What's the matter with you?" "I don't have anything." Girldo also quickly received the news. 78. Find Yuan's trouble. After hearing these news, his face became very ugly, because he did not expect that such a thing would happen in the place of the Tianlong people, which is really incredible. But soon a familiar figure appeared in Girldo's mind. Did that guy do it? Girldo immediately thought of Yuan, because at this time he felt that the current St. Charles is Yuan. After thinking of this, Girldo couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He is also a greedy man who fears death. Of course, if he had gone out earlier, he would have been killed by those guys. Girldo also learned later that only St. Charles survived. This made Goulardo even more convinced that Yuan did all this, which is now St. Charles. He and Charles Rose have a very friendly relationship. As for the so-called friendship, the other party buys and sells something through himself. Because of Doflamingo's family leaving the Holy Land marry Joah, his family gave up the identity of the Tianlong people and became the traitor that everyone in Tianlong criticized. Because they belonged to the Don Quixote family, their family was naturally implicated. Therefore, as a dragon person himself, although he is a Tianlong, his status in the Tianlong is very low. Therefore, when others are eating, drinking, and having fun, he wants to make money. This is why he is different from other Tianlong people. These Tianlong people died, and they did not have some relatives and friends of their own. Even if they were friends like St. Charles Rose on the surface. Therefore, he didn't feel any sadness for so many Tianlong people killed and injured this time. Instead, he felt very happy, because if there are fewer Tianlong people, then their status will be improved, or they will be valued by the people above. This is not a good thing for me. Maybe I can trade that guy for something other than just money. Girldo sighed at this time. In Girldo's view, the other party should hate the Tianlong people very much. Otherwise, they would not have done such a thing. In this way, it should not be difficult for the other party to kill some of their own foes. After thinking of this, Girldo had a sly smile on his face at this time. As for Yuan Jie, he was wandering around in the Holy Land marry Joah at this time. On the one hand, it was because he didn't dare to go back, and on the other hand, it seemed that he didn't know how to go back either. Yuan Jie's hearing is very good. When passing by some houses, he heard gasping sounds and coquettish laughter in some houses. But after Yuan Jie heard this, he was extremely speechless, because in the daytime, these Tianlong people still do such things. No wonder these guys are so weak, Yuan Jie said in a nonchalant manner. Of course, Yuan Jie is also very speechless, and it's not a good thing for him to have good hearing here. When Yuan Jie came to the automatic conveyor belt, he couldn't help frowning, because Yuan Jie knew that the conveyor belt was being conveyed manually. For these, Yuan Jie, as a modern civilized person, is very disgusted with these. Yuan Jie wanted to rescue those people at this time. I've made such a big move now, so don't do anything more. If it arouses suspicion, it will be very bad at that time. And those guys are not like the slaves before. If I rescue these people, how will they get out? If you can't get out, it will be a dead end. After thinking about this, Yuan Jie didn't have that kind of mind at this time. Of course, when passing by a few houses, the inside is the same as before. These Tianlong people have nothing to do all day. If they don't do it, what else can they do? Yuan Jie walked for a while, and soon met the Tianlong people. Yuan Jie is very famous recently. No, it should be said that St. Charles Rose is very famous. The guy first escaped, and this time he escaped from the dead. Therefore, his affairs were spread among the Tianlong people. In the eyes of these heavenly dragons, St. Charles Rose's luck is really good. Otherwise, this guy would have died twice. St. Charles, didn't expect you to be so lucky. A Tianlong man walked over on his own initiative, but the tone was very contemptuous. With his many years of experience, Yuan Jie knew that the guy in front of him must have a grudge against Saint Charles. Obviously, he didn't come to say hello to himself but to find fault. Normal. It's not all luck. If I didn't run fast, I would have been killed by those guys long ago. So this exercise is still very important. I see you like this. If you encounter such a thing, if it deteriorates, you can only wait for death. Even if you run, it is just a waste of physical strength. Quote, after that guy heard this, his face became ashen. Obviously, what Yuan Jie said. This guy was very angry. Saint Charles rose. You don't look down on people, the guy said in a bad mood at this time. Just let a slave try. If you survive, I will admit that you are very powerful. Yuan Jie looked contemptuous at this time. If this guy wants to find fault, then he will play with this guy now. Of course, the other party was looking for Saint Charles, but now he is Saint Charles. I had to teach each other a good lesson for each other. Saint Charles rose. Don't think you can be arrogant by picking up a dog's life yourself. That guy was obviously offended by Yuan Jie's word. You may not even get a dog's life. Saint Charles, don't think your family is very powerful. I tell you, my father is a direct subordinate of the 5 old stars. You'd better not mess with me. That guy moved out of his strong background. Yuan Jie did not expect that these Tianlong people would also be so powerful. Of course, these Tianlong people are actually the same as other shameless villains. Although they are nobles, there is a distinction between high and low. If you have it, just ask the 5 old stars to teach me a lesson. I tell you, even if the 5 old stars come, the other party can't do anything to me, Yuan Jie said lightly at this time. Yuan Jie is a messenger himself, but Naeem's disciple. Even the 5 old stars can't move him. For what Yuan Jie said, the guy sneered. Because the 5 old stars are the supreme rulers of their Tianlong people. 79. The Pit Father's younger brother, for a reward, and, of course, this is what these people know. These Tianlong people have never heard of Yimu, so these guys don't know that there is Lord Yimu on the 5 old stars. Of course, since the other party doesn't know, there is no need to tell the other party about it. Well, you are a Saint Charles. You wait for me, and I will make you look good. Even if the 5 old stars come, they will be on my side, the guy said to Yuan Jie aggressively. Yuan Jie also doesn't know why this guy has such confidence. Then call the 5 old stars first, Yuan Jie said unceremoniously at this time. Obviously, these are just bragging, and he can't call the 5 old stars at all. Wu Laoxing has something to do, so I can't call him over today, but he's here, and he will make you look good. That guy is still aggressive. Yuan Jie saw Wu Laoxing just now, and knew what Wu Laoxing was doing at this time. Yuan Jie just smiled at this time, and then said to the other party, then you can always look for me when he has time. Don't worry, I will accompany you at any time. When the Tianlong person heard this, he felt a little guilty at this time, because he didn't expect that even if he moved out of the 5 old stars, this guy still had no fear, and he didn't know what to say at this time. However, seeing such an arrogant appearance of Saint Charles rose, the Tianlong person was not angry at this time. This really made him very angry. Originally, I didn't think it was necessary to teach a lesson to you, an ignorant brat. Since you talk about fire like this, don't worry, I will definitely call 5 old stars here. That man is clenching his teeth at this time. This time, it wasn't because Yuan Jie was very angry. It was because he felt that he had to invite the 5 old stars over. Of course, the status and location of the 5 old stars are very unusual among the Tianlong people. Therefore, although I know the 5 old stars, if I want to invite the 5 old stars over, it will undoubtedly be a very difficult thing. Seeing the other party like this, Yuan Galai had a playful look on his face at this time. The boy in front of Ben didn't provoke the other party himself, but the guy came to provoke him. It was at this time that Girldo learned that Saint Charles Rose was Yuan. He was going to tell his family not to mess with Saint Charles Rose, because that Saint Charles Ross is now a guy who can't be offended. When he came out, 100 years saw Saint Charles Rose. At this time, it should be Yuan Jie talking to his younger brother. Brother Ural, what going on here? Girldo stepped forward at this time and asked curiously. Girldo, this guy just survived, and I don't know why he is standing in front of me. Maybe those guys thought that this guy was no threat to them at all, so they didn't bother to go kill this guy. Seeing his elder brother Girldo coming at this time, Ural was very happy at this time, because his elder brother is able to speak well. He just holds out a lot of truth casually. When Yuan Jie saw Girldo coming over, Yuan Jie didn't expect that this guy came over too. After seeing this guy coming, Yuan Jie at this time looked at Girldo with a lot of fun. When Girldo saw Yuan Jie looking at himself like this, it made Girldo very flustered, because the guy in front of him was Yuan, the Emperor of the Sea. His strength is very unusual. At this time, he had to pay attention to each other, and did as his brother said. It is estimated that this younger brother of his own provoked the other party. Seeing such a scene, Girldo at this time had a very headache. However, seeing that his younger brother still wanted to help himself, at this time, Girldo also hurriedly scolded. Gulurder is our friend. How can you talk about each other like this? Brother Ural, you still don't want this Yuan. Saint St. Charles Rose apologizes because he didn't pay attention. Girl Do also said the wrong thing for a while. At this time he went back to his intestines later. How could he have such little brothers? Girl Do is very not stupid. If he knows the identity of the other party, then the other party is very likely to kill people. Because I know things I shouldn't know. Of course, the living can't be trusted by others, only the dead can't be. He hasn't done this kind of thing less often before. Yuan Jie was very surprised at this time, because he didn't expect that Girl Do even found out his identity. This kid didn't think of it. He was still very smart. Yuan Jie sighed in his heart. After obtaining the devil fruit, should I kill this guy or not? Yuan Jie felt that it was best not to let him know about his ability. After all, if you have such an ability, you can go to many places, and it won't attract other people's attention. If these people knew that they had such an ability, they would have a great chance of revealing themselves. But after seeing Girl Do say this, Yuan Jie thought again, this guy knows so much news, and this guy is also very smart. Maybe this guy can find a lot of devil fruit for me. After all, his main character now is to obtain devil fruit. If he didn't get the devil fruit, he might still be wandering on the sea, live a low-key life. After thinking of this, Yuan Jie felt that he should not kill this guy at this time. However, seeing the other person's appearance, he said to himself indifferently at this time, some people, I always feel that I am smart and powerful, and it is inevitable that I will make some small mistake. This time I will reluctantly forgive me. As for Yurolgo hearing this at this time, he thought that St. Charles was talking about himself. This made Yurolgo very unhappy. He didn't do anything wrong. The other party looked like he was higher than himself, which made Yurolgo very angry at this time. I am also a Tianlong person, but the Don Quixote family is a little weaker than the opponent's family, but I and the opponent are both Tianlong people. Why should I compromise with the opponent? St. Charles rose. Don't think you can get it if you take a dog's life. Yurol pointed at Yuanji's nose and cursed. Of course, Yuan Jie was not angry at this time, because the other party was scolding St. Charles Rose. Whether there is himself, he is just playing that guy, and he is not that guy. At this time, Girl Do was scolding his stupid younger brother in his heart. At this time, he really wanted to knock this brain out. What the hell was in the other party's brain? 80. My identity is more powerful than Tianlong people. He in this time also quickly apologized to Yuan Jie. St. Charles Rose. My brother is ignorant. Please forgive me. After saying this, Girl Do turned to his younger brother at this time, and then scolded, Brother Yurol, you still haven't apologized to this St. Charles. Seeing my brother at this time, I have to apologize to this guy Charles Rose. Brother Yurol had a confused look on his face at this time. He just thought that his brother had said something wrong, but his brother wanted to apologize to the hateful St. Charles. He originally wanted his brother to help him, but didn't think of it. My brother. At this time, the armist turned out Goulardo. Although our Don Quixote is not as good as this guy from St. Charles, there is absolutely no need for us to bow our heads to this guy. We are all heavenly dragons, and we are all four-time noble. Although our family is apart from traitors of the Doflamingo family, but our Don Quixotes have not fallen so far as to bow their head. Make yourself feel inferior to them. Yurol was very angry at this time. He was angry at this time that his brother didn't help him, that he humiliated himself in front of the other party, and now he has to humiliate himself in front of this guy named Charles Rose. This made him intolerable. Brother Yurol, don't you listen to your brother's word. At this time, Girl Do was very angry, because if his younger brother offends Yuanj in front of him, then his older brother will be dead. It's always better to bow your head and admit your mistake than to die. It's okay for me to admit I'm wrong, but tell me, why are you admitting to this guy? At this time, Yurolgo asked almost hysterically. Hearing this, Girl Do was extremely depressed at this time, because I would never say it to my brother. This guy is Yuan, the Emperor of the Sea. He said something wrong just now. Yuan Jie was obviously warning himself. If he told his younger brother about this, he would not die fast enough. Moreover, if this matter spreads out, then he will be dead by then. When his younger brother asked himself, Girl Do was very embarrassed at this time. At this time, he knew, but he didn't dare to say it all, just like holding a fart and not dare to let it out. That brother, I won't hurt you. Girl Do finally squeezed out such a sentence. Hearing this, Yurolgo snorted coldly, because his brother wanted to apologize, but now this guy can't say a reason. He also knew that his brother was doing it for his own good, but he didn't want to bow his head and admit his mistake in front of St. Charles Rose. Did you do anything wrong? This guy just got lucky a few times. Does he have to apologize to the other party? Since you can't say anything, then I will never apologize to this hateful guy, Yurolgo said with a sworn oath. At this time, Girl Do was just trying to stop talking. He really didn't know what to say at this time. If you say all of this by yourself, then you and your younger brother will die faster. At this time, he could only keep looking at Yuan Jie's eyes. Let's see what this righteous lord's reaction is at this time. When seeing that Yuan Jie was not angry at all, Girl Do was also relieved. Obviously, this This Yuanj hasn't killed his younger brother yet. At this time, Girl Do was very depressed. Why did his younger brother get involved with Yuan? Brother Ural did not pay attention to his brother anymore, because his brother is obviously with this Charles Rose Saint. He bowed his head to admit his mistake to Saint Charles Rose, but he would not bow his head to admit his mistake to this guy. It was at this time that several old men came over. When they saw Yuan Jie, they immediately walked towards this side. These old men are the 5 old stars. The 5 old stars are looking for Saint Charles Rose in this area at this time. They want to know what the hell is going on here. After all, Yuan Jie is the only one who knows what happened now. Those who knew about this were killed at this time. After seeing the 5 old stars coming, Uraldo immediately walked towards the other party. That 5 old star grandpa, I'm brother Ural. Do you still remember me? There are a lot of people in this day, and these guys are a little old, and I didn't remember who this guy was in front of me for a while. But after thinking about it for a while, someone obviously recognized who this guy is in front of him. After all, there are thousands of Tianlong people, but if you want to remember, you can still remember some. Are you the boy of Don Quixote's house? That right, I am. The full name is Don Quixote Uralgo. Hearing that the 5 old stars thought of himself, Ural was very happy. I don't know what some adults have come here to find me for. Brother Ural was shameless at all. He thought that the 5 old stars were here to find him. We're not here for you. We're here for St. Charles Rose. Brother Ural slapped his face instantly. But this guy is still relentless. Could it be that this guy Charles Rose made some mistake? So you're going to catch this guy? Hearing this, the 5 old stars were very speechless at this time. We came to St. Charles to ask about something. He didn't make any mistake. On the contrary, he performed very well. And he was. Just when one is about to say this, suddenly someone else stopped and said, don't say that. When Gulardo heard this, he was very suspicious at this time, because the other party obviously missed the point. But it was stop. This is obviously a very important thing. In fact, that guy wanted to say that St. Charles Rose was valued by Lord Yimu, and then he was accepted as a disciple. It seems that the 5 old stars are the rulers of the Tianlong people and even the entire world government. But the one who actually holds the power is I Am Sama. However, I Am clearly didn't want others to know about him. Therefore, even these celestial dragons do not know about Lord I Am. She also just lives in the house that is relatively back to the Tianlong people. Girl Do could clearly see that the 5 old stars were trying to hide something, and Girl Do can be very sure that this Yuanj must know about this. Therefore, he did not ask much at this time. Can you ask yourself what the hell is going on? Ural, who was beaten in the face, didn't feel embarrassed at all. I'm looting devil fruit in one piece. Chapter 81-181. The help from the 5 old stars. At this time, he said to a 5 old star, you are old. Come and judge. This guy is laughing at me. He even wants me to apologize. It is also a Tianlong person. How can this be? Yuan Jie looked at all this and really didn't know what to say, because the guy in front of him was really thickened. When Wu Laoxing heard this, he didn't pay attention to it at this time. He just watched Yuan, and then said to Ural, it's all for now. After saying this, the 5 old stars said to Yuan, St. Charles Rose, if nothing happens, then come with us. Hearing this, Ural was very unconvinced at this time. He didn't want to forget about this, especially since his brother had to apologize. There were 100 dissatisfaction in his heart. Why don't you just let it go? You are the executors of the Tianlong people. This guy has done something wrong, so you can't just let it go. Looking at brother Ural at this time, he was still reluctant. One of them said to Ural, go, young man, don't be so stubborn. It's normal to suffer a little loss, and even we can't afford this St. Charles. After leaving this sentence, the 5 old stars and Yuan Jie left. Only a few back were left for Ural go. Brother Ural was very confused at this time. What exactly is this situation? Why would the 5 old stars say such a thing? You must know that they are the executors of the Tianlong people, and it is impossible that they can't even afford that guy from St. Charles. But soon, Ural go came to a conclusion. The 5 old stars must have been bought by this St. Charles. After thinking about all this, Ural was very angry. As for Girl Do, he was extremely shocked after hearing this. What exactly is going on? Why even the 5 old stars say that they can't provoke St. Charles Rose? Do these 5 old stars know that St. Charles Rose is Yuan? Wrong. If you know that this guy is Yuan Jie, then this guy will not appear in this place. What the hell is going on here? Girl Do was very puzzled at this time. Even a person as witty as him could not understand all this. St. Charles Rose, don't think you bought the 5 old stars and his party. I'm afraid of you, St. Charles Rose. We'll see later. Ural go said very angrily. At this time, brother Ural was like a deep knee. Gulag on the side heard this, and really didn't know what to say at this time. This little brother of mine is really dying. Brother Ural, actually, you don't need to worry about these things. It's not the 5 old stars who said it. Even the 5 old stars can't afford that guy. Obviously, the identity of the other party is very unusual. Girl Do couldn't watch his stupid younger brother die. guy, so he persuaded him at this time. HMPH, don't say it. I have already decided. Also, don't say it's all for my good. If it were my good, then give me a reason. If we can't say it, even though you are my brother, then we have nothing to say. After saying this, Yurugo left without looking back. At this time, he thought that his brother was in the same group as St. Charles Rose, or maybe his brother was bought off by St. Charles Rose, so he did this to himself. After thinking of this, Yurugo was very angry. Didn't that guy just receive more heavenly gold than he did? Looking at the back of his younger brother leaving, Girldo really shouldn't say anything at this time, because his younger brother couldn't listen to what he said at all. I'll talk to that guy when the time comes, otherwise my stupid younger brother will definitely kill himself. The strength of the other party is there. If my brother really angers the other party, maybe the other party will slap his own. My brother was shot to death. As for slapping someone to death, this is impossible. After all, the opponent's strength is there. As for the other party's request, Girldo did not dare to delay at this time. Immediately began to promise Yuan, it's better not to provoke each other yourself. As for the task that the other party entrusted to him, he still makes the other party satisfied. If the previous Goulardo had other ideas, then the Goulardo at this time had no other ideas at all, because he felt that the relationship between the 5 old stars and Yuan was mysterious. Maybe these guys are plotting something. He didn't dare to gamble with his life at this time. Moreover, the opponent's strength is very strong. If he escapes, his own death period will come. As for Yuan J, it was pointed to the Void Hall by the 5 old stars. This Void Hall is very spectacular, and there are swords inserted into it. Yuan J still knew very well about these swords. After all, his swordsmanship is also very powerful. Those swords are all very precious. Maybe not as famous as Chushui, but they are all on the list. As for the Void Throne above the main hall, the material is also very unusual. Wu Laoxing and Xie guard outside the door warned a few words, and then walked in. Because this place is very secret, ordinary people can't come to this place. Even the dragon people, that is not allowed. After Yuan J came to this place, the 5 old stars did not hide at this time. St. Charles, when you know what happened that day, you are the only one who knows the whole story. Can you tell us what you know? In this case, we can explain it to other people. The one with the beard spoke up, but for Yuan J, he is very respectful. After all, St. Charles Rose in front of him was the guy that Lord Im had a crush on. It's better not to offend your own guys. Now, this matter has caused quite a bit of movement. If you offend the guy in front of you, you will offend the scene and don't say anything. And the guy in front of him knows this. If you offend the guy in front of you, how can you and your group explain to the other Tianlong people what happened today? As for Yuan J, naturally he would not tell these people the truth, because it's all done by myself. He didn't kill the Tianlong people, but those slaves took off the collars on their neck, which freed these people from the shackles of the Tianlong people. Actually, this incident is mainly because of that slave, the one who was going to escape from the Holy Land, Mary Joah. That guy broke free of the collar, and after that guy got rid of the collar, he started to slaughter us Tianlong people everywhere. If you don't run fast, you will be killed by that guy. As for the slaves behind, it seems that the guy helped them get rid of their collars. As for how, I don't know very well. As for the next one thing, I think you all know. Yuan J has left everything related to himself completely. 82. The 5 old stars are also flickering, and at this time, Yuan J also showed a face of horror. As if he recalled this incident, he was also very afraid in his heart. Hearing this, Wu Laoxing and several people frowned, because Yuan J is really too simple. If you rely on these words, you can't convince those Tianlong people. Therefore, they showed such an appearance. After pondering for a while, the short-bearded man asked, do you remember any details? If so, it will be difficult for us to explain it to others. It is possible to hide all this from the outside world, but with so many Tianlong people dying, it is very difficult to deal with the Tianlong people. Of course Yuan J knew all this. However, does it mean that he did all this by himself? Hand over yourself. This is definitely not possible. Yuan J would not care about the lives of these Tianlong people. These Tianlong people are basically bullying men and women, and they are not good guys. So these guys die when they die. Master Wu Laoxing, that's all I know, and I don't know about other things, and they have been angry with us Tianlong people for a long time. Otherwise, they will take revenge on us Tianlong people as soon as they come out. I think that's the root of what happened today. Yuan J also expressed his opinion at this time. The 5 old stars nodded, because it's really like what Yuan J said. If the Draconians hadn't treated these slaves like that, these slaves would not have slaughtered them frantically as soon as they broke free from their shackles. Indeed, what you said is very reasonable. The root cause of this incident is here. Even if this incident does not happen today, it will happen in the future. Yeah, after this lesson, I think all slaves should be killed. The slave system will be abolished in the future. If something like this happens again, I don't know what to do at that time. The lives of those slaves are all very lowly, and the lives of our Tianlong people are very precious. Who will protect the Tianlong people then? There are 5 old stars who raise such a question at this time. After pondering for a while, the bearded man thought he spoke. It's not impossible. We can set up a special unit to protect the Tianlong people. As for the cost, we can use their money to buy slaves. If we ourselves, we should not do such a thing. After hearing such a suggestion, the others nodded. This kind of thing has already happened once, and they can't let it happen again. In fact, Yuan Jie had thought of this for a long time, but he did not say it. I am not a Tianlong person. Why do I have to find a way for these people? At this time, Yuan Jie began to think, why did I want to accept himself? And when will I leave this place? After all, this time, he was just here to get some devil fruit. At the same time, the Navy is still looking for Yuan Jie's trace on the Chambord Island, but after searching for so long, there is still no trace of Yuan Jie. This made these navies feel very helpless, feeling that the guy disappeared on the Chambord Island. For Yuan Jie, other people in the world are also very concerned. After all, this guy became the emperor of the sea in less than half a month. Many supernovas regard Yuan Jie as a role model, which can be said to have created a new record for pirates. Of course, there are also people who want to defeat Yuan Jie, because in that case, they can replace Yuan Jie and become the new emperor of the sea. Especially Kid, Law, Hawkins, Drake. They hated Yuan Jie very much, because this guy is so nasty. The limelight of his group was completely covered. The highest bounty of these people is just over 100 million, and there is no guy who reaches 200 million. As for the Navy, there are meetings every day from time to time, because in the eyes of these Navy, this Yuan song is a time bomb for the Navy, and they must remove it immediately. If this guy is really what they imagine, then the opponent's strength can't help but be terrifying. The abilities of other devil fruits are very powerful, but this guy doesn't know how many devil fruits there are, and these devil fruits are very powerful. Roger, what are you doing? Garp looked into the distance and said with emotion. He didn't fight Roger less often before, but he didn't expect that there was such a character hidden on this ship. Because the other party is a winemaker, he didn't pay attention, and he didn't include the other party in the reward. But now, this guy's strength is really terrible. Even the Navy speculated that almost no one and a general defeated this guy. The opponent's strength itself is terrifying, not to mention the ability of such a devil fruit. Of course, this matter is known only to their senior Navy officers, and other people do not know about this matter. Therefore, they don't know how terrible this Yuan song is. Where does Lord Im live? Yuan Jie asked curiously at this time. As for these people, there is no doubt why St. Charles Rose in front of him knows about Lord Im. They only thought that St. Charles and Lord Yim might have known each other before. That's St. Charles. After we've discussed it, we'll take you to see Lord Yimu. However, don't tell other people about the existence of Lord Yimu. The 5 old stars also warned at this time. Yuan Jie is also very curious. Obviously this Im is the supreme commander of the Tianlong people, but even these celestial dragons don't know the existence of Lord Yimu, and they seem to be hiding something. For these, Yuan Jie felt that he should not think about it, because no matter how much you think about it, it is impossible for you to understand. So, at this time, the self is close to Im, and then all this will be figured out. Soon, the 5 old stars negotiated a decision. Then, they took Yuan Jie towards Lord Yimu. They didn't dare to offend the St. Charles in front of them, because the guy in front of them had a close relationship with Lord Yimu. The place where Im lives is very secret, close to the place where the 5 old stars live, which belongs to the innermost part of the Holy Land Mary Joah. And the scenery here is also very good, and the place is very secret. Yuan Jie also knew why these Tianlong people didn't know Lord Yimu anymore. When they saw the 5 old stars coming, the gatekeepers did not stop them. They were very curious as to why the guy in front of them was brought here. This made them very curious one by one. Still, just curious. P.S. Ask for a ticket. Ask for a reward. 83. The background of St. Charles Rose is a bit big. Yuan Jie is also constantly looking at everything in front of him. This place is not bad. This Im really enjoys it, and is as low-key as I am. If I don't want to go back, I will definitely find a place like this to retire. Yuan Jie also secretly sighed in his heart. After entering, the trees inside are shady, and the flowers and plants inside are very neatly trimmed. In the center of the yard, at this time, there was a beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in white. At this time, this beautiful woman was dying in the sun in this garden. Although Yuan Jie didn't see the other person's appearance, Yuan Jie knew that this one was the one Lord Yimu, because on the other side, at this time, it exudes this very strong momentum. Lord Im, St. Charles Rose has been brought by us. At this time, the 5 old stars said respectfully, you can leave now. Im waved his hand at this time. Seeing this, the 5 old stars didn't say much, because they still had things to do. At this time, they didn't have much time. At this time, Yuan Jie secretly looked at everything around him, because he didn't know much about this Lord Yimu. However, at this time, Yuan Jie was very timid, giving giving people a timid look. You are St. Charles Rose. I thought you were awake, obsessed with women's sex all day long, but I didn't expect that I would underestimate you. I have some friendship with your grandfather. Your father. I don't like it. Of course you and I don't like it, but there is no way. I hope you don't tell other Tianlong people about my affairs, let alone other people. I don't want to be disturbed. At this time, Yimu's tone was very cold. Obviously, this is a middle-aged woman with a bad temper. Yuan Jie nods his head like a chicken pecking at rice when he hears this. You guy, I still know something about you. You can't mess around here. If you don't listen to me, I'll be rude to you. At this time, Yimu was indifferent, but there was a majesty in his tone. Of course, Yuan Jie was also very surprised. He didn't expect that St. Charles Rose would have such a great background. This guy has such a relationship with the top leader of the Tianlong people. When the other party said that he would be rude to him, Yuan Jie really wanted to know how the other party was rude to him. Yuan Jie can't say these things. He was also very curious about the imam in front of him. Why did the other party become the top leader of the Tianlong people? Even the 5 old stars must listen to him. As for I didn't even look at Yuan Jie at all. Yuan Jie didn't say anything about this. Although the Tianlong people are very noble, this holy place Mary Joah is all Tianlong people. Therefore, the Tianlong people in this place are not so noble. However, the IM in front of him is very noble compared to his current status as a heavenly dragon. If you follow me to practice, don't think about the flowery world in the past. Also, you have to endure hardship. Don't feel how noble you are. And if you are not the ancestors of the Tianlong people who conquered this world, you are like this. Just like that, he was beaten to death by other people. For example, the ancient sage Don Quixote Hall is a good example. He gave up his identity as a Tianlong person at the beginning, and later fell to the despise of everyone. If you don't know these, you can find out. Therefore, if our world government is defeated by the revolutionary army, then we will be even more miserable than that old sage Huoming. I am not alarmist. If you don't get bullied, then you have to be strong first. Yuan Jie didn't expect that this Imu actually told himself a big truth now, which made Yuan Jie really don't know what to say. At this time, in order to continue acting, he had to nod and say yes. Yuan Jie did not expect that the other party would say this to himself. This made Yuan Jie feel very uncomfortable. Because this guy looked like this now, it's a bit tortuous. If you let yourself do some other things, or do coolies, then you will feel better. Yuan Jie didn't know how long Imu had been talking about this, but Yuan Jie only knew that his mind was blank from what the other party said. Yuan Jie almost wanted to gag the guy's mouth. It too were both. But soon, Yuan Jie figured out why this guy said that because he stayed here all day alone. It's really a bit lonely, and it is estimated that the other party has read to himself what he has said for several years. If I knew this guy was so long-winded, then I would definitely not come back to find this IM. Since he is here now, Yuan Jie is silently enduring all this at this time. I don't know how long it took, but the scene at this time was finally finished. St. Charles, I've told you so much. You should understand. Understood. Lord Yimu, I will work hard to learn from you, and then I must achieve something, live up to your expectations, and make myself more powerful in this world, whether it is a pirate or a pirate. Those revolutionary army, I will defeat these hateful guys one by one. Of course, I also have to prove to the world that we Tianlong people are not all people who are greedy for pleasure. Let other Tianlong people follow me as an example. Let the lazy Tianlong people become more ambitious and fighting spirit, not relying on the glory of their ancestors to gain the respect of other people, but let these people respect themselves from the heart. Yuan Jie was a mess, talking nonsense. At this time, Yuan Jie is in a good place anyway. Hearing this, Yimu finally looked at Yuan Jie at this time, and nodded at Yuan Jie. That right, well said. Didn't expect that you, St. Charles Rose, have such an ambition. For what Yuan Jie said just now, that was very satisfied, and at this time, there was a look of relief on her face. Today, you should get used to everything here. Tomorrow, you can practice with me. As for your family, I will arrange for my 5 old guys to talk. Since you said so much, then you have to do what you say, and if you can't do it, then you don't want to leave this place. At this time, changed from the relieved look before to a very serious look. Seeing this scene like this, Yuan Jie really didn't know what to say at this time, because this woman has changed too much. This made him feel very helpless. Yuan Jie's sense of mystery about before has gradually disappeared at this time. Yuan Jie breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that his practice would start tomorrow. If he continued talking, he would definitely explode. This is too long-winded. 84. The Navy is also angry. Reward. For Yimu in front of him, Yuan Jie at this time was also very afraid. Because I still don't know the strength of this guy in front of me, but Yuan Jie feels that strength is definitely not simple. Even the guys from the 5 old stars will be ordered by her. Yuan Jie didn't pay any attention to but left directly. But just after leaving for a while, Yuan Jie just remembered himself, where he lived, and what he eat. Immediately, Yuan-jae went back the same way. Then he came to Yimudi and asked timidly, Sir Yimu, where do I live, and what do I eat? Yuan-jae is really hungry at this time. Although his strength is very strong, it does not mean that this guy can't starve to death. After being asked by Yuan, Lord Yimu only remembered this matter at this time. You can find a room to live in. As for what to eat, I will naturally tell them. After saying this, Yimu ignored Yuan-jae at this time. Yuan-jae naturally didn't want to pay attention to this this guy is too long-winded. Yuan-jae also found a room casually, and then fell asleep. As for the days that followed, Yuan-jae naturally followed to learn. As for what he has learned, it is also the most basic guide. Of course, in the process, Yuan-jae also tentatively asked However, Im's answer to Yuan-jae was very confident. She can beat anyone. In this regard, Yuan-jae really didn't know what to say, and didn't know where this guy got such confidence. Of course, Yuan-jae was still very suspicious of what said. As for the daily practice, for Yuan-jae, it was another kind of torture. It may be that he is too strong, so the training that arranged for himself is not difficult at all. Therefore, Yuan-jae did not shed a single drop of sweat. This made Yuan-jae extremely depressed. If he didn't sweat, it would be very abnormal. Therefore, Yuan-jae worked hard to hack. In the end, he still sweated while practicing, but the sweat was not enough, but Yuan-jae forced it out. While cultivating, Yuan-jae pondered how many devil fruit Girldo could get. That guy is a Tianlong person, and that guy seems to have a lot of channels. Yuan-jae is very curious about how many devil fruits the other party can get. As for the devil fruit, Goulardo didn't dare to slack off at all, because that was Yuan. Although he is a Tianlong person, he cannot afford to offend such a guy. Therefore, this guy does things for Yuan-jae, which is very positive. When Wu Laoxing knew that the Navy owed St. Charles an explanation, he immediately ordered the warring state, your Navy must give St. Charles an account no matter what. Otherwise, what do you think? St. Charles EYM is a favored person by Lord Im, and he will definitely be the new leader of this world government in the future. The 5 old stars did not dare to offend each other. When the warring state heard this, it was very helpless. If you change it to the previous one, the other party will solve it for yourself. After all, he is not a Tianlong person, and even if he is a naval marshal, it is not easy to solve these things about Tianlong people. He can only turn to the 5 old stars for help. The general problems are solved by the 5 old stars, but looking at the current situation, the warring state period at this time knew that even the 5 old stars couldn't help them. This made the warring states also very curious. What is the identity of this St. Charles Rose? It seems that these 5 old stars can't afford to offend. However, later in the warring state period, there was also a gossip that someone was massacred in the Holy Land Mary Joah. Therefore, the 5 old stars at this time simply did not have the time to help him solve that matter. After thinking of these, the warring states had to hold a meeting of the Navy. The matter of St. Charles Rose, although the person has already found it, the other party wants us to give the other party an explanation. If it is changed to the previous one, I can still solve it with the 5 old stars, but this time the 5 old stars can settle this matter. Sengoku lamented at this time. He was also very helpless about this. When Akainu heard this, his face turned green. He didn't think that this Charles Rose Saint was not over yet. Although the people were not rescued by their navy, they were rescued by their navy, and they also lost a lot of navy when protecting that guy. Now that guy is so good, he even has to ask the navy for an explanation. Of course, the most important thing is that St. Charles Rose has humiliated himself, which makes Akainu now full of fire. That guy actually called himself a waif. If it was anyone else, Akainu would fight with the other party, but the other party is a Tianlong person. Even if it is an admiral of the navy, he is helpless. Marshal, we escorted that guy back, and we lost a lot of brothers in the process of protecting each other. Even if there is no credit, it must be hard work. Akainu stood up at this time. For this matter, Akainu was very angry. Of course, Akainu is just me trying to find my place. He was humiliated by that guy, which made Akainu feel very angry. Hearing Akainu's word, the others also agreed. Yeah, we cost customer for so many navies. Why do we have to apologize to the reading fee? Is it because the other party is a Tianlong person? General Akainu is right. You know, our navy protect these Tianlong people every year, and many soldiers die. Just because of this one time, we need our navy to apologize. And as far as I know, we warned St. Charles Rose at the beginning, but that guy didn't take our navy's words as one thing at all, so this led to such consequences. And General Kizaru is with that guy. There was a war, although there was no credit, but there was also hard work. If that's the case, we might as well become pirate. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. These admirals were very angry at this time. It was also very unpleasant to say. Seeing these people like this, warring states had a bitter look on his face. This was something he hadn't thought of. However, all of this, their navy does have a negative responsibility to protect each people. Of course, at the main time, the other party was a Tianlong person, and the 5 old stars also gave them a notice. The warring states knew that this was definitely unusual. 85. Peek at Imu taking a bath, recommended reward. Of course, the most important thing is that the identity of St. Charles Rose is definitely not simple. As for why it is not easy, he is not very clear. Although the Navy is very powerful, it is also subordinate to the world government. I know that everyone is very uncomfortable, but this time there is really no way. If it is a normal matter, I can ask the 5 old stars to solve it, but the 5 old stars are obviously very powerless. The identity of the other party is obviously it's not easy, so let's endure it this time. After saying this, the warring states added, "It's me, the warring state. I'm sorry everyone." Seeing the appearance of the warring state period, all the generals of the Navy at this time look very ugly. Obviously, the warring state period is powerless against everything. Originally, they were full of anger towards the Tianlong people, want them to protect, but also do not want money. Now that such a thing has happened, these people actually want the Navy to give them an explanation for these Tianlong people. His grandma, "If that's the case, I'm not going to be a Navy, I'm going to be a pirate." At this time, some admirals really couldn't stand what these Tianlong people did. Seeing that person's appearance, the warring states also persuaded immediately, "Don't worry, I will solve this matter. If it really doesn't work, then I will resign as admiral of the Navy." Seeing the state of the warring state period, the other Haiju generals who were about to leave the Navy were silent at this time. Although they didn't say anything at this time, they were indeed very resentful towards these heavenly dragon people. Yuan Jie didn't know, he just made things difficult for the red dog from time to time. Would it cause such a big problem? Yuan Jie has gradually become familiar with this place these days. It's just that he didn't find out how strong the opponent was, but Yuan Jie can see that this guy is very confident. It is precisely because of this that Yuan Jie is very curious about the opponent's rank. It seems that Yuan Jie is constantly being trained by Yuan Jie every day, but in fact Yuan Jie is observing everything. Was on his radar too. On this day, Yuan Jie felt that he already knew a lot about this place. Therefore, Yuan Jie felt that he had to take a good look at Im's strength today. After all, he has to make some preparations if his identity is discovered. If you can't beat Im, then you will be miserable. Although he didn't see how powerful Im was, if the other party wasn't so powerful, the 5 old stars wouldn't be so obedient to him. Yuan Jie knew that the strength of these 5 old stars was very extraordinary. So after the dead of night, Yuan Jie quietly walked out of his house and approached Imu's house. At this time, Yuan Jie changed his appearance for the sake of safety. After all, St. Charles Rose can still use his identity now. When 1GE came to Im's house is not closed by Imi. In this way, Yuan Jie came to the room of the scene without any effort. However, when Yuan Jie came to Imu's house, Yuan Jie realized how bold Imu was. Not only does this guy not close the door, even when taking a shower, this guy doesn't close the door. Therefore, when Yuan Jie came in, he saw the naked Im taking a bath. Although this Im is a middle-aged woman, but this guy is very well maintained and his skin is fair and tender. Although Yuan Jie is not a lecherous person, he is a little unstable when he sees such a scene, because he didn't expect that this Im would have such a hobby that the bathroom is not closed. Yuan Jie also cursed inwardly. Im, you are such a slut. Must be trying to seduce me. Who is it? Because Yuan Jie's breath was unstable, he was discovered by the other party. Im immediately flipped the bathrobe, and then immediately wrapped it around himself. Im's face was very ugly at this time. Her face turned a little blue at this time, because he didn't expect that Bohemia's bath was peach. She originally thought that St. Charles Rose, a womanizer, peeked at her bathing, but soon, Im denied his idea. Because that guy is obviously not easy. It is not what the guy from St. Charles can do. Who is it? Im murmured softly while chasing. As for Yuan Jie, he was running very fast at this time. As Yuan Jie ran, he cursed Imu incessantly. This guy must be a slut, deliberately taking a shower without closing the door, ready to seduce a young man like me. I wouldn't like an old woman like that. Even if I showed my naked body to me, my Yuan Jie wouldn't bother to watch it. When Yuan Jie thought about this, he didn't blush at all. This guy, he still claims to be young. He is also a guy in his 40s or 50s, an old fritters. And this guy, if he really did what he said, he wouldn't be discovered by Im because of his unsteady breath. Slutty thief, who are you? How dare you peep at the old lady taking a bath? Im scolded from behind. Seeing the other party look like he took advantage of the other party, Yuan Jie was very, very angry. But soon, Yuan Jie thought that the other party must not know his identity. Therefore, at this time, Yuan Jie also has no fear. That's not showing mercy at all. Old woman, who cares about you? You think men are crazy, so you don't close the door when you come to take a bath. Seeing you, I have such hot eyes. You old woman, I don't know where the confidence comes from, but you still want to eat young grass. psychopath. I tell you, even if you were standing in front of me naked, I wouldn't even take a look, Yuan-jae said unceremoniously. Of course, the reason why Yuan-jae is so vicious is because Imu is too long-winded on weekdays, which makes Yuan-jae a little bit unbearable. So it's also about venting what the other person does to you these days. After hearing Yuan-jae's word, Im was so angry that he was about to get angry, because this kid took advantage and sold well. Where are you, a slut? Where is an old woman? You are still young. Okay, boy, don't let me catch you, otherwise, I will definitely cut you with 1,000 sword, Imna said through gritted teeth. 86. I am very angry. Reward. Yuan-jae's remark, no matter which woman he was speaking to, would be maddening and worthless. This guy got cheap, and he even sold well. Yuan-jae originally wanted to fight with the other party, but seeing the other party like this, Yuan-jae gave up. If you really fight against the other party will definitely fight against you. What he said just now, the other party who is angry is not good. Therefore, at this time, Yuan-jae directly used the ability of Momo Fruit, and then his figure instantly disappeared into the darkness. When Im saw this, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet angrily. The Imam at this time has completely lost the majesty he had before. At this time, Im is more like a girl's character. Don't let me be so big, otherwise, I'll slash you with 1,000 sword, Imna said through gritted teeth. Of course, she didn't give up. After Yuan-jae got rid of Imu, Yuan-jae also breathed a sigh of relief, because he didn't expect such a thing to happen. He now knows that the opponent's strength must be very powerful. If you don't escape today, the other party will definitely fight with you. After Yuan-jae escaped, he suddenly thought of Girl Do at this time. Because I want the other party to buy the devil fruit. It has been several days. The other party should have received the devil fruit. Regarding the place where Girl Do lived, this Yuan-jae was deliberately memorized. Therefore, at this time, Yuan-jae still knew to go to Girl Do's house. Yuan-jae went to Girl Do's house and Emmy knocked on the door, but went in directly from the boathouse. But after entering, Yuan-jae knew that he regretted it. When I found out, I knocked on the door and came in. Yuan-jae sighed in his heart, because at this time, Girl Do was doing some things between men and women with a woman. Saw someone coming in. That girl looked very impatient. Didn't you see me and Mr. Girl Do doing business? Do you want to die, boy? Obviously, the woman who thought she had hooked up with Girl Do thought she had found a backer. Girl Do was also very angry that he was disturbed by someone doing such a good thing. Who the hell are you? Boy, do you want to die? You dare to disturb the good things of Lao Su. At this time, Yuan-jae did not look like St. Charles Rose, nor did he look like Blackbeard. Therefore, at this time, Girl Do did not know that the other party was Yuan. In the face of Goulardo's rebuke, Yuan-jae just looked at Girl Do with a playful expression. At this time, Girl Do only felt that the other party was a bit similar. Lord Goulardo, this guy dares to disturb your good deed. You must not bear him. One of the females climbed the tall branch when she climbed Girl Do herself. Therefore, what the other party said was very arrogant. After thinking for a while, Girl Do at this time knew, who is this guy in front of him? Dare to ask if your excellency is Yuan-jae? Girl Do asked tentatively. At this time, Yuan-jae saw that the other party had recognized him, and he had nothing to hide at this time. At this time, he directly asked the other party, have I got the devil fruit I want now? After hearing this, Girl Do knew for sure that the guy in front of him was Yuan-jae. What? Yuan-jae is not Yuan-jae. Galur is so hot. You must teach this guy a good lesson. He dares to disturb our good thing. The woman spoke to Girl Do very coquettishly. Girl Do was already in a cold sweat at this time. How could he care about that woman? He angrily scolded the other party just now. It's okay if the other party doesn't punish him. Even if the other party took his own life, he is helpless now. At this time, Girl Do was very regretful. Why didn't he immediately see that the guy in front of him was Yuan? He originally went to find Charles Rose, but the other party disappeared suddenly, and he didn't find out what the other party was doing to the dragon. Originally, he thought that after Yuan-jae left, he felt at ease, but he never thought that Yuan-jae would come back to find him now. But at this time, he will also keep the resting devil fruit. This is Girl Do very fortunate. When he saw that this woman was so ignorant, Girl Do just slapped the woman's face mercilessly, because that guy is trying to kill himself. This bitch's life is incomparable to his own. After slapping the woman in the face, Girl Do immediately said to Yuan-jae, the devil fruit you want is already ready. I originally wanted to send it to me, but you suddenly disappeared. That's why I keep this devil fruit. With that said, this guy took out the devil fruit. Although the other party has the same attitude towards me, the other party obviously doesn't know who he is. As long as it is a man, it must be very angry when others disturb such a good thing as him. Yuan-jae opened his own box. However, Yuan-jae soon discovered that some devil fruits are obviously a little different. Above is a circle. Seeing such a scene, Yuan-jae couldn't help frowning at this time, because these devil fruits are artificial devil fruit. Obviously it doesn't work for me. When he understood what Yuan-jae looked like, Girl Do couldn't help but feel worried. Is that the devil fruit fruit that doesn't satisfy you? Girldo asked tentatively at this time. Yuan-J nodded. I understand. Yuan-J admitted all this, and Girldo became scared. Seeing the other party like this, Yuan-J also immediately said, you do this all at once, so I won't blame you. As for the money, I will still pay you. I will naturally do what I promised. Hearing Yuan-J say this, Goulardo at this time was also relieved. However, he was very curious about what Yuan-J was dissatisfied with. What the hell is wrong that makes you unhappy? If I'm right, these devil fruits of yours were actually bought by Doflamingo. That's right. Therefore, there are some artificial devil fruits in here. I don't need these artificial devil fruit. Next time you pay attention to me. The artificial devil fruit of the subject is somewhat different from the natural devil fruit, such as the one above. The texture, the artificial devil fruit is a circle. The devil fruit is completely different from this. At this time, Yuan-J told the Goulardo how to identify the devil fruit. 87. Yimu made things big. As for the woman, seeing that Girldo was so respectful, she didn't dare to say anything more at this time. You must know that Goulardo is a Tianlong person, and now he is so respectful to the guy in front of him. Obviously, the status of the guy in front of him are higher than that of Goulardo. When Yuan-J told the other party that those were artificial devil fruit, he took them away. In order for this guy to collect devil fruit for himself in the future, Yuan-J did not default on his debt at this time. Instead, he turned his body slightly. Then, the guy escaped out of nowhere and took out a few pieces of gold. The gold was the size of a wash basin. Seeing such a scene, Goulardo at this time should not be surprised, because this song is so weird. Where is this guy hiding with such a large piece of gold? And this guy took out such a large piece of gold casually. Even a Tianlong person, he was very envious at this time, because the gold is worth a lot of money. Even if his source of income is the heavenly gold of those countries, he can't get so much at this time. As for the woman who saw Yuan-J ease so much gold, at this time, she could not wait to go up and devote herself to the other party immediately. This guy is so rich. These are for you. Work hard in the future. These are the things I don't need most. So as long as you satisfy me, what kind of money is this? You will be indispensable. Yuan-J said to Girldo lightly at this time. Yuan-J naturally did not brag. He has Momo fruit. Any piece of gold he can turn into a mountain of gold. Therefore, what Yuan-J lacks most is gold. That lord, do you want me to serve you? Don't worry. Mine is very skillful and will definitely satisfy you, as long as the lord gives me a small piece of it. Didn't the lord say that this is the most important thing? That woman was really hooked by Yuan-J when she saw that Yuan-J was so generous. Of course, it is accurate to be fascinated by Yuan-J's money. At this time, Yuan-J looked at each other with a very bad look in his eyes, and at this time, Yuan-J also released domineering. Therefore, that woman was also frightened by Yuan. Yuan-J paid no attention to such a woman, because these women are no different from the women who sell meat in the brothel. When Yuan-J was about to turn around and leave, Yuan-J suddenly thought of something. Then he said to Girldo, if I leave this holy place, Mary Joah, can you also collect devil fruit from me? If it's inconvenient, my money can be doubled. Yuan-J was indifferent to Girldo. After all, in the eyes of the other party, he is a strong man, and he cannot lose the demeanor of a strong man. Hearing this, Girldo was overjoyed, because this guy is so rich. These devil fruit don't actually cost much. The other party just said nothing and took out a few gold nuggets the size of a wash basin for himself, without blinking his eyes. Now this guy has to give himself a boost. Of course he is very happy. Even if you trade outside, it will be much more convenient for you. For example, today I was doing something between men and women, and this guy broke in, making me very inconvenient. However, now I get so much money myself. Girldo felt that in the future, the other party could come at will. Therefore, at this time, Girldo nodded frantically. It made people feel like chickens fighting for food, for fear that their food will be taken away. Yuan-J was also very happy after seeing that the other party agreed with the evil dragon, because he lacks everything now. The only thing he lacks is the devil fruit. The purpose of coming here this time is to rely on the channels of the Tianlong people to obtain more devil fruit. But Yuan-J didn't expect that he had an unexpected gain. That is, he met the guy Girldo. Save yourself a lot of effort. As for some more money, Yuan-J didn't care, because the only thing I need now is money. Thinking of this, Yuan-J couldn't help but sigh for a while, because in the previous world, the worst thing I could do was money. But now, the most important thing is money. I am that is very angry. There was a thief who peeked at his bath. However, he didn't realize all of this right away. I am wearing a bathrobe at this time, constantly searching in the Holy Land Mary Joah. Of course, what Yim was most annoyed about was that the prostitute looked at him, but he was still behaving, saying that he was an old woman, saying that he wanted old cows to eat young grass, so he didn't close the door. He and the guy looked at himself, and even said that he looked at spicy eyes. Are you so unbearable? Thinking of this, I had a feeling of wanting to slash that guy in 1,000 pieces. That guy is really not a thing. Yuan-jae was also a little regretful in his heart because his remarks must have stimulated the other party. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise, Im would definitely be fighting himself. After thinking of this, Yuan-jae was naturally very sad in his heart. It seemed, no matter how strong the strength is, escaping is still the first priority. Now Yuan has realized the true meaning of escape. As long as you run fast, all threatening reading is no longer a threat. When Yuan-jae went back, he took it secretly because he also saw Imu wearing a bathrobe, constantly searching for Mary Joah in this holy place. There were some things in his mouth. As for what he said in his mouth was undoubtedly a curse against Yuan-jae. But these draconians don't know Im. So, seeing Im in white, these guys thought they had met a ghost. One by one was frightened. Yuan-jae sneaked back to the place where the dragon lives when Im not paying attention. As for how long Im looking for, Yuan-jae hinted that it doesn't matter at all. As long as the other party wants to find him, he has nothing to do with that matter. If you hate it so much, you must be at a loss. I actually saw that old woman all by myself. Hot eyes. The next day, the Holy Land Mary Joah began to circulate that the dead draconians had returned. They must have died very wrongly. Then, one by one, they went to the Void Hall to find the 5 old stars to ask for an explanation. Because in the eyes of these Tianlong people, these 5 old stars are their managers. It must be those Tianlong people who were killed by those lowly races. They must be very wrong. Therefore, they only came back last night. Yeah, our Tianlong people's lives are not comparable to those guys. Master Wu Laoxing, I must clear my son's grievances. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. All of a sudden, there was a lot of noise. 88. Female Ghost Yim. Hearing this, the 5 old stars at this time were very speechless. Because this is all bullshit. And the guys who killed the Tianlong people were killed. What grievances are there for these guys? These 5 old guys were extremely depressed at this time. Because they have never seen anything like this. Do you think it was someone who got up on purpose to do something? At this time, the 5 old stars began to discuss softly under the void throne. I also think this must have been done on purpose, deliberately causing chaos within our Tianlong people. I think all this may be done by a revolutionary drama. Those revolutionary soldiers only want to overthrow the world government, so it is very likely that they will attack us. Let go to Lord Yimu to discuss this matter. After all, such a big thing happened. After discussing it for a while, these 5 old fellows must not go to Lord Im to discuss this matter. If it is really a revolutionary army, then this matter cannot be underestimated. After all, this revolutionary army only wants to overthrow their world government. Therefore, the 5 old stars made an excuse to these troublemakers. Then, he went to look for Im-sama in despair. As for Im, his face was very ugly today. Because of what happened last night, he felt very angry. He also swore secretly in his heart, if you let me find that guy, I will definitely slap your cramp. Let you know what is hot eyes. Yuan-jae didn't go to the east either. What happened yesterday was such a big stimulus for Im. Seeing the other party's narcissistic appearance, a few vicious words popped up from time to time in the second phase's mouth. The Yuan man's heart palpitated for a while. He regretted taking it at this time, regretting that he had stimulated this old woman. I didn't just say it, and I said the truth. Okay. In Yuan Gezi's love, he complained about this Im. From Yuanja's point of view, this Im looks like a crazy woman, and she is also a very old crazy woman. Alright, just keep on acting. Better not to mess with this crazy woman. Yuan-jae knew what happened yesterday, so he didn't mess with this crazy woman at this time. At this moment, the 5 old stars suddenly walked in, and the 5 old stars were very anxious at this time. After seeing the arrival of these people, I am no longer rambling. If the European style is known about such a thing, where should I put my faith? Therefore, this matter must not be known to other people. What the matter with you? At this time, Im returned to his usual indifferent look, and asked in a very cold tone, Sir Im, we have something to report. This matter may be related to the Revolutionary Army. The 5 old star with a short beard stood up and said. Hearing what this guy said, Im involuntarily frowned at this moment. She was very worried at this time, because yesterday was actually seen by Thief, and he was insulted like that thief. Hearing this again now makes Imna grow a little impatient. Tell me, what the hell is this? I think there may be people from the Revolutionary Army who have infiltrated our holy place. Mary Joah. The one who spoke was still the 5 old star with a short beard. He had a serious look on his face at this time. Indeed, if the Revolutionary Army infiltrated the Holy Land Mary Joah, it must be a very serious matter. After hearing this, Lord Yimu hinted at gnashing his teeth at this time. If it's as Wu Laoxing said, then the thief last night must be a member of the Revolutionary Army. What a Revolutionary Army! Im said through gritted teeth. Seeing the appearance of Lord Yimu, the 5 old stars at this time did not notice anything unusual, but felt that Lord Yimu really hated the Revolutionary Army too much. As a Tianlong person, you should hate the Revolutionary Army very much. As for Imu, the 5 old stars couldn't help but admire him at this time. While admiring, they sighed in their heart. It seems we old guys are really old. It's really terrifying. Yuan Jie was cultivating on the side, but his ears were very good, so he heard this too. After hearing this, Yuan Jie was also extremely depressed. When did the Revolutionary Army come? I do not know how. Seeing that IM didn't say it was very. At this time, he continued to say the following. Last night someone saw a female ghost in a white dress. In my opinion, it is estimated that the spies of the Revolutionary Army got the news and wanted to take advantage of the fact that so many Tianlong people died in our holy land. Mary Joah this time. They want to take the opportunity to do things. Let the internal chaos of our Tianlong people turn into a pot of porridge. After hearing this, Yuan Jie almost laughed, but he still held back, because wasn't that one last night IM was actually seen as a ghost. However, the guy dressed in such a way is indeed very scary, indeed a bit like a female ghost. However, Yuan Jie was very curious at this time. What kind of expression should the old woman Imu have on her face at this time? This guy probably believed it just now. It was the Revolutionary Army, but he never thought that what the other party said was actually himself. Indeed, Im's face at this time was very ugly, because the female ghost these guys are talking about is themselves. It turned out that the Revolutionary Army these guys were talking about was himself. It left IM really not sure what to say, but at this time, he didn't dare to say it all directly. If you say that one thing, where will your face be at that time? You are the supreme leader of the Tianlong people. Therefore, IM, who originally wanted to get angry, tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart at this time. Of course, in my heart, I changed my greetings to the 18th generation of the ancestor of the guy from last night, because she didn't expect that the guy peeked at her taking a bath and insulted herself, but she didn't expect that even today, it was still so irritating. She is also regarded as a ghost. Do you look like a ghost yourself? At this time, she really wanted to live in the Dragon Man on the day she said this and teach her a good lesson, and then look at Yika to see if she looked like a ghost. Although there is fire in my heart, at this time, he had to hold back. As for Yuan Jie at this time, it was really a bit uncomfortable. He knew all this. It's so ridiculous to make such a thing happen. 89. This Imu is a bit funny. Please recommend a reward. He wanted to laugh very much, but at this time he couldn't laugh. This made Yuan Jie very uncomfortable. After the guy finished talking about the scene, he suddenly asked the Lord Yijian at this time. Lord Yijian, what should we do with that guy? Hearing this, IM that at this time really didn't know what to say. He really wanted to teach the guy in front of him a good lesson. That is obviously himself, and now these people think that he is a Revolutionary Army. The most hateful thing is that the old man in front of him even asked himself what to do. What can I do to myself? But think from the other side. These guys don't know it's me. Instead, it was considered the Revolutionary Army. If these guys are made to recognize him as him, then his opinions and things will likely be known by others. After thinking about this, IM said to these people indifferently, what to do? Do you want me to teach you? You old guys are not young. IM's words were filled with sullen anger. Hearing Imu say this, the 5 old stars at this time didn't know what to say. After being reprimanded by Imu, these 5 old stars all went back in disgrace. It's not enough. Lord Im is a little abnormal. Could it be that Lord Yim hates those revolutionary troops so much? Well, I don't think about that anymore. Immediately after the 5 old stars left, Yimu's expression changed, because he didn't expect that what happened last night would turn into such a joke. Really infuriating. That guy is so nasty. Don't let me know who it is. Even in the ends of the earth, the old lady will shave your skin. Immediately, Im looked at Yuan Jie, who was practicing on the side, because at this time, she remembered what the guy said, saying that looking at herself is really hot eyes. So he asked Yuan Jie, that Charles Saint, what do you think of me? Yuan Jie was also stunned for a moment, but soon Yuan Jie understood that this was probably stimulated by yesterday. That's why this guy asked such a strange question. Of course Yuan Jie knew what the other party wanted to ask, but at this time, Yuan Jie was acting foolishly, because those H words are so outrageous. Because yesterday, I said that the other party has hot eyes. Even if I strip naked in front of me, I won't take a look. However, if you compliment the other party for being good-looking, beautiful, and so on, Yuan Jie himself feels that he can't stand it. Sir, I am very kind and very patient. This is Yuan Jie's answer to I am. When saying this, Yuan Jie felt very disobedient. However, now whoever calls himself on the other side's territory, he should be honest. Hearing this, I am also frowned at this time, because these are obviously not the answers he wants. However, I heard Yuan Jie complimenting himself like this. At this time, she secretly said in her heart, I'm not as bad as you say. I'm not talking about my character, but my appearance. What do you think of me? I am corrected the other party at this time. Lord I am look very kind and kind. Yuan Jie knew what the other party meant, but at this time he was just pretending to be confused. youth. Although what Yuan Jie said did not make Imu very satisfied, he was still very happy with what Yuan Jie said. I'm not referring to what you said. It's just my appearance. Haven't you seen many beautiful women? If I compare with them, what do you think of me? When I said this, she was also very embarrassed. My age is really embarrassing to ask such a thing. However, she really wanted to prove that she was not as bad as the thief said. However, in Yuan Jie's view, this Imu was probably stimulated, so he wanted to find some solace. Yuan Jie pondered for a while, and then said to Imu, Sir, Imu must have the same charm. How can those vulgar fans be able to compare? I really wanted to hear the words of St. Charles rose in front of him. However, he is also very satisfied with what Yuan Jie said, because he is not as bad as the thief said. Looks like I'm still not as bad as you say. I also murmured softly. Yuan Jie heard this too. For what I said, Yuan Jie really didn't know what to say at this time. All right, just be a good person yourself. Come and comfort the lonely old man, Yuan Jie said to himself in his heart. After comforting himself for a while, I then solemnly said to Yuan St. Charles Rose, I only asked about today's matter every year, so don't tell me about it. If you say it out, then my old Xing Xing will definitely talk a lot. You can keep it secret for me. Hearing this, Yuan Jie was really speechless. Because I am embarrassed. This guy actually threw the whole pot on the 5 old stars. Yuan Jie was a little sympathetic to the 5 old people at this time, because these guys have undoubtedly become pot bearers. Yuan Jie nodded. Seeing that Yuan Jie agreed, I said to Yuan, let's practice here today. I still have things to do. Yuan Jie is also very hopeful to leave. She really couldn't stand the in front of her. At this time, Yuan Jie began to regret the evil dragon. I shouldn't have come to this place myself. He originally thought that this was a very good opportunity to let himself investigate the baby's love for One Ge here knows that I am a wicked person after all. Although she is an old woman, this guy has the heart of a girl. In Yuan Je's view, this is not the so-called rejuvenation, but this Yimu's heart is rippling. After returning to his room, Yuan Jie was also relieved. Then he laughed out loud, because he has been holding back for too long. After laughing for a while, Yuan Jie stopped. I really can't stand that ignorant old woman. It seems that I should try my best to get out of this hell. Let the real St. Charles come back. At this time, Yuan Jie also sighed with emotion, because he really can't stand Of course, the main thing is that his purpose of coming to this holy land marry Joah this time has been achieved. Better to leave by yourself. So at this time, Yuan Jie began to plan to leave by himself. At this time, he began to plan his own departure. He wants to get the original St. Charles back. All but also unknowingly. 90. Hurry up and run. As for the time when the St. Charles lecture and everything are said, then threaten the other party yourself. If you let the other party know that you have done so many things by relying on the identity of the other party, that guy must not dare to speak his words out. Then it will be miserable to press the guy. Looks like it's going to be a lot of trouble for Rayleigh and Nagular. Yuan Jie also sighed with emotion. That guy Rayleigh is so powerful, but that guy is so low-key. Yuan Jie sighed with emotion. That guy Fengjun goes to Han with such strength, so don't worry at all. Yuan Jie didn't think about it at this time. If I leave here, what am I going to do then? Yuan Jie had a question in his heart. Although I want to collect devil fruit, the devil fruit seems to have that guy in every corner of the water world. If you run around the world, I definitely don't have that time. Therefore, he has to plan well at this time. Am I going to the new world like those young people? All right, I seem to be able to go to the new world too. There are quite a few devil fruit there. You have to get a foothold in the new world, then just kill Big Mom and Kaido. Those people should have a lot of devil fruits under them. Yuan Jie is thinking, but I'll have to go to Doflamingos when the time comes. That guy is good at business. I'll do business with your guy too, and that's pretty good. I don't know where those guys from Luffy are, and when that ace was caught. If you want to play in the advanced city, I will not return the black boy's devil fruit to the other party. That guy's dark fruit is very unusual, especially if the opponent can be a devil fruit ability person and cannot use the devil fruit ability for a short period of time. This devil fruit must be found earlier. If only I had this devil fruit. To deal with the Akainu who rely on the ability of the devil fruit, hang these guys directly when the time comes. Seeing that these guys don't have the ability of devil fruit, what else is going on? But it doesn't seem to take long to be separated from those guys. Naturally, such a thing has not happened yet. It seems that I think too much. I'd better go to sleep first. On this day, Yuan Jie really thought a lot, and he thought of these at the beginning. But later on, he gradually thought of his girlfriend and his parents. They hadn't seen each other for decades, and in Yuan Jie's mind, their appearances and figures gradually blurred. After thinking of this, Yuan Jie felt melancholy in his heart. I will definitely go back. Yuan Jie's eyes were firm at this time. As for the days that followed, it might be Yuan Jie's words that had a big impact on Im. At this time, Yimu didn't do what he did yesterday yesterday, so he didn't think about it. She's back to what she was before. Seeing the other party like this, Yuan-jae also breathed a sigh of relief, because this guy is really very vengeful, and in Yuan-jae's view, this guy is a little crazy. The I am in front of me didn't match the I am in my mind at that time. Originally, he thought that I am should be a man. However, the I am in front of him is a woman, and there are differences in gender. As the leader of the Tianlong people, even the 5 old stars must obey orders. At least he is a very domineering person. But the I am in front of him, in Yuan-jae's view, has nothing to do with domineering. The other party is a crazy old woman. Just pretend that I am is not in your mind. Yuan-jae also complained in his heart. At this moment, Imu suddenly said to Yuan-jae, "You have come to study with me for a few days too. Why don't you come and practice with me? The most important thing for practicing these is to have actual combat. Use it in actual combat, in order to better grasp. All of these complement each other." Quote. Hearing this, Yuan-jae scolded mother in his heart. He's not an idiot. As for this nonsense, it's just a matter of his own, and what this guy is saying is also very unprofessional. Of course, Yuan-jae's attention is not on these major principles. What he cared about at this time was that this I am was going to fight himself. This guy obviously wants to use himself as a sandbag. You guys are simply ungrateful. You know who saved you when you were crazy. Yuan-jae was scolding secretly in his heart. I am just a rookie who has just learned for a few days. Yuan-jae doesn't know how powerful the opponent's strength is, but Yuan-jae can stop, which is more than enough to deal with the current self. Of course, it was also Yuan-jae who wanted to develop himself into a rookie. Of course, if Yuan-jae's firepower is full, it is still unknown who will kill the deer. Of course, after the firepower is fully turned on, you will run away inside yourself. If he was rushed by the 5 old stars and a few people, then he would really die. Yuan-jae feels that he is very powerful, but he is not confident enough that he can pick it, and the strength of leaving a guy one by one is also very good. Even if it is a 1 to 6, this is someone else's territory. If you can't win, you can find someone to help you. But what about myself? If you can't win, then there will only be a dead end. He didn't count on his crew to save him. Then Crocodile would have liked to die sooner. If he died, then the other party would not be afraid of his own threat. As for Hawkeye, in Yuan-jae's opinion, this guy invited him here to support the scene. As for the 2 giants, they were a bit silly, and if they came to save themselves, they would have come 1,000 miles away. Therefore, none of these guys are reliable. In Yuan-jae's view, he can only be used as a sandbag by the other party. Hi you and I am. You old woman, remember me? Yuan-jae faced Imu with incomparable resentment in his heart. Ah, I am sneezed for no apparent reason at this time. What the matter? Is someone scolding me? I am muttered. Hearing this, Yuan-jae was really speechless at this time. You can feel it. Charles ain't. Let's get started. I am said to Yuan. Yuan-jae was very happy at this time, and then nodded. Then, in the face of Im's offensive, Yuan-jae showed no strength to fight back. Because I am acting as a rookie now, if I don't want to act, I will find out at that time. This is also why Yuan-jae immediately understood that the other party wanted to use himself as a sandbag. You were wrong. You should be punching like this. With that said, Yuan-jae was punched by Im. Yuan-jae was extremely depressed at this time, because I was watching the other party beat me. However, he can dodge or fight back, but he can only stand dumbfounded and hit the opponent. Hi you and Im. You remember to Lao Su. You old woman. Yuan-jae looked as if he had been taught, but in his heart, Yuan-jae greeted the 18th generation of Im's ancestors. 91. Imu with small breasts and no brain. Of course, Yuan-jae at this time was extremely regretful. He felt like he was going to start running last night. If that's the case, I wouldn't be so suffocated today. Although I am not very hard on himself, but at this time, Yuan-jae was very unhappy in his heart, because watching himself being beaten, is it still in his heart? That guy is definitely a masochist. Such practical training did not last long, because Yuan-jae's performance at this time was almost unbearable. Seeing such a scene, Im also had to listen at this time. This is the end of the day. Just remember what I told you. Im said to Yuan-jae lightly. As for how upset Yuan-jae was at this time, how upset it was. This guy is so nasty. If there is a chance, we will continue next time. I feel that the cultivation process will be faster. After Im finished the previous one, the guy suddenly added. At this time, Yuan-jae was really scolding her mother. This guy definitely did it on purpose, and also said all of this in such a high-sounding manner. Soon, another idea came to Yuan-jae's mind. Did this guy see that I'm not St. Charles Rose, so he treats me so lovingly? This is not scientific. I feel that my acting skills are great, and I have no problem getting an Oscar statuette. Impossible to find. It seems that I should leave this place earlier. As for the latter matter, it will be handled by St. Charles Rose. According to the guy who bullies the male and the female, I can be regarded as doing a good thing for the world. Yuan-jae had a secret plan. At night, he began to move, because Yuan-Jae really couldn't take it anymore. He is strong, but he has dignity. Yuan-Jae secretly approached Im's house. Although he suffered a loss last time, at this time I am still not closing his door at night. Even the door inside the bathroom was open, and I am was still taking a shower at this time. However, if you see I am like this now, Yuan-Jae would definitely be surprised, because at this time, I am was bathing in clothes. As for why this guy looks like this, it's because he wants to catch the guy from the last time. If he closed the door by himself, he would definitely be shocked, or the guy wouldn't show up. Therefore, she will be like this. This time, Yuan-Jae was outside and Emmy went in, because Yuan-Jae was afraid to go in. The old woman was taking a bath with the door open again. When she saw it, it was really irritating. Of course, Yuan-Jae felt safe outside, just like the other party is about to eat people. Yuan-Jae knew that this IM would definitely not let him go. If he is really trapped by the other party, how can he run away then? But that crazy woman will definitely fight with herself. Therefore, such a risk cannot be taken. That crazy woman doesn't want to die, but she wants to die. After Yuan-Jae came to the door, he was ready to run away at any time. His devil fruit has been switched to Momo fruit at this time. At this time, he was always ready to run away. After everything was ready, Yuan-Jae shouted outside at this time, "Old woman, naked old woman with hot eyes, your grandfather will fight you for 300 rounds this time." When Yuan-Jae said this, it just felt a little weird. Make yourself want to be the same as the other person. I want to fight with each other with real swords and guns. Caw. Alright, talk about this knowledge. I'm ready to run away at any time. I'm not stupid. Who is going to fight that crazy old woman? How boring. What if you win the battle? You can't get devil fruits yourself. Fighting without devil fruit would be hooliganism. Therefore, he did not fight that crazy woman. If the other party took out dozens of devil fruit, then he might still consider it. I am heard this, and this time hinted that he was ecstatic, because this guy really dared to come. Sexy thief, I'm sure to catch you today, and then I'll peel you off with cramp so that you know what a hot eye is. I am snap. Of course, his so-called joy immediately turned into anger, because this guy actually said that about himself. Just a woman can't stand it. Yuan-Jae's body trembled when he heard this, because he did not expect that this IM was so vicious. I just scolded the other party a few words. Did the other party do this? Caw. Alright, don't think about it. I'll just run away. After Yuan-Jae thought of this, he immediately used the ability of Momo's fruit to increase his speed to the extreme. I am just out. Yuan-Jae was like a light that disappeared in an instant. Seeing such a scene, I am also immediately chased after him. But soon, I am was nowhere to be seen. This made I am gnashing his teeth, because he didn't expect this guy to run so fast. Today, no matter what, I'm going to catch you, a whore, Imho said through gritted teeth at this time. Yuan-Jae did not dare to be kept by the other party, although he tried to test the strength of this IM, but it was too dangerous. Therefore, do not try to test each other. After Yuan-Jae escaped, he came to the place where Girldo was. This time, he didn't break through the window. After all, last time, people were doing big things. For this partner who can cooperate for a long time, Yuan-Jae feels that he still has to give each other some respect. Therefore, at this time, Yuan-Jae began to knock on the door. However, he saw a white robe not far away. At this time, he doesn't care whether he respects it or not. Straight through the window. When Girldo heard this voice, he didn't care whether he was doing something important at this time. He immediately put on a pair of clothing, then opened the door, but no one was seen. But soon, he saw a white figure. He immediately thought of the rumors that had recently circulated in the Holy Land. Mary Joah. That guy is a ghost. Damn it. After shouting, Goulardo was also ready to close the door immediately. After seeing the movement here, I am also came this way. Did you see anyone? I am questioned at this time. No. At this time, Goulardo shook his head like a rattle. 92. Goulardo doubts life. Of course, at this time, his lower body was trembling constantly, because the guy in front of him is definitely a ghost. This guy's hair is loose, and his body is wet. What can it be if it is not a ghost? In the middle of the night, who would dress like this? Hearing this, I am was ready to leave, but just as I am was leaving, I am suddenly asked, am I so ghostly? Girldo really didn't know what to say at this time. You can't tell anyone what happened in the past few nights. After saying this, I am heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, that guy looks like that. What else can it be if it's not a ghost? Girldo couldn't help but complain. However, at this moment, as soon as he turned around, he saw Yuan-Jae behind him. Ghost. Yuan-Jae really didn't know what to say about this, but after seeing Yuan-Jae clearly, he immediately became very embarrassed at this time. However, he was also very curious at this time. Didn't Yuan-Jae just come the day before yesterday? Could it be that he is coming to him again now to ask for a devil fruit? However, at this time, although I wanted to buy devil fruit from Doflamingo, this time has not yet arrived. Therefore, at this time, Girldo was embarrassed. That Yuan. When the other party said this, Yuan-Jae gave the other party a warning look. See, Yuan Yuan-jae like this. At this time, Goulardo immediately understood. He knew that the other party didn't want him to call him by his first name. I've already bought you that devil fruit, but it's still not available, because you just took the devil fruit from me not long ago. Goulardo explained at this time. I came to you today not because of this matter, but because of other things for you to do. As for the money, I cannot do without you, Yuan-jae said lightly to Goulardo. Hearing this, Goulardo at this time also let out a sigh of relief. However, he was very curious as to what the other party wanted to do by himself. But before Goulardo asked, Yuan-jae said to himself, I want you to find someone. After saying this, Yuan-jae also stopped, because at this time, Yuan-jae, in order to be cautious, should not let other people know. Yuan-jae sensed that there were still people in the room. Therefore, at this time, Yuan-jae directly unleashed his domineering arrogance and directly knocked out the person in the room. In the face of the sudden pressure, Goulardo was also heartbroken, because he did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Just now, I was a little breathless. He was in a cold sweat from being frightened, because he thought that the other party was going to do something to him. But seeing that he was fine, Goulardo knew that the other party was not doing something to himself. Otherwise, with the strength of an opponent, if the opponent wants to kill him, it is as simple as stepping on an ant. However, at this time, Goulardo was very curious, because what the other party was doing just now. Yuan-jae also saw Goulardo's thought. Then, he said lightly, I just let the person in the room sleep. It's better for some people not to know about this kind of thing. Hearing this, Goulardo at this time also suddenly realized. Obviously, Yuan-jae in front of him knew that there was someone in the room. Therefore, just in case, I used the domineering arrogance of the overlord to feint the person in the room. Goulardo still has a certain understanding of this domineering. When I think of it, this guy is still using the domineering arrogance of the overlord. Goulardo also sighed in his heart. How awesome is this guy? Of course, Goulardo didn't bother about these. At this time, he was very seriously preparing to listen to what kind of task Yuan-jae was going to give himself. I don't think there's much meaning in this holy land, Mary Joah. Therefore, I'd better leave at this time. In order not to cause a big disturbance, I think it's better to get that Charles Rose Saint guy back. Yuan-jae didn't have any shyness at this time. Since he wants to ask the other party for help, the other party naturally needs to know about this matter. That guy Charles Saint isn't dead, Goulardo asked curiously. I was going to kill that guy, but now it seems that all this is unnecessary. Yuan-jae said lightly. Sir, I went to your house to look for you. Why didn't I find you? You in those days were not there. Where did you go? For this, Goulardo is very curious, because he knew that there must be many unusual things about Yuan-jae. For example, why did the 5 old stars treat him with such respect? Yuan-jae didn't want to hide this at this time, and it wasn't a big deal either. And if you let this guy know about this, it will be easier to do things on your own when the time comes. However, Yuan-jae did not answer the other party's question at this time. Instead he asked, do you know who the top decision maker of your Tianlong people is? At this time, Goulardo only felt very inexplicable, because he didn't know why Yuan-jae asked himself such a question. That must be the 5 old stars. He knew this when he was very young. Isn't Yuan-jae mentally retarded by asking such a question now? However, at this time, Goulardo felt that Yuan-jae must have a deep meaning, and it must have something to do with the things he asked. Therefore, at this time, he asked uncertainly, isn't it the 5 old stars? Seeing the other party answering his own question, Yuan-jae felt that, as he said, not many people knew Imam's identity. They have always believed that the 5 old stars are the highest decision makers of the Tianlong people. Yuan-jae shook his head. Seeing Yuan-jae shaking his head, at this time, Goulardo felt more and more doubts in his heart. Because looking at Yuan-jae like this, it is obvious that the other party will not deceive him. If it's not the 5 old stars, who else would it be? Goulardo said very uncertainly at this time. Do you know who the woman who came just now is? I don't know. That woman is crazy. It's not a good person at first glance. I'm also curious. This guy is wandering around in the Holy Land Mary Joah. Why is no one attacking this guy? In this regard, Goulardo is also very puzzled. He knew that this woman had caused quite a stir in this holy place, Mary Joah. She is actually the highest decision maker of your Tianlong people. Even the 5 old stars should call each other Lord Imu. At this time, Yuan-jae said lightly to Goulardo, when I heard that the devil-like woman I saw before turned out to be the highest decision maker of their Tianlong people, Goulardo was obviously a little disbelieving. He always thought that the 5 old stars were the decision makers of their Tianlong people. Why didn't he think that the decision maker of their Tianlong people was actually a woman? And she's a woman who looked crazy. In Goulardo's eyes, was such an impression. How is that possible? What's the matter with that crazy woman? Our highest decision maker in Tianlong. Are you kidding me? Yuan. Goulardo didn't believe it at all. 93. Imu is very aggrieved. They are very proud of each and every one of them. That woman didn't look a bit like a heavenly dragon at all. When Yuan-jae heard this, Girl-Do couldn't believe it. At this time, Yuan-Jae really shouldn't say anything, because he also saw it. This Girl-Do really couldn't accept all of this. If it were him, he probably wouldn't believe that this guy was his leader. Such a ghost. Of course, the most important thing is not this. The most important thing is that this guy is so stupid. He didn't even know that these Tianlong people did not perish under the leadership of a guy like I am. Moreover, this guy's chest is not very big. His chest is small, and he is still so brainless. Looking at Goulardo's disbelief, Yuan-Jae showed a sad face at this time. Of course, Yuan-Jae was still a little embarrassed at this time. If it wasn't for himself, this IM wouldn't be like this now. Is she really our top decision maker? Girl-Do asked suspiciously at this time. Yes, otherwise, my 5 old stars wouldn't be so respectful to me. It's mainly because of my generation that I took the apprentice. Yuan-Jae still had a look of disbelief when he saw the other party. At this time, Yuan-Jae explained, you don't even think about it. If it wasn't for your top decision maker, the guy wouldn't be so daring to be so blatant in the Holy Land. Marry Joah. Even me, I don't have that a gut. Hearing what Yuan-Jae said, Girl-Do was very suspicious at this time, because this is really what Yuan-Jae said, because they still have a lot of masters here. If the other party is not their highest decision maker, then the other party may be a crazy woman. However, at this time, Girl-Do believed even more that that guy was just a crazy woman. Seeing the other party still doesn't believe it, Yuan-Jae could only show a sad face at this time. He didn't want to say anything at this time. All you have to do is tell this guy, and he will naturally know what to do when the time comes. I have been practicing with the other party, so I have never been in my original residence. Now that I come to you, I have sneaked out. Yuan-Jae explained at this time. You know all of this now. You will get that guy from St. Charles. I'll take care of it. As for the money, this should be enough for you. You can't do everything together. Go. After saying this, Yuan-Jae left the gold and left. But when he left, Yuan-Jae added, you'd better set a time. I will come to you when the time comes. At this time, Yuan-Jae ignored Girl-Do, who was already a little stupid. If I let the crazy woman in IM know that I'm going out, I'll be very bad. The reason why Yuan-Jae is like this is also because this IM really is a crazy woman. If you let that crazy woman know that she did all this by herself, that crazy woman will definitely be endless with herself. Otherwise, if Yuan-Jae wants to leave, the face will leave. As for going back, just kill St. Charles Rose directly. That guy is a scum, and killing the opponent himself is also killing the people. At the same time, at this time, I am still wandering around the Holy Land. Marry Joah like a lonely ghost. This scared a lot of Tianlong people. I am looking like a ghost now. I am didn't care. What I am cared about at this time was that abominable hooligan. That guy looked at himself. Forget it. He even dared to provoke himself today. This made I am very angry. At this time, he could not wait to slash Yuan-Jae with 1,000 knives. This guy is so nasty. If you can't even catch such a guy, then you really can't swallow this bad breath. I am making such a big noise. Soon these guards of the Tianlong people were dispatched. The 5 old stars also specially warned them that guy might be an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. He wanted to take advantage of what happened in the Holy Land Mariaoa, and she wanted to muddy the water in the Holy Land Mariaoa. Therefore, they are also dispatched one after another, because that guy must have strength, otherwise he would not be so ostentatious. Therefore, when they heard that the female ghost appeared again, they were dispatched one by one. Be sure to arrest this guy, Kosus said through gritted teeth at this time. I am responsible for the safety of the Holy Land. Marry Joah. But these days, such a big thing has happened in a row. This made his life not very good. He was reprimanded a lot by the 5 old stars. Therefore, he was gnashing his teeth at each and every female ghost. If he caught the other party, he must not make the other party feel better. After they got the news, they rushed over immediately. But when they rushed over, a female ghost had already left. This made Kosus extremely angry. They then followed the trail all the way to find the path. As for IM, in his opinion, the Holy Land Mary Joan is his own territory. Therefore, she has no fear of it at all. At this time, she was going door to door to find Yuan-Jae's whereabouts. That guy must not have left the Holy Land. Marry Joah. Even if I dig 3 feet into the ground, I must find that guy. This time it was the rattling of teeth. Soon, Koster found Koster was very happy when he saw because I finally found this guy. You bastard. You are acting like a ghost in our holy place. You'd better let me be obedient and capture it. If we catch Ebby, then you will have nothing to do. Scott said unceremoniously at this time. Was on the verge of anger at this time. At this time, she was too lazy to care about these people. You better leave my business alone. Otherwise, I'll be rude to you guys. Imna warned unceremoniously. Hearing this, Scott just laughed. This is the territory of the world government, and you can't tolerate the Revolutionary Army. I'd like to see, why are you being rude to us people? Scott's tone at this time was very playful, because in his opinion, the woman in front of him must not be unable to escape. There are so many people in his group, and the strength of these people is not ordinary. If there is no strength, the 5 old stars will not dare to entrust such a heavy matter to themselves. Imu was originally angry at Yuanji's provocation. Now these guys from the world government are also coming to provoke him, which makes Im very resentful in his heart. However, at this time, Imu strongly suppressed the anger in his heart. These are their own after all. I am a Tianlong person. You better not mess with me. Even if the 5 old stars come, you must be very respectful to me. At this time, Im directly revealed his identity. Hearing this, the Coster group laughed. 94. Imu is going crazy, because the devil-like guy in front of him actually said that he was a Tianlong person. Do you really think you are an idiot? This guy is also a Tianlong person. Would Tianlong people look like this? Obviously, the other party is lying to them and treating them as fools. Why are you farting here? Just like you, the 5 old stars will respect you, and you are considered a Tianlong person. If you are a Tianlong person, then I am the ancestor of the Tianlong people. What do you really think we guys are? Can't you see? After saying this, Scott continued to add, you don't even wear Tianlong clothes. Are you still a Tianlong? It's really a joke. And even if you wear Tianlong clothes, maybe you are from which Tianlong if it is taken off from a person's body. That's not necessarily true. This got mouthed and shown. That is unbelief. Originally, he was very angry at this time, and now Scott's remarks are undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. At this time, really couldn't bear the anger in his heart, because even such a guy dared to look down on himself. How could he bear all this at this time? Without further ado, attacked these guys directly. Scott saw this crazy woman attack them. When he found it, he was ready and gave an order. Catch this crazy woman. How dare you make trouble in the Holy Land, Mary Joah? I just don't want to live. Hear the order of their captain. They attacked each other one by one. It can only be said that these guys really underestimate Im. Of course, I don't have to say that although I am not very brainy, this guy's strength is very terrifying. He didn't say anything at this time. His eyes were very cold at this time, but this guy released a strong coercion. The pressure made them a little breathless. Seeing this, Scott was also shocked at this time, because he did not expect that the strength of the guy in front of him was so powerful. He knew that this powerful coercion was the domineering arrogance of a tyrant. You must know that the overlord is domineering, that is, the guy with the appearance of the overlord. Moreover, the ability to have such a domineering guy in the future is 1 in 10,000. Moreover, domineering is the most difficult kind of domineering to cultivate. However, the domineering coercion of the other party was so powerful. He also knew that the tyrannical arrogance can only have such an effect on guys who are weaker than himself. If the opponent's strength is higher than his own, then the role of this tyrannical domineering will not be so great. After thinking of this cut together, Scott's face was pale and very ugly, because the guy in front of them is regarded as a crazy woman, and his strength is very powerful. Following Scott's others, his face was not much better than Scott's at this time. These guys also know these things, and their strength is weaker than themselves. Therefore, this feeling is even more obvious than Scott. Although the opponent's strength is very strong, but at this time Scott's eyes are very cold and asks, who are you? Didn't manage all this at this time. She was full of anger at this time. Therefore, she could not listen to these words at all. At this time, she didn't stop at all, and punched the opponent's chest directly. Seeing such a scene, Scott at this time only felt that danger was coming. Since the other party did not answer his own question, and the other party still looked like this, the other party was obviously the enemy. As for those subordinates of Scott, this time also knows such a truth. They are not fools. Therefore, when Im's punch came over, they also attacked one by one at this time. This Im is worthy of being the highest executor of the Tianlong people. This guy's strength is very unusual. She just punched. Some guys were directly knocked away by such a punch from her. After flying, one by one still coughed up blood. Although at this time, their Tianlong guards have a huge advantage in numbers, but this time it didn't work. Im was really angry at this time. When I saw the scene, it looked like this. Scott's face was ashen, and it was very unsightly. If you don't have enough strength, retreat for me. Otherwise, you guys will die for the guy. It still us a few of you. You still go to inform the 5 old stars. We people are not the opponents of this guy in front of you. Scott this time, that's the initiative with Im tangled together, because he has his own ability to resist the attack of this crazy woman. If it is blocked with other people, of course it was to die. Of course, at this time, Scott had to forcibly support, because at that time, he will definitely not be the opponent of this crazy woman in front of him. At this time, he can only call people. If the 5 old stars come over, then the other party will definitely be unable to escape. Therefore, at this time, he could only forcefully support it. Hearing this, a guy soon went to look for the 5 old stars. If this is the case, the captain of his own is very likely to die. As for the other people, they really couldn't stand this scene, and they all came to support Scott at this time, and no one backed down. Of course, just taught these guys a good lesson. Didn't want the lives of these guys. After all, these guys do it to themselves. Obviously these guys don't know their identities, and all this is understandable. Of course, the main thing is that these guys are not afraid of life and death. These guys are doing their best to protect their dragons, and didn't kill them. These people are working hard with them now, and there are very few guys who are willing to work hard for their Tianlong people. After thinking of this, the anger in Yimu's heart gradually calmed down. Then, he immediately stopped his fighting. Even if you beat these guys seriously, it is definitely not a very good thing. Therefore, at this time, was freed from the battle. Seeing such a scene, Scott's face at this time was very ugly, because in Scott's opinion, this guy must have heard just now that he is going to call the 5 old stars, so this guy doesn't want to entangle with his group. The other party want to run away. Several of his subordinates were seriously injured by this crazy woman in front of him, and this matter can't be ended so easily. You must entangle each other well, and when the 5 old stars arrive, this guy will definitely be caught by them. After all, the strength of the 5 old stars is very powerful, and there are still 5. Therefore, it is absolutely enough to deal with the crazy women in front of them. 95. The 5 old stars have to be respectful too. Open black lens bracket, ask for and reward close black lens bracket. Be sure to entangle this guy. Absolutely can't let her run away. This is Scott thinking at this time. He didn't think it was a good thing for the other party to let him go. Instead, he thought that if the crazy woman in front of him ran away, it would be a very bad thing. Even Scott felt that several things that happened in this holy place Mary Joah must have an inseparable relationship with the crazy woman in front of him. Was going to let him go, but Scott didn't. This makes this time that really don't know what to say. If he is really entangled by these people, then that hateful guy will definitely not know where he went. That's one of the reasons doesn't entangle with these people. What do you want to do? Angrily scolded at this time. If he is entangled by this guy in front of him, that hateful guy will definitely be hard to catch. Haha. Since you dare to make trouble in our holy land Mary Joah and want to escape, it's not that simple. Scott sneered at this time. Brothers, this guy must have something to do with what happened before. We must entangle him and wait for other people to support him. At this time, Scott also ordered to his brothers. Soon, they surrounded again. Was very hard at this time, because these people are very sincere, even if they let them go. But if these people really entangle themselves, that hateful guy will definitely not be able to live. Is also very uncertain whether that hateful guy will appear. If you lose this opportunity, then the other party will definitely not be able to grasp the other party. Of course, if you take a heavy hand on these people, you can solve this person at once. But at this time, really didn't want to. After all, these guys are all their own. The strength of these people is a little weaker than their own, but these are a group of strong people in their world government. I am the supreme leader of the Tianlong people. Even the 5 old stars must obey my orders. This time that is no longer hiding his identity. At this time, she took it directly to reveal her identity, because felt that if his identity was revealed, then some things could be solved. However, was too low-key before. Therefore, to these people in the Holy Land Mary Joah are rarely aware of this name. Only a few people knew of Im's existence. Of course, this is also the arrangement of the world government. Let the master hide. In the past, rot directly hit their holy place, Mary Joah. At that time, Tianlong people died a lot. Therefore, the world government will make people do not have the existence of If such a thing really happened, then all this can be saved. Therefore, this allows to hide his rank. It is precisely because of this that these guys are very unfamiliar when they hear the name of They have never heard such a name at all. What the hell are you doing? And you are the leader of the Tianlong people and the executor of the world government. It's just a joke. The whole world government is jointly run by 5 old stars. You really think I'm a fool? Scott hit it rudely. At this time, he felt that the crazy woman in front of him was really stupid. To make up such a lie. Simply ridiculous. Unless you are a fool, you will believe everything the other party says. This guy must be scared. That's why we say such stupid things. Do you really think we are stupid? Therefore, we must hold on to each other. Just wait until the 5 old stars arrive. Scott encouraged at this time. That was extremely angry at that word. That right. That was very angry, because the other party actually said such a thing. All this is really good. How stupid are you? Is it a joke to be a world leader? But he is a Tianlong person, the leader of the world government. You guys dare to say that to me like this? I tell you, even my 5 old stars wouldn't dare to say no to me like that. If that's the case, then I won't show mercy to you guys. Im's tone was very cold. Therefore, she was really irritated by these guys again. Seeing this crazy woman in front of her look like this. At this time, Scott laughed, because the other party was obviously provoked by himself. In this case, the opponent will continue to fight with his party. Is this guy really a lunatic? Really think of yourself as a Tianlong person, the leader of the world government. This is downright ridiculous. Of course, Scott was still very sad at this time, because the other party is definitely a top powerhouse. However, such a strong man is a guy with a problem in his mind. Of course, he was extremely depressed at this time, because of why there are frequent wrong people appearing recently, and it's still that kind of top powerhouse. Even if the previous Yuanj was one, the guy in front of him who claimed to be IM is also one. You know, I have never heard the names of these people before. These are like broken thoughts flashing in Scott's mind. Soon, Scott thought that if he let this guy continue to fight them, he would stimulate this crazy woman a lot. This is what Scott thinks of doing. That is unequivocal. Crazy woman, do you really think you are the head of the dragon and the world government? That's ridiculous. And you look like this. I think you should go to a mental hospital. Crazy woman, if you have the ability, then you can wait until the 5 old stars arrive. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. Scott said something when he thought of deep evil. Those words were irritating. I am not good. What I said was really good or not? How dare these people speak of themselves like this? Is it really as bad as the other party said? At this time, IM was a little suspicious of Light. Of course, at this time, she was burning with anger and her eyes were bright, because she had never been so humiliated before, and humiliated himself. It turned out to be some of his subordinate. It really made her unbearable. Of course, at this time, IM was very aggrieved. Is what he said really good? 96. The warring state period arrived, but these people obviously do not believe everything they say. This made him very depressed, looking for death. IM snorted angrily. After that, he mercilessly attacked that Scott. Scott was very happy to see the other party like this at this time. Obviously, his words worked. As for his subordinate, at this time, Scott was incomparably admired, because Scott kept this crazy woman in this way. As for Scott's subordinate, it seems that Scott's move has worked. Therefore, they are also model and study with Scott. One by one, it was crazy to stimulate this crazy woman in front of her. Their words, one by one, are extremely unpleasant. According to IM was really pissed, because he didn't expect that he would be mocked by these guys. At this time, he didn't look for Shuan Yuanj either. She in that time had cold eye. These guys must teach these numbers well. Otherwise, why is he still secretly ruling the whole world? Originally, IM was going to kill Scott, but to be told by these people, IM was very irritating. Therefore, Imna at this time doesn't care about the 3,721 killed directly at these guys. At this time, IM already lost his mind when he was stimulated by these guys, because these guys humiliated her like this. Even if I am not crazy at this time, but I am like crazy at this time, extremely crazy. These guys are a little weaker, and they are directly bleed by Yimu's punch. Some people's arms were even screwed off by IM. IM was like a bloodthirsty madman at this time. It was incomparably crazy. Although these guys keep besieging IM, but IM's strength is too strong, so many of them couldn't stop her at all. Seeing that his subordinates were severely injured by the crazy woman in front of him, Scott was extremely bitter at this time. However, this time, there is no way. At this time, he could only pray that the 5 old stars would come earlier. If the 5 old stars had come earlier, they would have lost less people. Of course, he also regretted it a little at this time, because he seems to have stimulated the mad woman in front of him a little bit and made him ruthless. So this mad woman has become so cruel. You must know that you have no such fighting power when you have fought against each other before. Obviously, the way this crazy woman is now is stimulated by these people. Seeing that his subordinates are still entangled with this crazy woman, Scott immediately said to these people at this time, don't stimulate this crazy woman now. It's very likely that this crazy woman is like this because she was stimulated by us. Just make sure that this guy doesn't run away. When Scott finished saying this, IM looked at Scott fiercely, because this guy dared to call himself a crazy woman. You are obviously normal, okay. As for the other people, when they heard this at this time, they all shut up. Therefore, the strength of this crazy woman in front of her is really too powerful. They were also shot to death. IM attacked Scott directly at this time, because this is called thinking he is a crazy woman, which makes him really intolerable. He must kill this guy. This guy is also really disgusting. When IM looked at Scott, Scott's heart palpitated. Soon, he saw IM attacking him with extremely strong killing intent. Looking at IM like that, Scott couldn't help but shudder in his heart, because this guy is just too strong. Tough is kind of scary. Imna chased after him directly. As for the others, IM didn't pay attention at this time. If it wasn't for this guy, these people wouldn't humiliate themselves like this. This guy is really nasty. Of course, the reason why Scott is only the captain of these people, his strength is very strong. When IM attacked, he also knew how terrifying the opponent was at this time, but he avoided the punch. He never thought that this guy seemed to be staring at him now. At this time, he was also very afraid in his heart, because this guy didn't know that he was stimulated by these guys. This guy didn't kill them before. Even in the previous battle, no one on their side was seriously injured, but it's different now. Many of his subordinates subordinates have been seriously injured, and many brothers were killed by the opponent in the battle just now. Now he is being watched by the opponent. It's very likely that you will. Although this crazy woman in front of her is very powerful, at this time, I can still procrastinate. At this time, he only asked the 5 old stars to come quickly. If it's too late, even if he come, he will collect the court for himself. He didn't know that even if the 5 old stars came earlier, they might have collected his court for him, because he offended Lord Imu, whom even the 5 old stars were very afraid of. But now he doesn't know that. Then, this Scott and I am entangled. Of course, at this time, Scott could only dodge. If you are really attacked by the other party, then you may really die. Although Scott has been avoiding Im's attack, he is still not lightly injured at this time. 5 old stars, when are you coming? If I don't come, then I will be killed, Scott prayed in his heart. However, at this time, he did not invite 5 old stars, but he did invite another person. As for that person is the warring state. He was originally going to beg to see the 5 old stars. The Navy was very dissatisfied with asking the Navy to give an account to the Dragon Man Charles Rose. Therefore, he wanted to find the 5 old stars to discuss it. He originally wanted to go to the 5 old stars the next day, but there was a lot of movement here. Therefore, the warring state came here to take a look. I saw this scene in front of me. 98 Imu vs warring state. For this Sengoku also did not know her existence. Therefore, at this time in the warring state period, like the guardians of these Holy Land Marioa, they thought that this guy was making trouble in the Holy Land Marioa. Although the warring state period belongs to the Navy also belongs to the world government. For all this, Sengoku still had the responsibility to defend the Holy Land Mary Joah. When he saw such a scene, he immediately shot. As for Scott seeing the warring state period, he was very happy. Although they did not wait for the 5 old stars, they did wait for the warring state's Navy Marshal. That is also very good. The strength of this warring states is very powerful. When I saw Sengoku, she also frowned at this time. She is the ruler of this world. Although he didn't know Scott, he still knew about the warring state period, and I still heard about the opponent's rank. Warring state, you'd better leave this matter alone. This is about me and these people. How dare these guys humiliate me like this? I will definitely not make these guys look good. Even if the 5 old stars come, they are right. I am very respectful. I am the real executor of this world. I am in a warning tone. If you intervene, I will definitely not make you look good. After hearing this, warring states was also slightly taken aback at this time. What does this mean? But at this time, Scott said angrily, Marshal of the warring state period, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. This guy is a lunatic, and the strength of this lunatic is very powerful. If you kill people, you and I will not be able to afford it. For the woman in front of him, in Scott's view, this guy is a complete crazy woman. The world government is jointly run by the 5 old stars. Why is this crazy woman in front of me? This is completely impossible. This guy may be thinking about it like crazy. Listening to what Scott said, I knew at this time that I was a lunatic at this moment. If this guy goes crazy and kills people in the Holy Land Mary Joah, if you don't see it, then everything may have nothing to do with you. But when the self at this time saw it, then it all had to do with myself. If this crazy woman is caught, then our Navy will be able to make up for it. Sengoku also thought secretly in his heart, he is not a good person. But this time, there are many people at the top of the Navy who are very dissatisfied, and he is also very helpless at this time. These thoughts flashed in Sengoku's mind. Although the warring state came at this time, Scott confronted the warring state's road marshal of the warring state. Although this guy is a lunatic, the strength of this guy is very powerful. Shut up for me. I am angrily. At this time, her eyes could not wait to tear the hungry guy in front of her to shreds. Because this guy keeps saying he's a lunatic, she's going crazy right now. Of course, she was also very hungry at this time. She is clearly the executor of the world government, and she is in charge of the entire world government. However, in order to avoid something like cross from happening, so she's going behind the scene. This made her very hard. It felt like nothing before. But now, I is really struggling. This guy actually regarded himself as a crazy woman. These guys actually insulted themselves like this. She really can't stand it. Of course, at this time, he hated Yuanj more and more. If it wasn't for that guy, how could he be so hungry? She swears secretly that she must chop up Jongna's hateful guy to feed the dog. Even if Sengoku didn't listen to Scott, he wouldn't underestimate the guy in front of him. Because he knows Scott's rank, he is not weak at all. And there are so many of them, and they were beaten like this at this time. Obviously, the strength of the guy in front of him is not weak at all. Therefore, the warring state period at this time is not ambiguous at all. At this time, he directly opened the form of the Great Buddha. Behind the warring state period, a golden Buddha stand. When saw such a scene, he was very afraid of Sengoku, because the strength of this warring states is very unusual. Although her own strength is very strong, she has never fought against the warring state period. Therefore, she was very apprehensive about the appearance of the warring stay period. As for that thief, at this time, Im knew that he couldn't catch the other party tonight. The speed of the other party is really too fast. Since the other party dares to provoke him again and again, the other party may have another time. As for these people in front of them, in order to keep themselves, these people actually humiliated themselves like this. This made Imna very hungry and angry. Therefore, these people must teach themselves a good lesson today. Of course, the hungry warring state came at this time. She must not be able to teach these guys a good lesson. As for leaving, it was very difficult, because the strength of the warring states is very powerful. It is impossible for him to escape. Warring state, I have heard of your strength as usual. Since I have a chance today, I will fight you well. Let's see if this Marshal Haojun is not worthy of his reputation. I am not angry at what Scott said at this time either. Of course, Scott and his subordinate did not say anything insulting at this time. Obviously, the guy in front of him won't run away, and the warring stay period is here, and it is difficult for the opponent to run away. Therefore, they should be careful when taking it at this time. At this time, they hoped that the 5 old stars and a few people would come over quickly. Watching Sengoku confronting that mad woman, Ghoul sighed in his heart. If it weren't for the lack of business, the credit for catching a mad woman must be the guards of them. But now it is indeed the warring stay period. Scott couldn't help but feel a little lost at this time. Of course, they are still very helpful, but it's not much. Of course, if this Scott knew that what the mad woman said was true, then Scott would definitely not think so. Seeing this crazy woman in front of him, warring state couldn't help frowning at this time. At this time, he used the human fruit, but very wise. At this time, he was unmatched in both combat power and intelligence. He saw that this one Im was not crazy yet, apparently because Scott and the others were called crazy. At this time, the warring stay period was also very curious. Why did this guy dare to be so presumptuous in this holy land, Mary Joah? You know, there are a lot of masters in this ain't Mary Joah. Although the opponent's strength may not be as strong as the person in front of him, if he is surrounded, it will definitely be difficult to escape. However, when the warring states looked at the person in front of him, he didn't seem to be worried at all. If the opponent is a revolutionary army, it will not behave so naturally. But if it is as the other party said, it is also very hungry and impossible, because the head of the world government is only 5 old stars. When did such a number 1 person appear? Therefore, at this time, the hungry warring states was very puzzled. Who is this woman in front of you? However, at this time, it seems that Sengoku is not allowed to think so much. I am attacked directly towards Sengoku at this time. As for the warring stay period, the golden Buddha behind him at this time slapped the other side directly. When that fist and palm collided, for a moment, the world was eclipsed. As for Scott, at this time, he only felt a stone pressing on his chest, and he was a little breathless. Scott was originally going to help Hia, but when he felt all this, he was extremely surprised at this time, because he did not expect that the strength of the warring states was so powerful. There is such a crazy woman, so fierce. It seems that the mad woman in front of her fought with them before, and the mad woman did not kill them at all. Of course, if the warring states land did not come, these guys might be dead, because their group really offended the crazy woman in front of them. Before, this guy was filled with murderous intent. Obviously, this crazy woman wants to kill herself. Thinking of all this, Scott broke out in a cold sweat. As for his previous desire to help, he immediately dismissed it. If you participate by yourself, it will definitely be a disservice. As for the airwave generated by the collision of the punch and the palm, at this time, it knocked down the surrounding houses with the momentum of destroying Gu Laxiu. Warring state, you are indeed very powerful. Im sighed at this time. She didn't know when she had fought so heartily before. Although she is very powerful, she does not show it on weekdays. Warring state did not expect that the woman in front of her was so powerful. It is difficult for ordinary people to receive the palm of the Buddha just now. You are strong too, the warring states also said at this time. It better. Let's find an open place to fight. If you fight here, you will only hurt innocent people. Im said calmly at this time. Hearing this, the warring state period was greatly surprised, because he was going to propose like this, but he didn't expect that the other party would like to propose more than him. You must know that when these strong men fight, the aftermath of the battle is also very hungry and powerful. Ordinary people, if they are attacked by the aftermath, that must be 10 dead. You know, this is the Holy Land Mary Joah. If you fight here, the people living here are all Tianlong people. Their identities are unusual. If he kills these heavenly dragon people because of his own battle with the opponent, he will definitely get into a lot of trouble at that time. Therefore, when faced with such a proposal from Im, Sengoku agreed immediately. Of course, looking at the guy is so kind. At this time, the warring states began to wonder, who is this guy in front of him? Obviously, the opponent is not the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army is incompatible with the world government, and the dragon and the world government have an inescapable relationship. Therefore, it is quite normal for these revolutionary troop to hate the Tianlong people. However, the woman in front of her was obviously thinking of the Tianlong people. This guy should be a lunatic. She still thinks she is in charge of the world government, so he regards himself as a person of the world government. Finally, the warring state came to such a conclusion. As for Im, she is the real world government enforcer. It is also the executor of these guys from Tianlong. Of course she has to think about the Tianlong people. If there are too many deaths due to his own reason, even if he is the executor of the world government, it will not be easy for these Tianlong people to give an explanation. Therefore, Im only made such a suggestion at this time. At this time, the warring state period was not at all afraid of the opponent delaying time. If you procrastinate, at least you have to procrastinate yourself. If the other party delays time, there will only be a dead end. This is the Holy Land Mary Joah. With such a big movement, there will naturally be a master's idea here, and then rush over. Im still has a certain understanding of this holy place, Mary Joah. As for Yuan Jie, he had already returned to his residence at this time. After he returned to his place, he fell asleep, because what happened in this holy land Mary Joah had nothing to do with him. You can't leave this place yourself. These are what Im asked of himself. As for Sengoku and Imu, after finding a place, Imu really fought against Imu. In this battle, Im was very comfortable. She's really embarrassed in 10, because she is the highest decision maker and executor in the world, but these guys don't even know herself. Of course, there was the humiliation of these people, which made Im very hungry and angry. However, after this battle, Im Na felt very comfortable at this time. The tightness in his chest also dissipated a lot. Of course, this is a battle between the top powerhouses. Therefore, the power of the battle is unusually large, and also has a very strong destructive power. As for Yuan Jie, because he couldn't bear the hunger and curiosity in his heart, he also ran out. He was in the form of Saint Charles at this time. Even if Im found out, he would be scolded by then. What Yuan Jie thought was very hungry and thoughtful. When she saw Im and Sengoku, two people fighting together, Yuan Jie was very confused. And what is the situation? Why did these two guys fight? Moreover, at this time, Yuan Jie also heard Scott sighing not far away. I didn't expect this crazy woman to be so powerful. Even the powerful warring state can't crush the opponent. It seems that we have to wait until 5 old stars. Be sure to arrest this guy who made the Holy Land Mary Joah uneasy. When Yuan Jie heard those mutterings from Scott, Yuan Jie was very speechless at this time, because it was something he hadn't thought of. Of course, from these words, Yuan Jie guessed the reason for the incident. In this regard, Yuan Jie didn't know what to say. Although the culprit is himself, in Yuan Jie's view, it has nothing to do with him. However, at this time, Yuan Jie looked at the person who spoke with great pity. This guy is still waiting for the 5 old stars to come. At that time, the 5 old stars will not clean up Imu, but you guys. If this guy talks about Im, if Im finds out, then the guy will definitely not end well. Of course Yuan Jie didn't know, but Im heard what this guy said, and it made Im very angry. Since this Sengoku is fighting with the opponent, I don't need to try the depth of Im, Yuan Jie secretly said in his heart at this time. However, this guy's strength is really not ordinary. Even the warring states in the form of the great Buddha cannot defeat this Im. The most important thing is that this Im doesn't even have a devil fruit, so he fights like the warring state period. Obviously, the opponent's strength is also very unusual. Moreover, Yuan Jie found that stacking some hungry fists is very fierce. If you fight against each other yourself, it will definitely be very uncomfortable. Fortunately, I ran fast. Yuan Jie could only sigh secretly at this time. This battle continued. Soon Wu Laoxing was called over. When Scott saw several guys from the 5 old stars coming, Scott was very happy. Because the 5 old stars are here, a crazy woman in front of them will definitely be caught by these guys. At that time, I will shirk all the responsibilities on this crazy woman. See Lord Wu Laoxing. Lord Wu Laoxing. Then the female ghost in the legend. That guy is a lunatic. The opponent's strength is very powerful. Even the warring states marshal can't defeat the opponent. Scott said to the 5 old stars who had just come over. It is estimated that the 5 old stars did not see clearly. After all, they didn't believe that Lord Imu would look like this. However, these people are very familiar with this person, but these guys can't remember who they are. This made the 5 old stars very depressed. However, when I heard that the guy in front of me was the guy who made trouble in the Holy Land Marioa, this made the 5 old stars very angry. If it weren't for this guy, Sama wouldn't treat them like that. Without further ado, at this time, the 5 old stars took action. You crazy woman, if you don't kill our opponent, you should just take it easy. The 5 old star with a long beard said very rudely. Was overjoyed at first when she heard this, but she soon thought of it. If he looks like this, even the 5 old stars recognize him. How embarrassing she will be if this matter of hers gets out. 99. No face reward. After thinking of all this, also hesitated. If he is seen by the 5 old stars stars here, then he will be very embarrassed. If he was here in front of so many people and let the 5 old stars admit his identity, then he would not only be embarrassed, that's just humiliating. After thinking about it, Imu felt that he should not let the 5 old stars recognize his identity. Otherwise, you will be very embarrassed. It is precisely because of this that at this time, even if her hair was loose, Imu didn't comb it. Because of his own word, it is not easy to be recognized by the 5 old stars. As for what the 5 old stars said, Imu did not reply at this time. If he answered by himself, he would be easily exposed. At this time, Im really wanted to run away. She hadn't thought of these things before, and she thought of them all of a sudden. But after thinking about this, Imu's bowels were regretful at this time, because she could have run away earlier. However, he did not run away. That's why I'm so timid now. She was afraid that she would be seen by the 5 old stars. That was her subordinate. How embarrassing she was like this. I am very irritable at this time, seeing that I am not holding hand. At this time, the 5 old stars are not polite. Directly attacked Im. For the guy in front of him, these 5 old stars are also very annoying. This guy doesn't know who gave her the courage to make trouble in the Holy Land, marry Joah. This is simply unbearable for the people who run this place. 5 old stars. These guys, one by one, they are very good. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't be able to reach such a position. As for Im, at this time she didn't rush over to fight these guys directly. If you fight against these people, you will most likely be exposed. If you expose yourself, you will be embarrassed. Therefore, the scene at this time can only be constantly dodged. As for the 5 old stars, they were chasing after him at this time. Seeing such a scene, Yuan-jae was also puzzled. This Im actually knew that these people are 5 old stars. Why are they hiding? It's okay to tell these guys directly, and they won't become like this. But soon, Yuan-jae thought of something. This woman is a woman who loves face very much. She is so embarrassed today. If people know her identity, it will be a shame for this guy. Therefore, this guy will be like this, even if it's her hair that's messed up, and she doesn't pay any attention at this time. After thinking about this, Yuan-jae smiled. This is so hilarious. These guys from the world government actually do something against their own people. This dignified Im was reduced to such a field. Yuan-jae was naturally very gloating when he saw Im in such a state. He was also very upset with Im. He can't stand Im a little bit, and this guy looks like that. Who's peeking at this guy taking a bath for some reason? Obviously this guy wants to seduce himself. Okay, see yourself as a little fresh meat. I want an old cow to eat tender grass. Although Yuan-jae felt very hungry and refreshed in his heart, but at this time, Yuan-jae felt that he was still secretly finding a place to hide. Because it seems that the current Im, if he sees himself, maybe he will do something to himself. So, be careful yourself. When Scott saw such a scene, he was also very happy in his heart. You must know how embarrassed they were by this crazy woman before. Now that the 5 old stars are here, this crazy woman is obviously afraid. Otherwise, this guy would have fought with the 5 old stars long ago. Now this guy is very embarrassed and doesn't dare to fight. This guy is crazy, but he's not stupid. Scott also sighed. Yuan-jae, who was on the side, could only cast a pitying look on his face at this time. Although I don't know much about it, but Yuan-jae knew that this Im was a very bad-tempered guy who loved face very much. This guy is so deadly, there must be no good end when that time comes. How proud this guy is now, how miserable this guy will be. As for these things, Yuan-jae didn't really care, because these things have nothing to do with him. Master Wu Laoxing, this woman is crazy. I said before that even if you came, you should be very respectful to her. Haha, slap your face now. Lord 5 old stars are here. Scott was still laughing at this time. In this regard, I am that wish to tear this guy to pieces, because this guy is so nasty. To humiliate yourself like this. What he said was not false at all, but at this time, he didn't want to be recognized by the 5 old stars. In this regard, the 5 old stars did not care, because, this holy place, Mary Joah, is very much under the guise of her own party. It is estimated that only fools will be fooled. At this time, Im really wanted to block Scott best. If this guy reveals his identity, then he will be embarrassed. Thinking of this, Imu regretted taking it at this time. She felt that at that time, she should not reveal her identity. Even more should not be merciful to these men. This guy looks the same now, even humiliating himself like this. Because of the arrival of the 5 old stars, the warring state period also withdrew from the battle at this time. After all, this is what these guys did wrong. If you intervene too much, it is definitely not good. For these, the warring state still know. Of course, the warring state period will be very curious at this time. Why is this guy being chased by these 5 old stars now? Sengoku is not brainless like Scott. He had previously felt that this cut together was very unusual. 100. The warring state period asked me to talk about, because after this war, these guys must not have a good life. These guys completely offended this woman. At this time, the warring state period is not good to say anything. He didn't want to involve their navy again. Even if he told the other party would definitely not believe it. So, let's watch this happen slowly. At this time, the 5 old stars were also very puzzled. Because of the sound they felt very familiar. Seems like I've heard it there. But for a while, they couldn't remember whose voice it was. Naturally, they had not heard Yim's roaring voice. On weekdays, Im was lukewarm towards their tone. Therefore, these guys don't hear it now, which is very normal. Who the hell are you? The 5 old star who thought he had a short beard asked. Did we know each other? For the words of the 5 old stars, Imu did not have any answer. If you answer by yourself, then you are likely to be exposed. At this time, the 5 old stars were very curious about the crazy woman in front of them. Why is this guy so familiar? Who is this guy? As for the warring state period, he quickly left to watch on the side of St. Charles Road. Seeing this, the warring state period was also overjoyed at this time, because I can take advantage of this guy and get to know this guy well. Although he didn't want to do it either. But at this time, if the world government really wants the navy to give this St. Charles an explanation, there will definitely be a lot of navies leaving. At that time, this guy will become a pirate. Even if the warring state period is not such a person, he has to pull his face down at this time. He was thinking about the navy. Yuan Jie is a master, and he is also very sensitive to everything around him. He soon discovered that the warring state were looking at him. Looking at the warring states like that, Yuan Jie knew that he was very bad at this time. The guy seemed to be staring at him. Sengoku then walked towards this side. Seeing Sengoku walking towards him, Yuan Jie was very suspicious. Is it possible that I have been seen? If I hadn't seen it myself, I don't seem to have any intersection with this admiral. Of course, Yuan Jie completely forgot about the fact that he was looking for Akainu's fault. However, Yuan Jie was very cautious at this time, because so many masters are here. If such a situation really occurs, then run away immediately. Although he is powerful, the strength of these guys is very good. If these people unite to deal with themselves, then if they don't run away, they may really be left behind. Of course, Yuan Jie didn't think that this world government had such little power. The power of the world government is very powerful. The navy is only the most important part of the strength of the world government, but this does not mean that the navy represents the entire strength of the world government. Therefore, there are still many experts in the world government, just like the empty one. The opponent's strength is also very strong. This time he did not appear. There may be other things to do. Warring State came over at this time, with a smile on his face. It seemed to Yuan Jie that this was a malicious smile. Yuan Jie knew that this Warring State period was not only very powerful, but also very smart. Of course, the Warring State period at this time just wanted to please Yuan Jie at this time. If they can talk to the other party face to face, maybe the other party will let their navy go. That's St. Charles Road. I have something I want to talk to you about, Warring State said to Yuan Jie at this time. Yuan Jie looked suspiciously at the Warring State period. Seeing the appearance of St. Charles Rose in front of him, the Warring State period at this time was a bit bitter. I'm here to talk to you. Last time, our navy didn't protect you well. I'm here to apologize to you. When the other side is talking about hormone, it was only at this time that Yuan Jie remembered that there was such a thing. How could I have forgotten about this? Isn't this filling a hole for yourself? Of course, at this time, Yuan Jie really wanted to do a good job with these navies. I will definitely not be friends with these navies. It is very necessary to deal with the navy properly. I want to enter the advanced city, and then collect the devil fruit. After all, there are a lot of devil fruits there. If you want to collect all the devil fruit, you must collect all the devil fruits in that place. If you go to that place by yourself, the navy will definitely come to deal with you. Therefore, it is very necessary to deal with the navy properly. As for this pot, just throw it to the boy of St. Charles Road. Even if the navy bears a grudge, it is the boy of St. Charles who has nothing to do with him. Now, however, all of this seems a little impossible, because at this time I am in this place. If I am found himself, he would definitely get rid of him, because I am very familiar with I am, and if I know this, then I will be in danger. You know, when I am in front of him on weekdays, he always looks aloof. Now, this guy is so embarrassed. Even if I am not crazy now, it is not much different from being crazy. Of course, Yuan Jie was still a little scared in his heart. If you let the other party know that it is him, this I am will definitely be immortal with him. I am this guy is a very short-tempered guy. It is estimated that all these things, the other party will throw it on his own body. Yuan Jie felt that he should not stay in this place anymore. It's too dangerous. Moreover, Yuan Jie could see the strength of a mom just now very clearly. The strength of this guy is very terrifying. The strength is a little weak. The only weak point is that this guy's brain is not very good. It is because of this that Yuan Jie felt very scared. Seeing Yuan Jie's hesitant appearance, the Warring State period at this time knew that it would be a bit difficult to solve it through the Tianlong people in front of him. It seems that I still have to find the 5 old stars. If those guys really become pirates, Barrett, then things will be troublesome. Just when Warring States was thinking this way, Yuan Jie thought for a while, and then said to Warring State, okay, I will forgive you Navy, this time I will not bother with you. Yuan Jie really didn't want to be entangled with the Warring State period. If I am found out, he would be in a bit of trouble. After saying this, Yuan Jie at this time said to the Warring State, as for what happened to you and me today, it is best not to tell other people. Hearing this, the Warring State period was also slightly taken aback. What is this situation? Yuan Jie also saw that the Warring State period probably knew Im's identity, so he pointed to Im. It's better not to let my teacher know. It's not good for you or me. When the Warring States heard this, he was slightly taken aback at this time. He knew it all quickly. He was also very surprised, because he did not expect that this St. Charles Rose would have such a great background. This also makes it clear that the previous 5 old stars are such an attitude. Obviously, St. Charles Rose in front of him didn't want to be seen by this Im. As for why,